A parallel universe of Dragon Ball. Age 755, August 10th. East City. Yamcha stared at himself in the mirror and touched his face. The face still had no scar. He wore an orange turtle school GI with a tightly bound blue sash, and his build was lean and sturdy. As someone who had read the original Dragon Ball, he understood the situation at once. He had transmigrated. Glancing at the calendar on the wall and combining the fused memories, Yamcha knew. It was now 2 years after the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. The original Demon King Piccolo had been destroyed, and the second-generation Piccolo was only 2 years old. The true legend of Super Saiyan Son Goku had not yet begun. But then a chill shot straight through him. I've actually become Yamcha. This is really bad. Everyone knew that Yamcha was the most tragic character in Dragon Ball, bar none. Throughout the whole series, he not only had no outstanding moments. Despite being the first man with his own BGM, he kept losing more battles than he won. In the story, he was either dead or on his way to death. Without change, his future path would be pretending to train hard while actually traveling the world, then losing to the kami-possessed old god at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament and failing to make the top 8. Then a few years later, when the Saiyans invaded Earth, he would die at the hands of a Saibaman and become a meme mocked across the internet for years. Okay. Actually, if he just had a slightly thicker skin, it wasn't that big a deal. Yet as time passed, Yamcha was lucky enough to survive the Frieza and Cell arcs, but he had long since left the main cast battle lineup, unable to help much. By the Majin Buu arc in Dragon Ball Super, he had completely given up and retired. Even the Tournament of Power picked Master Roshi, but no one ever considered Yamcha. Sigh. At that point, the legend of the T-God truly came to an end. In the end, not only was his girlfriend Bulma taken away, even the title of strongest Earthling did not belong to him. Damn it. No way. Yamcha will never let such a miserable fate happen. The reborn Yamcha clenched his fist. Just then that life-saving mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Strongest Earthling system activated. Host Yamcha battle power 168 race Earthling bound skills New Wolf Fong Fist Spirit Ball Kamehameha Turtle School Fist. Main quest 1 Why Yamcha refused to become a meme. 2. World Martial Arts Tournament Champion. Yamcha scanned the system panel in his mind, his heartbeat quickening. A battle power of 168. That number was top tier by Earthling standards. But in the Saiyan arc a few years later, it was not even enough to polish Raditz' shoes. Even a mass-produced Saibaman could blow Yamcha up in a sneak attack. Raditz's official battle power was 1500. Nappa's was 4000. Vegeta's was 18000. Even setting the Saiyans aside, at the upcoming 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Son Goku's battle power would be close to 350, and Tien Shin'en's was around 230. If he still had the original story's battle power, he truly might not even make the top 8. System. What exactly are the mission details? The system displayed main quest 1, Guy Yamcha refused to become a meme. Mission requirement in age 761, the Saiyans invade Earth. Capable martial artists fight back, but Yamcha ultimately dies from the self-destruction of his lifelong nemesis Saibaman. Mission objective: reverse the future. In the final battle against the Saiyans, say those words, "Leave the rest to me, Yamcha," and defeat the Saiyan Prince Vegeta with the most arrogant bearing. Rewards 1. Battle power 5002. Instant transmission Yardrat version. Main quest 2, World Martial Arts Tournament Champion. Mission requirement in age 755, since Yamcha has never reached the tournament semifinals, you must win the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. This may be the only chance of your lifetime. Rewards 1. Kaioken Improved version 2. Fruit of the Tree of Might 1. Yamcha drew in a sharp breath. Defeat Vegeta with the most arrogant bearing. Isn't that still just asking me to die? Yamcha read that line on the quest panel 3 times. He closed his eyes, and the Saiyan Prince in his combat suit, proud to the bone, surfaced in his mind. A battle power of 18000. And that was only his base value upon first arriving on Earth. If he erupted in battle, it might rise even higher. Not to mention the Saiyans' innate combat instinct, an existence far beyond Earthlings. And right now Yamcha had a battle power of 168. The gap was not small, it was more than 100 times. 7 years. He still had about 7 years before the Saiyan invasion of Earth, while the closer deadline, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, was less than a year away. Enormous pressure. After all, compared with Saiyans, the limit of Earthling battle power was nothing. If Dragon Ball Super was excluded, an ordinary Earthling martial artist without any cheat support seemed to have a ceiling of, well, that was too far ahead to worry about. Right now, there was only one critical problem: how to raise his battle power within 1 year to a level that could crush every fighter in the tournament. He roughly remembered the contestants' battle powers at the 23rd tournament. In other words, he needed to exceed at least 400 to be sure of winning the title. Yamcha stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the streets of East City. Traffic streaming, pedestrians bustling. His gaze crossed the skyline and headed west. Right. The Dragon Balls, and a gravity chamber. Yamcha's heart stirred. On the way to Namek, Goku relied on gravity training to raise his battle power from over 8,000 to 90,000. Later, Vegeta also hid inside every day training like crazy, though unfortunately it did not work for him. Even so, the gravity chamber still played a vital role in the early and middle stages. But right now, no such thing existed on Earth. Yamcha had a sudden flash of inspiration. Of course, Bulma was his girlfriend. In the original story, the relationship between Yamcha and Bulma lasted from early Dragon Ball until after the Saiyan arc before it completely fell apart. At that time the two were still in the always arguing but still together stage. Behind Bulma stood Capsule Corporation, the most advanced technological power on Earth. If he could convince her to build a gravity training device ahead of time, even just 5 or 10 times gravity, it would be a qualitative leap in training at his current stage. Yamcha picked up his phone and scrolled to Bulma's number. His finger hovered above the screen. He knew Bulma's temper. Because of the threat from the second-generation Piccolo, he and Shinin and the others had been training outside West City for nearly a year without returning. Yamcha thought it over and still made the call. It rang 3 times. Hello, Yamcha. You actually called me voluntarily. Did the sun rise over Korin's tower? Bulma's sharp-tongued voice came through. Bulma, I want to take you out to dinner. There was 2 seconds of silence. Yamcha, do you have a fever? No, I've recently thought of a new training method and I need some technological help. You're the prettiest and smartest person I know, so. Enough. Stop flattering me. It sounds disgusting. Bulma interrupted him, but her tone had clearly softened. When will you come? Tomorrow night, Grand Bay Street in West City at your favorite restaurant. Fine, but you're paying. I remember you made me cover the bill last time. The call ended. Yamcha let out a long breath. First step done. He turned toward the bed to pack his luggage. Wait. Yamcha suddenly stopped in his tracks, brows tightly knitted. In his mind, the memories that had been flashing by like a carousel suddenly hit pause. Something was not right. The plot of this Dragon Ball world was a little chaotic. He had not thought about it carefully before, but now he closed his eyes and thoroughly reviewed the fused memories. This. The Demon King Piccolo incident 2 years ago had gone slightly differently from the original. In this Yamcha's memories, the original Demon King Piccolo had never collected all the Dragon Balls to restore his youth. At that time, Master Roshi stepped forward and used the forbidden ultimate technique Mafuba evil containment wave planning to seal the Demon King in one strike. In the original, Master Roshi missed his aim. But in this universe, he had actually succeeded. The ancient Demon King Piccolo was directly sucked into a rice cooker. But at the moment of his final sealing, unwilling to be trapped, he summoned his last strength and spat out an egg. The second generation of Demon Piccolo. Thanks to the successful sealing, Jiaozi was not killed by old Piccolo. Among all the combatants, only Master Roshi sacrificed his life force in the entire battle. Moreover, because old Piccolo was sealed away, the dragon god Shinron was also not killed. Most crucially, son Wukong. After being severely injured by old Piccolo, Wukong climbed the Karen Tower and drank the ultra-divine water, but by the time he arrived at the battlefield, the fight was already over. He never experienced that brutal life-and-death battle, nor did he use the heaven-piercing fist to penetrate old Piccolo's chest. Afterwards, to face the threat of the second-generation demon emerging from the egg, Wukong, guided by Cat Sage, went to the heavenly palace to train. Meanwhile, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others, terrified by Tien's account of old Piccolo's terror and the sword of the second-generation demon hanging over them, began a far more intense global training regimen than in the original timeline. Yamcha opened his eyes, his gaze flickering with realization. Incredible. Could the timeline I'm in be a parallel world of Dragon Ball? Something like one of the Dragon Ball movie universes. Yamcha knew that most movie universe worlds had bleak futures. They were parallel worlds born from accidents that deviated the story from its original course. Now the course of history had already deviated, and the direction of the future grew increasingly uncertain. Wukong hadn't experienced the death-defying battle with old Piccolo, so the Saiyan ability of growing stronger after near-death revival never triggered. His base combat power might actually be lower than in the original timeline. If next year at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament the second-generation Piccolo is stronger than in the original timeline, while Wukong has grown weaker, then Earth is finished. After that, the world would be reconquered by Piccolo 2 until Raditz' arrival. Everyone would be destroyed together. Yamcha realized this might be a universe destined without a future. Son Wukong might not have the protagonist's halo after all. Alright, since I have a system, I won't just fight for mission rewards. I'll carve out an entirely new future. Yamcha clenched both fists, his knuckles crackling with suppressed power. He walked to the heavy training sandbag in the corner of the room, especially made one weighing 1,000 caddies. He took a deep breath, engaged his waist, and delivered a right punch with full force. Bang! The 1,000 caddy sandbag was pierced through without hesitation, iron sand spilling everywhere. Yamcha looked at his own fist. This was combat power 168. In the real world, this would make him absolutely superhuman. But against the Saiyan, this punch was hardly harder than cotton. The gravity chamber. I need to get that done as soon as possible. The following evening, West City. At the Capsule Corporation headquarters, the massive hemispherical building gleamed with metallic luster under the sunset. Yamcha stood at the entrance dressed in casual clothes instead of his signature orange martial arts GI. As he approached the gate, a sleek hover sports car sped toward him and came to a perfect drift stop right in front of him. The door popped open and a young woman with shoulder-length blue hair, wearing fashionable cargo pants, stepped out. Bulma. She took off her sunglasses and gave Yamcha an up-and-down appraisal, a mocking smirk playing on her lips. Yamcha, you disappeared for most of half a year, and now you actually managed to trade in that ragged martial arts uniform. Ahaha, well, since I'm treating the smartest girl in the world to a meal, I should at least dress presentably. Yamcha spoke calmly, his usual frivolity gone. Bulma couldn't help but look at Yamcha again. She sensed something different about the Yamcha in front of her. At least you know how to talk. Get in the car, let's go to that restaurant you mentioned. 10 minutes later, at the top floor rotating restaurant in West City. The two sat across from each other, the table laden with exquisite haute cuisine. Yamcha didn't touch his fork or knife, getting straight to the point. Bulma, I came to ask you to help me build a machine. I knew it. Bulma cut a small piece of steak and popped it into her mouth, rolling her eyes. I knew it. You never come looking for me without an agenda. So what do you want me to build? If it's some boring training equipment, I'd suggest my dad. I don't have time for that. No, this is something only you can do fastest. Yamcha looked at her steadily. I need a device that can alter gravity. More specifically, a gravity chamber. Bulma's chewing stopped. She put down her knife and fork, her eyes turning serious. Do you have any idea what you're asking? The Earth's gravity is constant. To artificially alter a gravity field within a closed space requires extremely complex reverse engineering of anti-gravity engines. But theoretically, your Capsule Corporation already mastered anti-gravity technology. Hover cars prove that. Yamcha reasoned clearly. Since you can cancel out gravity, then reverse operation to increase the gravity field shouldn't be impossible, right? A flash of surprise crossed Bulma's eyes. She couldn't believe that her boyfriend, who usually only thought about muscles and martial arts, could actually produce this kind of academically oriented reasoning. Reverse operation, you say it so easily. Bulma's finger touched her chin, her mind already racing. Theoretically feasible, but materials and energy supply are major problems. How many times the gravity do you need? Initially 10 times, and if possible later, I hope to reach 100 times. Yamcha didn't hesitate. 100 times. Bulma shot up from her seat, drawing the attention of every diner in the restaurant. She lowered her voice, looking at Yamcha like he was insane. Are you out of your mind? At 10 times gravity, your internal organs would be crushed instantly. You'd be dead in seconds. And don't even get me started on 100 times. She lowered her voice, looking at Yamcha like he was crazy. Are you out of your mind? At 10 times gravity, your internal organs would be crushed instantly. Seconds, and you'd be dead. Forget about 100 times. That's for ordinary people. Yamcha looked at her calmly. I'm a martial artist. The existence of ki can protect my body. And the second generation Piccolo might appear in a year. If I don't take extreme measures now, I'll never stand a chance, let alone protect the Earth. Yamcha spoke calmly. I'm a martial artist. Ki protects my body. And the second generation Piccolo may appear in a year. Without extreme measures now, I'll never win, and certainly never protect the Earth. Bulma fell silent. Watching Yamcha's eyes, that determination shining through made her feel a chill of surprise. The Yamcha who used to get arrogant when facing strong enemies and think about running when he couldn't win had truly changed. She studied Yamcha's eyes, the determination shining through them, sending a chill of genuine concern through her. The Yamcha who used to get arrogant against strong enemies and flee when he couldn't win had truly changed. Are you certain you want to do this? Bulma sat back down, her tone now serious. It's necessary. All right. Are you sure about this? Bulma sat back down, her tone now serious. It's non-negotiable. Fine. Bulma snapped her fingers. I already have the initial design in my head. Give me 1 month, and I'll build you a first-generation 10 times model. As for 100 times, that'll need a complete materials science overhaul. We'll deal with that later. Thanks, Bulma. Yamcha smiled. The two finished their meal, and Bulma pulled Yamcha straight back to Capsule Corporation. Capsule Corporation headquarters. The sprawling complex was astonishing in size, and its internal ecological system was even more outrageous. Yamcha followed Bulma through the front courtyard and stopped suddenly. A massive triceratops was dozing on the artificial lawn, with several glossy-coated exotic creatures kept nearby. Rich indeed. Don't stare, those are pets my dad brought back last month, Bulma said, without looking back, continuing forward. Pushing open the glass doors of the main building, 2 figures approached to meet them. One was a short, elderly man with thick glasses and a pipe in his mouth, a small black cat perched on his shoulder. Beside him was a glamorous blonde woman in elegant attire holding a teacup. Dr. Brief and his wife. They had just finished dinner and were about to take a walk. Oh my. Oh my. It's little Yamcha. A wave of rich perfume hit Yamcha's face. Mrs. Brief, showing zero stranger etiquette, opened her arms wide and gave Yamcha a firm, enthusiastic hug. Oh my. It's little Yamcha. A wave of rich perfume washed over Yamcha. Mrs. Brief, showing absolutely no stranger reserves, opened her arms and gave Yamcha a solid, enthusiastic hug. Yamcha's body instantly tensed, and he instinctively wanted to strike back, but he restrained himself. However, Mrs. Brief's bosom was truly generous. Long time no see. Mrs. Brief reached out and pinched Yamcha's arm, her face full of delight. Oh my, you've gotten even buffer. These muscles are rock hard. How about a date with Auntie? There's a new dessert shop on West Street. Yamcha felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps covering his skin. This lady was as fervently enthusiastic as ever. Auntie, I just ate. Next time, definitely next time. Yamcha let out a dry laugh and subtly stepped back half a pace to create distance. He glanced at Bulma, who was rolling her eyes with an expression of utter indifference. As for Dr. Brief, he was happily puffing on his pipe, completely unbothered by his wife flirting with a young man. Yamcha couldn't help but complain inwardly. Bulma's infatuated nature was definitely 100% inheritance from her mother. Fortunately, the whole family was somewhat offbeat, which saved him a lot of tedious formalities. Mom, stop it. Yamcha came here on serious business. Bulma rescued Yamcha from her mother's clutches and pulled her father toward the underground lab. Dad, you're just in time. Help me look at this theoretical model. Mrs. Brief covered her mouth with a light laugh. Young people are so energetic. You go ahead. I'm off to play cards with the neighbor lady. After safely escaping the enthusiastic ant, the three of them entered the core area of Capsule Corporation, the underground third-floor laboratory. The space was enormous, filled with all kinds of precision instruments and nameless mechanical arms. Bulma walked to the central console, her fingers rapidly tapping on a virtual keyboard, calling up a holographic projection of a blueprint. Dad, take a look at this. Dr. Brief bit on his pipe and leaned closer to the holographic screen. His originally casual gaze gradually became focused as he scanned several lines of core data. Reverse gravity field generator. The doctor pushed up his glasses. Girl, you want to create high gravity in this sealed metal chamber. This is no small project. Once gravity is stacked, the chamber's material strength, the energy core's output power, and the internal life support system all need to be redesigned. I know. Bulma pointed to a node on the blueprint. For energy output, I plan to use a micronuclear fusion battery array, and for materials, the alloy. But I haven't figured out how to solve the uneven force field distribution. Once the gravity is unbalanced, anyone inside would be torn apart instantly. Dr. Brief took the pipe out of his mouth, thought for a dozen seconds, then blew out a smoke ring. Change the generator nodes to 8 directions, forming a regular octahedron structure. Use the principle of gravitational wave interference to counterbalance, and you'll create a stable, uniform gravity field. As expected of Earth's top scientist, he saw the crux of the problem at a glance and provided a solution. Yamcha stood to the side, unable to understand the technical jargon, but he knew the gravity chamber was secure. Doctor, if we follow this plan, how soon can it be built? Yamcha asked. That depends on how many times gravity you need. Dr. Brief looked at him. The human body has its limits. A normal person would have difficulty breathing at 2 times gravity, and internal organs would be damaged at 3 times gravity. 10 times for the initial goal. Yamcha raised a finger. Later I hope to reach 100 times. Dr. Brief paused, and the black cat let out a meow. Are you joking with your life, young man? The doctor dropped his smile. If it's 10 times gravity, we can manage with existing materials. With my help, the finished product can be ready in half a month. But think it over. If someone dies, I won't take responsibility. Don't worry, doctor. Yamcha's expression was calm. The power of martial artists like us is beyond imagination, and I don't have time to take it slow. Bulma gave him a deep look, said nothing, and turned to start modifying the blueprint data. All right, since you insist. Dr. Brief put the pipe back in his mouth. Come back in half a month. But before that, you'll need to cooperate with some physical data collection. Over the next 2 days, Yamcha stayed directly at Capsule Corporation. Apart from cooperating with Bulma to collect his body's various limit data, he spent the rest of his time conducting basic training in the courtyard. Under the sunlight, Yamcha was bare-chested, sweat trickling down his muscular contours. He closed his eyes, feeling the energy within him. What was called chi. A battle power of 168. Without the aid of a gravity chamber, simple weight training and punching did little to improve his combat strength. What he needed to do now was to fully master this body and achieve absolute control over chi. In the original story, the reason Earth's martial artists could barely keep up with those monsters later was their refined manipulation of chi, concealing chi instantaneous burst compression of energy waves. Yamcha suddenly opened his eyes and punched forward. He didn't use full strength, only channeling a small portion of chi onto his fist. The air let out a sonic boom. 5 meters ahead, a 2-meter-tall ornamental boulder instantly shattered, sending debris flying. My control is still not precise enough. Yamcha withdrew his fist and looked at the rubble on the ground. The force had been too dispersed. If he could compress the chi completely into a single point before releasing it, the boulder should have been pierced through, not blown apart. If it were Goku or Tien Shinhan, their chi manipulation would surely be superior to his own. System. Yamcha murmured in his mind. A translucent panel appeared. Strongest Earthling system. Host Yamcha. Battle power 168. Race Earthling bound. Skills New Wolf Fong Fist, Kamehameha Spirit Ball, Turtle School Fist. Main quest 1. Yamcha will never be a meme. 2. Champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Staring at the unchanging numbers, Yamcha shook his head. Such was the tragedy of an ordinary martial artist. Without the Saiyan sheet of power doubling upon near-death recovery, he could only grind away with sweat drop by drop. Young Master Yamcha. A small blue figure darted out from behind the courtyard wall and crashed straight into Yamcha's arms. It was Poir. The shape-shifting cat grabbed hold of Yamcha's arm, his big eyes wet and nose red. Master, you're finally here. I heard Miss Bulma say you arrived 2 days ago. I thought she was lying to me. Yamcha looked down at the shape-shifting cat who had been with him since the desert days, and a warmth surged in his heart. In the original story, no matter how badly Yamcha fared, Poir never left him. Such loyalty was a rare commodity, even in the entire Dragon Ball world. Yeah, I'm back. Yamcha reached out and ruffled Poir's head. Poir immediately flew to a nearby stone table, conjured a pair of tiny hands, and brought over a glass of iced lemonade that had been prepared earlier. Master, have some water. I chilled it early this morning. I guess you'd be training in the yard. Yamcha took the glass and drank. The coolness seeped into his lungs. After a morning of training, he was indeed thirsty. Thank you, Puar. Puar laughed, his eyes curving into crescents, and his tail held high. He circled Yamcha, appraising the muscular lines of his upper body. Master, after a year of training away, your martial arts must have grown immensely. That rock just now must have weighed at least 3 tons. Oomph. A voice emerged from behind the low wall. A pink pig wearing overalls chewing on a popsicle staggered out. Oolong. He squinted, glanced at the rubble-strewn ground, then at Yamcha, twirling the popsicle in his mouth. Not at all, breaking a few rocks is nothing special. Puar's fur bristled instantly. What did you say? Oolong, unperturbed, swaggered over to the stone table and sat down, crossing his stubby legs. I'm just stating the facts. Even if Yamcha has gotten stronger, he's definitely no match for Goku. After saying this, the pig deliberately glanced at Yamcha, his expression clearly implying. Puar, enraged, transformed into a hammer and lunged. You rotten pig. Master would never lose to anyone. Hey, no violence. Oolong scrambled away, nearly dropping his popsicle. I'm not wrong. At the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, Yamcha lost to Tien Shinhan in the first round of the top 8, and his leg was broken. If you're not convinced, go argue with Tien. Puar instantly turned into a bucket of water and splashed it all over Oolong's face. Tui. What do you know? Master wasn't serious before. Now that he's serious, what's Goku? Easier said than done. A martial artist's strength isn't proven by boasting. Yamcha stood by watching the cat and pig tangle. Puar turned into a hammer, Oolong into a shield, kicking up dust as they fought. Can't beat Goku. If this were the old Yamcha, those words would have shattered his spirit. But now he merely took a sip of lemonade. Can't beat him. Then train until I can. He knew better than anyone what the number 168 on the system panel meant. Enough, stop fighting, Yamcha said. At his words, Puar and Oolong halted simultaneously. Yamcha looked at Oolong without anger. You're right. As I am now, I really can't beat Goku. Oolong's mouth opened and closed. He had prepared a barrage of retorts, but the other party simply admitted it. Puar panicked. Master. Yamcha placed the empty cup on the stone table. But at the next World Martial Arts Tournament, the championship will be mine. Oolong's mouth twitched. He wanted to mock, but meeting those eyes, the words died in his throat. Though cowardly, the pig had good instincts. This Yamcha before him was different from before. Keep bragging. Oolong muttered, retreating behind the low wall to gnaw on his popsicle. Puar flew onto Yamcha's shoulder and whispered, Master, don't listen to that pig. Yamcha patted Puar. It's fine. Just then the side door of the laboratory opened. Bulma stepped out, clutching an electronic pen, her white lab coat unbuttoned, revealing the same jumpsuit from yesterday. Dark circles were evident under her eyes, her hair slightly disheveled. Clearly she had spent the entire night in the lab. She took a deep breath as the wind blew. Miss Bulma. Puar flew over. Bulma waved a hand, her gaze sweeping over the rubble and dust in the courtyard. She wrinkled her nose and walked to the stone table to sit down. You've been smashing rocks here all morning. This made Yamcha a bit embarrassed. Bulma stared at him for a moment, then suddenly spoke. I ran the first version of the reverse gravity engine model last night. My father's regular octahedron solution is feasible, but I optimized the energy transmission path, improving efficiency by about 12%. Bulma tapped the electronic pen on the table, projecting a small hologram. At this rate, it won't take half a month. Bulma held out a hand. 10 days. She looked at Yamcha with a hint of pride. So is your girlfriend smart enough? Yamcha smiled. 10 days. In 10 days his training would enter a whole new phase. Bulma extended a hand, chin raised, looking at Yamcha. Yamcha looked at the blue-haired girl before him. Dark circles, unbuttoned lab coat. And his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Not just because of the early completion of the gravity chamber, but because of the person standing here. In his memories, this was the woman who accompanied the original Yamcha through the most passionate years of youth. But in the end, due to that Yamcha's weakness, womanizing, and lack of ambition, they parted ways. Later she became the wife of the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, giving birth to the genius Trunks. But now standing here was a brand new Yamcha. He would never let his woman be taken away. Vegeta wanted to be the freeloading son-in-law of Capsule Corporation. Dream on. Yamcha silently closed the distance between them. What are you doing? Dumbfounded by my genius brain. Before Bulma could finish, Yamcha reached out, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and lifted her off the ground. The weightlessness of being suspended made Bulma gasp. The next second, Yamcha lowered his head and kissed her incessantly chattering lips. The courtyard fell silent instantly. Puar's eyes widened, his tiny paws covering his mouth. Oolong's popsicle dropped to the ground. Bulma's mind went blank. She stared wide-eyed at the familiar face, so close, her hands instinctively pressing against Yamcha's chest. The overwhelming masculine aura made her forget to struggle. After 5 seconds, Yamcha released his lips and set Bulma steadily on the ground. You're insane. Bulma stumbled back 2 steps, her face instantly flushed crimson, even her ears turning red. She pointed at Yamcha, her usually sharp tongue now stammering. Bulma. Yamcha's expression was calm, his gaze meeting hers. You are my girlfriend, Yamcha's. No one will take you away. Bulma's heart was thrown into turmoil by his words. Her eyes darted around, and she crossed her arms. Who said I'd be with you forever? Don't flatter yourself. Despite her words, she didn't turn and run away. Instead she fidgeted on the spot. Yamcha didn't dwell on the subject, knowing when to stop. He grew slightly serious and spoke. Bulma, since the gravity chamber still needs 10 days, I don't want to waste time. Lend me the dragon radar. Dragon radar. The blush on Bulma's face hadn't faded. It's only been 2 years since King Piccolo. The Earth is peaceful now. What do you need the Dragon Balls for? I have my reasons, Yamcha said firmly. Piccolo Jr. could appear at any time. I must do everything to strengthen myself. The power of Shenron might help me break some limitations. Bulma looked at Yamcha's expression. If it were the Yamcha of the past, she would have pressed him for every detail, even mocking him for his wild fantasies. But now she felt that the man before her was somewhat worthy of trust. 10 minutes later, Bulma retrieved a disc-shaped device from the storage cabinet and tossed it to Yamcha. I just replaced the batteries, upgraded the signal module, and the search range is now twice as large, Bulma said. Yamcha caught the radar and pressed the top button. Instantly, the radar scanning grid lit up on the screen, with 7 flickering dots scattered across different positions on the holographic map. Yamcha stuffed the radar into his pants pocket. Young master, where are you going? Puer flew into the lab and landed on Yamcha's shoulder. Take me with you. I can transform into a vehicle to help you travel. Yamcha reached out and patted Puer's head. Not this time. I'll be traveling day and night, and having you along would be inconvenient. You stay at Capsule Corporation and keep Bulma company. Though a bit disappointed, Puer nodded obediently. Okay, I'll complete the mission. I'm off. See you in 10 days. Yamcha waved at Bulma, turned around, and leaped out of Capsule Corporation with a single bound. Bulma watched Yamcha's departing figure, bit her lower lip, and muttered softly, this guy. When did he become so capable? West City outskirts. Yamcha pressed a single-person aircraft out of the capsule case. It was a vehicle he had bought on loan for his previous training trips, capable of reaching twice the speed of sound. Mounting the aircraft, he started the engine. Blue tail flames burst forth, and Yamcha shot into the sky, turning into a streak of light, flying eastward. His current power level was 168. Although he had not yet learned the Crane School's flight technique, and could not engage in long-distance high-speed travel relying on technological equipment, his travel speed was not slow. The radar showed that the nearest Dragon Ball was located in a primeval forest 1,000 kilometers to the east. 3 hours later, the aircraft hovered above a dense canopy. Yamcha glanced down at the radar. The light spot was directly below. He leaped off his body, plummeting rapidly through the air. The wind roared past his ears. When he was still 10 meters from the ground, he held his breath, concentrated, and channeled the ki within his body to surge into his legs. Bang! His feet landed steadily, leaving 2 shallow craters in the ground. The immense recoil force was perfectly neutralized by his ki. My control over ki is much smoother than yesterday. Yamcha clenched his fists. Following the radar's guidance, he pushed aside waist-high weeds as he walked forward. Suddenly, the bushes ahead shook violently. A saber-toothed tiger as large as an elephant sprang out, its gaping jaws aiming for his head. This primeval forest was one of the few undeveloped areas on Earth, home to many mutated beasts. Facing the ferocious beast charging at him, Yamcha's eyes remained calm. He raised his right hand index and middle fingers together. The ki within his body rapidly gathered according to the Turtle School's energy concentration method, compressing into a high-density energy point at his fingertips. A white beam shot from his fingertips so fast that it was impossible to capture with the naked eye. Splat! The beam instantly pierced the saber-toothed tiger's skull, leaving a charred hole in its forehead. The massive body lost control and crashed at Yamcha's feet, kicking up a cloud of dust. Without sparing another glance at the corpse, Yamcha walked to where the tiger had been lying and dug out a glowing orange orb from a pit. 4-star ball. The first one. Yamcha put the Dragon Ball into his backpack, glanced at the radar, and shot into the sky again. Over the next 3 days, Yamcha crossed snow-capped mountains, deserts, and the ocean floor. With his power level of 168, he crushed everything in his path. Neither the giant octopuses in the deep sea nor the armed bandit gangs occupying the snowy peaks could delay his steps for even a minute. Real combat was the best way to test one's ki. 3 days of intense travel and battles made Yamcha's control over ki increasingly proficient. He could now fully contain his ki within his body without any leakage, and also unleash the strongest destructive power in an instant. On the evening of the 5th day, in a desolate rocky canyon, gale winds swept up yellow sand across the sky. Yamcha stood on a huge boulder and unzipped his backpack. 7 identical-sized orange orbs rolled onto the ground, their internal red stars arranged from 1 to 7 in order. All assembled. Yamcha took a deep breath, calming his racing heart. This was the first time since his transmigration that he faced the power of the Earth's god. He stepped back 2 paces, spread his arms, and shouted at the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, "Come forth, Shenlong. Grant my wish." As the words fell, all 7 Dragon Balls simultaneously burst into dazzling golden light. The light shot straight into the sky, and the previously clear sky was instantly shrouded by thick, dark clouds, plunging the world into darkness. Howling winds, lightning streaking through the clouds. Boom! Amidst a deafening thunderclap, the golden light transformed into a gigantic green eastern dragon coiling in midair. Shenlong's body was immense, its scales glinting with a cold sheen under the lightning, 2 dragon whiskers drifting in the wind. Its huge red eyes looked down upon Yamcha on the ground. "O gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. Any wish, I can grant you one." Shenlong's voice was deep and majestic. Yamcha raised his head, meeting Shenlong's eyes. Several alternatives flashed through his mind. Wish for immortality. Pointless for now, against the Saiyans he would still be crushed into meat paste. Wish for direct power. Shenlong couldn't do that, its power could not exceed that of its creator the Guardian. Moreover, the greedier the wish, the more unbearable the side effects. What Yamcha thought was, since the earthling body has a genetic lock, the ceiling of potential is clearly visible. Then he needed a mechanism to break that ceiling, and the most unreasonable power-up mechanism in the universe lay in the Saiyans. Stabilizing his voice, Yamcha declared loudly, word by word, Shenlong, my wish is to change my constitution and grant me the bloodline of the Saiyans. The wind ceased for a moment. Shenlong in the sky fell silent. Those huge crimson eyes flickered several times, as if performing some kind of rule-level calculation and deduction. The canyon was deathly quiet. The pressure of the system mission countdown and the shadow of the Saiyan invasion all weighed on this wish. 10 seconds later, Shenlong slowly lowered its massive head. This wish. Shenlong's voice echoed through the clouds. High above in the temple of the Guardian. The air was extremely thin. The enormous hemispherical palace stood silently at the edge of the clouds, surrounded by exotic flowers and rare plants. This was the highest point on Earth, an absolute forbidden zone that mortals could never reach in a lifetime. The Guardian, leaning on a wooden staff, stood at the edge of the temple plaza. His green skin was covered with wrinkles, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. His eyes pierced through the clouds, staring directly at the desolate canyon below. Mr. Popo put down his watering can, stopping his gardening. He walked to the Guardian's side, clasped his hands in front of him, his black face expressionless. The two of them just watched Yamcha, who was making his wish below. Truly rare, the Guardian spoke slowly. It has only been 2 years since the shadow of King Piccolo was lifted, yet someone has gathered all 7 Dragon Balls again. In the long memory of the Celestial, every gathering of the Dragon Balls was often accompanied by endless greed and slaughter. He created the Dragon Balls with the intention of bringing hope to the brave, but reality always defied his wishes. Therefore he held utmost vigilance toward any act of summoning the dragon. Mr. Popo followed the Celestial's gaze, his round eyes showing surprise. Your Excellency, that is a friend of Sun Wukong. His name is Yamcha. I know him. The Celestial nodded, tightening his grip on the staff. In the battle against Great Demon King Piccolo, he and the martial artist named Tien Shinhan displayed considerable courage. Though their strength was still shallow, those who become friends with Sun Wukong could never be utterly wicked by nature. The Celestial harbored no doubt about Yamcha's character. What truly perplexed, and even unsettled him, was the wish Yamcha had just shouted. Science. The Celestials savored the word. This term was utterly alien. The ancient records and histories of Earth held no mention of it. Yet the moment Yamcha uttered that name, the Celestial felt an inexplicable palpitation. His ancient bloodline, originating from the distant depths of the universe, or rather the subconscious of Namekians, seemed to whisper a warning. Fragments of memory flickered in his mind. He felt as though he had heard that name before. Why is Yamcha so fixated on becoming a Saiyan? The Celestial frowned deeply. Is it the pursuit of power or a premonition of some crisis? Mr. Popo turned to him. Your Excellency, if that wish indeed poses a threat, we can intervene to stop him. As the god of Earth and the most gifted Namekian Dragon Clan member, his combat power currently ranked among the top 3 on the planet. After a moment, the Celestial shook his head. Mr. Popo, we should trust Sun Wukong's companions. The Celestial loosened his grip on the staff. Moreover, since he is not using the wish for evil as a deity, I should not arbitrarily interfere with mortals' right to make wishes. Besides, his gaze grew profound. The divine dragon seems to be in trouble. Down in the mortal realm, in the rocky canyon, gale force winds whipped up clouds of yellow sand, stinging Yamcha's face. Dark clouds pressed low, and the immense green dragon coiled in the sky, its colossal body blotting out all light. Thunder rumbled through the valley. This wish. The dragon's voice vibrated through the air, creating visible ripples. Yamcha looked up, arms hanging loosely at his sides. He held his breath, awaiting the familiar phrase, your wish has been granted. Once he obtained Saiyan blood, 10-fold gravity, 100-fold gravity, none would be a problem. As long as he survived a few near-death experiences, his combat power would skyrocket exponentially. Once he transformed into a Super Saiyan, the martial arts tournament a year later, Vegeta, 7 years hence, and most threats thereafter would become stepping stones to the pinnacle of the universe. However, the dragon's enormous head slowly lowered until it was less than 10 meters from Yamcha. Its red eyes, reflecting lightning, fixed on him and uttered 3 words. Cannot do it. What? Yamcha could not believe his ears, wondering if the wind had deceived him. The dragon did not repeat itself, merely stared at him. After a brief shock, Yamcha's brow furrowed into a tight knot. Shenlong, you have the power to revive the dead and restore youth. Changing a person's physical structure and bloodline should be easy for you. You even know the legend of Super Saiyans, which means you possess the relevant knowledge. Why can't you turn me into a Saiyan? Yamcha's words came rapidly. He could not accept this outcome. It was the best and most secure path he had devised for himself. The dragon fell silent for a few breaths. Its massive body rolled amidst the clouds. You are right. The dragon's voice resounded again. Altering the bloodline of a single organism and reshaping its genetic structure is indeed easy for me. Then why? Yamcha pressed. The dragon's crimson eyes flickered and its huge head lowered even further. This time Yamcha detected a hint of helplessness in the tone of the divine creation. There exists a force of rules far surpassing me, indeed transcending the very laws governing this world that restricts your race. The dragon exhaled a scorching breath, scattering the dust around Yamcha. That power rejects any external tampering. Therefore I cannot do it. In the stormy canyon, Yamcha was utterly defeated. He stood frozen, replaying the dragon's words in his mind. A power infinitely greater than the dragon. Rules that transcend the laws. Yamcha closed his eyes, and with a thought the panel visible only to him materialized. Strongest Earthling System, host Yamcha, combat power 168, race Earthling, bound skills new Wolf Fong Fist, Kamehameha Spirit Ball, Turtle School Fist techniques. Main quest 1. Yamcha will never be a meme. 2. Win the World Martial Arts Tournament. So that was it. He finally understood. The system was named Strongest Earthling, and its core required the host to ascend to the peak of power as an Earthling. It offered tasks and rewards, but forbade the host from cheating by altering their race. No wonder even the dragon was powerless. Yamcha opened his eyes, gazing at the colossal dragon before him, and let out a bitter self-mocking laugh. He had thought himself clever, planning to exploit a loophole in the dragon system, swapping in a Saiyan shell to breeze through the tasks. Now he saw it was pure fantasy. No Saiyan near-death breakthroughs. No Namekian limb regeneration. No Frost Demon's terrifying talent. He had only mortal flesh. The same Earthling body that in the original story was killed by Cybermen, toyed with by Cell Juniors, and impaled by Dr. Gero. Kyuso. Yamcha exhaled softly, but he did not rage. On the contrary, as the shortcut was severed, the last shred of wishful thinking in his heart shattered. Since there was no retreat, he could only move forward. What did it matter that Earthlings have a ceiling? As long as he never stopped, that ceiling was meant to be broken. Yamcha raised his head. The dragon, observing the mortal whose aura had changed, spoke slowly. In that case, state your wish. Yamcha's mind raced. In 10 days, he would enter the gravity chamber Bulma had built. At his current physical strength, the load would be too great. He had originally planned to endure as a Saiyan, but that path was now blocked. He needed a way for his Earthling body to quickly adapt to extreme environments. Shalom. My wishes. Since I cannot change my bloodline, then grant me the physique of the strongest Earthling. Yamcha tilted his head back, facing the howling gale and swirling sand, shouting out his carefully considered fallback plan. Dragon, bestow upon me absolute environmental adaptation. I want the ability to survive freely in all the most hostile environments. The vacuum of space, the crushing depths of the ocean, extreme cold and scorching heat. Additionally, grant my cells super load-bearing capacity, so even when I unleash techniques beyond my body's limits, my flesh will not easily collapse. The green dragon, hovering in midair, glared with crimson eyes, looking down upon this insignificant human. This counts as one wish. The strongest Earthling physique, extreme environment, immunity, supercellular load-bearing capacity. This kid is simply splitting a single wish into 3. How insatiable. On the dragon's majestic face, its whiskers twitched unnaturally twice. By the rules, it could have outright rejected this kind of bundled-up loophole-seeking wish. But its vast spiritual sense swept over Yamcha. Within this mortal body, remnants of the aura left from his battle against King Piccolo still lingered. This will be the last time. The dragon's voice thundered through the clouds, its enormous red eyes suddenly blazing with crimson light. Your wish has been granted. Before Yamcha could react, a pillar of white light descended from the heavens, completely engulfing his body. Boom. A torrent of heat surged roughly through his crown, washing through his limbs and bones. Yamcha clenched his jaw tightly. He could feel his bones shattering and reforming, his muscles torn apart by a savage force, then rewoven together with greater resilience. At the deepest cellular level, some qualitative transformation was underway, greedily devouring the miraculous power bestowed by the dragon. Time seemed to stretch for an eternity, yet also felt like only a few fleeting seconds. The white light dissipated. Then farewell. The dragon's massive body transformed into a golden radiance, shooting straight toward the heavens, then burst open above the cloud layer, reforming into 7 Dragon Balls. Accompanied by 7 piercing sounds, the Dragon Balls turned into grayish-white stones and scattered across the world. The dark clouds in the sky quickly dispersed, and sunlight streamed back into the canyon. Yamcha stood motionless. He looked down at his hands. On the surface, he was still that Earthling Yamcha. But the moment he clenched his fist, the air emitted a sharp crack. The ki within his body, which previously required conscious effort to gather, now flowed smoothly through his meridians like a raging river. A panel materialized. Yamcha combat power 263, though it had not doubled and had not even broken through 300, Yamcha was already quite satisfied. After all, the dragon had not directly granted him combat power. This extra 95 points came entirely from the hardware upgrades to his body. He walked to the canyon's edge, gazing down at the magma fissure hundreds of meters below. He leapt. Yamcha plunged directly into the crimson magma. He did not activate a ki shield for defense. Scorching magma enveloped his body, heat capable of melting steel in an instant. Yet Yamcha only felt a mild warmth. A layer of invisible force field automatically generated across his skin, blocking the lethal heat. This was the intuitive manifestation of absolute environmental adaptation. Thud. His legs drove against the magma's bottom, and his entire body shot through the surface, landing back on the rocks at the canyon's peak. Not a single burn mark marred his body. Excellent. It seems the dragon truly delivered. Yamcha rummaged through his backpack, retrieved a capsule, and activated his flying nimbus. 10 days. He needed to spend 10 days polishing every muscle and every cell of this new body to absolute control, then face Bulma's gravity chamber. West City Capsule Corporation. Underground Level 3 Laboratory. A massive metal hatch stood sealed, its surface indicator lights flickering blue. The chamber featured a regular octahedron structure, crafted entirely from silver-grazy alloy. 6 thick energy transmission pipes connected to the miniature nuclear fusion array behind it. Bulma wore a white lab coat, holding a cup of black coffee in hand with dark circles under her eyes deeper than 10 days prior. Energy circuit stable. Gravity generator nodes calibrated. Life support system online. DR. Briefs had a pipe clenched between his teeth, fingers tapping rapidly across the console, while a black cat lounged on his shoulder, yawning widely. Girl, your boyfriend really is a madman. DR. Briefs exhaled a plume of white smoke. The maximum output of this machine can reach 10 times Earth's gravity. Anyone who enters carelessly will be turned into a puddle of flesh. He's not crazy at all. Bulma took a sip of coffee, her gaze fixed on the chamber door. Doctor. The lab's automatic doors slid open, and Yamcha walked in. Yamcha entered the laboratory clad in his orange GI with a blue sash cinched tight. DR. Briefs gave him a thorough once-over pipe, still between his teeth, though the black cat perked its ears upright. Son, you seem to have grown considerably stronger since 10 days ago, the doctor remarked, adjusting his glasses as his gaze traced the lines of Yamcha's shoulders and arms. As one of Earth's foremost scientists, though he did not understand key, the changes in physical conditioning were plainly visible to the naked eye. Doctor, is the gravity chamber ready? Naturally. DR. Briefs retrieved a capsule remote from his pocket. All tests have been completed. Maximum output is locked at 10 times Earth gravity with an error margin no greater than 0.3%. The safety protocols feature triple redundancy. Should any vital signs indicate distress, the system will automatically reduce gravity back to normal levels. He tossed the remote and an instruction sheet toward Yamcha. That said, I should mention up front, this machine represents 7 sleepless nights of work from my daughter. The doctor exhaled white smoke, his tone measured. Make sure you don't waste her efforts. Dad. Bulma shot her father a glare. DR. Briefs merely shrugged, cradling the black cat as he made his way toward the elevator, offering Yamcha a reassuring pat on the shoulder as he passed by without another word. Only 2 remained in the laboratory. Yamcha approached the gravity chamber's hatch and pressed his palm against the Z-alloy surface. Hey, Bulma called out to him. Yamcha turned his head. Bulma stood with both hands tucked into her lab coat pockets, her face averted, refusing to meet his gaze. Don't push yourself too hard. If you die in there, I won't shed a single tear for you. Understood. Yamcha offered a smile before stepping through the hatch. The heavy alloy door sealed shut behind him, cutting off all sound from the outside world. The interior space proved larger than he had anticipated. Roughly 30 meters in diameter, the arched ceiling was fitted with 8 evenly spaced gravity generator nodes, their blue indicator lights arrayed along each junction point. The floor was surfaced with specialized shock-absorbing material that yielded slightly beneath his feet. Yamcha surveyed the room, his attention drawn to a bank of recessed speakers built into the wall. DR. Briefs even installed a surround sound system. He examined the curve of the dome and how seamlessly it joined the inner walls. The exterior maintained a regular octahedron form, while the interior featured a spherical dome design. This design not only ensured a more uniform distribution of the gravity field, but also addressed thermal insulation and heat retention in one elegant solution. A scientist's aesthetic sensibility, as expected, resided on a different wavelength from that of a martial artist. Yamcha approached the central control console, upon which sat a minimalist dial and display screen alongside an emergency stop button. The dial was marked with graduations from 1 to 10, its pointer resting at 1. Yamcha casually twisted it to 2. A hum. Vibration rippled forth from all 8 nodes simultaneously, the blue indicator lights shifting to a pale yellow. Double gravity. Yamcha felt as though an identical copy of himself had been strapped to his back. Though his breathing grew slightly labored, his muscles and bones bore the strain with ease. He hopped twice and placed his knees, bending slightly upon landing firm and steady. This doesn't even qualify as a warm-up. He rotated the dial to 3. At triple gravity, the air thickened like dense syrup, each gesture demanding twice the usual exertion. Yamcha launched into the foundational techniques of the Kame style, every movement flowing with precision and grace. The wind generated by his strikes compressed under the intensified gravity, each punch carrying the sharp sound of parting air. Acceptable. He adjusted the dial to 4. Fourfold gravity took hold. The weight became oppressive. Yamcha's breathing turned ragged as his heart labored under the strained blood, meeting resistance that multiplied several-fold. He pressed onward, but his tempo dropped by a third and his form began to falter. Sweat streamed from his brow, striking the floor with an audible snap that echoed louder than usual. The dial clicked to 5. At 5-fold gravity, Yamcha's knees buckled violently, throwing him forward. His right hand hit the ground just in time to keep him from falling. 5 times his body weight crushed down upon his spine, straining his internal organs. Without the dragon's physical transformations, he would have collapsed long before now. Yet now it was merely unbearable. The body still hadn't acclimated. I'll start with triple gravity, he decided firmly, twisting the dial back to 3 and wiping the sweat from his brow. A steady hum emanated as triple gravity held firm. Yamcha sank into a horse stance, fists drawn to his waist, and began his first day of rigorous cultivation. Under triple gravity, Yamcha drew a deep breath, spread his feet apart, leaned forward, and planted his right palm on the ground, while keeping his left hand behind his back. 1, 2, 3. Single-arm push-ups. In this gravity field, his weight wasn't simply tripled. Every muscle fiber strained against an intense pulling force. Up, down. Sweat dripped from his chin, and before it could strike the shock-absorbent floor, gravity fractured it into fine droplets. 151, 152. Fundamentals mattered. In his past life, watching Dragon Ball Saiyan battle powers soared past hundreds of millions, but ultimately everything rested on a solid physical foundation. Now the dragon's gift of superior load-bearing capacity revealed its worth. Muscle fibers tore under the crushing pressure, only to be enveloped by a wave of warmth that sealed the damage instantly, leaving them thicker and tougher. This cycle of destruction and reconstruction sent Yamcha feeling the surge of strength he hadn't experienced in years. 5,000, 5001. He switched to his left hand and continued pushing down. As the mechanical repetitions wore on, his thoughts wandered. The martial arts tournament a year from now was merely the beginning. If this universe followed the original Dragon Ball storyline, steady training might just carry him through to the Frieza saga. But what if the timeline merged into the Dragon Ball Super Universe? An age where gods walked freely and destruction deities were commonplace. Could an earthling truly withstand a single finger from a destroyer? Absolutely not. Wait. Yamcha erupted with force, launching his body upward to switch hands mid-air, stabilizing once more. There's another path, one that doesn't rely on bloodline. Ultra Instinct, a technique mastered only by the angels, a divine art even the destroyers could barely fully command. It required no Saiyan transformations, born from near death, no dependence on absolute battle power values. Its essence lay in diminishing the neural signals between mind and body, allowing every limb to react instinctively, to attack and evade without thought. Theoretically, any humanoid being could potentially attain that state. Master Roshi had demonstrated something akin to Ultra Instinct at the Tournament of Power, his mortal frame producing responses that even Jiren could scarcely ignore. This meant Yamcha could walk this same path, a thoroughfare open to all. But what if this universe followed Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Heroes, or even fan-created works like Super Space-Time Tournament or Dragon Ball AF? Then far more strategy would be required. Still, those are distant concerns. I'll handle the early stages first, Yamcha murmured, closing his eyes and surrendering to gravity's pull, letting his body discover equilibrium on its own. 9,998, 9,999, 10,000. With a thud, Yamcha pushed off the ground and rose to his feet. White vapor rose from his body, sweat evaporating under the heat generated by triple gravity. 10,000 single-arm push-ups in under 2 hours. Not enough. Again. Meanwhile, on an unnamed island in the southern hemisphere, waves crashed against the rocks with deafening thunder. A small bald figure stood waist-deep in the surf, unmoving as the waves battered him. Krillin wore the Kame school uniform, palms pressed together at his waist as a sphere of blue energy swelled between his hands. Eyes wide, Krillin thrust both hands forward. Kame. Kame. Huh. The massive blue energy wave tore through the air, roaring across the ocean's surface. Boom. The sea ahead split open, carving a 10-meter-wide trench through the water as it surged aside, exposing the rocky seabed below. The wave stretched to the horizon before detonating in an explosion that sent water pillars tens of meters skyward. Spray rained down, splattering against Krillin's bare scalp. He lowered his arms, gasping for breath. It's far short. Krillin watched the rippling aftermath across the sea, his brows drawn tight. The shadow of Piccolo Daimyo still weighed heavily on everyone who had survived that battle. Though Master Roshi had sealed the demon with his life, the egg it had laid, the second generation of evil, could surface at any moment. Since we parted at King Kai's planet, Goku went to the sacred world of the Kai, and both Yamcha and Tien have disappeared without a trace. Krillin clenched his fists, resolve hardening in his gaze. I can't fall behind. If Piccolo Daimyo returns, I refuse to stand idle. He dropped into a horse stance again, gathering energy in his palms once more. Far to the north, deep within the mountain range, a 100-meter waterfall cascaded into a frigid pool below with a thunderous crash. Upon a massive boulder directly beneath the falls sat a young bald man with 3 eyes, Tien Shinhan. The torrent smashed against his head and shoulders with pressure capable of shattering stone, yet he remained rooted like an ancient tree, unmoved. On the shore, floating in midair, Chaozu held a food box with both hands, his face etched with worry as he watched the figure below the waterfall. Brother Tien has been sitting there for 3 days and nights, Chaozu murmured. Beneath the falls, a flicker of insight passed through Tien's third eye. His mind cycled through variations, improvements to the tri-beam timing for the solar flare transformations of the 4-demon fist. Son Goku. Tien whispered the name silently. At the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, though he had emerged victorious, he knew deep down it was purely luck. Had that car not appeared at the critical moment to distract Goku, he would have lost. Now with the threat of Piccolo Daimyo looming overhead, and Goku seeking guidance from higher masters, the stakes had changed. Unless he pushed himself to the limit, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament would leave him far behind. Huh. Tien's eyes snapped open, all three blazing with intensity. His inner energy erupted with devastating force. Boom. The 100-meter waterfall was split apart by his overwhelming aura, the water reversing upward and exploding into a mist that filled the air. Tien's figure flashed forward, landing on the shore. Brother Tien. Chaozu quickly handed him a towel. Go somewhere else. Tien Shinhan took the towel, wiped his face, and looked up at the distant sky. This level of training is no longer useful. The highest point on Earth, the Temple of Kami. The air was thin, perpetually shrouded in clouds and mist. Deep within the corridor behind the temple, a wooden door painted with strange patterns slowly swung open. Creak. The sound of a door opening. A young man in tattered martial arts uniform with hair standing up like a hedgehog walked out. Son Goku. His clothes were torn and tattered, covered in scorch marks and rips with several fresh scabs on his muscles. Huff. Son Goku let out a long breath, plopped down on the ground, and lay spread-eagled. I'm exhausted. That place is simply not fit for humans. Son Goku looked at the white clouds above, yet a thrilled smile hung on his face. The hyperbolic time chamber. 1 year inside equals 1 day outside. The environment was extremely harsh, with gravity 4 times that of Earth, extreme temperature fluctuations, and air so thin it was suffocating. Even for a Saiyan physique, surviving there long-term required immense perseverance. Mr. Popo appeared silently at the corridor corner, looking at Goku lying on the ground expressionless. You've only been inside for 35 days. Sorry. I can't help it, my body just couldn't take it anymore. Son Goku scratched his head, rolled over, and stood up. He casually threw a punch. No use of any ki, pure physical strength. Bang. A sonic boom erupted in the air. Mr. Popo's round eyes narrowed slightly. He could see that with just 1 month of extreme training, the combat power of the young man before him had undergone a qualitative leap. But I've gained a lot. Son Goku grinned, a fierce battle intent shining in his eyes. Hee, Mr. Popo, let's fight again. This time I should be able to see your movements. Mr. Popo said nothing, silently assuming his starting stance. Kami stood on high, leaning on his staff, looking down. The martial artists of Earth were all growing wildly in their own ways. The World Martial Arts Tournament, less than a year away, was destined to be the center of a great storm. Age 755, March 2nd. Gravity chamber. A red light flashed rapidly, numbers flickering on the console screen. 10 times Earth's gravity. This was a death zone capable of crushing an ordinary person's organs instantly. Yamcha sat cross-legged in the center of the shock-absorbing floor, eyes closed, breathing deeply. Sweat had barely seeped out of his pores before it evaporated into white steam from the heat of his body. 7 months. He had spent 7 full months inside this machine. The absolute environmental adaptability and cellular superload bestowed by Shenron exhibited terrifying effectiveness. From struggling to move under 5 times gravity at the beginning to moving freely under 10 times gravity. Every tear of muscle fibers was exchanged for a thicker, tougher rebirth. Bone strength increased exponentially, blood surged with a low hum. Yamcha opened his eyes, sensing he had reached a bottleneck. It seemed the benefits brought by Shenron had been exhausted. He slowly stood up and pressed the red button on the console. The mechanical noise ceased and gravity instantly returned to normal. An indescribable lightness spread through his entire body. He pushed open the Xiaoloi hatch and walked out of the lab. Yamcha picked up the new orange Turtle School martial arts uniform hanging nearby, put it on properly, and tightened the blue belt. Without disturbing anyone, he turned and walked into the night because the system had issued a temporary mission. The strongest Earthling system, host Yamcha, combat power 3288 race, Earthling bound skills, New Wolf, Fong Fist, Spirit Ball, Kamehameha, Turtle School Fist Chi. Main quest 1. Yamcha will never be a meme. 2. Champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Temporary mission, Bandit Buster. Night was as dark as ink, neon lights flickered in West City. Yamcha, wearing that orange Turtle School uniform, strolled through the bustling streets. The evening breeze carried the city's clamor. On his retina, a translucent panel quietly appeared. Temporary mission, Bandit Buster. Mission requirement, defeat bandits 10 times without cheating. Mission reward, combat power 100. Yamcha casually dismissed the panel and smiled helplessly. After all, 100 combat power was indeed meager for him now. 7 months of high-pressure gravity chamber training and the super load endurance bestowed by Shenron had been pushed to the limit, forcing his combat power to 3,288. But the potential of this body seemed to have temporarily hit a ceiling. Continuing to grind in the gravity chamber yielded little and could easily lead to mental fatigue. Come out to get some air, do some charity work, and consider it as adjusting my mindset. Yamcha stretched his joints, cracking. 3 blocks ahead, sirens suddenly blared, followed by dense automatic rifle fire. Yamcha knew that West City's public security was just that bad. His eyes flickered, his figure flashed, leaving only a trail of air ripped afterimage. In front of the West City, Third Bank, flames shot into the sky. For bandits wearing black masks using a heavy armored vehicle for cover or suppressing the police opposite with their machine guns. Bulletproof glass shattered all over the ground. Passers-by screamed and fled in all directions. Suppressive fire. Number 2, get the money into the car. The bandit leader roared, the muzzle flash sputtering. The police hid behind car doors, unable to raise their heads. Just as the bandit leader prepared to cover the retreat, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. A young man in an orange martial arts uniform appeared in front of the armored vehicle. Bakayero, what fool is this? Looking for death. The bandit leader, without thinking, turned his gun and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Over a dozen large-caliber bullets instantly poured out, heading straight for the young man's chest. However, the expected scene of blood and flesh did not appear. The bullets struck the man's body, producing a series of dense clink sounds. Deformed bullet heads clattered to the ground. The absolute environmental adaptability bestowed by Shinran, combined with the terrifying combat power of 3,288, made Yamcha's skin under chi concentration incredibly hard. This conventional kinetic weapon wasn't even worthy of scratching him. The bandit leader's face froze, his eyes nearly bulging out. Yamcha sighed, took a few steps forward, and simply pushed the bandit leader's chest. Bang! The bandit leader, without even a scream, flew backward and slammed into the armored vehicle's bulletproof steel plate. The vehicle body was dented by the impact, and the bandit slid limply to the ground, unconscious or dead. The remaining 3 bandits, terrified out of their minds, dropped the bags of cash and fled. Yamcha waved his hand, and 3 palm winds shot through the air, precisely hitting the 3 men's necks. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 rolled their eyes and fell. Mission progress 110. The distant police chief, dumbfounded, stuck his head out. Just as he was about to step forward to thank him, the orange figure had already melted into the distant night. In the following days, the underworld of West City fell into complete chaos. A martial artist dubbed the Orange Devil by the gangs began a frenzied sweep of the strongholds of various criminal syndicates. Whether it was the street-roaming biker gangs or the drug lords entrenched in abandoned factories, the moment they were discovered by him, their only fate was to be crushed into scrap metal together with their guns. Moreover, the citizens also noticed that this decisive and ruthless vigilante had a bizarrely different demeanor during the day. At a certain intersection, "Old man, take your time." Yamcha supported a tottering elderly man as they crossed the zebra crossing. Temporary mission, help others. Mission requirement, help an elderly person cross the street 10 times without any deception. Mission reward, capsule car 1. At a certain park, Yamcha lightly leaped up, retrieving a frightened little orange cat from a tree branch over 10 meters high, and handed it to a teary-eyed little girl. Temporary mission, help others. Mission requirement, help children solve their problems without any deception. Mission reward, Senza Bean 1. Yamcha looked at the green bean in his palm, nodded with satisfaction, and placed it into the cloth pouch at his waist. Over the past few days, he had elevated the public safety level of West City by several notches. Including the previous gift from Corinne, he had accumulated a total of 6 Senzu beans, 1 limited edition hovercar, and 1 hover solar-powered motorcycle. Even small gains add up to a considerable fortune. 1 more to go. Yamcha glanced at the panel. His progress for the Thug Buster mission was 910. 1 more lucky thug remained. Who would it be? His gaze fell upon the large abandoned dockyard in the northern suburbs of West City. All right, you're the one. The largest and best-armed armed smuggling syndicate currently entrenched in West City. The Viper Gang. Late at night at the northern dock, huge containers were piled up like mountains, and searchlights swept back and forth across the night sky. Inside an office converted from a container, the gang boss, Viper, sat on a leather sofa playing with a revolver. He was bald with a scar running across his nose bridge, and his eyes were sinister. Boss, that guy in the martial arts uniform is too creepy. He single-handedly took out several leaders in the Eastern District. A subordinate reported tremblingly. What's there to panic about? Viper sneered, slapping the revolver on the table. No matter how powerful a martial artist is, he's just a bit stronger. What's there to fear? Coincidentally, we just got a shipment of heavy firepower from the black market. If he dares to come, I'll make him taste what it's like to be riddled with bullets. Oh really? You bald guy, you talk quite amusingly. Yamcha's voice echoed in the office. Viper's pupils contracted sharply. He grabbed the revolver from the table and looked around warily. Unbeknownst to them, a large hole had been silently melted into the container's iron door. Yamcha strolled in slowly, hands tucked into the belt of his martial arts uniform. You still dare to come to my territory? Kill him. Viper roared hysterically. Dozens of elite guards outside rushed in instantly. Countless large-caliber submachine guns were raised simultaneously. Black tongues of fire intertwined, forming an impenetrable net of bullets that completely enveloped Yamcha. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets struck the ground, sending up sparks, bounced off the container walls, and ricocheted away. Dust and smoke instantly filled the entire space. Nothing could be seen. Cease fire. Cease fire. Viper gestured, and the gunfire abruptly stopped. Smoke lingered. White smoke mixed with dust swirled in the searchlight beams, and the acrid smell of gunpowder made several subordinates cough incessantly. A gangster fanned the smoke in front of him and shouted excitedly, "Boss, that punk must be finished." Exactly. With all these guns firing at once, even the dead Piccolo Daimao would have to die again. Another bald thug patted his gun stock, grinning from ear to ear. No matter what Demon King, when he runs into our boss Viper, he'll have to kneel. Ha ha ha. The group burst into laughter, their tense nerves instantly relaxing. Some even started whistling, and a few braver ones were already high-fiving each other in celebration. Viper leaned back on the sofa, slapped the revolver on the table, picked up a cigar, and lit it slowly. See, what did I say? Viper blew out a smoke ring. What good is strength? Before bullets, everyone is just flesh and blood. He lifted his chin to signal his men to go check. Two thugs, guns raised, crept slowly into the smoke. One step, two steps. The gate of gangsters. The smoke began to clear. The searchlight beam pierced through the thinning smoke, illuminating the floor pockmarked with bullet holes. Bullet holes. Everywhere. But no blood. No bodies. The thug in front stopped his gun, trembling slightly. Where? Where is he? All smiles vanished simultaneously. Impossible. Viper shot to his feet, the cigar falling from his mouth. Dozens of guns at such close range. You guys put quite some effort into that. His martial arts uniform had not a single bullet hole, not even much dust. How? Viper's Adam's apple bobbed, his pupils constricted violently. He had seen it with his own eyes. The bullet storm had no blind spots. What was this person? But ordinary people in the Dragon Ball world would never understand. At the moment the firing started, Yamcha had already passed through the barrage. His speed was so great that everyone's visual nerves couldn't capture it. By the time the smoke rose, he had already circled behind them. Moreover, this also followed an eternal iron law of the Dragon Ball world: no damage when there's smoke. Fire. Fire now. Viper shrieked hysterically. The nearest thug reacted fastest, turning and raising his gun. Yamcha didn't move. He just glanced at the man. An invisible force radiated from his body, but Yamcha controlled the intensity of this ki very low. After all, releasing a battle power of 3,288 all at once would be like facing an avalanche head-on for ordinary people. The five thugs in the front row had their legs give way and collapsed to their knees. The second row fared slightly better, but their hands were trembling so much they couldn't pull the trigger. Two fainted, rolling their eyes back and falling to the ground. Viper suffered the worst. He was less than 2 meters from Yamcha, bearing the greatest pressure. His knees slammed onto the floor, and he prostrated himself, forehead touching the ground, sweat pouring down. Yamcha retracted his aura and crushed the still-smoking cigar. Viper lay on the floor, cold sweat soaking his shirt. Yamcha crouched down, picked up several scattered shipping documents, and flipped through them casually. Arms, illegal drugs, human trafficking. Behind each document lay several, or even dozens of lives. I was going to hand you over to the police. Yamcha threw the documents in front of Viper. But now I've changed my mind. Viper rasped, why? You can't kill me. This is West City. If you kill me, the police will. Well, what? Huh? Yamcha stood up and looked down at him. When you smuggled weapons to terrorists, did you ever think about the civilians who died? Viper's mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. Yamcha stopped looking at him. He raised his right hand palm facing down, and a fist-sized white energy sphere condensed. This sphere was controlled within a range that would take away everyone in the container without affecting the dock. The meticulous control of ki, gained from 7 months of gravity chamber training, was now displayed to perfection. Wait, I have money. As much as you want. A flash of white light instantly engulfed the entire interior of the container. Then Yamcha turned and walked out of the container, the night breeze brushing his face. Temporary mission, Thug Buster. Mission progress completed. Reward battle power 100. Battle power 3,388. Returning to Shidu, the night was deep and dark. The lights were still on in the underground third-level laboratory of Capsule Corporation. Bulma was asleep on the central console with a cup of cold black coffee beside her hand. Blueprints were scattered all over the floor. Yamcha walked over, picked up the white lab coat from the back of the chair, and draped it over her. Bulma's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. She rubbed her messy blue hair, recognizing the visitor. Where have you been? I thought you died in the gravity room. Just went out to stretch my limbs. Yamcha pulled out a chair and sat down. By the way, your physical data has reached the limit of this machine's gravity. Bulma tapped the keyboard, bringing up a holographic screen. In other words, 10 times gravity has become normal for you. To increase it further, unless we upgrade the core materials, the gravity in the chamber won't have much effect. Yamcha fell into thought. The night passed without incident. The next day, morning news. The female anchor of Shidu Television reported in an exaggerated tone, last night, a violent explosion occurred at the North Wharf. When police arrived, they found that the stronghold of the smuggling syndicate, Viper, had been completely destroyed. Large quantities of illegal weapons and evidence of human trafficking were seized at the scene. Witnesses reported a mysterious man in an orange martial arts uniform. Slap. The television was turned off. Bulma put down the remote, turned around with her coffee cup leaned against the lab counter, and looked at Yamcha, who had just come out of the gravity room. Orange devil. Bulma uttered these 4 words, her tone rising. Yamcha wiped the sweat from his neck with a towel and didn't respond. Shidu is only so big. You think I can't guess who runs around in an orange martial arts uniform? Yamcha draped the towel over his shoulder and looked at her calmly. He had never intended to hide it. The underworld in Shidu was deeply intertwined. The fall of Viper would inevitably trigger a chain reaction. Bulma tilted her head and suddenly smiled. That smile was an expression Yamcha had never seen on her face before. What afraid I'll blame you? Bulma took a sip of coffee. Rather than my boyfriend having great strength but hiding in the gravity room all day hitting sandbags and doing nothing, I prefer him to be a hero. She set down the coffee cup and lifted her chin. I'm proud of that. Yamcha was stunned. The impression of Bulma in his mind was being gradually overwritten by the real woman before him. The Bulma from the original story was willful, vain, and flirtatious, a symbolic portrayal by Toriyama Akira. But that didn't change the fact that Bulma Briefs was a woman who dared to venture into the wilderness alone at 17 to find the Dragon Balls, and even dared to flip off Frieza. What she appreciated was never strength, but a sense of security and responsibility. No wonder in the original story, she ultimately chose that arrogant and crazy Saiyan prince. Moi. The World Martial Arts Tournament is on Papaya Island in 2 months. Yamcha threw the towel into the laundry basket. I'm not planning to fly there. Bulma blinked. So you're going to walk? From Shidu to Papaya Island in the southern country, it's thousands of kilometers in a straight line with an ocean in between. Yes, I'll train while traveling. Yamcha rolled his shoulders. The gains from the gravity room have hit a plateau. Perhaps the stimulation of the outdoor environment will help me break through further. Bulma was silent for 2 seconds. Yamcha had already prepared a speech to counter her opposition. All right. Huh. I said alright, are you deaf from training? Bulma rolled her eyes. I've been monitoring the gravity room data. In the last 2 weeks your strength growth has plateaued. Continuing to grind in there is a waste of time. From a scientific perspective, changing the training environment and stimulus source is actually beneficial for breaking through the adaptation bottleneck. She added, I'm not an unreasonable woman. Yamcha looked at her. Bulma felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze and turned her face away. What are you looking at? Hurry up and pack. Before she could finish, she was already lifted in a bridal carry. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. Yamcha. Bulma pounded on his chest, her face instantly red. Yamcha ignored her struggles and strode upstairs. You bastard. At least close the lab door. Behind them, the automatic door slowly closed. Mrs. Briefs happened to pass by the corridor carrying a tray of snacks, saw this scene through the glass, covered her mouth, and laughed silently, then turned to find her husband for a card game. The next morning, before dawn, Yamcha was already fully dressed, standing at the main gate of Capsule Corporation. Orange martial arts uniform, blue belt, black martial arts boots. A small cloth bag was tucked at his waist containing a pouch and several capsules. Yamcha took one last look at the building behind him. A light was on in a window on the second floor. The curtain moved slightly, then quickly closed. He didn't look back, stepping into the morning mist. Over the next 2 months, Yamcha set out from Shidu, traveling south, training while completing the system's temporary missions. While crossing the desert region of the central continent, he practiced his fists in the 50-degree heat of a sandstorm, disassembling and reassembling every move of the new Wolf Fang fist, incorporating the mysteries of Ki. When crossing the dense forest zone, he hunted mutant beasts with his bare hands. After reaching the southern coastline, he jumped into the deep sea, conducting pressure resistance training for the Kamehameha in the high-pressure environment 100 meters underwater. A blue light exploded on the seafloor, startling fish for tens of kilometers around. The numbers on the panel kept climbing. 3388, 3620, 3971. Each increase in numbers was accompanied by tearing muscles and the tempering of bones. No Saiyan near-death power surges. No shortcuts. Only an earthling climbing step by step. Age 756, May 6th. South Country, Papaya Island. It was raining quite heavily, just enough to shroud the entire island in a thin mist. The dock on Papaya Island was packed with people. Ferry after ferry docked. People with umbrellas, raincoats, or bare-chested in the rain poured out of the cabins, walking up the stone steps toward the tournament venue. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. The organizer was an unknown wealthy man, said to have spent billions to lease the entire island. Meanwhile, tickets had been sold out a month ago. The reason was simple. In the final of the previous tournament, Tien Shinhan and Son Goku had fought a battle beyond human comprehension. The video of that match had been played hundreds of millions of times worldwide. People realized for the first time that martial artists could be that powerful. In comparison, the other 2 martial arts tournaments were pitifully low in quality. Babut, who claimed to be a super genius fighter, was eliminated in the first round of the World Martial Arts Tournament. In the post-match interview, he stubbornly insisted that his opponent had fouled and was mocked by netizens for a whole year. Therefore, for this tournament, the number of registered contestants was actually smaller. The contestants didn't lack the desire to come, they lacked the courage. Yet the audience had multiplied several times over. Everyone had come to witness the clash of titans. Behind the tournament arena in the competitor registration area, Lan Shi held a pale blue parasol overhead. Master Roshi, wearing a black cap, black shirt, and sunglasses, squinted toward the entrance. Lan Shi wore a worried expression. Roshi adjusted his sunglasses and scanned the registered fighters. A burly man in tight clothing was stretching against a corner wall, his muscles impressive. Another youth with an afro bounced in place as warm-up, though he was merely an ordinary martial artist. The quality this year leaves something to be desired, Roshi muttered under his breath. Lan Shi gazed toward the entrance. Master Roshi, do you really think Goku and the others will come? Rest assured, that boy won't miss this. Rashi's tone was resolute. To Goku, a martial arts tournament is like the scent of meat buns. He'll come running. Before his words finished echoing, a sedan pulled up beside the road. The door sprang open, and a small blue cat shot out first. We've arrived. Has Lord Yamcha arrived yet? Oolong stepped out next, dressed in a shirt with Bulma emerging last. Hey Bulma. Rashi's eyes lit up as he hurried over. Long time no see. You're even more lovely. Bulma gave him a sideways glance. Hey Master Rashi, you haven't changed a bit. Haha. Rashi chuckled awkwardly, his gaze drifting past Bulma, scanning from side to side. Where's Yamcha? Didn't he come with you? Bulma launched into a lengthy explanation. Puer also flew up before Rashi, puffing out her tiny chest. The young master told me before we left that he'd definitely make it before the tournament begins. His talent wasn't poor, but his personality carried a frivolous streak. He tended to back down when facing stronger opponents. Yet Rashi never expected him to put in this kind of grueling training. From West City to Papaya Island, the straight-line distance spanned thousands of kilometers with continuous mountain ranges and an entire sea in between. It seems the shadow of Piccolo Daimaku is greater than I imagined. Rashi murmured softly. He recalled the moment during that battle when he had expended his life force to cast the Mafuba and successfully sealed away the great Demon King. Goku had gone to the sacred grounds. Tenshinhan and Krillin's whereabouts were unknown. Now, even Yamcha was pushing himself through such extreme methods. These youngsters fought harder than he ever had. However, even if the demon heir Piccolo truly appeared at the tournament, he likely wouldn't stand a chance against Goku. That boy had spent nearly 3 years at the sacred grounds. Who knew what kind of monster he'd become? Rashi longed to see it. After 3 years of sharpening their blades, what would these brats reveal? Rashi grew serious for a moment, the depth of a martial arts grandmaster shining through. Then his gaze drifted downward against his will. Bulma's outfit today was waist-cinched, the curves below her waistline accentuated. Ahem. Rashi cleared his throat and subtly shifted 2 steps closer behind Bulma. Before he could even reach out, pervert, I won't let you succeed. With a strike forged by the Black Mamba, Bulma left an elbow mark on Rashi's nose. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Rashi crouched down, clutching his face. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Oolong shrank in the back, wearing an expression that said, I told you so. Lan Shi covered her face with both hands, unable to bear the sight. Serves you right. Bulma shook her hair and adjusted her skirt. The rain continued to fall, and the atmosphere was far from harmonious. Under the same sky, Lan Shi gradually sensed the rain changing. Suddenly, Rashi turned his head, an instinctive reaction from a martial arts master, as he felt a powerful aura approaching. Through the rain curtain, a figure tore through the low clouds and dropped straight down. His orange martial arts GI had several tiers, and the fabric of his wrist guards was worn to unraveling threads. But standing there, he radiated an imposing presence. Hey Master Rashi, and everyone, how are you doing? Yamcha landed, his soles pressing into the puddles and sending water spraying outward. He stood motionless, his gaze scanning the crowd before settling on Bulma. Bulma had already taken a step forward. Just one step. She didn't even bother to close her umbrella as the rain fell directly on her. Hey Yamcha, what happened to your long hair? Well, I cut it off. Bulma grabbed the collar of Yamcha's GI with both hands, pulled him down to her level, and wrapped her arms around him. The rain roared loudly. Yamcha returned the embrace, bowing his head until his chin rested against her shoulder. Puer flitted around frantically nearby, desperate but afraid to interrupt, eventually morphing into a small sphere, hovering in midair with bright watery eyes. Oolong held his umbrella over his head and stared up at the sky, wearing an expression that said, I saw nothing. Rashi remained motionless. He stood where he was and adjusted his black-framed sunglasses. As the Grandmaster of the Turtle School, he had seen quite a few martial artists in his lifetime. Goku, Krillin. Each one he had watched grow up, and he knew their individual auras intimately. But the Yamcha before him now. 3 years ago, this kid's aura had been wildly erratic, like charcoal burning down to its core. It had power, but no stability. But this present aura. Rashi made a rough mental estimation, and the result gave him pause. This boy's spiritual pressure had already surpassed that of the old Demon King Piccolo from 3 years ago, and the hover technique of the Crane School. When had Yamcha learned it? No, that wasn't the point. The real point was, this kid. Rashi murmured softly, leaving the second half unsaid. Lan Shi quietly approached. Master Rashi, what's wrong? Nothing. Rashi stroked his chin thoughtfully. This year's tournament will likely be quite remarkable. The rain continued to fall. Water trickled from the edge of the registration tent, and several staff members rubbed their hands behind their tables. Bulma closed her umbrella, shook the water droplets from her blue hair, and stepped back half a pace to study Yamcha. Puer circled Yamcha 3 times, her tail wagging so vigorously it seemed ready to break off. Young master, you learned to fly. That was so cool when you came down from the sky just now. Just the hover technique. I figured it out on my own along the way, Yamcha replied casually. Rashi adjusted his sunglasses, but said nothing. The hover technique was the Crane School's signature skill. Could this brat have truly mastered it through self-study? Either he possessed extraordinary talent, or his control over ki had reached an advanced level. Not far away, a balloon drifted over from the direction of the registration area. A little girl with a ponytail stretched on her tiptoes to chase after it, raindrops striking her face, tears welling up. My balloon. The wind today seemed stronger than usual. The balloon was swept higher and higher by the gusts about to disappear into the gray clouds. A blue figure flashed through the rain curtain. Impossibly fast. Everyone caught only an afterimage passing overhead before a hand firmly gripped the balloon string. The person landed before the little girl crouched down and handed the balloon back. Here, hold on to it tighter next time. The girl took the balloon and stared blankly at the person before her, forgetting to say thank you. Rainwater streamed down the spiky black hair, and a wide grin stretched across the face. Blue clothing, white headband. This person. Bulma was the first to react, pointing at the figure with her voice rising. Could it be? Your Goku. Son Goku stood up and turned around. Rainwater trickled down his jawline. That face had shed all traces of childhood features, now sharply defined. His height had surged dramatically, broad shoulders, narrow waist, his clothes held taut across his wide back. The child who had once been shorter than a table now stood before everyone, towering several heads above Master Roshi. The crowd fell silent for 2 seconds. Son Goku noticed their stunned expressions and scratched his head. Everyone, of course I'm Goku. That. He grew so tall. Oolong's mouth hung open in an O shape. What on earth did you eat to grow like that? Maybe the food at Heaven's Temple just tastes better. After noticing the rain had stopped, Sun Wukong removed his headband. Master Roshi took off his sunglasses and studied the boy from top to bottom with a discerning gaze. He then slipped the sunglasses back on. The kid's ki was unfathomable, bottomless it seemed. Mutant Roshi. Sun Wukong dashed over and bowed respectfully. Long time no see. Master Roshi responded, his voice steadier now than before. You've grown. Sun Wukong's gaze swept across the gathering, eventually settling on Yamcha. Their eyes met. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted slightly, then a grin spread across his face. Yamcha, you've gotten much stronger. So have you, Goku. Just a few simple words. Yet in that instant, the unspoken exchange between two martial artists was complete. Sun Wukong could sense the formidable ki radiating from Yamcha. Yamcha too could perceive that beneath Wukong's seemingly relaxed posture, every inch of muscle was poised in perfect readiness. Still, Wukong's overall aura didn't seem to deviate much from what was foretold. In fact, it might run even higher. By the numbers that translated to roughly 290 combat power. So I was overthinking it. The deviations from the original storyline hadn't significantly altered the future. Hey, everyone's here. Yamcha scanned the crowd and spotted the Earth's F3 from the Dragon Ball world had arrived. Krillin wore his signature cap, with Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu trailing behind him. Tien maintained his usual stern expression, his 3 eyes sweeping over the assembled crowd as he offered a slight nod of acknowledgement. Kaiatsu hovered by his shoulder, bashfully waving to everyone. Krillin spotted Wukong first and paused in surprise. Wukong, is that really you? Why did you grow so tall? That's not fair. Why can you grow, but I can't? Ha ha ha, Krillin, you haven't changed a bit. What do you mean hasn't changed? I've gotten a lot stronger. Krillin patted his bald head, an unmistakable confidence gleaming in his eyes. Tien approached Yamcha and came to a halt. Neither spoke. Tien studied Yamcha for 2 seconds, then gave a single nod. Yamcha returned the gesture with his own nod. That was how martial artists communicated, so concise. Watching this gathering of youngsters, Master Roshi felt a wave of nostalgia, then clapped his hands. All right, go sign up first. The deadline is almost here. Only then did everyone remember their purpose. A wave of competitors surged toward the registration desk. The clerk's hand trembled as he stamped the registration forms, overwhelmed by the formidable presence of these fighters. By 20 minutes before the deadline, every last one of them had been enrolled. That evening at the only proper restaurant on Papaya Island, a round table groaned under the weight of dishes, and Sun Wukong and Oolong were locked in a friendly battle for the last piece of roasted meat. Krillin guarded his soup bowl nearby while Tien dined alone at a corner, eating with deliberate calm as Kaiatsu served him. Bulma sat beside Yamcha, occasionally poking his arm with her chopsticks. Eat more vegetables, less meat. I know. Master Roshi sipped his beer, squinting at the table. Launch sat across from them, nibbling at her rice and casting occasional glances toward Tien. The warmth of the gathering was real, yet beneath it all ran an unspoken understanding that come tomorrow those seated at the same table would be rivals. Late at night, in the competitors' dormitory twin room, Krillin lay on the left bunk and rolled over to find Wukong still awake on the opposite bed. Wukong, you're still up. Sun Wukong rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling. I can't sleep. What's wrong? Just thinking about competing against so many skilled fighters tomorrow makes me so excited I can't stop smiling. Sun Wukong sat up, gripping his fist, that grin on his face, so pure it held no trace of anything else. Yamcha, and even you, Krillin. It feels like everyone's gotten so much stronger. Krillin smiled back, his hands folded behind his head. Yeah, it's been 3 years. I really want to see how much everyone's improved. He paused, turning his head. Hey Wukong, tomorrow I'll show you what 3 years of training has done for me. Alright. Sun Wukong lay back down, though his eyes remained open. A crack in the ceiling let rain seep through, leaving a small water stain. Staring at that water stain, Wukong's mind drifted to Master Popo's face atop Heaven's Temple. When defending, remain as still as the sky. When attacking, be swifter than lightning itself. Two simple sentences. Yet it had taken Wukong nearly 3 years of grueling training in the Room of Spirit and Time and at Heaven's Temple just to brush against the threshold of that realm. Reaching it would have been far from easy. But tomorrow was the moment of truth. Krillin. Moi. Good luck tomorrow. You too. Krillin switched off the light. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting its glow upon the massive dome of the Papaya Island Budokai Arena. Yet atop the arena's roof, a pair of eyes watched the night sky. A white cloak rustled in the wind. The next day, May 7th. By first light, the area outside the Budokai Arena was already packed. From the backstage corridors, staff members shouted through megaphones. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament preliminary rounds begin shortly. All competitors enter the arena now. Inside the venue stretched a colossal arena floor. 8 stone fighting platforms stood side by side, each measuring 15 meters square, with white boundary lines marking the out-of-bounds zones. The preliminary rules were straightforward. Force your opponent off the platform or knock them unconscious and you advance. 72 competitors were randomly divided into 8 groups, each group whittling down to a single survivor through elimination matches, leaving 8 finalists for the main tournament. The rules were simple and brutal. The first round begins now, the announcer bellowed over the loudspeakers. On platform 1, Yamcha stood ready, hands at his sides, showing no formal stance. Opposite him loomed a hulking fighter over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging, 3 gold medals hanging around his neck. He was reportedly a 3-time champion of the Southern District Fighting Championship. The brute chuckled, patting his chest as he looked down at Yamcha. Listen, kid, I hate pretty boys the most, so don't blame me if I go easy on you. On platform 1, Yamcha wins. The referee paused for a second before calling it out. A murmur rippled through the stands. Did that guy not even move? How did the big guy just jump off on his own? On the adjacent platform, Krillin faced 3 opponents who came at him in succession. The first charged in, but Krillin sidestepped and delivered a swift palm strike to the back of his neck, sending him flying off the platform and crashing into the 3rd row of spectators. The second opponent's legs buckled at the sight, and he raised his hand in surrender. The third had some real skill, launching into a proper combination of strikes. Krillin deflected every blow with a single index finger, then flicked him on the forehead. The opponent flew 15 meters out. Platform 3 was even more unbelievable. Tien never moved from his spot. Every fighter who charged at him was repelled by an invisible wall of ki the moment they entered 3-meter range. The referees couldn't even witness the action unfold. On platform 4, Sun Wukong chatted amiably with his opponent. That move was pretty cool, do it again. The opponent was in tears. He'd already thrown everything he had 3 times, and each attempt was effortlessly dodged by the long-haired boy, who maintained that sincere, untroubled smile. I forfeit. Predictably, even the originally destined Chabo Wong lost to Wukong once more by the end. On platform 5, a young girl with a ponytail delivered a clean kick that sent her opponent flying out of bounds. The movement was sharp and precise, a textbook Kame-style kick. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses in the stands, the corner of his mouth twitching. Could it be? Jiaozi's match proved slightly more intricate. Upon the 6th arena, he successively toppled 4 adversaries with his supernatural abilities, yet 6th arena, Jiaozi eliminated. Tao Baibai advances. As Tianjin Fan concluded his own bout, he turned to witness this, seeing his 3 eyes narrowing simultaneously. That man, a metallic eye patch, half a human face, half mechanical, with a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Tao Baibai, the younger brother of He Shinran, the world's foremost assassin. After being kicked away by Sun Wukong 3 years prior, he underwent a reconstruction into a semi-mechanized body, making a formidable comeback. Tisk, living in such a ghastly form, what meaning is there? Yamcha, observing this from the first arena, twitched his lips slightly. The preliminary rounds concluded within 2 hours. 8 arenas, 8 victors. No suspense. Ordinary martial artists could not even endure a single round before these powerhouses. The announcer's voice had grown hoarse, and the atmosphere in the audience reached its zenith. The level of this martial arts tournament is utterly terrifying. Those in martial arts garments are the disciples of Gixian. Their performance has been quite remarkable. The staff stood in the center of the venue. The list of the top 8 was revealed: Yamcha, Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, Kellen Majinia, Xian, Tao Baibai, and a mysterious girl. When Sun Wukong saw the name, Xian, his expression remained unchanged, but his body tensed for a fleeting moment. Yamcha, on the other hand, smiled faintly, fully aware of who Majinia truly was. As the reincarnation of Old Bike, now the Demon King Duan Di, yet ultimately destined to become the future babysitter for the Sun family. It was a tale too complex to recount in a few words. But what surprised him most was not this, but the newly drawn order of matches. First match, Tao Baibai versus Majinia. Second match, Xian versus Tianjin Fan. Third match, Yamcha versus Sun Wukong. Fourth match, Kellen versus the mysterious girl. Yamcha stared at the match list, his brow furrowing. Something was off. In the original story, Yamcha recalled the matches should have been Tao Baibai versus Tianjin Fan, Chi-Chi versus Sun Wukong, Bike versus Kellen, and Shun versus Yamcha. Now the match order had completely changed. A butterfly effect. Or had someone tampered with it behind the scenes? Yamcha shifted his gaze from the screen, scanning the surrounding crowd. The audience seats were densely packed with people. Yet amidst those excited faces he detected several discordant auras. Not ordinary people. Those auras were deliberately suppressed, hidden within the crowd. And they carried a faintly malevolent sensation, though he could not pinpoint their exact locations for now. Who could it be? Shenron. Unlikely. He recognized that old man's aura. Yamcha withdrew his gaze and did not pursue further. After all, no matter how strong they were, they would not be a match for him. The main tournament was about to commence. Before that, there was one thing he needed to confirm. With a thought, a translucent panel materialized before his retina. The strongest Earthling system, host Yamcha combat power, 5170 race, Earthling bound skills, New Wolf, Fong, Hurricane Fist, Spirit Ball, Kamehameha, Turtle School, Fist Technique, Chi. Main Quest 1. Yamcha will never become a meme. 2. Champion of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Yamcha leaned against the wall of the venue corridor, his gaze sweeping across the audience seats. What concerned him was not those auras themselves. In the Dragon Ball world, many strong warriors could conceal their auras, any who cultivated Earth's martial arts could do so. Yamcha closed his eyes, recalling memories from his past life. Guy Luo, the chief scientist of the Hong Duan Dai army, the father of artificial humans. That madman had gone into hiding after Sun Wukong destroyed the Hong Duan Dai army, spending 20 years developing a series of artificial humans. Excluding movie versions, the most famous were No. 16 and No. 17 No. 18 and Sha Lu. And his method of collecting combat data was a micro-flying robot smaller than a bee. It had no aura, was nearly invisible to the naked eye, and could collect target cell samples and combat data from extremely long distances. In the original story, this device had been tailing the Z warriors throughout, except for Namek, participating in almost the entire early battles. It was only deciphered when Sha Lu appeared, but by then it was too late, because Sha Lu was created using that data and cells. Yamcha opened his eyes. If this world was consistent with the original, that little bug was now inside this venue. He did not raise an alarm. Poor. The blue cat immediately flew over young master. Do me a favor. Yamcha lowered his voice. Turn into a bee and fly a lap around the upper section here. See if there's any strange little thing hovering in the air about the size of a bee, a robot. Pu'er tilted his head. What is the young master looking for? Just a pest. Go quickly. Though Pu'er did not understand, he never questioned Yamcha's orders. With a poof, he transformed into a small bee, buzzing toward the upper audience seats. Yamcha leaned back against the wall and waited. 10 minutes later, Pu'er flew back, reverted to his original form, and wore a perplexed expression. Young master, I found it. About 30 meters above the west side audience seats, there is a silver little robot with a red dot blinking. It has been pointing toward the arena, and when I approached it, even dodged automatically. Just as expected. Yamcha did not act immediately. He leaned against the corridor wall, raised his head, and looked toward the airspace above the west side audience seats. Found it. Directly above the 17th row of the west side audience seats, a silver ellipsoid smaller than a fingernail hovered in the air, its shell reflecting a metallic luster. Below it, a red dot blinked at a fixed frequency, the lens aimed toward the arena. Guy Luo's little toy. Yamcha lowered his gaze, picked up a pebble the size of a bean, and weighed it between his fingertips. His right hand rose, his thumb and forefinger gripping the pebble. The moment the stone left his hand, it produced a sonic crack, nearly drowned out by the venue's clamor. The silver ellipsoid shattered into 7 or 8 pieces midair. Yamcha withdrew his hand, brushing the stone dust from his fingertips. Done. Baidu. Inside a cave near somewhere. Deep within a mountain covered by massive rocks hundreds of meters underground, a multitude of precision instruments lined the rock walls. Coolant flowed through pipes and servers hummed. A huge display screen occupied the entire wall. On the screen, the original image suddenly turned to static. ZZZT. A gaunt elderly man sat before the console, his graying hair disheveled. Dr. Guy Luo. His fingers paused over the keyboard, frozen in a striking posture for 3 seconds. Signal lost. Guy Luo pressed several keys, attempting to re-establish the connection. No response. He pressed another set, calling up the backup channel. Still static. It was not signal interference. The terminal itself had been destroyed. Guy Luo's expression showed little fluctuation, only a slight downturn at the corners of his mouth. Accidental damage. No. 13 reconnaissance bugs. Shell was made of microcast titanium alloy with an impact resistance sufficient to withstand direct small caliber gunfire. He pulled up the last data frame transmitted by the reconnaissance bug. The image froze at 0. 3 seconds before destruction. In the center of the frame, a young man in an orange martial arts uniform, facing directly toward the lens. Guy Luo stared at that face for 5 seconds. Yamcha. A disciple of the Turtle School, top 8 of the 22nd world's greatest martial arts tournament. Dr. Guy Luo retrieved the data from his database, his fingers gliding swiftly over the touchpad. Yet he was not angered, or in fact he was somewhat excited. The downward curve of his lips gradually lifted into a smile. Interesting. Another quality sample. He swiveled his chair to face the opposite wall. That wall housed several large cultivation pods, but all were empty. Above each pod was a number: 13, 14, 18, 19, 20. Dr. Guy Luo could not suppress his laughter. Miaogu Island, site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yamcha knew nothing about what had transpired within the cave, nor did he feel the need to know. A madman of Dr. Jiro's caliber would never rely on a single insect to collect data. Public surveillance cameras, satellite signals, even the cell phone recordings from the audience. All of them were his data sources. At the very least, close-range cellular sampling and precise combat power readings had been cut off. Master, what exactly was that thing? Pururu flew back, his face full of curiosity. Just a twisted scientist's little toy. Yamcha patted Pururu on the head. Don't bother with it. Let's go. The main tournament is about to begin. The arena's broadcast system crackled to life once more, and the announcer had changed to a fresh voice. Ladies and gentlemen, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament Finals are about to begin. The first match, Tao Pai Pai versus Mateto. The stands erupted with thunderous cheers. Yamcha walked to the exit of the competitor tunnel and leaned against the doorframe, his gaze fixed on the ring. Tao Pai Pai was already on the stage. Half mechanical, with a character meaning kill emblazoned on his chest, the remaining half of his human face wore a grotesque expression. On the other side of the ring, a tall youth slowly ascended the stone steps. Purple martial arts uniform, green skin, white cape, and a head wrap. From the outside, he looked like an ordinary martial artist. But anyone with a modicum of strength knew this man was far from someone to be trifled with. Goku stood beside Yamcha, his smile vanishing as he watched Piccolo. But he did not reveal Piccolo's true identity. Yamcha, yeah, that guy, is very strong. Yamcha did not answer. He watched Mateto step onto the ring, those eyes sweeping across the competitors, lingering for a brief moment on Goku. The reincarnation of the old demon King Piccolo, a Namekian born from an egg carrying all the memories and power of his past life. Unfortunately, Tao Pai Pai had no idea what kind of monster he was about to face. He flexed his mechanical arms, joints clicking, a sneer curling his lips. Referee, we can begin whenever you're ready, Tao Pai Pai said. The first match begins. In the stands, Master Roshi called out, brother, finish him quickly, this type of nobody isn't worth your time. A smirk curled Tao Pai Pai's lips. Kid, you really have bad luck running into me, the world's #1 assassin, in the first round. But don't worry, I won't kill you. Piccolo said nothing. He merely glanced down at his own palm and clenched his fist. Watching this exchange, Tao Pai Pai exploded into motion instantly, his speed reaching levels no ordinary martial artist could hope to react to. There was no denying his speed was truly fast. Fast enough that an ordinary person could only see a phantom image suddenly appear on the ring, followed by the sound of tearing air. The hydraulic systems in Tao Pai Pai's mechanical arms operated at full power. His right fist shot forward first, followed by a left elbow sweep, a knee strike, and a spinning kick. A fluid combination attack, each strike carrying the force of a thunderous tempest. Gasps erupted from the stands. So fast, you can barely see Tao Pai Pai move. No wonder he's called the world's #1 assassin. In the competitor tunnel, Krillin's eyes widened, his fists clenching involuntarily. This guy actually has some skill. Tien Shinhan stood behind Krillin, his three eyes locked onto the ring. His expression was far from pleasant. After all, Tao Pai Pai was his uncle. As a former member of the Crane School, he understood the #1 assassin far better than most. He had even once held Tao Pai Pai as his own goal to strive toward. Years ago, he had been beaten nearly to death by Goku, and now he had returned with a half-mechanical body. The modified cyborg's power output, reaction speed, and movements all surpassed the limits of a human. My uncle's strength is indeed greater than before, Tin murmured, his tone complicated. On the ring, Tao Pai Pai's fists and feet rained down in continuous strikes so fast that 3 or 4 afterimages trailed behind him in the air. Each punch carried the augmented force of machinery strikes that could send flagstones flying upon impact. But Piccolo merely shifted his body slightly on the spot. A left fist grazed his shoulder. A right knee aimed at his abdomen, but he twisted his waist, and the knee slipped past his ribs. A spinning kick swept toward his head, yet he tilted his neck backward by less than 5 centimeters. And that was all. No blocking. No retreating. Not even a raised hand. Piccolo simply stood there, using the smallest possible body movements to let every attack from Tao Pai Pai fall harmlessly into empty air. The cheering in the stands gradually lost its vigor. How is he not even touching him? Tao Pai Pai has thrown dozens of punches, and not a single one has connected. Krillin gave an embarrassed chuckle at the sight. He had just been evaluating Tao Pai Pai's strength, thinking this cyborg genuinely had some skill, but now he realized the problem was not whether Tao Pai Pai was strong enough. The problem was that the guy called Mateto on the opposite side wasn't even trying. Yamcha leaned against the tunnel doorway with his arms crossed. He knew Tao Pai Pai's combat power well. Originally around 140, now elevated to approximately 180 after modifications, placing him among the top tier of Earth's martial artists. But that was where it ended, because his opponent was the figure in the white cloak standing on the ring, Piccolo. The reincarnation of the old demon King Piccolo, hatching from an egg with all his past life memories and power intact, and spending 3 years in cultivation. The gap between their levels was not something that could be bridged by bolting a few mechanical devices onto a body. Super Iron Fist. Tao Pai Pai roared, and the outer shell of his mechanical arm suddenly split open, revealing miniature rocket thrusters inside. Empowered by the thrust, his arm became a silver streak aimed directly at Piccolo's face. This punch was nearly twice as fast as before. Someone in the stands let out a scream. However, Piccolo's left hand finally raised. A single finger. He stopped Tao Pai Pai's fully powered mechanical fist with just his index finger. The rocket thrusters continued to blaze, but that fist did not move an inch. The ring fell silent for a moment. Tao Pai Pai's pupils dilated. Impossible. Having been an assassin for half his life, he had seen masters of every caliber with assassination records spanning the globe. Even after being beaten nearly to death by that tail-haired brat, his post-modification mechanical body far exceeded human limits. But this person here, no? Tao Pai Pai backed away 3 quick steps. Who are you? Piccolo did not answer. His head bowed, his white head wrap swaying gently in the wind. Aside from that bastard Goku, are there people like you in this world? Cold sweat seeped down Tao Pai Pai's back. But he only stayed composed for 2 seconds before a vicious glint flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a feral grin, revealing a row of white teeth. A little skill, that's all. Don't let arrogance get the better of you, kid. A metal pipe was exposed from his left arm. From its opening, a sphere of yellow light rapidly condensed. I, Tao Pai Pai, have never been just an ordinary martial artist. You want to see my real technique? Fine then, kid. Prepare yourself. Kamehameha. The yellow energy sphere exploded outward in a devastating wave of pure power. The stand shook with the force of the blast. Mateto still did not move, his expression unchanged. Die! Tao Pai Pai snarled, his remaining eye burning with killing intent. Someone in the stand shouted, "What is that?" Did he hide a cannon in his arm? In the contestant tunnel, Tianjin Fan's expression changed. Dodonpa. Tianjin Fan whispered the name. My uncle integrated the killing technique of the Crane School directly into these mechanical pipes. Krillin turned his head to look at him. Dodonpa. Wouldn't that make it even more powerful than the Kamehameha? Under equal conditions, its destructive power does surpass the Kamehameha. Tianjin Fan's third eye narrowed slightly. The Dodonpa is already renowned for its piercing power and with mechanical amplification. On the arena, a yellow orb expanded to the size of a basketball, the metal pipe walls glowing red from the intense heat. Super Dodonpa. Tao Bai Bai roared, and a beam of light shot out from the pipe's opening. That yellow beam was thicker than an arm. When it pierced through the air above the arena, the stone ground split open with 2 cracks, debris flying everywhere. People in the front rows of the stands were pushed backward by the shockwave, some screaming and covering their faces. The beam headed straight for Ma Ji and Aya's chest. Then, Piccolo raised his right hand. Still that index finger. The tip pressed against the center of the beam. That super Dodonpa capable of piercing through steel exploded into scattered light particles at his fingertip. The entire stadium gasped. Tao Bai Bai's mouth remained agape from his earlier roar. Oh, how is this possible? Humph. You so-called top assassin, you should just surrender. The crowd's suppressed cheers erupted as they were pulled back to reality. This Ma Ji and Aya is too strong. One finger, just one finger the entire time. Isn't Tao Bai Bai known as the world's #1 assassin? This is. On the arena, Tao Bai Bai's face twisted. He had been an assassin for his entire life and knew best what an absolute gap in power meant. His reason told him that the person before him was completely beyond his ability to handle. But the word surrender did not exist in Tao Bai Bai's dictionary. Surrender meant admission of defeat, and defeat meant the complete destruction of his reputation. The title of the world's greatest assassin was his very life. Jajage. Tao Bai Bai lowered his head, his shoulders shaking as a sinister laugh escaped. Surrender? Are you teaching me what to do? The mechanical casing of his right arm suddenly ejected as a whole shards clattering across the arena. What was revealed was a 20-centimeter alloy short blade. Tao Bai Bai exploded forward, his body pressing extremely low, the blade's tip aiming straight for Piccolo's throat. The speed exceeded all previous attacks. For this time, he had held nothing in reserve. An assassin's final gamble. Whoosh. Someone in the stand screamed, others covered their eyes. But the blade stopped. Piccolo spread his left hand and grasped the blade directly. The alloy blade was locked between his palm, motionless. You? Tao Bai Bai gripped the hilt desperately, veins bulging on his wrist, but the blade in Piccolo's grip could go nowhere. The atmosphere in the stands changed completely. He drew a weapon. How can weapons be used at the World Martial Arts Tournament? This is a foul. Boos rained down everywhere. Su Ren's face turned ashen in the stands, but he remained silent. By the arena, the referee was covered in cold sweat, raising his flag with a trembling voice. Tao Bai Bai contestant used a weapon. Serious violation. Disqualified. This match, Ma Ji and Aya contestant wins. Tao Bai Bai had been disqualified. But Piccolo did not stop. Applying force with his left hand still gripping the blade, the alloy short blade shattered into 3 pieces, clattering to the ground. Tao Bai Bai retreated half a step. Just half a step. Because Piccolo's right hand had already clamped onto his mechanical arm, the force causing the pipes to burst directly. Tao Bai Bai had been an assassin for his entire life, and countless people had worn this expression before him. He had never imagined that one day this expression would appear on his own face. What are you? What kind of person are you? Piccolo tilted his head, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Since you have already been disqualified. Piccolo released Tao Bai Bai's arm, the latter stumbling backward, unable to steady himself. Then it should be fine if I kill you, right? Tao Bai Bai's reaction was quick indeed. The assassin's instinct took over his body at the last moment. He thrust backward, violently pushing off the ground with both feet, his entire body flying toward outside the arena at maximum speed. Run. He had to run. but his body had barely left the ground half a meter when a hand was already pressed against his abdomen. Piccolo had somehow kept up without him noticing. Too slow. Piccolo's fist penetrated into Tao Bai Bai's abdominal cavity. Tao Bai Bai's mouth gaped wide, unable to make any sound, his eyeballs bulging outward, facial muscle spasming. Piccolo withdrew his fist. Tao Bai Bai's body began to fall through the air, but he never reached the ground. Piccolo leaned back half a step and opened his mouth. A sphere of purple light rapidly condensed within his mouth, illuminating the area above the arena. Mouth cannon barrage. A purple beam shot from Piccolo's mouth, exceeding 1 meter in diameter, completely engulfing Tao Bai Bai's still falling body. The beam lasted less than a second. Boom. A corner of the stone arena was sheared off by the shockwave. After the purple light dissipated, only a small scorched mark remained where Tao Bai Bai had stood. Several mechanical parts lay scattered on the ground, still emitting green smoke. Apart from that, nothing remained. Tao Bai Bai, the world's greatest assassin, had been completely erased from this world. Piccolo turned around to face the referee. Hey referee. Piccolo's tone even carried a hint of impatience. He drew his blade first just now. I killed him, no problem, right? The referee's mouth opened and closed several times, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. He glanced at the scorched patch on the arena, then looked at Piccolo's eyes once more. And no problem. Contestant Tao Bai Bai violated the rules by using a weapon first. Contestant Ma Ji and Aya acted in self-defense. He didn't even believe his own words. But no one present stepped forward to contradict him. In the corner of the stands, Su Ren's face was deathly pale, his mouth hanging open, unable to close it for a long time. His junior brother. His most proud junior brother, not even ashes remained. Yet he dared not rush forward to seek revenge. Piccolo scanned the direction of the contestant tunnel, his gaze lingering on Sun Wukong for a second. Then he withdrew his gaze and walked down from the arena. His white cloak dragged through the air in an arc. Inside the contestant tunnel, Krillin swallowed hard. His back was drenched in cold sweat, the martial arts uniform clinging to his skin uncomfortably sticky. This person's methods are so ruthless. Tianjin Fan did not speak. His 3 eyes stared at the scorched mark on the arena, revealing no discernible emotion. Tao Bai Bai was his uncle by marriage. Though he had long severed ties with the Crane School, and though Tao Bai Bai was a damn assassin, that person had after all watched him grow up. And now not even bones remained. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, then slowly relaxed each finger one by one. He said nothing. Yamcha leaned against the doorframe, his gaze withdrawing from Piccolo's departing figure. Piccolo's combat strength. That entire sequence of moves, from grabbing Tao Bai Bai to releasing the mouth cannon energy wave, had been flawlessly executed. It seemed that this version of Piccolo had undergone far more brutal training than in the original story. Yamcha made a rough estimation in his mind. This Piccolo's lower limit of power was at least on par with Sun Wukong's, but as for the upper limit, hard to say. Son Goku stood beside him completely still. But Yamcha noticed that Son Goku's shoulder muscles were tightly tensed, and his martial arts shoes were slightly pressing into the ground. It was excitement. This battle maniac, upon seeing Piccolo display such power, actually felt happy as his first reaction. Goku, moi, do you know that Magenia? Son Goku fell silent for 2 seconds, then smiled. That smile was unlike his usual one, less innocent, carrying something indefinable. Yeah, I suppose so. Son Goku only said that much. The arena's broadcast system crackled back to life. The announcer's voice was noticeably weaker than before, lacking his usual vigor. The first match is over. Competitor Sunin wins. Coming up next, the second match. Competitor Sunin versus competitor Tenshinhan. Tenshinhan turned around and walked toward the ring. When he passed Yamcha, he paused. Yamcha watched his retreating figure. Be careful, that old man is not simple. Tenshinhan said nothing more and strode toward the ring. And from the opposite entrance, an old man slowly emerged. Though called an elder, he appeared more like a man in his late middle age, thin and gaunt, wearing a wrinkled white shirt. The most absurd thing was his walking posture. His 2 legs swung back and forth like noodles, his upper body swayed left and right, his head bobbing along to some rhythm. He looked exactly like a duck that had just learned to walk. The audience erupted instantly. What is this? How did this old man advance to the quarterfinals? Must be through favoritism. Look, he's tripping over his own pants leg. Ha ha ha. Laughter rose and fell all around. Even the popcorn vendor in the corner of the venue stopped to watch the spectacle. The referee in sunglasses raised his microphone, his voice booming. This is competitor Sunin, making his debut at the World Martial Arts Tournament. The referee shifted tone, and his opponent Tenshinhan is the champion of the previous tournament. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with him. His final match against Son Goku remains the most watched video on global martial arts channels to this day. Let's see how many moves this newcomer can withstand against the champion. The commentator's wording was quite polite. In plain terms, this old man was simply here to be defeated. In the front row on the left side of the audience, a round, stocky youth sat with his arms crossed, his expression extremely sour. Yajirobe. A katana hung at his waist. Hearing the mocking laughter around him, he muttered, "What a bunch of idiots." He had the right to curse, because in the preliminaries it was this old man who looked like he'd fall apart at any moment who had knocked him out with a single headbutt. Just one headbutt. Yajirobe hadn't even seen how the old man moved. Everything flashed before his eyes. He felt a blow to his forehead, and then he knew nothing more. When he woke up, he was already lying in the infirmary, and the nurse beside him asked if he wanted an ice pack. What is the most humiliating thing in the world? It's not losing. That's expected. It's losing without understanding how you lost. He wasn't convinced, of course he wasn't. But what made Yajirobe smarter than most was knowing that being unconvinced was useless. The crushing pressure he felt in that instant couldn't be faked by coincidence. So that old man's strength ran deeper than he could possibly fathom. Forget it, forget it. Besides, there's someone luckier taking the hit for me. On the ring, Tenshinhan. 3 eyes, a bald head, yellow short-sleeved martial arts uniform, green martial arts pants. Standing at the edge of the ring, arms hanging naturally, breathing steady. Master Roshi stood outside the competitor tunnel adjusting his sunglasses. This kid. Master Roshi murmured half a sentence. This wasn't Tenshinhan's first time competing in the martial arts tournament, but compared to 3 years ago his entire demeanor had completely changed. Tenshinhan 3 years ago was strong, but he carried a restless energy, a heavy obsession with winning and losing. Every move carried the scent of, I need to prove myself. Now it was gone. He stood there without urgency, without restlessness, without movement. When the enemy does not move, I do not move. Master Roshi chanted, this is one of the most difficult things for a martial artist to achieve. Bulma, somehow her hair had turned golden, kept cheering for Tenshinhan. On the ring, Kamisama finally reached his position, nearly tripping over his own feet. He supported himself on his knees, gasping for breath, then looked up at Tenshinhan with a grin. Young man, please go easy on me. Another round of laughter erupted from the audience. Tenshinhan didn't smile. All 3 of his eyes locked onto the old man across from him, and the pupil of the third eye on his forehead contracted slightly. The referee gave the signal. Match 2, competitor Sannin versus competitor Tenshinhan begin. Tenshinhan didn't move. Kamisama didn't move either. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The evening breeze blew in from the sea, sweeping across the ring, rustling Kamisama's clothes and Tenshinhan's belt. Aside from that, nothing changed on the field. The audience grew restless. Fight. Why are you just standing there? Is Tenshinhan too embarrassed to fight the old man? Hurry up, I've already finished the drink I bought. But the people in the competitor tunnel had completely different expressions. Krillin's palms were covered in sweat. He could feel that the air between those two on the ring was different from everything around them. It was an invisible force colliding. Son Goku's smile faded as well. He crossed his arms, his gaze fixed intently on the ring. Yamcha leaned against the doorframe. He was also watching that Kamisama. Sannin. In the original work, this was Kamisama possessing an ordinary human named Sannin to compete in the martial arts tournament. Kamisama's purpose wasn't to win the championship, but to seal Piccolo. But now the bracket had changed. Kamisama's first opponent shifted from Yamcha in the original to Tenshinhan. How would this match play out? Yamcha wasn't sure. Because in the original work Kamisama dominated Yamcha almost effortlessly, but Tenshinhan was different. Now, having undergone training more grueling than in the original, Tenshinhan's combat power was approximately 250, undoubtedly surpassing the older Kamisama's 220. His strength had already caught up to the combat power at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. On the ring, Kamisama still maintained that grinning expression, tilting his head to look at Tenshinhan. Young man, won't you make the first move? Tenshinhan didn't move. All 3 eyes fixed on the old man's movements. Senior, you haven't changed your breathing pattern once since stepping onto the ring. Kamisama's smile faltered for a moment. When you walk that peculiar gait, your center of gravity remains exactly at the midpoint between your feet. Tenshinhan's third eye widened slightly, deliberately showing openings to tempt me into attacking first. Such tactics might work on ordinary people. Kamisama fell silent. The noise from the audience vanished. Though most people couldn't understand what Tenshinhan was saying, everyone felt the shift in atmosphere. On the ring, Kamisama slowly straightened up. His spine uncoiled vertebra by vertebra, his height instantly gaining over 10 centimeters. The smile remained, but his eyes had changed. Not bad. You young ones these days are far more remarkable than I imagined. His hands rested behind his back, his aura still restrained, but his stance had transformed completely. That old man seems like a completely different person, someone in the audience whispered. Tenshinhan didn't respond. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He moved. Tenshinhan took his first step, and the entire ring shuddered. His speed wasn't particularly fast, but each step's landing point, angle, and timing were all perfectly placed. The first punch flew. Kamisama sidestepped to avoid it. Tenshinhan's second punch followed immediately, while his right leg swept horizontally, cutting off Kamisama's escape route. Kamisama didn't retreat. He stepped forward half a pace, entering the blind spot of Tenshinhan's attack, while his right palm slid along the inner side of Tenshinhan's forearm, giving a gentle push. Tenshinhan's entire arm was deflected by this force, using 4 ounces to redirect 1,000 pounds. Those in the audience who understood martial arts gasped in astonishment. There was no panic in Tenshinhan's eyes. As his arm was pushed aside, his elbow tip had already changed direction, slashing diagonally upward toward Kamisama's jaw from below. Fast. Kamisama tilted his head back, the elbow tip grazing the tip of his beard. In just 3 seconds of engagement, had already exchanged 7 or 8 moves. The speed of their exchange intensified. Tianjin Fan's attack rhythm was layered with precision. Fists, elbows, and knees rotated in seamless succession. Each strike did not seek absolute power, but instead exploited the gaps in Tianjin's transitions, forcing him to constantly readjust his center of gravity. Tianxian responded with composure. His fists were dense and his footwork agile, each of Tianjin Fan's advances neutralized by minimal movements. A tilt of the head, a shift of the shoulder, a twist of the waist. Every motion stayed within the necessary range. 20 moves. 100 moves. Hundreds passed. The trajectories of the two fighters on the arena grew wider, cracks appearing on the stone slabs beneath their feet. The announcer's voice had completely changed pitch. Heavens. Ladies and gentlemen, how many exchanges has this been? The two are locked in a relentless back and forth, the transitions so swift my eyes can't keep up. This is truly a textbook offensive-defensive battle. In the audience, everyone stood up. No one mocked the old man anymore. As time wore on, subtle shifts began to appear in the arena's dynamics. Yamcha noticed it first. Tianjin Fan's breathing rhythm remained almost unchanged. 3 years of training had honed his stamina and energy to their peak. This intensity of combat was far from his limit. But Tianxian was different. His footwork was still exquisite, his fists still dense, but his breathing frequency had increased noticeably. Tianxian's possession was limited, and the mortal body of Xian could not sustain the full output of Tianxian's power. Tianjin Fan has this victory secured, Yamcha murmured. Sun Wukong glanced at him, but offered no rebuttal. On the arena, another dozen moves passed. Tianxian's gasps were now audible. He stepped back a few paces, wiping sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Tianjin Fan halted his assault, standing 3 meters away. He did not press the advantage. Senior, Tianjin Fan's voice remained calm. Your stamina is nearly at its end. Tianxian panted for a few breaths, a smile still on his face, but the light in his eyes had grown far more solemn than at the start. Youngster, you observe very keenly. Better to concede, Tianjin Fan said. Tianxian shook his head. No, I came here because there is something I must do. Tianjin Fan did not press further. Then forgive my rudeness. He crossed his hands, swiftly covering his face. Solar flare. White light exploded. The entire arena was swallowed by a brilliance far surpassing the version from 3 years ago. The first 3 rows of the audience all shielded their eyes, some shrieking and recoiling. Even the announcer wearing sunglasses pressed the microphone against his face to block the glare. Tianxian's pupils contracted violently in the white light, his visual system instantly overloaded. He instinctively retreated, arms raised in defense. But Tianjin Fan had vanished. Behind, Tianxian locked onto Tianjin Fan's position with his energy sense. Behind him, the energy approached from the right rear at breakneck speed. A hand strike. Tianxian pivoted his body in an instant, vanishing just before the hand strike descended. His speed, even blinded by the solar flare, precisely evaded the attack. Tianjin Fan's hand strike missed, but his expression betrayed no surprise. The next moment, Tianjin Fan's figure also vanished from the spot. The arena stood empty. The audience erupted. Where are they? Both are gone. What's happening? Is this a magic show? Quiet, look up. A sharp-eyed spectator pointed above the arena. 2 figures collided in midair, moving so fast, they left only fragmented afterimages. Each collision was accompanied by a sonic boom, shockwaves spreading downward. Kellen clenched his fists, his eyes tracking the aerial trajectory. Tianjin Fan is forcing him, Kellen murmured. Every exchange he's pushing the old man toward the edge of the arena. Sun Wukong nodded. In the air, Tianxian's vision had mostly recovered, but his stamina drain caused his reactions to lag. Tianjin Fan seized the opening. He halted abruptly in midair, fists clenched. Tianxian sensed a sudden shift in Tianjin Fan's energy. 4-body fist. Tianjin Fan's body split in 2, then into 4. 4 identical Tianjin Fans appeared in the air, encircling Tianxian. Tianxian's pupils contracted. He had seen the afterimage technique. Afterimages were illusory. No substance, no energy. But these 4, each carried an energy signature. Each was real. This is not the afterimage technique. Tianxian blurted. Before his words faded, the Tianjin Fan on the right threw a punch. Tianxian blocked. The Tianjin Fan on the left kicked simultaneously. Tianxian sidestepped. The frontal Tianjin Fan thrust both palms forward, forcing Tianxian back 2 steps with a burst of energy. Meanwhile, the 4th Tianjin Fan had circled to his rear. Tianxian spun around, sweeping out a palm wind. The 4th Tianjin Fan did not dodge. He spread his arms and lunged forward. His arms locked tightly around Tianxian's waist, clinging to him as his center of gravity plummeted. Tianxian instantly understood Tianjin Fan's intent. The 4th Tianjin Fan, clutching Tianxian, plunged straight down from above the arena, heading outside the ring. Tianxian struggled, but the clone's arms were vice-like, while the other 3 Tianjin Fans' energy pressed from 3 directions, sealing all escape angles. The 2 figures crashed onto the ground outside the arena, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire venue fell silent for a second. The referee rushed to the edge, confirmed the landing point, then spoke with a trembling voice. Xian has fallen out of the ring. Tianjin Fan wins. The venue exploded. Cheers, screams, and stomps merged into a single roar, shaking the entire building. Incredible. Tianjin Fan, with an unfathomable splitting technique, dragged Xian out of the ring. The reigning champion indeed lives up to his reputation. The 3 clones dissipated into specks of light. Tianjin Fan's original body landed at the edge of the arena, breathing slightly heavier. He stood up and looked down at Tianxian below the ring. Tianxian lay on the ground, staring at the sky in silence for a few seconds. Then he smiled. 4 real clones. He murmured to himself, never heard of such a thing. He slowly sat up, dusting off his clothes. Unconventional tactics, meticulous thinking, and completely defying the norm. Tianxian looked up at Tianjin Fan's silhouette on the arena, his gaze profound. Youngsters nowadays are truly formidable. It seems. The matter of sealing Piccolo can wait a little longer. Soon after, the venue's broadcast rang out again. The announcer took a deep breath, pouring all his energy into his voice. Next up, the third match. Yamcha versus Sun Wukong. The temperature inside the entire venue surged at that moment. Sun Wukong turned to look at Yamcha. Yamcha, I've been waiting for this match for a long time. Yamcha smiled faintly, rolling his neck. What a coincidence. So have I. The announcer's voice was already nearly hoarse. But when he read out the matchups for the third match, his voice grew even louder. Ladies and gentlemen, this is now the third match. He deliberately paused for 2 seconds, letting the noise in the arena subside. I'm sure many of you veteran viewers are quite familiar with these two competitors. On the wall hung an old photograph from 3 years ago. Son Goku, still shorter than the ring railing, grinning with his teeth bared. To the right stood Yamcha, long hair flowing, the epitome of a true martial artist. That's right. They are both disciples of the god of martial arts, Master Roshi, the true heirs of the Kame school. The audience began to stir. The announcer quickened his pace. Contestant Son Goku lost by a narrow margin to Jackie Chun in the finals of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, and once again fell to the defending champion Tenshinhan in the 22nd. 2 consecutive tournaments, and he missed the championship by a hair's breadth. And contestant Yamcha is likewise a formidable powerhouse from the Kame school. This time fellow disciples will clash in the semifinals. His voice reached its crescendo. Who will emerge victorious and claim the title of champion at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament? Let us wait and see. The entire arena erupted. In the front rows of the audience, Bulma stood up, cupping her hands around her mouth. Yamcha, come on. Her voice cut through the din. She had grabbed Oolong by the ear for support, and he was whimpering in pain. Easy, easy, easy. My ear's gonna fall off. Bulma didn't hear a word, her other hand still waving enthusiastically. Puar produced a small flag bearing the words, Lord Yamcha is the strongest, and shook it frantically in the air. Launch sat in the back row, hands clasped together, lips moving silently in prayer, for whom no one could tell. Master Roshi remained seated. He sat with his hands folded atop his umbrella, chin resting on his knuckles, sunglasses half covering his eyes. Goku's aura was deep and immense, like a dormant volcano. Yamcha's aura was restrained, barely perceptible on the surface, but Master Roshi knew it was a blade, yet unsheathed. He gazed at his students. Push forward. The era of the young has arrived. On the other side of the contestant corridor, Piccolo leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his white cape concealing most of his face. His gaze drifted across the corridor, settling on the retreating figure of Son Goku, making his way toward the ring. Son Goku. Piccolo's pupils contracted slightly before returning to normal. One of his father's enemies, a primary target for his revenge in this world. As for that one named Yamcha, Piccolo's gaze swept toward him, then moved on. His aura was decent, but according to past memories, Yamcha was nothing more than trash. Even if Tenshinhan's recent performance had been genuinely surprising, Piccolo merely filed it away in his mind. At that level of power, Yamcha posed no real threat. The only thing that truly concerned Piccolo was just how much stronger Goku had become. Perhaps Goku alone stood as the greatest obstacle to his conquest of this world. This match would serve as the perfect opportunity to test Goku's true strength. On the ring, Yamcha emerged from the western tunnel, sunlight cascading over him, the several torn patches on his orange gi standing out starkly in the light. He hadn't changed clothes. For 2 months, he had walked from West City to Papaya Island. This gi, having carried him through sandstorms, withstood the crushing pressure of the deep sea and endured the claws of mutated beasts. Every rip was a badge of honor. From the eastern tunnel, Son Goku strode out in his orange gi and black gravity suit, his spiky black hair motionless in the sea breeze. Both men stepped onto the ring simultaneously. Stone tiles still bore the scars of the previous bout. 15 meters apart, Goku planted his feet, cracking his knuckles. Yamcha, it's been a while since we've fought, but I won't go easy on you. If you went easy on me, I'd be offended. Hey, really? Goku grinned. The smile was unchanged from 3 years ago, but beneath it his entire presence was shifting. Gravel at the ring's edge began to tremble. Some in the front rows felt an inexplicable pressure and instinctively shrank back, unable to explain why. Yamcha didn't flinch. He stood firm, arms hanging loose, breathing steady. Then he too let go. Their auras collided in the center of the ring. An invisible shockwave radiated between them. Spiderweb cracks spread across the stone tiles of the ring, radiating outward from the center. The referee's hair blew backward. Drink cups in the front row toppled over. Bulma's hair whipped behind her as the air pressure hit one hand, gripping Oolong's pig snout. Krillin stood at the tunnel entrance, his Adam's apple bobbing. These two's auras. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. Not an illusion. How powerful. Both Goku and Yamcha far surpassed him. Not by a little, but by a great deal. Tenshinhan stood beside Krillin, all 3 eyes unblinking. It begins. Let's see how much you've improved over the past 3 years, Tenshinhan murmured. The referee's voice tightened. Third match. Contestant Yamcha versus contestant Goku. Begin. The moment the words left his lips, both fighters vanished. Boom. At the center of the ring, 2 fists collided. A shockwave exploded from the point of impact, and the stone floor instantly caved in, forming a circular crater. Before the echo of the fist collision had faded, Goku's right leg was already sweeping through the air. With a sharp crack of displaced wind, the kick angled viciously toward Yamcha's side. Yamcha dropped his left arm and took the kick head-on. The impact detonated a blast of energy across the ring, and the stone tiles beneath both their feet cracked simultaneously, sending debris flying. The instant Goku retracted his leg, his right fist followed. Fast. Yamcha tilted his head, the punch's wind grazing his ear. Then came Goku's elbow strikes, knee lifts, and palm chops. 6 rapid combinations with no openings. Yamcha absorbed every single one. Blocks, deflections, lateral dodges, reverse parry, redirects. Each counter executed with perfect timing. The crowd had fallen silent. Everyone could see it. These two were operating on an entirely different level from every previous match. So fast. Krillin's Adam's apple bobbed. Goku's attacks are far faster than 3 years ago, but Yamcha actually blocked them all. Tenshinhan said nothing. His third eye locked onto the ring, his pupils reflecting 2 intersecting afterimages. On the ring. Another exchange of offense and defense. Goku threw a straight punch, and Yamcha sidestepped, driving his right palm into Goku's forearm to deflect the attack's trajectory. Goku's body swayed slightly, but he instantly recovered his balance and backflipped away. Both men retreated 3 paces and faced each other. Goku shook his wrist, his grin widening. Man, Yamcha, I can't believe you're keeping up with my pace. When did you get this strong? He scratched his head, uttering words that made Yamcha's lip twitch. I always thought you were the weakest among us. The entire arena went quiet for a beat. Somewhere in the stands, someone couldn't help but laugh aloud. Yamcha's expression was priceless. Just like Goku, always speaking the blunt truth. He wanted to deny it, but he couldn't. Because according to the power rankings from 3 years ago, he genuinely was the weakest. Goku, Tenshinhan, Krillin. Even Kaiatsu's psychic abilities surpassed his. And as for him, Yamcha, his greatest accomplishment to date was... what was it again? Yamcha decided not to dwell on the topic. Speaking of which, Wukong, it seems we haven't sparred since that desert battle. Sun Wukong blinked, his spiky black hair swaying slightly in the sea breeze. That's right. He clapped his fists together as if recalling something important. Back then I sent you flying with a single strike of my staff, and you rolled quite a distance. Ahem, can we not bring that up? Alright then, today let's have a proper match. Sun Wukong's smile faded halfway. His feet sank slightly, knees bent, center of gravity lowered. The basic stance of the turtle hermit school, but he wielded it with a natural, effortless mastery. The chi was changing. Yamcha sensed it. The energy within Sun Wukong began to surge upward, layer upon layer, rising from the depths. He was amplifying his chi. The gravel at the edge of the ring began to bounce, some pieces even sent flying out of the arena. The referee stepped back 2 paces, his legs trembling slightly. In the front row of the audience, Gue Shinran's fingers tightened. He could feel the chi released by Sun Wukong. Just what had 3 years of training at the Tianshan Temple turned this kid into. But what truly caught Gue Shinran's attention was not Sun Wukong. It was Yamcha. Facing Sun Wukong's gradually rising aura, Yamcha stood still, his expression unchanged. Having lived for over 300 years, Gue Shinran had seen countless martial artists. He knew all too well the difference between feigned composure and true calmness. Yamcha's current state was the latter. Yamcha, just how much has he been hiding? Gue Shinran muttered to himself. On the ring. Sun Wukong moved. This time he was more than twice as fast as before. His figure left 3 afterimages on the ring, approaching from the front, left and right simultaneously. Afterimage, fist. The 3 afterimages punched simultaneously, eliciting gasps from the audience. Yamcha did not dodge. He closed his eyes. 1 second. He raised his right hand, blocking the real attack that came from the left. Sun Wukong's fist slammed into Yamcha's palm, and a shockwave erupted between them. The 3 afterimages dissipated, leaving only the real body with his fist firmly grasped by Yamcha's right hand. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted. How did you know I was on the left? Yamcha opened his eyes, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. The afterimage fist can fool the eyes, but it cannot deceive the perception of chi. Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan in the player corridor leaned forward slightly. Chi sensing positioning. Tianjin Fan could do it himself, but at that speed, accurately pinpointing the real body required a very refined level of chi perception. When did Yamcha reach such a level? Was this still the same man he knew, the one who had his leg broken? On the ring, the two separated again. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, unable to suppress the excitement on his face. You've definitely gotten stronger. Again. The next second, Sun Wukong vanished. The speed increased again. This time, even Kellen couldn't keep up. He could only see bursts of chi explosions on the ring, 2 figures intersecting and colliding so fast that only blurred patches of color remained. Orange intertwined with orange. The same martial arts taught by the same master, but executed in completely different styles. Sun Wukong's punches were fierce and direct, each strike pouring in all his strength. Offense was the best defense. The training at the Tianshan Temple had brought his speed and power to terrifying levels. Yamcha's response was the exact opposite. Each block and dodge moved only the minimal distance necessary, minimizing unnecessary movements. Debris from the ring was still falling. Sun Wukong had already leaped back 3 meters. He shook his wrist. Your strength has increased too. Yamcha steadied himself, his gaze shifting from defense to offense. I'm going to start my counterattack. Yamcha stepped forward and his entire body found the optimal angle and distance at that moment. The basic stance of the turtle hermit school. He threw a left punch. Sun Wukong leaned back, the wind from the fist grazing his chest. Then a right elbow cut in at a tricky angle, attempting to lock Wukong's flank. But Sun Wukong turned, sliding his back against the punch and elbow while his left hand countered. Yamcha did not directly meet it. Instead, he used the opponent's momentum, twisting his wrist to deflect Sun Wukong's fist away from his body. A relentless barrage of turtle hermit school chain punches. The audience watched with rapt attention, but almost none could keep up with the pace. They could only see the afterimages of two figures on the ring. Tianjin Fan's voice was low. No good, Yamcha still can't keep up with Wukong. He was right. Sun Wukong's speed was still slightly faster fundamentally. For every attack from Yamcha, Wukong always found a gap to evade. The orange figure sidestepped, dodging Yamcha's knife hand strike, and closed in. Sun Wukong's right fist shot straight toward Yamcha's face. This punch had no tricks, just straightforward ferocity. Yamcha's left hand rose, but just as his arm was halfway up, his movement halted. His body arched backward and Sun Wukong's fist grazed past his forehead, the wind from the punch lifting Yamcha's spiky black hair. A hair's breadth, less than a centimeter away. Sun Wukong did not pursue. His body was already retracting, preparing for the next round of attack. But that very moment of pause gave Yamcha all the opportunity he needed. Yamcha's right foot stomped heavily on the ground. In that instant, the chi within his body was mobilized, wrapping around his fist and forming a wolf-shaped chi wave. Take this. New Wolf Fawn Cyclone Fist. A wolf head attached to his fist began to spin. It was not an illusory afterimage, but solid chi. A visible energy vortex enveloped his entire arm, white light radiating from the center of his fist. Sun Wukong's pupils instantly dilated. He had never seen this new version of Yamcha's technique. His reaction speed couldn't keep up with the surprise. Sun Wukong's body reflexively dodged to the side, but the fist followed. Yamcha's entire leg was rotating, the amplitude of his body's spin exaggerated, and the range of the fist exceeded Sun Wukong's expectations. Sun Wukong forcibly changed direction, but it was half a beat too late. The fist slammed into his face. A chi explosion erupted between them, and the stone floor shattered into pieces under the impact. Sun Wukong's entire body turned into a parabola under that punch, flying backward a full 10 meters. His back slammed heavily against the edge of the ring. The entire arena fell silent. It lasted 3 seconds. The announcer's voice finally rasped, as Sun Wukong has been knocked flying. His tone was filled with shock. That punch from Yamcha. Folks, I've never seen such a technique in my entire life. In the front row of the audience, Gue Xianren took off his sunglasses. Bulma stood up from her seat, cheering and rooting for her boyfriend. Bike's body leaned slightly forward, his originally crossed arms unfolding at this moment. Impossible. How could that Yamcha be this strong? When the referee counted to 5 seconds, Sun Wukong performed a carp leap on the arena. Then a red fist mark appeared on his cheek, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He licked his lips, the brightness in his eyes rising another level. Haha. Sun Wukong walked back to the center of the arena, rolling his neck. Now that's more like it, Yamcha. The referee glanced at Sun Wukong, who had returned to the center of the arena, showing no signs of being hit, and finally raised the microphone. Although his hand was trembling slightly. Sun Wukong is still within the competition area. The match continues. In truth, the referee secretly hoped Sun Wukong would win. Sun Wukong stood in the center of the arena, dusting off his face, his expression not that of someone who had been hit. Yamcha, you are really strong now. As he spoke, he was already moving. He crossed his hands, grabbed the collar of his black undershirt, and pulled it upward. The moment the shirt came off, Sun Wukong casually tossed it aside. The black inner garment slammed into the edge of the arena. Boom. A stone slab shattered instantly. Debris flew bouncing to the referee's feet. The referee looked down and his expression changed. That shirt. Before the referee's words faded, Sun Wukong crouched down and untied his shoes and wrist guards. The 2 shoes and wrist guards were thrown outside the arena one after another. Thud, thud, for pits. For dents were smashed into the venue floor. The entire venue fell silent. The commentator snapped out of it, his voice cracking. Ladies and gentlemen, the clothes and shoes that Sun Wukong just took off. Those are not ordinary garments. They are weight training gear. He has been wearing these all along during the match. The audience erupted. With that kind of speed earlier, he was carrying weights. This is too outrageous. Kulin's mouth hung half open, unable to close. He turned to look at Tianjin Fan, whose 3 eyes narrowed. Could it be? Wukong has been suppressing his power all along, Tianjin Fan said. On the arena. After removing the weight, Sun Wukong rotated his shoulders a couple of times, and his entire state underwent a qualitative transformation in that instant. His toes lightly touched the ground. His body vanished from the spot, and reappeared 3 meters from Yamcha. Yamcha sensed the overwhelming change in aura. After comparison, approximately 380 combat power points. Yamcha made the judgment in his mind significantly higher than Wukong at the same period in the original story. 3 years of training at the Tian Shendian plus continuous training with gravity gear, this guy's foundation had advanced even further compared to the original timeline. In the audience stands, Bulma gripped the armrest. Pu'er flew around beside her anxious like a blue spinning top. Young master. Is young master alright? Wukong seems to have become much stronger. Wulong shrank in his seat sniffing. Oh no, Yamcha's old problem isn't acting up again, is it? 3 years ago at the martial arts tournament, it was the same talking tough at the start, and then when it got to the end. Pa, shut up, you stinky pig head. Bulma didn't turn around. My boyfriend won't lose. Wulong opened his mouth, but after seeing Bulma's expression, he swallowed the rest of his words. On the arena, Sun Wukong smiled at Yamcha. Yamcha, I've taken off the weights. I won't hold back anymore. Yamcha tilted his neck. Then he did something no one expected. He crossed his arms over his chest, threw his head back, and laughed loudly. Unfortunately, Wukong. Yamcha's smile faded, his gaze serious. The champion of this world martial arts tournament will certainly be me, Yamcha. As he finished speaking, the audience fell silent. 3 seconds later, people began whispering. This guy, is he out of his mind? The opponent just took off his weights, and his momentum has surged so much, and he's still trash-talking. Anyone can boast. In the player tunnel, Kulin's expression was complicated. He turned his head to glance at Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan didn't respond, but his third "I never left Yamcha" Baika leaned against the wall, a corner of his mouth twitching. A fool overestimating himself. On the arena, Sun Wukong didn't laugh at Yamcha. Instead, he tilted his head. Then let me see your strength. Hearing this, Yamcha lowered his arms from his chest and slightly bent his knees. Centered on Yamcha, a visible white chi aura rose from his feet, surging up through his legs, waist, abdomen, and chest, gathering above his head into a churning energy pillar. The arena floor continued to crack, fissures extending from his feet to the four edges. The referee was knocked down by the airwave landing on his bottom. That pressure was too real. Guo Ren's fingers gripped his umbrella tightly. This chi. He sensed it. Yamcha's aura was rapidly climbing, surpassing a threshold that Guo Ren had believed no earthling could reach. Combat power 400. Tianjin Fan's body stiffened for a moment. His third eye opened fully, the pupil reflecting the figure on the arena, shrouded in white chi aura. Far stronger than himself. That was Tianjin Fan's only judgment at that moment. Yamcha stood in the center of the chi aura, his martial arts uniform flapping noisily in the air currents. Let me show you. He lowered his center of gravity, slowly bringing his hands to his waist, of blue light gathering between his palms. The result of my 3 years of training, Yamcha. Turtle School. Sun Wukong's pupils lit up. Without hesitation, he also brought his hands to his waist, blue light gathering in his palms. Chi. Blast. Both spoke simultaneously. Waved. 2 blue light beams shot out from both ends of the arena simultaneously. Collision. The entire martial arts arena. 2 Turtle School Chi blast waves collided at the center of the arena. The energy convergence point was like a miniature sun, its white-blue light casting everyone's shadows extremely long. The ground was collapsing. A stalemate. Yamcha gritted his teeth and pushed forward. Sun Wukong also gritted his teeth. The convergence point of the light spheres remained motionless. 400 versus 380. The output of the Turtle School Chi blast depended solely on Chi volume and control. Yamcha had a numerical advantage of 20 points, but the convergence point did not shift significantly, as expected of a battle genius. The thought flashed through Yamcha's mind. The numerical gap of 20 points was neutralized by Sun Wukong's control of the Chi blast. This guy's efficiency and energy output was incredibly high. In 3 years at the Tianshan Dian, how much did Mr. Bobo teach him? Even leaving aside the Saiyan bloodline, Sun Wukong was undoubtedly a genius. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. The clash of Turtle School Chi blasts remained deadlocked. Then, boom. The convergence point exploded. The blue-white energy scattered in all directions, blasting a circular pit 3 meters in diameter at the center of the arena. The shockwave sent all remaining stone slabs on the arena flying, with debris hitting the venue walls and embedding into them. The dust had not yet settled. 2 figures simultaneously burst out from the smoke, shooting into the sky. Yamcha and Sun Wukong crossed paths at a height of 15 meters, fists and elbows clashing, the sound of air explosions coming down from above. Their fists collided again, the shockwave tearing a hole in the clouds. Sunlight poured through the gap, illuminating 2 orange figures. Everyone in the venue was looking up. In the air, Sun Wukong's knee drove toward Yamcha's abdomen, but was blocked. Yamcha countered with a right elbow strike, which Sun Wukong dodged by tilting his head. The 2 traced intertwined arcs in the air, their speed increasing. Sun Wukong flipped over, creating distance and hovering in midair. His breathing was heavier than before. Yamcha hovered 10 meters away, his clothes torn in many places, his sturdy forearms raised in defense. Again, Sun Wukong clenched his fists. At the same time, deep within the competitor passage beside the arena, the white cloak was lifted by the wind. Vic lowered his arms from his chest, his expression changed for the first time. This earthling named Yamcha was not the trash he remembered. He was even worthy of a fight with him. The aerial battle lasted for a long time. No one in the arena could count how long. The announcer's voice was completely hoarse, describing in a whisper the two intertwined orange blurs above the ring. Their speed had surpassed the limits of ordinary human vision. Most of the audience could only see two streaks of light crossing the sky, followed by one explosion after another, shockwaves pressing down layer by layer, sending all the flags above the arena flying. 100 exchanges. 200. 300. The corner of Yamcha's right eye was broken, blood trickling down his cheekbone, blown into a thin line by the wind. The fabric of his left shoulder martial arts uniform was completely torn, revealing a bruised fist mark. Sun Wukong was not much better. A lump had formed on the left side of his forehead, his lower lip was split, and 3 intersecting palm prints marked his chest. But neither stopped. Sun Wukong threw a punch. Yamcha sidestepped by half an inch, then struck with his right palm at the outer side of Sun Wukong's elbow. Sun Wukong pulled in his abdomen and leaned back, the attack grazing his abs. Then he flipped backward and brought his heel down toward Yamcha's crown. Yamcha crossed his arms above his head, and Sun Wukong's heel slammed into his arms, forcing his body half a meter downward. They separated, then closed in again. Separated again. This intensity of exchange was no longer a battle of techniques. It was a full contest of physical instinct, combat intuition, and chi reserves. Yamcha knew well that his displayed stats were 20 points higher than Sun Wukong's, but in actual combat the gap was almost imperceptible. Sun Wukong's control over ki blasts was extremely efficient. With the same output of chi, he could convert it into more actual damage. Moreover, his combat instincts were simply unbelievable. Every time Yamcha expanded his advantage to a point where he could deliver a finishing blow, Sun Wukong would always make an adjustment at the last moment. The announcer's hoarse voice cried out, too brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, in all my years of commentating the World Martial Arts Tournament, I have never seen such an evenly matched battle. These two are truly disciples of the martial arts god. A match like this could well be the final. The applause and cheers from the audience were almost unceasing. Yamcha spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and wiped the blood from the corner of his eye with the back of his hand. If this continued, the outcome would be uncertain. Sun Wukong's stamina recovery was faster than his. Under equal combat power, the longer the fight lasted, the more disadvantageous it became. It seemed he would have to use another method. Yamcha slowly raised his right hand, fingers spread palm facing upward. Chi began to gather in his palm. It was not the Kamehameha, but a compression in one direction. All the chi was forced into the space of his palm. The light shifted from blue-white to bright white, then compressed into a golden-white sphere, about the size of a watermelon. This was a technique that Yamcha in the original story had spent a year developing exclusively, concentrating the chi within the body and compressing it into a single point. Spirit ball. In the competitor passage, Tianjin Fan's body suddenly leaned forward. What is that? Kulin blurted out. Tianjin Fan didn't answer, his third eye fixed on the glowing ball in Yamcha's palm. The energy density of that object far exceeded that of a Kamehameha wave with the same amount of chi. Gue Xianren was the same. Unbelievable. This kid developed a new technique himself. On the arena, Sun Wukong stared at the glowing ball, excitement on his face increasing rather than diminishing. What an incredible chi. Yamcha, what technique is that? You'll find out soon enough. Yamcha swung his arm. The glowing ball left his hand, trailing a white tail, and shot straight towards Sun Wukong at extreme speed. The sound of the airburst lagged behind. Sun Wukong dodged sideways. The ball scraped past his ribs, the heat scorching the fabric at the edge of his martial arts uniform. A miss. Yamcha wiggled his fingers, and the ball made a sharp turn behind Sun Wukong, attacking again from behind. Without turning his head, Sun Wukong slid his body horizontally, and the ball grazed him again. It could turn. Sun Wukong's expression finally changed. A controllable chi bullet. The ball traced a third arc in the air, slicing towards Sun Wukong's lower body from a more awkward angle. Sun Wukong jumped up, the ball passing beneath his feet. Then it plunged into the arena floor. Bang! The ground blasted open, a bowl-sized hole, debris flying up and then falling. The ball disappeared into the ground. Someone in the audience side regretfully missed. Sun Wukong landed back on the ground, tilting his head to look at the hole. Too bad, didn't hit. Yamcha didn't reply, his hands crossed sharply in front of his face. Solar flare. White light exploded. The entire venue was swallowed by pure white, 3 times more intense than the one Tianjin Fan had used earlier. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted violently in the light. Yamcha, you know solar flare too. He instinctively closed his eyes. But Sun Wukong was Sun Wukong. The moment he closed his eyes, his ki sense had already fully expanded. Yamcha's chi signature was precisely locked in front of him, approaching at high speed. With his eyes closed, Sun Wukong sidestepped a punch. Yamcha followed with an elbow strike. Sun Wukong tilted his head, the elbow wind brushing past his ear. Their chi intertwined in close quarters. Sun Wukong relied entirely on ki sense to judge the trajectory of attacks, blocking, sidestepping, countering. His movements still fluid. Even with his eyes closed, Sun Wukong was not clearly at a disadvantage. But imperceptibly his heels were already on the cracks at the edge of the arena. Sun Wukong also noticed his position was off. He prepared to jump away to create distance. At that moment Yamcha's lips curled slightly. The arena floor exploded right beneath Sun Wukong. The spirit ball burst from the ground and struck Sun Wukong's chin. His head was flung upward by the force, his entire body rising, leaning back. His eyes opened in the impact, and he saw Yamcha already in front of him. Yamcha's right leg was raised to its highest point. One kick landed on Sun Wukong's chest. Bang! He fell backward onto the ground outside the ring, creating a human-shaped crater. No one in the audience spoke. 1 second. 2 seconds. The referee rushed to the edge of the ring, looked down, and his voice cracked with trembling. Sun Wukong has fallen out of the ring. He raised his right hand. Yamcha wins. Cheers and screams merged into a wave. Bulma jumped straight up, and Wulong's ears were twisted out of shape by her grip. Fuer's face was covered in tears. In the competitor passage, Kulin's mouth was wide open for a long time. Tianjin Fan closed his third eye and was silent for a few seconds. Bick leaned against the wall motionless. He stared at the figure standing amidst the rubble on the arena, covered in injuries. An earthling. Just an earthling. Bick's fingers tightened, his nails digging into his palms. Outside the arena, Sun Wukong sat up from the crater, brushing the dust off his clothes. He looked up at Yamcha standing on the stage, pausing for a second. Then he grinned, a wide smile spreading across his face. I lost. He stood up and stretched. What a pity, but Yamcha, your transformation is truly remarkable. These 3 years I have trained to my utmost limit in the temple of the celestial being, yet I never expected you to catch up. Yamcha stood at the edge of the platform, looking down at Sun Wukong. I only won because of the tournament rules. After the World Martial Arts Tournament ends, let's have another match. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. It's a deal. The announcer finally found his voice, screaming with his last ounce of strength. The third match of the final 8, Yamcha wins. After the announcer shouted, wins, the entire venue erupted. Spectators in the back row stood on tiptoe, pushing forward to get a clear look at the figure standing among the rubble on the stage. Who is he? Yamcha. The one who always makes it to the final 8. That final 8 fighter fought Sun Wukong like this. You call that final 8 caliber? My ticket money today was worth it. The announcer pinched his own thigh to confirm he wasn't dreaming before bringing the microphone to his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, the match you just witnessed is the most intense battle of this tournament so far, without a doubt. Yamcha single-handedly has ended Sun Wukong's advancement. I dare say that if this match were held in the finals, it would not disappoint a single spectator. Gui Xianren sat in the audience, his sunglasses reflecting the colors. Ma remained silent. She stood there gazing at the figure on the stage. Humph. She crossed her arms and turned her head away. That's more like it. Otherwise, how could he live up to all the effort I've put in these days? Although Ma was prone to infatuation, Yamcha's recent performance had been quite impressive, so she did not entertain any fantasies about Wukong as she had in the original story. Pu hovered beside her ear, tears streaming down her entire face. Master is amazing. Master is amazing. Stop crying, you cat. With all that water on your face, people might think there's a flood. Pu sniffled, crying even louder. Below the stage, Sun Wukong stood on the steps outside. A staff member handed him a towel, which he took and roughly wiped across his face. His injuries were not too severe, at least much lighter than in the original battle against Piccolo Daimao, but his mind kept replaying the energy sphere that had emerged from beneath the ground. A brilliant tactic. Yamcha had deliberately buried that energy sphere under the stage floor, biding his time until Sun Wukong retreated to the edge. Sun Wukong licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, then grinned. That move, he truly hadn't predicted it. Just as he was thinking, a voice came from behind him. Are you alright? Sun Wukong turned around. A girl with a ponytail stood at the edge of the steps, clutching a spare towel, her cheeks flushed crimson. Her gaze darted away, refusing to meet his eyes directly. Yamcha stood at the edge of the stage, glancing down at this scene for a moment before looking away. He recognized this girl. The one from the preliminary round on Platform 5, who had kicked her opponent away using the Turtle School's leg techniques. So this was the girl who would one day toil for Sun Wukong's family for the rest of her life. The daughter of Ox King Chi-Chi. Sun Wukong tilted his head, looking at the girl, thinking for a few seconds. Hey, I remember you. You're the girl I promised to marry when I was a kid. The entire venue, including the announcer, fell into a collective, stunned silence. Gui Xianren put down his umbrella and turned his head to glance at the scene. Moi. Kulin held his forehead. Tianjin Fan closed his third eye, remaining silent to indicate he didn't know this person. Chi-Chi's face turned from red to deep red, then to a nearly steaming crimson, like a boiling teapot. You remember. Sun Wukong looked innocent, of course. Grandpa taught me that a man must keep his word. Gui Xianren lowered his head and stroked his chin, feeling a mix of gratification and speechlessness. This kid, his approach to romance was just like his fighting, straightforward and direct. In the audience, Ma's expression became unsettled. She looked toward the steps where Sun Wukong stood innocently before the ponytailed girl, a towel draped over his neck. Wait a minute. When did Wukong get engaged? She spun toward Gui Xianren. Old pervert, do you know about this? Gui Xianren adjusted his sunglasses and coughed. It was probably around the time Wukong went with you to Flame Mountain when he was little. Flame Mountain. Ma blinked, rummaging through her memories. How old was Wukong back then? Could he even understand what marry meant? Ma looked at the steps where Sun Wukong was laughing radiantly, and the corner of her mouth twitched. In her memory, Sun Wukong had always been that innocent boy who couldn't tell the difference between boys and girls, whose understanding of the opposite sex was limited to patting the belly to determine gender. And yet this guy, without anyone knowing, had quietly secured a marriage engagement. My God. Beware Ma covered her forehead. This kid really has grown up. Wu Long mumbled from the side. Isn't that the daughter of Ox King? I remember she chased Wukong around several times, and Wukong even asked if she was a boy or a girl. Above the stage, Yamcha withdrew his gaze, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He of course knew the original story of Wukong and Chi-Chi, but what surprised him was that this timeline Sun Wukong had actively remembered the engagement. In the original story, Wukong had been chased by Chi-Chi at the tournament and couldn't recall what he had promised for the life of him. It was only when Chi-Chi insisted tearfully that he reluctantly fulfilled the vow. But this Sun Wukong had recognized Chi-Chi at first glance and declared, a man must keep his word. Yamcha recalled an interesting notion. In Dragon Ball Heroes, Time Patrol Trunks once mentioned that every timeline Sun Wukong had inevitably experienced the process of falling off a cliff and injuring his head as a child. But the extent of the injury varied, leading to subtle differences in personality. Some timeline Sun Wukong leaned toward being a battle maniac with nothing but fighting on his mind. Some Sun Wukongs eventually grew into true martial arts masters. It seemed that this timeline Sun Wukong had suffered a less severe head injury. His innocence remained and his purity remained, but beneath that purity, he had a little more than his counterparts from other timelines. This was a good thing. Yamcha jumped down from the edge of the stage and walked towards Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi noticed him and took half a step back behind Sun Wukong. Don't worry, I'm not a bad guy, Yamcha said with a smile, turning to Wukong. Congratulations, Wukong, on having such a beautiful wife. Sun Wukong blinked. Congratulations for what? Oh, you said it yourself. You're going to marry this girl. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Saga, isn't that only natural? Chi-Chi's face turned even redder. When Yamcha leaped down from the ring, Krillin was the first to rush over. Yamcha, you're incredible. The little bald boy's face was painted with astonishment, his fists clenched at his chest, his eyes darting restlessly. You actually defeated Goku. That's Goku we're talking about here. Just how do you train? Yamcha observed Krillin's expression, a flicker of something complicated crossing his mind. He knew the bond between Krillin and Son Goku. From their days at Master Roshi's Turtle Hermitage, they had endured beatings together, hauled milk buckets side by side, and survived the Grandmaster's brutal training regimen as sworn brothers in arms. That deep-rooted friendship forged in childhood could never be rivaled by someone who joined later. Train hard, study hard, play hard, eat well, and rest well, and you'll have your chance too. Yamcha patted Krillin on the shoulder. Tien Shinhan emerged from the corridor. Unlike Krillin, he did not rush forward, he simply offered a nod. Yamcha returned the gesture with an equally measured nod. Tien's gaze lingered on Yamcha for 2 seconds before shifting away, landing on the opposite side of the ring. Piccolo's white cloak flashed briefly deep within the corridor and vanished. Tien stared in that direction for a long while. The announcer's voice cut through the tension, though his throat was nearly wrecked. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a brief rest. The final quarterfinal bout will commence in 10 minutes. Krillin versus the mysterious young lady. Krillin turned his head toward the stands. Son Goku stood alongside Chi-Chi on the steps. Or rather, Goku was standing while Chi-Chi hovered half a step behind him, her hands clasped tightly together, her head bowed. But her peripheral vision kept drifting toward Goku's hands. Goku's hands hung naturally at his sides. Chi-Chi's fingers twitched, creeping forward 2 centimeters before retreating. Then 3 more centimeters. Then pulling back again. Suddenly Goku turned his head. Chi-Chi, why are your hands moving like that? Did you hurt them? Should we go to the medical tent? Chi-Chi's face flushed the color of a ripe peach in an instant. I am not hurt. Goku tilted his head, pondering for a second, then did something that caught everyone completely off guard. He reached out and grabbed Chi-Chi's hand. There. Doesn't it stop trembling now? Chi-Chi froze, solid crimson spreading visibly from her neck to the tips of her ears. Oolong muttered beside her, must have picked it up from Cammy. They say he knows everything. Cammy teaches pickup lines. Who knows? Bulma kicked Oolong. 10 minutes later. The final quarterfinal match. Krillin stood on the west side of the ring, his bald head gleaming under the sunlight, clad in the same orange GI. From the east corridor, Chi-Chi emerged. I forfeit. Krillin's fighting stance was already set. Huh. A wave of murmurs rippled through the audience. Chi-Chi turned her back to the ring, gazing toward the steps. I entered the tournament to find Son Goku in the first place. Now that I've found him, there's no point continuing. On the ring, Krillin stood alone for 3 seconds. A breeze swept through silence, raining, and then he lowered his arms and shrugged. Well, I guess I gotta walk over. Scattered laughter drifted from the stands. The announcer cleared his throat. The mysterious contestant has forfeited. Krillin advances to the semifinals automatically. As Krillin stepped down from the ring, Yamcha was leaning against the corridor wall waiting for him. How does it feel to win without fighting? Don't even get me started. Krillin waved a hand. I was hoping to use the match to warm up, and I haven't even thrown a single punch. He scratched the back of his head. But honestly, I kind of owe her one for forfeiting. Oh, saves my stamina, doesn't it? Krillin flashed Yamcha a grin. I might be fighting you next. I can't very well show up at a disadvantage. Yamcha looked at Krillin's beaming face and smiled. That was Krillin. No matter how much stronger his opponent was, he would still stride onto the ring with a grin. They say whatever you do, don't mess with Krillin. Sunlight sliced diagonally through gaps in the clouds, dividing the entire tournament arena into realms of light and shadow. The announcer swapped to a fresh cup of hot tea and managed to soothe his ruined throat. Ladies and gentlemen, all 4 quarterfinal matches have concluded. Next, let me announce the semifinal matchups. The entire stadium fell silent. Match 1, Vegeta vs. Tien Shinhan. Match 2, Yamcha vs. Krillin. Piccolo's white cloak rippled in the wind. With a flash, he leaped onto the ring, landing without a sound. The stone tiles beneath his feet remained utterly silent. Tien Shinhan emerged from the corridor. At the edge of the ring, he shed his jacket and tossed it toward Krillin at the passage entrance. Tien did not look back. The moment he stepped onto the ring, all 3 of his eyes snapped open. The announcer finally caught his breath and hoisted the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, the first semifinal match. His voice rose once more. This contestant, Tien Shinhan, is no ordinary fighter. He is the champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament and a prodigy of the Crane School, equally renowned alongside the Turtle School. His legendary final battle against Son Goku 3 years ago remains etched as a timeless classic in martial arts history. We wish him continued brilliance this year. Thunderous applause erupted from the stands. And his opponent, contestant Vegeta, though a first-time participant, has delivered remarkably outstanding performances. He dominated his quarterfinal match with overwhelming strength. The announcer's wording was deliberately restrained. He said nothing about Tao Pai Pai being blasted to fragments. Krillin, clutching Tien's jacket, shouted toward the ring, "Tien, go all out." The moment the words left his mouth, a gunshot rang out from somewhere in the stands. Spectators cowered, some dropping straight to the ground in fear. Bulma stood brandishing an assault rifle, her golden hair blazing under the sunlight, firing dozens of rounds into the air with one hand. Tien Shinhan, knock that ugly bastard flat. Yamcha, leaning against the corridor entrance, felt his eyebrow twitch. Bulma had reverted to her violent mode once again. Master Roshi glanced over at the commotion. Security was rushing toward Bulma, yet nobody dared lay a hand on her. The sight of golden-haired Bulma wielding a rifle was far more terrifying than any fighter in the ring. These young people. Master Roshi sighed. Each one more troublesome than the last. On the ring, Tien and Piccolo stood 12 meters apart. The referee raised his right hand, his voice still trembling from the previous match. Semi-final match 1. Tien Shinhan vs. Vegeta. The match. Begin. Tien moved instantly. His body hit top speed the moment he launched forward, covering the 12 meters in a single stride, his right fist aimed straight for Piccolo's face. A shockwave of ki exploded across the ring. Piccolo tilted his head. The fist whistled past his ear, ruffling the edge of his cloak. Before the wind had even settled, Tien's knee drove upward toward Piccolo's ribs. Piccolo's left hand pressed down his bent arm, intercepting the knee strike. Upon contact, both combatants were forced back half a step by the mutual recoil. Tien did not pause. Elbow strikes, palm chops, side kicks. Dozens of techniques flowed in seamless succession, each strike delivered with full, unrestrained force. Piccolo absorbed them all, with one hand. From start to finish, he blocked everything using only a single arm, his other hand remaining concealed beneath his cloak the entire time. A collective gasp rose from the stands. Tianjin fans' attack speed increased. The frequency of his punches and kicks grew faster, and his chi strikes became more ferocious. 10 strikes, 100 strikes, over 1,000 strikes. Each punch carried a sound of breaking air. Yet Piccolo's steps remained steady, effortless. Hey Dasada, is this all the previous champion has? Piccolo's voice emerged from the shadow of his cloak. Tianjin fan did not reply. His attack rhythm abruptly shifted, his right fist feinted, his body sidestepped, and he appeared at Piccolo's flank. His left hand fingers spread, aimed at Piccolo's temple. Volleyball fist. The instant the palm wind struck, Piccolo's head tilted back 30 degrees, evading the lethal range of the strike. Tianjin fan stomped his right foot, launching himself into the air, and descended with an axe kick. Piccolo finally raised his other hand. Both palms crossed to block. Tianjin fan's heel crashed onto Piccolo's hands, the explosive force of chi sent cracks spreading through the stone floor beneath. The two separated. Tianjin fan landed back on the ground, his breathing slightly heavier. He had unleashed nearly 1,000 punches full force without holding back. Yet this Majunia's cloak had not even been lifted. In the competitor's tunnel, Krillin swallowed hard. So impressive. Tianjin fan going all out. If it were me, I'd have lost long ago. But that Majunia. Yamcha remained silent, his eyes fixed on Piccolo on the arena. He knew Piccolo's strength all too well. Tianjin fan's battle power was around 250, already the pinnacle among Earth's martial artists, but Piccolo's battle power far exceeded that. On the arena, Tianjin fan retracted his stance, his three eyes all focused on Piccolo. Indeed, you are strong, worthy of the one who defeated Tao Bai Bai. But I won't shrink back because of a strong opponent. Take this technique, four-body fist. Tianjin fan clenched his fists. His aura surged. His body began to split, shoulders, torso, limbs, from one person into two, then into four. Four-body fist. Four Tianjin fans stood at the four corners of the arena, encircling Piccolo in the center. Piccolo scanned the surroundings, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. A mere trick. The four Tianjin fans struck simultaneously. From east, southwest, and north, fists and kicks arrived at the same moment. Tianjin fans' killer move that had defeated Kami, four solid bodies closing and leaving no blind spot. This was the new technique he had developed after 3 years of training. Piccolo stood still, unmoving. Four fists simultaneously closed in on his body. Then Piccolo burst his chi. White waves of energy erupted from the center of his body, expanding in a sphere. The four clones of Tianjin fan were sent flying by the force, crashing into the four corners of the arena. The cloak shattered in the chi wave, revealing Piccolo's full-form purple martial arts uniform, green skin, antennae on his head. The four Tianjin fans collided outside the arena, then merged back into one. Tianjin fan knelt on one knee, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Piccolo looked down at him. You're just slightly better than the other, trash, nothing more. His right hand rose, a purple sphere of light gathering in his palm. The audience fell silent instantly. Tianjin fan lifted his head, his 3 eyes staring straight at that purple light. He pushed himself to his feet, blood dripping from his chin onto the shattered stone. Damn it, Tianjin fan said bitterly, the gap is too great. But at the last moment Piccolo withdrew his hand. The purple light dissipated. Piccolo turned his back on Tianjin fan and walked toward the edge of the arena. The referee hesitated for 2 seconds before raising his hand. Tianjin fan has fallen out of the arena. Majunya wins. Tianjin fan stood still, his fists clenched so tight his joints cracked. He remained standing, but he knew that from the very beginning the fight had been on a different dimension. As Tianjin fan stepped off the arena, Krillin handed him his jacket. Tianjin fan took it and clutched it, blood trickling from his mouth to his jaw, dripping onto the stone steps. Tianjin fan. Krillin opened his mouth. Tianjin fan walked past him, his 3 eyes staring straight ahead, clearly not expecting this Majunya to be so powerful. In the audience, the turtle hermit seemed to find something familiar about the green-skinned figure on the arena. That aura. The moment Piccolo had burst his chi, the white wave of energy erupting from the center of his body carried something the turtle hermit would never forget. It was strikingly similar to the old demon king who had stood among the ruins of the king's castle 3 years ago. Cold sweat broke out on the turtle hermit's back. He recalled that day, when he had expended all his life force to seal the mafuba into the rice cooker. The twisted face of the old Piccolo daimyo was right before his eyes. That terror carved into his bones was now reawakened by the same energy. The name Majunya was a lie. He was undoubtedly the reincarnation of Piccolo daimyo, the spawn of that monster. The turtle hermit put his sunglasses back on, his gaze sweeping toward the competitor's tunnel, then turning to the other side of the arena. Yamcha leaned against the wall talking with Krillin. Goku sat on the steps with Chi-Chi handing him a water bottle. Perhaps only those two could stop him. The turtle hermit closed his eyes and let out a long breath. He was old. If he were to use the mafuba again, his body might not hold up, and if luck were against him and he missed, it would be a pointless death. This was the battlefield of the young now. He could only leave it to them. In the middle of the audience, row 17. 4 people sat in different seats. A middle-aged man in a gray jacket sat on the far left, hands in his pockets, his cap brim pulled low. 3 seats away, a tall, thin young man with round-rimmed glasses. Further right, a woman in a floral dress. The last sat by the aisle, bald. There was no eye contact, no conversation among the 4. But in their cerebral cortices, a brainwave of a frequency not belonging to humans was pulsating at high speed. The middle-aged man in the gray jacket fixed his gaze on the arena. Yo, I never expected human martial artists to have grown this strong. That 3-eyed guy is really something, and the one who beat the spiky-haired guy earlier. Even if all of us attacked together, we probably couldn't defeat him. The young man with round-rimmed glasses held a handful of popcorn. Good thing our Lord was wise, letting us possess humans in advance and sneak into this tournament. Otherwise, when we go to collect the Dragon Balls and make our wish, running into these people would be a problem. A faint smile curled at the corner of the floral dress woman's mouth. That guy named Yamcha collected the Dragon Balls once a year ago. The Dragon Radar is with the woman from Capsule Corporation. The Lord should already have this intel. The bald man by the aisle suddenly lowered the frequency of his brainwave by half a tone. Enough. Stop bickering. The other 3 fell silent instantly. When the finals come and they are exhausted, we will make our move. Leave no one alive. The bald man's gaze shifted to the white cloak on the arena. As for that Piccolo, he is after all a demon. If he is willing to submit, spare his life. If not, kill him too. 3 brainwaves almost simultaneously responded. The Lord is wise. In the competitor corridor, Yamcha straightened up from the wall, rolling his left shoulder. The intense fight with Goku had left his joint a bit sore. Krillin, hands clasped behind his head, leaned against the wall and gazed at the sky. Yamcha, we're up next. What afraid are you, Luffy? Ridiculous. I finally got a chance to show off my training results. I won't give up easily. Huh. Wait a minute, why do you call me Luffy? Yamcha gave a dry chuckle. That's a friend I knew in my youth. Your voice sounds just like his. It slipped out. Krillin tilted his head, studied him for a moment, then let it go. Saga, whatever, Luffy or Huffy, once we're on the ring, we'll have a good match. Krillin patted his bald head. Let's go. The two walked side by side toward the arena. Light and shadow alternated in the corridor. The orange martial arts uniforms were nearly the same color under the sun. The announcer's voice instantly grew excited. Ladies and gentlemen, the second match of the semifinals. Another Turtle School showdown. Yamcha needs no introduction. He just defeated the championship favorite son Goku. And Krillin is also a legitimate Turtle School disciple trained alongside Goku by the god of martial arts himself at the Turtle House. He reached the quarterfinals in the last tournament. His strength is not to be underestimated. The crowd erupted. Another Turtle School civil war. How many disciples does Master Roshi have? I'm betting on Yamcha. He beat Goku. Krillin's no match. What do you know? Same school sparring is the best. Master Roshi stood in the stands listening to the chatter and snorted through his nose. A nearby guy leaned in. Old man, who do you think will win? Roshi adjusted his sunglasses. I'm just an old man. I don't understand young folks' affairs. The guy scoffed and turned back to the ring. Bulma rested her chin on her hands, not shouting encouragement as before. She knew the gap between Krillin and Yamcha was vast. Huayar muttered beside her, the master won't go too hard, right? Oolong twitched his nose. Depends on whether Krillin knows his place. On the ring, the two stood on opposite sides 10 meters apart. The stone floor still bore cracks from Piccolo's ki blast in the previous match left unrepaired. Krillin cracked his neck, producing a few crisp sounds, then assumed the standard Turtle School stance. Left fist forward, right fist at the waist, center of gravity low. Yamcha watched Krillin's posture, a thought crossing his mind. 3 years of hard training had solidified Krillin's fundamentals. Yet Yamcha didn't intend to brush through it. This was Krillin's stage, a showcase of his 3 years of progress. If he defeated him in one blow, that would be true disrespect. Come on, Krillin. Let me see what you've learned. Krillin grinned. Then I won't hold back. The referee raised his hand. Begin. Krillin moved. His speed was several times greater than 3 years ago. The moment his feet left the ground, he shot forward, body low to the floor. Closing in. Krillin's right fist came in from below. Yamcha didn't dodge. He shifted his body slightly, letting the fist brush past his belt. Krillin's knee followed, aiming for the abdomen. Yamcha pressed his left palm down, blocking the knee, and used the force to push Krillin back a step. Krillin didn't pause. He closed in again, spinning his body and sweeping his right leg. Yamcha raised his arm to block. The shin struck his arm with a muffled ki blast. The martial arts enthusiasts in the audience nodded. This little bald guy Krillin had clean, crisp moves, but those in the know could see it. Yamcha hadn't thrown a single attack. All his moves were blocks and evasions. He was receiving, not fighting. Krillin, of course, sensed it too. His fist struck Yamcha like hitting a breathing wall. Every attack was precisely neutralized. Krillin gritted his teeth and increased his output. Hundreds of consecutive strikes. Fists, elbows, knees mixing from frontal to flank to behind. Yamcha turned, tilted his head, stepped back. Each deflection used the minimal movement. Krillin, your technique is much better than before. Still far from enough. Take this. Krillin roared, leaped back a distance, and brought his hands to his waist. Blue light gathered in his palms. Kamehameha. Krillin decided to stop toying and directly test Yamcha's limits with his strongest move. Kami. The blue sphere swelled to the size of a volleyball, the shockwave blasting away the debris at his feet. Master Roshi stood upright in the stance. Krillin's Kamehameha was far stronger than 3 years ago. He was channeling all his ki. Hami. Huh. The blue beam shot from his palms over half a meter in diameter, slamming straight toward Yamcha. Yamcha didn't dodge. He raised his right hand palm forward. The beam collided with his palm. Most of the energy was forcibly redirected upward. The remaining shockwave spilled out the sides, lifting 2 stone slabs from the ring's edge. Krillin's Kamehameha was stopped by a single hand. The entire arena fell silent for a moment. Yamcha's palm pushed forward slightly. The blue beam split in the middle, dividing into 2 halves that flew past Yamcha's body and dissipated into the sky. Krillin's arms still held the push pose, frozen in place. The gap. He felt it. Not a slightly weaker gap, but a chasm between them. A completely different dimension. Krillin lowered his arms and took a deep breath. That's insane, Yamcha. How did you train? Yamcha withdrew his right hand and shook off the residual heat. Maybe I'm just gifted. That's it. That's it. Krillin paused for 2 seconds, then laughed. He shook his head, walked to the edge of the ring, and stepped off. Both feet landed on the ground outside. The referee opened his mouth. Krillin has voluntarily left the ring. Yamcha wins. Murmurs rose from the audience. Some were dissatisfied. The match was too short, but more noticed the expression on Krillin's face. No frustration or resentment. Krillin stood outside, looking up at Yamcha on the ring. It hurts, but it's your turn now. Go win the championship. That Majunya in the finals, he's no joke. Be careful. Yamcha watched Krillin's back, his lips twitching. In the original story, Krillin spent his whole life chasing others' shadows. Chasing Goku, chasing Tien, chasing everyone stronger than him. He was never the strongest, but he never stopped. At least until the Frieza arc. That persistence is far more important than combat power. Thanks, Krillin. Meanwhile, in the rest area behind the venue, Tien sat alone on a bench, his 3 eyes closed. The recovered Kaiatsu floated beside him, not daring to make a sound. Footsteps slowly approached. Tianjin Fan opened his eyes. Before him stood the old man who had been playing the fool on the tournament stage. Now the immortal straightened his back, his demeanor completely transformed, as if he were a different person. Young man, said the old man. Tianjin Fan looked at him without speaking. You've only lost a single match. Why this dejected appearance? The god sat down opposite him, his tone flat. Senior, what advice do you have? Advice? Hardly. The god looked toward the distant tournament arena. It's just a pity. Your talent ranks among the top of this generation of martial artists, and the fist techniques you've created yourself are all highly inspired martial arts. Tianjin Fan's body tensed slightly, his three eyes fixed on the old man before him, but he did not speak. The immortal sat on the other end of the bench, hands resting on his knees, his posture relaxed. Yet the powerful aura emanating from him was unmistakably clear to Tianjin Fan. This old man was not much weaker than himself. After a few seconds of silence, Tianjin Fan spoke first. No, senior. It's not because I lost the match that I'm sitting here. Oh, I'm thinking about something. Tianjin Fan's third eye narrowed slightly. That Majunya. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Senior, as a martial artist, you must know about the great demon king Piccolo, who sought to conquer the world 3 years ago. The god nodded upon hearing this. 3 years ago I saw the great demon king Piccolo's true form with my own eyes. And that Majunya, there's something similar in his aura. He lifted his head and met the old man's gaze. Or perhaps I'm overthinking it. Maybe aside from us, there are other formidable beings hidden in this world. For instance, like you, senior. Jiaozi, listening nervously, had his face taut with tension. He didn't interrupt, but silently floated half a step behind Tianjin Fan. The god was silent for a long time. Then he smiled. Excellent. Not fearing a powerful enemy, not wallowing in self-pity after a defeat, but instead surveying the whole situation. This is the true measure of a martial artist. Tianjin Fan didn't respond, waiting for what came next. Speaking of which, the last mortal I held in such high regard was probably several hundred years ago. The god's gaze drifted into the distance. That lad named Wu Taidu. Time waits for no one. Tianjin Fan's shoulders tensed. Wu Taidu, a legendary figure in the martial arts world, the progenitor of both the Turtle School and the Crane School. He lived centuries ago, his name now nothing but a legend. And this old man before him. Tianjin Fan's pupils contracted for an instant. Senior, who exactly are you? The god did not answer directly. Instead, he turned and walked toward the front of the venue. Come with me. Yamcha and the little bald-headed boy's match should be over by now. There are some things I plan to explain all at once. Tianjin Fan stood up and followed. Jiaozi clung close behind him. At the exit of the player tunnel, Yamcha was leaning against a pillar waiting for the finals. He raised an eyebrow when he saw Tianjin Fan following the old man. Kellen, sitting on the steps wiping sweat, caught sight of them and stood up. Sun Wukong approached from the other side of the rest area. Chi-Chi wanted to follow, but he patted her shoulder and gestured for her to wait in the audience. 5 people: Sun Wukong, Yamcha, Kellen, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi. The strongest martial artists on Earth formed a semicircle around a seemingly unreliable old man in the open space behind the venue. Then the god swept his gaze across their faces and began to speak. Of course, he had no intention of hiding anything from Piccolo, who was not far away given his sharp ears. Finally, his gaze shifted from Tianjin Fan to Yamcha and then landed on Sun Wukong's face. That contestant, who calls himself Majunya, is the offspring of the great demon King Piccolo. Those 6 words fell like a hammer, freezing the air for a beat. Kellen's hand froze midair. Jiaozi let out a startled, and shrank entirely behind Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan closed his eyes, just as he had suspected. Sun Wukong showed little surprise, tilting his head slightly, as if confirming a judgment of his own. I thought so, he muttered under his breath. Yamcha leaned against the pillar, his expression unchanged. Of course he knew, but in such a setting appearing too calm would be inappropriate. Old man, how do you know all this so clearly? Don't you think it's about time you revealed your true identity? Yamcha turned to the old man. The god was silent for 2 seconds. Because I am the god. The weight of this statement was immense. Kellen and Jiaozi cried out simultaneously. Tianjin Fan's third eye snapped wide open. Having met Wu Taidu centuries ago, referring to martial artists as mortals, everything fell into place. Sun Wukong was the first to react. Lord God, long time no see. He waved with a smile. Everyone turned to stare at him. You know him? Kellen's voice shot up an octave. Of course. I trained at the Temple of the God for 3 years, Wukong said matter-of-factly. Lord God lives up there. Kellen's expression could be summed up in 2 words. Why didn't you say so earlier? The god did not dwell on such trivialities. His tone turned somber. 3 years ago, Master Mateto sealed the old Demon King with the evil containment wave. But in the final moment, the Demon King spat out an egg. That egg hatched into the Piccolo you see on the tournament stage. He inherited the Demon King's full power and memories and grew to this level in 3 years. He came to the tournament with only one purpose. The god looked toward the stage. To take revenge on you and to conquer Earth, restoring the order of the Demon Clan. A breeze from the sea swept over the 5 of them, lifting the corners of their clothes. Kellen swallowed hard. Then, how strong is he really? The god did not answer directly. Tianjin Fan took over. Far stronger than me. In that match earlier, he was just playing around from start to finish. He probably hasn't even used half of his true power. Kellen's face changed. Even Tianjin Fan said so. Yamcha straightened up from the pillar and rolled his left shoulder. Lord God, he asked, voicing the critical question for everyone. Since you know Piccolo's identity, why don't you take him on yourself? The god glanced at him. Because the great Demon King Piccolo and I were originally one and the same. The weight of those words was crushing. The God side. The great demon King Piccolo was the evil side that split from within me. If he dies, I will perish as well. And his offspring inherited that connection. The bond between Piccolo and me has never been severed. So you can't kill him, Yamcha said. Not can't, the god corrected. It's not my place to do so. Besides, I am no longer a match for Piccolo now. His gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling on Yamcha. Since the next final is your match against Piccolo, I need to confirm one thing. Do you have the confidence to win without killing him? Because if Piccolo is not killed, the god will not be affected and the Dragon Balls will not disappear. Everything would end perfectly. After all, who would choose death when they could live? But this condition was far more complex than simply winning. Yamcha was silent for only 2 seconds. Yes. The god stared into his eyes and nodded. After God finished speaking, the clearing behind the venue fell silent for a few seconds. A sea breeze blew in from the south, ruffling the hems of a few people's clothes. Then the fate of this world is in your hands, Yamcha. The weight of God's words was immense. But after saying this, he paused for a beat, then swept his gaze across everyone present. However, just in case, God's gaze fell on Sun Wukong. If anything goes wrong, all of you should attack together. Especially you, Sun Wukong. I have seen all the results of your 3 years of training at the Temple of God. As long as you and Yamcha join forces against the enemy, the great demon king, Baika, no matter how strong, will surely be defeated. But Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, did not immediately agree as usual. He was silent for a second, then shook his head. Lord God, I cannot do this. Kulin turned to look at him. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, his face showing no hesitation. I think Yamcha must also desire a fair fight. As a martial artist standing on the arena, such a thing should not. Actually, not entirely. Yamcha interrupted him. Sun Wukong blinked. Yamcha straightened up from the pillar, hands on his hips, his expression so calm that Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. If necessary, I would prefer that we all attack together. Kulin almost choked. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes turned toward him, and even God's expression subtly changed. Yamcha shrugged. The spirit of fair martial arts is certainly important, but to gamble the lives of the entire world for fairness with a villain is not within my considerations. He paused for a beat. However, Yamcha's tone suddenly shifted. This time is an exception. The champion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament must be me. Everyone present could feel that these words were not a hot-headed declaration. Sun Wukong was stunned for 2 seconds, then awkwardly scratched his head. Nanny. So Yamcha, you're not quite what I imagined. Kulin muttered quietly. I think Yamcha's way of thinking is quite practical. Tianjin Fan didn't speak, but a corner of his mouth twitched. God looked into Yamcha's eyes, then finally nodded. All right, everything is in your hands. 15 minutes later, the venue's broadcast system restarted. The announcer, having downed his 4th cup of hot tea, finally brought his voice back from the brink of collapse. Ladies and gentlemen, the uproar in the audience erupted to its peak at this moment. The long-awaited final of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. The venue staff had hastily repaired the floor. Although cracks still crisscrossed the surface, it was at least enough for people to stand on. The audience stands. Pu'erma stood in the front row, arms crossed, leaning against the back of her seat. Pu'er hovered above her head, so nervous that he reverted to his original form, fur bristling. Wulong gnawed on his 3rd grilled sausage, muttering, the final. That guy Majunya, he blew away Tao Pai Pai earlier. If he fights. Pu'erma glanced at him. Wulong swallowed the rest of his sentence. Turtle Immortal's sunglasses reflected the arena lights. On the arena, Western Passage, Yamcha walked out. His orange martial arts uniform had a worn, aged hue under the lights. The torn cuffs revealed a blue lining, and the fabric on his left shoulder bore 3 claw-like tears left from his trek through the dense forest. The knuckles of his right hand were covered in a thin layer of calluses worn from thousands of punches. He walked to the center of the arena and stopped. Eastern Passage. A white cloak drifted out from the shadows. Baika's feet stepped on the stone slabs without making a sound. As he reached the edge of the arena, a gust of sea wind rushed through the passage, lifting the entire cloak. Green-skinned purple martial arts uniform, the antennae on his head quivering slightly in the wind. A low murmur of surprise rippled through the audience. The announcer took a deep breath. In the final, we have competitor Yamcha versus competitor Majunya. The two stared at each other across 12 meters. Baika casually removed his cloak, and the white cloth was swept away by the wind, drifting down to the edge of the arena. He slowly curled the corner of his mouth. Humph, you bunch of scum. Baika's gaze swept toward the contestant passage, passing over Yamcha's shoulder, landing on Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, and Kulin behind him. Don't think I didn't hear what you were saying just now. In the contestant passage, Kulin's face turned green with fear. Baika's hearing could cover the entire back area of the venue. He had caught every word of God's conversation with them. Even if you know, what can you do? Baika withdrew his gaze and refocused on Yamcha. I will kill you first, then kill all the martial artists present. The entire audience fell silent. Baika's words, kill all the martial artists present, echoed in the venue for a full 2 seconds. Someone in the audience let out a dry laugh. This competitor is way too into his role. What demon king? Is this a role play at the martial arts tournament? Probably just trying to stir up controversy. Young people these days are all like that. The announcer wiped his sweat, took the microphone, and tried to smooth things over. Competitor Majunya is certainly imposing. He seems determined to win this final. However, such a bold pre-match declaration is also part of the tournament's charm. The referee forced a smile, but his calves were cramping. He hadn't forgotten the scene of Tao Pai Pai being blown away. Only the few people in the contestant passage had completely different expressions. On the arena, Yamcha finished listening to Baiku's declaration. He looked down at his knuckles, then raised his head, a crooked smile on his lips. Baiku. He directly called out this name. Baiku's pupils constricted for a moment, but the audience hadn't yet realized. They thought it was just a nickname between competitors. Perhaps a few years ago you could have said such big words. But after our arduous training, our strength is no longer comparable. Your dream of ruling the world should wake up now. Baiku's facial muscles twitched. His body began to tremble, not from fear, but from anger burning every cell inside him. Unforgivable. How dare you humiliate this great demon king like this? Baiku wasted no more words. He knew full well that this earthling before him was no ordinary opponent. He had watched the semi-final match against Sun Wukong from beginning to end. This Yamcha's strength was not inferior to Sun Wukong's. Therefore he must go all out from the start. Baiku's arms suddenly spread wide and his aura exploded forth without reservation at this moment. A white aura shot up from his feet, swirling up his legs across his waist and abdomen, converging above his head into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. The freshly repaired stone slabs on the arena floor cracked again under the pressure debris floating in the air. The entire venue trembled. In the front row of the audience, someone lost their balance and fell to the ground. Buer Ma's hair was blown back by the shockwave and Puer was turned into a blue ball of fluff midair. The announcer's microphone emitted a piercing screech. What is this aura? Competitor Majunya's power is simply unbelievable. Master Roshi's hands were trembling slightly. Kellen clenched his fists, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This guy's chi is far more terrifying than when he fought Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan was silent. His third eye stared intently at the ring, the white light beam reflected in his pupils. So, the power that had crushed him in the semifinals was now fully revealed. The gap was larger than he had imagined. On the ring, Baiku's chi peaked. White aura enveloped his entire body. His purple martial arts uniform billowed with the force, every muscle bulging. Yamcha felt the overwhelming pressure and calculated rapidly in his mind. 400. To be precise, around 400 and a few. 20 points higher than Sun Wukong. Yamcha silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. Impressive, truly worthy of being the old Baiku's son. At 3 years old, he had this combat power. But in this parallel universe, Wukong missed that one near-death enhancement, and his foundation was ultimately lacking this edge. However, this level of combat power was nothing to him. After all, Yamcha's actual combat power exceeded 5,000. But he didn't intend to reveal it. At least not now. Because in his perception, there were 4 faint but eerie auras in the audience. From the moment Baiku burst his chi, those 4 auras simultaneously showed slight fluctuations. Intuition told him they were not benevolent. Moreover, if his judgment was correct, those 4 were probably. Yamcha stabilized his own chi at 400. Just enough to match Baiku. White chi also rose from under his feet, and to outsiders the 2 auras seemed almost evenly matched. Good. Baiku's lips curled. You do have the qualifications to make this great demon king take you seriously. Let's talk. Yamcha assumed the turtle school stance. The referee gritted his teeth and raised his trembling right hand. The final. Yamcha versus Mayunia. Begin. Baiku vanished. Incredibly fast, far beyond the semifinal level. His figure materialized 3 meters away from Yamcha, his right fist wreathed in purple, chi aimed straight for his face. Yamcha tilted his head 2 inches. The fist wind swept past his ear, the heat burning his skin slightly. Baiku's knee was already coming up. But just as Baiku's knee was about to reach Yamcha's abdomen, Yamcha had already shifted his center of gravity to the left. The knee struck empty air. Yamcha used the momentum of his sideways movement, swinging his right elbow in a reverse diagonal strike aimed at Baiku's green head. Baiku raised his palm to block the elbow strike, slamming into his palm, and a new ring of cracks burst from the stone slab under their feet. No advantage gained. But Yamcha had no intention of stopping. New Wolf Fong Fist. Chi wrapped around his fists, turning them into a barrage of shadowy punches covering 7 attack points on Baiku's front. Each punch carried a whistling sound so dense that the referee unconsciously stepped back half a pace. Baiku gritted his teeth. He had seen this technique in the semifinals, but seeing it was one thing, experiencing it firsthand was another. He raised his arms, forcibly blocking all the shadow punches, but a few chi strikes still slipped through the gaps in his defense, searing his ribs with burning pain. Baiku struck back, his fist wreathed in purple chi, slamming into Yamcha's chest. Yamcha didn't dodge. He took the punch, directly staggering back 2 steps, his feet scraping 2 grooves into the stone slabs. The price was that his right fist had already landed on Baiku's left cheekbone. The explosion of chi muffled between them. Baiku's head jerked 2 inches to the right, and a trace of purplish-red blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The entire arena held its breath for a beat. The commentator's voice exploded into the silence, trading blows. Yamcha actually chose to take Mayunia's frontal attack head-on to gain a chance to counterattack. I've rarely seen this kind of fighting style in all my years at the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Someone in the audience began to clap vigorously. Bike licked the blood from his lips, his face darkening. He had been made to bleed by an earthling. How dare you? What didn't expect that? Yamcha worked the spot on his chest where he had been hit. The two of them stepped forward simultaneously. The ensuing exchange had no words. Fists, elbows, knees, palms. They struck in a relentless volley, the two figures tearing across the ring, each collision accompanied by a real explosion of chi. The remaining intact slabs on the ring grew fewer. The commentator gasped and shouted, "Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Neither fighter avoids damage. What is this? This is a true warrior's duel." He paused for a second and used a phrase that made the audience burst into laughter. In my grandmother's words, these two aren't afraid to die. In the audience, Bulma clutched the armrest, her knuckles white, but she said nothing. Puer trembled like a blue furball, secretly covering his eyes with his paws, but couldn't help peeking through the gaps. "Young master." On the ring, Bike suddenly thrust out both hands, grabbing Yamcha's arms with a force like iron clamps. Light beam eyes. Purple beam shot from his eyes, heading straight for Yamcha's face. Yamcha tilted his head to the right. The beam sliced past his left ear, singeing a section of his short hair, the smell of burnt hair wafting in the air. "You dodged pretty fast." Bike squinted. "Thanks for the compliment, but for me a move used once won't work a second time." Bike's pupils contracted. Yamcha reversed his grip, locking Bike's wrist, then pushed off the ground with both legs, kicking Bike in the chest with his right foot. Bike flew backward. He flew fast, his figure trailing an arc. But as he flew, his right arm suddenly elongated, spanning 5 meters, and his fingers clamped tightly around Yamcha's ankle. Inertia combined with the pull, sending Yamcha's body into a horizontal spin. The ground rapidly enlarged in his vision. He was less than 2 meters from the edge of the ring. In that instant, Yamcha gathered chi in his left hand. The chi rapidly spun and compressed in his palm, changing from blue-white to a golden circular blade of light, its edges generating a faint ring of air waves due to the high-speed rotation. Without any wasted motion, the spirit disc slashed down toward Bike's extended arm. Bike had no time to defend. His attention was entirely on pulling Yamcha out of bounds. He never anticipated this move. Almost instantly, Bike's right arm from the elbow down was severed, cleanly falling to the ground at the edge of the ring. Bike stood frozen in place. Yamcha landed steadily back on the ring 30 centimeters from the edge line. He patted the lingering grip sensation on his ankle, turned his head, and let out a long breath. Close call, I almost lost it." Bike looked down at his severed right arm, the cut clean, without even excessive bleeding. His chi instinctively sealed the wound. He was silent for a full 3 seconds. "What move is that?" It was the first time Bike had shown genuine confusion in a fight. Yamcha tilted his head and curled his lips. "Spirit disc. I figured it out myself." In the competitor's corridor, Kellen's expression was frozen in a strange, subtle angle. He fell silent for about 2 seconds. Then when he spoke, his tone was remarkably calm, yet it carried an inexplicable trace of resentment. "That technique. How come it looks so much like an idea I once had?" Tien Shinhan glanced at him sideways. "You had a similar concept." "Not really, just a fleeting thought that never took shape." Krillin rubbed his forehead, his expression complex. "And then Yamcha used it first, and even gave it a good name. Spirit Ball." Krillin rolled the 3 words over his tongue, his expression like someone tasting something indescribable. "Forget it, I didn't have much of a clue anyway." On the arena, Piccolo looked down. The severed arm lay 3 meters away in a pile of rubble, its fingers curling slightly like a dead lizard. A wave of shock swept through the crowd. His arm is severed. Majinya's arm has been cut off. How can he keep fighting like this?" The announcer's roar echoed through the entire stadium. In the audience, someone covered their mouth. In the fighter's passage, Son Wukon's smile faded as he stared at Piccolo's severed arm on the arena. Krillin asked quietly, "Can't Piccolo Daimao regenerate?" Wukong didn't answer immediately, then after a second said, "He can't, but it's very energy-consuming." Tien Shinhan's third eye narrowed slightly. He understood. If Piccolo chose to regenerate his right arm, he would be actively draining a large portion of his ki reserves, which would plunge him from an equal footing on the arena straight into a disadvantage. So Piccolo wouldn't do something so foolish. On the arena, Piccolo kept the stump of his right arm close to his side. Yamcha didn't give him much time. "Hey Daimao, not regenerating your arm." Yamcha tilted his head. Piccolo sneered, "Humph, what's it to you?" "Fine, then don't blame me for bullying a cripple." Piccolo's face turned ashen. The moment Yamcha took his first step, his figure vanished. Piccolo reacted swiftly, his left arm crossed in front of his chest, but Yamcha's fist had already arrived. Bang! A direct punch. Piccolo caught it with his left palm, the bones of his wrist vibrating, and his entire arm was bent backward by 10 degrees. Yamcha gave him no breathing room. The Turtle School's chain of punches poured out. Right fist, left elbow, right knee, left palm. 4 attacks hammering Piccolo's defensive line in rotation. Piccolo had only one hand. One hand blocked the first punch, twisted his body to avoid the second elbow, but the knee had already slammed into his ribs. A dull thud. Piccolo's body arched slightly, a trace of purplish-red blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yamcha didn't stop. A palm strike slashed down from above. Piccolo dodged by tilting his head, but a piece of his collar was torn off by the wind of the strike. Then a side kick swept across. Piccolo blocked with his single palm, and the force sent him sliding 3 meters sideways, his shoes leaving 2 long streaks on the shattered stone floor. The audience erupted in waves of exclamations. This is a complete one-sided beatdown. The announcer's voice was already insufficient, as if he wished he had 3 throats. Yamcha has completely seized the initiative. After losing an arm, Vegeta's defense has shown clear vulnerabilities. Piccolo was forced into a genuine predicament. His left arm grew more and more strained as the barrage of fists, elbows, palms, and knees rained down like an unending storm, each blow precisely bypassing his defense and striking his gaps. Enough! Piccolo bellowed, stomping the ground hard and launching himself vertically into the sky. The sea wind was torn by his speed, spiraling white currents rising from the ground. Yamcha lightly touched his toes and followed him up. 2 figures, one after the other, pierced through the air currents above the arena. Piccolo hovered several hundred meters high, turned around, and extended his left arm downward. Die! In his palm, a purple sphere of ki coalesced, its surface crackling with arcs of electricity. Demon wave. The moment the orb left his hand, it split into 3 purple energy bolts, diving at Yamcha from different angles. Homing projectiles. The 3 bolts seemed to have eyes. When Yamcha dodged left, they followed left. When he dove down, they swooped after him. Tracking ki blasts. Interesting. Yamcha raised his right palm, gathering ki at its center. Slap. Slap. The 3 energy bolts, like tennis balls swatted by a racket, one flew into the wasteland outside the arena, another shot into the sky, and exploded into a firework. Piccolo's pupils contracted. His demon wave had been deflected by a single hand. But Yamcha was already in front of him. Too fast. Before Piccolo could react, a fist had pressed against his abdomen. This punch had no tricks. Piccolo's body folded into an unnatural angle, saliva and blood forced out of his mouth together. But Yamcha didn't stop. His figure vanished before Piccolo's eyes. The next instant, he appeared directly above Piccolo. Too slow. His right hand raised, elbow pointing downward. A heavy strike slammed into the crown of Piccolo's head. Piccolo's body plummeted like a cannonball from the sky. Boom. In the center of the arena, the remaining stone slabs shattered completely. Dust billowed upward, debris scattered outside the ring, and some pieces even flew into the front rows of the audience. Yamcha descended slowly from the air, landing at the edge of the crater. The dust had not yet settled. Piccolo lay face down on the rubble, his purple martial arts uniform torn in several places with a clear palm print dent on his back. The arena fell silent for a full 2 seconds, then the announcer's voice exploded like a shot of adrenaline. Heavens! Vegeta has been knocked down from the sky. A continuous assault from the air to the ground. Yamcha's display of dominance is simply breathtaking. Is this final going to end in this manner? In the audience, some had already stood up. He won, right? This should be a win. Bulma's hands finally released the armrest, and she stepped forward. Poir spun 3 times in the air. But Yamcha's steps halted at the edge of the crater. His brow furrowed. Piccolo at the bottom of the pit, the corner of his mouth was moving. It was a smile. Heh, you fell for it. Yamcha's pupils shrank. The 2 antennae on Piccolo's head suddenly stood up, their tips flashing with 2 blinding white arcs of electricity. Demon electric shock. Point blank. 2 thick bolts of lightning shot from the antennae tips, striking Yamcha square in the chest before he could retreat. Damn. The current coursed through his entire body. Yamcha's body convulsed violently in the electric arcs, white light engulfing him completely, and the surface of his orange martial arts uniform was instantly scorched into a black patch. The cheers from the audience came to an abrupt halt. Bulma's face changed. Poir let out a scream. Young master. The sensation of electric current surging through the body was far from pleasant. Yamcha's muscles twitched uncontrollably under the high voltage arcs. The front of his orange uniform burned to a charred black. White light swallowed him whole. From outside the arena, only a human-shaped silhouette wrapped in lightning was visible. Piccolo climbed out of the pit. His right arm was still missing, his purple martial arts uniform tattered, but the expression on his face had relaxed. How does it feel? Piccolo stood upright. The lightning of my demon clan is nothing like you earthlings' cheap tricks. He raised his left hand, arcs still dancing at his fingertips, a faint purple afterglow reflecting on his face. Bioelectricity released directly from the antennae. Enough voltage to roast a dinosaur. Your internal organs should be. Piccolo's words stopped. Within the electric arcs, the human-shaped silhouette moved. Yamcha's right hand reached out from the white light, fingers spread, and then he stepped out of the lightning. The front of his martial arts uniform had burned away, a large patch revealing solid chest muscles, with a few red marks from the electrical burns remaining on his skin. But he stood steady and firm. Not bad. Yamcha rolled his neck, twisted his shoulders a couple of times, his expression like someone just stepping out of a hot spring. Not even as good as a massage. Spike's pupils contracted sharply. 8. Kana. In the audience, Bulma's suspended heart half settled, while Puer spun twice in the air, weeping with joy. On the arena, Yamcha lowered his head. Spike, to be honest, that last hit was a bit itchy. He lifted his head, then burst his chi. But this time it was but an instant, like a faucet turned to maximum. A white pillar of chi erupted from his body, its diameter exceeding the arena's width. All remaining debris on the ground levitated at that moment, then hurled in all directions by the blast. The front row audience was knocked backward by the shockwave, a cascade of bodies. The referee flew a dozen meters away, landing on the grass. The commentator's microphone exploded. Bike's body was engulfed head-on by the surge of chi. His left arm instinctively shielded his face, while his feet gouged 2 deep furrows into the ground. Flee. But it was too late. Yamcha was already before him. A single punch. The simplest, most unadorned punch. His right fist pierced through Bike's abdominal defense, slamming solidly into his stomach. Guh. Bike's body folded into a right angle, a gush of purplish-red blood spewing from his mouth, his eyeballs nearly bulging from their sockets from the impact. Then he flew. He crashed onto the arena, bounced, crashed again, bounced, then crashed once more. 3 times. On the final landing, Bike lay face down in a pile of rubble, his entire body embedded in the ground, the surrounding stone slabs shattered in a radial pattern. The referee scrambled up from the ground, stumbled back to the arena's edge, and peered down to confirm. Bike lay motionless in the crater. 1, 2, 3. Someone in the audience stood up. 4. Bulma gripped the armrest. 8. Bike's fingers twitched, but his body did not rise. 9. The audience held its breath. 10. The referee raised his right hand, his voice cracking. Majinja contestant 10 seconds without rising. Yamcha wins. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament champion Yamcha. The arena erupted. Cheers, screams, applause. A colossal wave of sound nearly drowning the entire Papaya Island. Bulma jumped up, Puer wept into a blue fountain. Wulong dropped his sausage. Kellen frantically slapped Sun Wukong's shoulder in the corridor. He won. He won, he won. Sun Wukong smiled too. The purest, most heartfelt smile of joy for a friend. Goe Xianren removed his sunglasses, wiping the corner of his eye with the back of his hand. Yamcha stood on the arena littered with rubble, the sea breeze blowing through his scorched martial arts uniform. He closed his eyes and let out a long, slow breath. A system panel appeared in his mind. Main quest: 2 World Martial Arts Tournament champion completed. Rewards: Zhuang Quan modified version Jingshan Shu Guesher 1. But before he could examine it further, a sound came from the rubble beneath the arena. Bike's body trembled. His left hand pressed against the ground, fingernails digging into cracks, forcing himself up inch by inch. A trail of blood dripped from his mouth, trembling and unsteady, but the light in his eyes never dimmed. I am the great demon clan. Bike gritted his teeth, knees shaking, half kneeling in the debris. I must not lose to a mere mortal. His chi began to surge. No, not surge. It was a loss of control. Bike's body expanded. Muscles swelled at a visible rate. His size doubled in 3 seconds, tripled in 5. Giant body technique. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. A colossal green figure rose from the center of the arena, casting a shadow that covered half the venue. Panic erupted in the audience, the front rows scrambling backward. Bike looked down at the tiny orange figure below, a ferocious grin spreading across his lips. Now, can you still defeat me, Yamcha? Yamcha looked up at the sky, obscuring face. He shook his head. No, Bike, you're mistaken. Giantification does not enhance combat power, it's merely bluster. Moreover, the larger your size, the more vulnerabilities you expose. Yamcha tapped his toes. His figure vanished. The next instant he appeared directly before the abdomen of the 30-meter-tall Bike. His chi erupted again, just for a flash. Right elbow thrust forward. The tip of the elbow slammed into Bike's abdomen. That colossal body froze for an entire second under that blow. Then, Bike's giant body technique disintegrated from the point of impact. The 30-meter form shrank rapidly like a deflating balloon, 10 meters 5'3", until it returned to its original size. Bike knelt. Both knees crashed into the rubble, left hand supporting the ground, head bowed, purplish-red blood dripping steadily from his mouth. He could not utter a sound, his entire body trembling violently. Yamcha landed back on the ground, his back to Bike, hands on his hips. He tilted his head and glanced in Bike's direction. You still have 20,000 years to go before you can beat me. Bike's fingers dug into the rubble, knuckles cracking audibly. Yamcha turned to face him. But I can give you a chance. Go back and train properly. When you feel strong enough, come challenge me again. If you can defeat me, you can still rule the world. Bike lifted his head, his eyes blazing with a ferocity that could devour a man alive. Just as Bike knelt in the rubble, his savage glare undimmed, and Yamcha was about to speak, a piercing laughter erupted from the northwest corner of the audience. Ha 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 ha. Who dares look down on our great demon clan? Everyone turned to look. Row 17, 4 people stood up. A middle-aged man in a gray jacket, a lanky young man with round glasses, a woman in a floral dress, a bald man at the aisle edge. For utterly ordinary faces so plain they could vanish into a crowd. Sun Wukong was the first to react. His pupils contracted, his body tensed instantly. No, these 4 had an eerie chi. Everyone run. Sun Wukong shouted toward the audience. But before his words faded, the 4 bodies exploded simultaneously. Skin split from the chest bones and flesh burst apart like a cicada's molt, and 4 figures of differing shapes shot out from the human shells. The audience erupted into chaos. People in the front rows fled like mad, some trampled, others vaulting over seats, screams filling the air. 4 figures. 1 gray-skinned, 1 blue-skinned, 1 yellow-skinned, not particularly large in build, but their faces bore unhuman angles. And the last one, short, blue-skinned with pointed ears, clad in a black robe. He hovered in midair, hands behind his back, looking down upon the entire venue. I am Kalik Urshi, your new master. The small figure's lips curled upward. My father was once a candidate for the Celestial Master, but that hypocrite stole everything from him. Now I will reclaim what is mine. His gaze swept across the arena, landing on the Celestial Master, standing in the competitor's passage. Found you, Celestial Master. The ancient celestial god's body trembled for an instant, evidently not expecting this so-called Garrick II to appear here. Though the god was currently borrowing a mortal's body, such a ruse could not deceive Garrick. Yamcha stood on the arena, his gaze not on Garrick II, but on the movement paths of the three subordinates. The blue-skinned, white-haired man charged toward the front of the spectators' seats. He rushed in Bulma's direction. Nicky's speed was not slow, at least by the standards of those present. With a flicker, he darted through the chaotic crowd, heading straight for the first row. Yamcha tried to stop him, but an inexplicable restraint gripped his body, slowing his movements by several seconds. Yamcha looked at the small blue-skinned figure who had both hands emitting black light aimed at him. Yamcha could not help but sigh inwardly. Magic was truly a detestable thing. Master Roshi moved, his reaction not slow. He flung off his sunglasses and punched toward Nicky's chest. But Nicky sidestepped and countered with an elbow strike to the back of Roshi's neck. A dull thud. Master Roshi's body pitched forward, knocking over several bystanders before sliding over 10 meters. Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, and Krillin cried out in alarm. Nicky did not stop, his arm shot out, grabbing Bulma by the neck and lifting her entirely off the ground. Bulma's feet left the earth, her throat constricted, her face flushed crimson. Let me go. Poir shrieked as she charged, but Nicky waved a hand casually, sending the blue cat flying along with Lunch crashing into an iron pillar on the grounds and sliding to the floor. Garrick II laughed in midair. Ancient god, if you don't obediently accept death, then this woman might die first. On the arena, Yamcha's expression vanished. Krillin turned to look at Yamcha's face on the platform, and every hair on his back stood on end. Since he had known Yamcha, he had never seen such an expression. Sun Wukong also sensed it. The aura around Yamcha was shifting. Garrick II. Yamcha recognized these scoundrels. They were the villain boss from the Dragon Ball movie Return My Go On. Garrick II, base combat power 250, transformed muscle form 500. The three subordinates, Django, Nicky, and Samsu, had combat powers around 211, 215, and 205. Similarly, their muscle form combat powers were around 231, 235, and 225, with very low increases. In the movie timeline, these guys were supposed to show up only before Radit's arrival, targeting revenge on the ancient god and world domination, completely unrelated to the current tournament. But given it was a parallel universe, the storyline had deviated. These people had appeared early, lurking among the spectators, waiting for all the martial artists to exhaust themselves before striking. Admittedly, they had some tactical sense. Unfortunately, you've touched the wrong person. The god took a step forward. The mortal body he possessed had already endured considerable strain, but unlike the original story, he had not been subjected to the reverse demon wave seal. Garrick II. Whether you seek revenge on me, or whatever, that is a matter between me and your father. He raised a hand, pointing to the scattering audience behind him. There are tens of thousands of ordinary people here without any grievance against you. Let them leave. Garrick II hovered midair, looking down at the god, and laughed. Ha ha ha, old man, you're dreaming. You really are senile. He clasped his hands behind his back, his blue skin gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Revenge against you is just a side note. My main goal is to rule this beautiful world. To make these insignificant mortals spend their lives under the feet of the demon clan, living in despair. This is the great legacy of the Garrick family. The god's expression did not change. Sun Wukong and everyone. The god did not turn around, but his voice reached everyone's ears. Hundreds of years ago, there were two candidates for god. One was me, and the other was Garrick. But his ambition was seen through by the previous god. After failing the selection, he harbored resentment, then led the demon clan in rebellion, but was ultimately sealed by the previous god. And his son is the mad demon before you. Tien Shinhan's third eye swept across the four demon members, his lips pressed tightly together. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow and swallowed. On the other side of the arena, Piccolo knelt on one knee among the rubble. After hearing the god's words, his body stiffened for a moment. He looked up at Garrick II and his three subordinates in midair. Demon clan. The same as himself. Demon clan. If it were any other time, he might have considered an alliance, but one line from Garrick II stung more than all the rest. He wanted the god's life. But if the god died, Piccolo would die too. This was not a matter of stance, it was a matter of life and death. Piccolo gritted his teeth and pushed himself up from the ground, purple-red blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth. He the descendant of Demon King Piccolo. Garrick II glanced at the battered Piccolo from midair. A mere 3-year-old whelp beaten to this state by an earthling. If your father knew in the afterlife, he would not rest easy. Piccolo did not respond. Garrick II ignored him, lifting his chin. Django, Nicky, Samsu, get to work. Bring the dragon radar and clean up these troublesome martial artists. Before he finished speaking, a blue figure streaked from the side of the audience, stands moving at incredible speed. Chi-Chi moved. No one had noticed when she left the steps. Amid the chaos of screaming spectators, the ponytailed girl crept along the first row of seats, slinking toward Nicky's direction. Her steps were light, her breathing minimized. 3 meters from Nicky. 2 meters. Chi-Chi's right fist coiled with power, aimed at the elbow joint of the arm holding Bulma. A single strike would free Bulma. Nicky's eyes shifted. Another insect. His free left hand whipped back, grabbing Chi-Chi's wrist and twisting it, lifting her whole body off the ground. Chi-Chi struggled, punching Nikki's forearm, but he did not budge. Chi-Chi. Sun Wukong's voice exploded from the direction of the competitor's passage. He leaped forward, landing on the rubble at the edge of the arena, fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. Chi-Chi. Bulma. Sun Wukong's teeth ground audibly, his aura surging sharply. Damn it, you bad people. I'll destroy you. Tien Shinhan and Krillin had already positioned themselves in front of the evacuation channel, assuming combat stances. Kaiatsu floated behind Tien, trembling, but not fleeing. High above, Garrick too looked down at the martial artists, laughing with delight. Easy, easy. After I take care of you pesky flies, we can peacefully gather the Dragon Balls and let the mighty Shenron grant my wish. On the arena, Yamcha laughed at that. Garrick too's smile froze. What are you laughing at? Yamcha raised a hand, pointing first at the god by the competitor's passage, then at Garrick too. Garrick too's hovering body paused. What? The god created the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Ball's existence is tied to the god's life. If you kill the god, the balls turn to stone. Shenron vanishes, and your wish won't come true. Your intelligence work is terrible. Garrick too's expression changed. He whipped his head toward the god, who did not deny it, only nodded silently. A silence hung in the air for 2 seconds. King Chikaria too's expression cycled through a full progression of confusion, rage, and then a forced recovery of composure. So what? He ground his teeth. Then fine, I won't kill him. Just keep him alive until we've made all our wishes with the Dragon Balls. Right now you women are still in my hands. How dare you make any moves? Bulma. Yamcha spoke. Bulma, her throat gripped by Nico, with her face flushed and vision blurring, still managed to hear that voice. Hold on just a moment. Yamcha looked down at his own hands. I'll come for you right away. He closed his eyes. Since he had already claimed the World Martial Arts Tournament Championship, the mission was complete and the system rewards were in hand. Then, from this moment on, there was no reason to keep holding back anymore. Fuck you all, you ugly bastards. Let me show you my true power. He was about to unleash all the chi within his body. In that instant, Yamcha's colossal aura poured forth like a torrent, breaking free from its chains. White flame erupted from the soles of his feet. All the scattered rubble remaining on the arena floor floated up simultaneously, then shot outward in every direction at tremendous speed. A pillar of energy surged from the center of the arena toward the sky, its diameter expanding. 10 meters, 20 meters, as white light engulfed the entire fighting platform. A storm centered on Yamcha, with fierce winds rising from the ground. 2,000, 4,000, 5,000, 5,170. The white aura completely enveloped Yamcha's entire body, forming a towering pillar of light behind him that pierced through the clouds above Papaya Island. From the sea below, it looked like a white sword thrust into the heavens. Piccolo stood barely 5 meters away from him. He couldn't even remain standing. The backlash from the aura sent Piccolo flying, slamming him against the outer wall, where he bounced once before barely managing to steady himself. Using what remained of his left hand, he desperately clung to a crack in the wall. Inside the fighter corridor, Tenshinhan's 3 eyes were opened to their fullest, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The earth is shaking. This was not hyperbole. The ground of Papaya Island was genuinely trembling. Krillin stood with his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. So this is Yamcha's true power? Tenshinhan did not respond. He too had lost the ability to speak. Having known Yamcha for so many years, Tenshinhan had always believed he had a reasonable grasp of Yamcha's capabilities. But he had been completely wrong. Son Goku stood atop a pile of rubble, his orange GI rippling in the wind generated by the aura surge. From childhood training under Master Roshi, sparring with Tenshinhan, 3 years of cultivation in the sacred heavenly realm, and countless practice bouts with Master Roshi's assistant Mr. Popo, Son Goku had never encountered such fierce ki. Incredible. Goku's pupils reflected that blazing column of white light ascending into the sky, his fists clenched and unclenched at his sides. Then came the thrill, pure instinctive, arising from the very depths of his Saiyan bloodline. A primal craving for a powerful opponent. Yet beneath that excitement lingered a thought Goku himself had not fully processed. When had Yamcha become so overwhelmingly powerful? In the air above, King Chikaria too gazed at that white pillar. His smile vanished. Impossible. His small blue frame trembled violently in the pressure waves, forcing him to shield his face with both hands just to maintain his floating posture. The oppressive weight of that aura was 10 times more terrifying than his full power. A mere human. I must be dreaming. Dreaming. Within the white light, Yamcha raised his head, his eyes piercing through the shimmering curtain of aura to lock directly onto Bulma in Nika's grasp. Then, he disappeared. Nika was still smiling. He held Bulma by the throat and gripped Chi-Chi's wrist, convinced he had already won. Don't come any closer or I'll. His words died at the 4th character. Because suddenly a face appeared in his vision. Yamcha stood right before him. When had he appeared? How? Nika's mind could not process it. At over 10 meters away, he had not even perceived the flow of air. Yamcha's right hand rose. A chop. Nika's head separated from his neck. The cut was unervingly clean, and blue blood only began to gush half a second after separation from the body. The headless body maintained its choking posture, the residual muscle signals in his fingers finally releasing after nearly a second. Bulma's body began to fall. Yamcha's left arm swept across to catch her waist steadily, while his right hand simultaneously grabbed Chi-Chi by the back of her collar and pulled her behind him. Appearing, beheading, rescuing. All within a span of no more than a second. Nika's head rolled twice across the ground, that same smile still frozen on his face. Bulma coughed violently, a purple-red mark encircling her throat where his fingers had dug in. She looked up through blurred vision, the first thing she saw being Yamcha's jawline. Cough. Cough. It's over. Yamcha set Bulma gently to the ground, supporting her shoulders as he helped her lean against an overturned seat. Chi-Chi rubbed her wrist and stepped back 2 paces, her face pale. Puar flew over from beside the iron pillar and clutched Bulma's arm. Miss Bulma. Miss Bulma. Yamcha straightened his body and turned toward King Chikaria II in the air. Nika's headless corpse crashed down behind him with a heavy thud. In the air above, King Chikaria II's expression shifted from confusion to terror. Nika was dead. One strike. No time to react at all, just like crushing an ant. And I. Nika. His voice carried a tremor for the first time. Jianggu and Sanshio beside him froze, both of their expressions darkening in unison. You insects. How dare you? King Chikaria II's fear rapidly transformed into madness. He had not even finished shouting when an orange figure already blurred past his head. Son Goku. You harmed the person dearest to me. His gaze was completely different from his usual self. Only a pure bone-deep fury radiating from the very core of his being. He had seen Chi-Chi and Bulma having their throats seized, yet he had failed to stop it in time. Saiyan blood churned within his veins. For this, I will never forgive you. Son Goku's right fist had already arrived. King Chikaria II crossed his arms to block, and the fist struck his forearms, producing a sickening creaking sound from the bones. 250 versus 380. That combat power gap was translated into the most brutal reality the instant their flesh collided. King Chikaria II's body was sent flying backward, rotating 3 times in the air before he barely managed to stabilize his suspension. Both his arms were numb. Son Goku was already upon him. Left fist, right fist, knee strike, elbow drive. No fancy techniques, only the most fundamental attacks, yet each one carried unreasonable, overwhelming force. King Chikaria II could only defend. Son Goku's striking power increased with every punch, as if he were channeling some uncontainable emotion through his fists. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! King Chikaria II cried out in agony. He attempted to create distance to unleash a ki blast, but Goku gave him absolutely no space, maintaining close-range pressure with alternating punches and elbows, unleashing over 20 consecutive strikes, each one landing on a vital point. A knee drove into his abdomen. An elbow crashed into the back of his skull. A side kick swept across his ribs, the crisp sound of breaking bone echoing down from the air above. Goku. When he's angry, it's terrifying. Krillin swallowed hard on the ground below. Krillin swallowed hard on the ground. He knew Sun Wukong's temperament all too well. Usually cheerful and playful, reveling in combat, but when truly pushed beyond his limits, he became an entirely different being. Hey Krillin, don't stare. Tianjin Fan's voice came from beside him. Krillin turned and saw Jianggu and Sanshio charging down. One heading for Tianjin Fan, the other for himself. You two freaks. Want a taste too? Tianjin Fan stepped forward. Jianggu led the charge, meeting Tianjin Fan head on. Their fists collided and a shockwave of air exploded outward, kicking up a ring of dust. Jianggu stumbled back half a step. Tianjin Fan stood firm. With such meager strength, you dare to boast? Tianjin Fan remarked coolly. Jiang Ji's expression twisted. He glanced back at Ka like Air Sure, who was being savagely beaten by Sun Wukong in midair, and made his decision. Transform. Jiang Ji's muscles began to swell, veins bulging beneath his skin. His frame expanded in 2 seconds. Sanshio transformed in unison. The muscle form elevated their combat power from just over 200 to around 230. Jianggu charged at Tianjin Fan again, faster and stronger than before. Tianjin Fan's third eye swept over the opponent's bulging musculature. A mere facade. Jiang Ji's transformed right fist swept in with a gust of wind pressure. Tianjin Fan sidestepped and countered with a palm strike to the back. Jianggu stumbled forward. Before he could regain his footing, Tianjin Fan's knee drove into his abdomen. NGH. No matter how big your muscles, if you can't hit your target, you're useless. Tianjin Fan kicked Jianggu flying, sending him crashing through 3 walls. On the other side, Krillin wasn't having such an easy time. After transformation, Sanshio's combat power exceeded Krillin's by over 20 points. Coupled with the demon race's ferocious close-quarters style, Sanshio's fists rained down like drumbeats. Krillin dodged left and right, but the speed disadvantage grew increasingly evident. A punch struck Krillin's forearm, numbing the entire limb. Then a sweeping kick caught him off guard, striking his side and sending him flying 5 or 6 meters. Krillin rolled upon landing, steadying himself on one knee, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Damn it. This guy's got some serious strength. Sanshio pressed forward, fists wreathed in purple energy. Krillin gritted his teeth, lowering his stance. The moment before Sanshio's fist descended, he sidestepped with a sliding maneuver and executed a sweeping leg. Sanshio leaped over it, but Kulin had already gathered his hands at his waist. Turtle School Chi Blast. Discharged from point-blank range. The blue beam struck Sanshio's chest head-on, propelling him back over 10 meters and smashing him into the arena wall. Sanshio slid down from the wall, smoke rising from his chest, but he stood. Kulin panted heavily. A single Turtle School Chi Blast had drained considerable energy, and the opponent was still standing. You little dwarf. Sanshio wiped his mouth and charged again. Kulin did not retreat. He raised his fist and met the attack. In midair, Sun Wukong's final punch struck Ka like Airshur's face. The small blue figure plummeted from the sky. Boom. The ground cratered. Ka like Airshur lay face down in the hole, his face covered in purple blood, arms too weak to lift his black robe, torn to shreds. He trembled as he crawled out of the pit, spitting out broken teeth. Nearby, Jiangge was pinned to the ground by Tianjin Fan, single hand, unable to move. Across the way, Kulin was fighting a hard battle, but Sanshio was also locked in a stalemate after the Turtle School Chi Blast. The great demon warriors had become so pitifully vulnerable. Of the three subordinates he had brought, some were dead, others wounded. They couldn't even defeat Earth's martial artists, who were not at their peak. It was a disgrace to the demon race. Ka like Airshur's gaze shifted from madness to despair, and from despair emerged a terrifying last-ditch light. Tianjin Fan punched Jiangge in the face. Jiang Ji's body hung in the air for a few seconds, then plummeted vertically into the ground. The stone slabs shattered, mud splattered, and his entire body was embedded in the earth, with only his legs protruding, still twitching. Tianjin Fan withdrew his fist, his three eyes coldly surveying the scene. Jiang Ji's transformed aura was only at this level, still lacking compared to himself. The reason he had taken a few extra moves was simply that he had been injured by Baiku in the semifinals, and his physical strength hadn't fully recovered. Jiangge struggled to climb out of the pit. You? Mere mortal. His lips trembled, his frantic gaze swept to Ka like Airshur being pummeled by Sun Wukong in midair, then to Ni's headless corpse on the ground. Fear. Jiangge let out a furious roar, his muscles swelling to their limit, once more veins bulging like a trapped beast, and lunged at Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan didn't bother to counter. He raised his hands, palms pressed together in a diamond-shaped, thumbs and index fingers forming a triangular frame, aiming at the charging Jiangge. Energy gathered at his palms. All his chi compressed into a single point to be fired from the center of the triangular frame. The Crane Immortal School's ultimate technique. Chi energy cannon. Huh. A golden beam erupted from his palms, less than half a meter in diameter, but incredibly dense. The air along its path was instantly ionized, emitting a piercing hum. Jiangge had no time to dodge. The beam pierced straight through his chest, blasting through the ground for over 10 meters behind him. Golden light surged upward, scorching all grass within 30 meters. When the light faded, a crater 10 meters wide and bottomless remained. Jiangge had been reduced to nothing. Tianjin Fan lowered his hands and let out a long breath. The Chi energy cannon's power, at equal strength, far surpassed the Turtle School Chi Blast, its advantage lying in extreme compression and penetration. But the cost was equally significant. Given his current physical condition, executing the Chi energy cannon still placed too great a strain. In battle, if a single shot missed, it would be difficult to follow up with a second. But those thoughts could wait. Tianjin Fan turned his gaze to the other side. Kulin's situation was not looking good. Sanshio's speed and strength both overwhelmed Kulin. Though Kulin managed to hold his ground with footwork and the Turtle School Chi Blast, his stamina was draining rapidly. Sanshio's horizontal kick struck Kulin's blocking arm, sending him stumbling backward. Sanshio gave him no respite, lunging forward, his right hand forming a claw wreathed in purple energy aimed straight at Kulin's chest. Kulin's pupils reflected the claw, less than 20 centimeters from his heart. Too late. A blue beam struck from the side. The beam precisely grazed half an inch in front of Sanshio's face, forcing him to withdraw his claw and retreat several steps. Kulin turned to look. Gue Xianren stood about 7 or 8 meters away. He had discarded his black suit, tossing it onto the spectator seats. Now bare-chested, his small, wiry frame suddenly expanded, muscles swelling as if inflated. His arms thickened, and the lines of his pectorals and abs became clearly visible. Gue Xianren at full power. A combat power of around 180. It was negligible on today's battlefield, but the spirit of self-sacrifice. Gue Xianren flashed and appeared beside Kulin. One hand rested on Kulin's shoulder, steadying his faltering disciple. Well done, my student. Those 3 words made Kulin's eyes instantly redden. Wu Tian. Master. Gue Xianren patted his shoulder. Sun Wukong, Yamu Cha Kulin. You 3 are all my proud disciples of the Turtle School. No matter what happens, no matter how powerful the enemies you face, I Wu Tian will always be proud of you, always proud. He released Kulin's shoulder and turned to face Sanshio, who was poised 10 meters away. The Turtle School stands with you. Krillin wiped his eye with the back of his hand, took a deep breath, and straightened his posture. They moved in unison. Master Roshi drew both hands to his sides, and Krillin mirrored him, half a step behind, and to the right, same stance, same breathing rhythm. The key of master and disciple began to resonate. Blue light ignited simultaneously between 2 pairs of palms. The beams merged, their frequencies overlapped, and the energy output surged exponentially through resonance. Sancho sensed the danger, but chose to take it head-on. His transformed body had swollen to its absolute limit. His arms crossed protectively over his chest, shrouded in a swirling violet aura. He could withstand this Kamehameha. Huh, me. Two voices overlapped, one aged and grave, the other young and clear. Huh, me. Huh. Two blue pillars of light shot forth simultaneously. Mid-flight, they merged into one, the diameter exploding past 1 meter, its brilliance forcing everyone nearby to instinctively turn away. Sancho's expression darkened under the blue glare. Something was wrong. This energy was not 1 + 1 = 2. It far exceeded the sum of what either could produce alone. The resonant Kamehameha, amplified by master and disciple, had multiplied in power several times over. Sancho tried to flee, but the beam's speed far outstripped his reaction. The blue torrent engulfed him completely. The violet aura shattered in less than half a second within the blue light, and Sancho's body was stripped away layer by layer inside the beam. The light faded. Where Sancho had stood, only scorched earth remained. Clean. Master Roshi's body returned to his usual frail frame. His knees buckled, and he dropped to the ground, gasping heavily. So that's the most powerful Kamehameha? Yamcha stood over 10 meters away. He gazed at Master Roshi's back and fell silent for several seconds. In the original story, Master Roshi was just a lecherous old man. But the figure standing here now was a martial arts grandmaster whom even Beerus respected, forged on the battlefield of the Tournament of Power. He was never the strongest. He never would be. But the flame of the Turtle School was carried on his shoulders alone. Son Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, his three disciples stood on this battlefield today, and every punch, every kick they threw was rooted in the foundation this old man had built. Yamcha flashed forward in an instant and arrived at their side. He crouched down, reached into a small cloth pouch at his waist, and withdrew 2 senzu beans, holding them to the lips of Master Roshi and Krillin. Eat this. It has miraculous properties and will restore your strength. Master Roshi tilted his head and eyed the green bean. Is that a senzu bean? Where did you get it? Karen gave it to me, Yamcha said without further explanation. Master Roshi opened his mouth, bit down, chewed twice, and swallowed. Energy surged back. His depleted body felt as though warm water had been poured through his veins. The ache in his limbs faded within seconds. Master Roshi rose to his feet, rotated his wrists, and a trace of surprise flickered in his eyes. Precious stuff. Krillin also consumed his senzu bean. His previously shaky legs steadied once more. He clenched his fists and widened his eyes in astonishment. This senzu bean is truly miraculous. Fully restored, Yamcha stood up. By now, all 3 of the Demon King's subordinates on the ground had been eliminated. High above, Son Goku hovered in place, his fists still wreathed in rising heat. King Gyurum knelt in a shattered crater dozens of meters away, covered in blood, his long black robe reduced to ragged strips hanging from his frame. All 3 of his minions were destroyed. From the depths of despair in King Gyurum's eyes, some dangerous light began to kindle. He rose with a bitter smile and pressed both hands forcefully toward the sky. In that case, I'll use that ultimate technique to wipe you out. Death field. Open now. Above his head, the sky tore like fabric, ripping apart. A pitch-black vortex slowly unfurled. The sky had cracked. Not a metaphor. It was genuinely split asunder. From the rift, a darkness vortex spread like the gaping maw of some living creature, slowly opening wider. Violet arcs of electricity danced along the vortex's rim, and the air across Papaya Island grew thin. In the spectator stands where evacuation had nearly completed, panic erupted once more. The sky. It's tearing apart. Run. Run away. Several bold onlookers who had been watching the martial artists display their prowess from afar, feeling a sense of security just moments before. Now they looked up and saw the very heavens split open. Every shred of safety vanished in an instant. Beside the ruined arena, King Gyurum stood in the center of the crater with a grim smile, both hands raised to the sky, his aura swelling violently. Roped veins bulged across his blue skin. His muscles swelled as though something within were expanding from the inside, the crackling sound of shifting bones echoing across the field. His height shot up from under 1.5 meters, 1.8, 2 meters, 2.5. His entire physique ballooned to exaggerated proportions. The tattered remnants of his black robe could no longer cling to him and shattered into flying fragments. Transformation complete. The King Gyurum before them was no longer the short, comical, blue-skinned dwarf from before. He stood nearly 3 meters tall, shrouded in a dark purple aura. His facial features were twisted and distorted, his eyes blazing crimson. Kick. King Gyurum looked down at his swollen fist, his voice now deep and grating. Once the death field opens, there is no closing it. Whether it be the Kaioshin or all of you mortals, everything will be dragged in and perished eternally in endless darkness. Son Goku struck first, charging forward. Having pummeled King Gyurum thoroughly moments before, his momentum was unbroken. His right fist, wrapped in white aura, drove straight toward King Gyurum's face. The fist connected, but the result was entirely different. King Gyurum's head did not budge. His right hand rose slowly and gripped Son Goku's wrist. Boy, that felt good back there, didn't it? Bang. King Gyurum's left fist slammed into Son Goku's abdomen. Son Goku's body folded in half. A spray of saliva escaped his lips as he was launched like a cannonball, crashing through two walls until bricks and dust exploded across the ground. Goku! Krillin shouted. Son Goku clawed his way out of the rubble, half kneeling on broken bricks, left hand pressing against his abdomen, gasping for breath. What the? How did his strength jump like that? He looked up at King Gyurum's swollen form, a trail of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet no fear in his eyes. Still no match for Yamcha, but he surpassed me now. Son Goku pushed himself up on his knees, wiped the blood from his lip, and clenched his fists tight. The black vortex overhead continued to expand. The gravitational pull began to spread. Shattered stones, broken flagstones, and overturned seats on the ground started to levitate, drifting slowly toward the vortex. The referee had long since been blown out of the arena and disappeared. The announcer's booth and its equipment were already being sucked upward. Krillin's feet slipped, and he quickly dropped his center of gravity, grabbing the edges of a ground fissure with both hands. This thing keeps getting stronger. If this continues, people will be sucked in too. Master Roshi clutched an iron pillar, squinting at the vortex overhead. What sinister technique is this? The very fabric of space has been torn. Tenshinhan drove his feet into the ground, rooted like a mountain, all three eyes fixed on the vortex, a deep furrow forming between his brows. Even the Kaioshin's complexion had turned an unprecedented shade of green. The Death Field is a spatial rift connecting to the demon realm. Once fully opened, everything within tens of kilometers will be devoured completely. Yamcha stood atop a pile of rubble, his short hair blown straight upward by the rising air currents. He looked up at the black fissure in the sky, then down at Kalike 2, who was laughing maniacally. Well, then it's about time this ended. Yamcha's aura surged once more. He extended his right hand palm facing upward. A golden light coalesced in his palms, swelling from the size of a fist. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. The colossal spirit ball. The golden sphere hovered above Yamcha's palm, its diameter exceeding 5 meters. The energy on its surface spun at high speed, repelling all the surrounding rubble and dust with its rotating aura. Kalike 2 sensed this terrifying aura. His laughter abruptly ceased. No. Impossible. He turned to flee, or rather to fly, but the pull of the dead zone was also dragging him back. This was the technique's most fatal flaw. The summoner himself could not fully resist it. In that instant, a purple beam of light shot silently from the rubble in a corner of the arena. Demon Flash. The beam struck Kalike 2 squarely in the back. An explosion. Purple energy erupted across his back, and his body lurched forward, a spray of dark red blood shooting from his mouth. What? Kalike 2 turned his head in disbelief. In the shadow of the ruins, Bike knelt on one knee among the debris, his remaining left hand still in the firing pose, purple smoke curling from his fingertips. Clearly he had condensed all his energy. You traitor. Kalike 2's crimson eyes bulged. As a fellow demon, you. Bike spat out the blood in his mouth. Don't try to buddy up with me using the demon label. If the god dies, I'll have to follow him to the grave. Do you think I'm helping them? I just don't want to die. Kalike 2's body was still staggering. The wound on his back had not yet healed. Another voice exploded from the side. Me. Me. A blue pillar of light shot from Sun Wukong's palm. Kalike 2 crossed his arms in front of his chest to block. The blue beam slammed into his forearms. 2 deep furrows were carved under his feet as his entire body was pushed back more than 10 meters. The pull of the dead zone dragged him from above, while the Kamehameha pushed him from the front. 2 forces acted on his body simultaneously. Kalike 2's arms trembled violently, his fingers had lost all sensation. He held it off, but only for 2 seconds. Because the golden giant sphere had already arrived. Yamcha pushed his right hand forward. The 5-meter diameter spirit ball, carrying a devastating pressure, tore through every sound in the air. The golden light swallowed Kalike 2's entire vision. No. That was the last sound he made. The golden sphere crushed his body head on. Kalike 2's muscular form, his dark purple aura, his crimson eyes. All were disintegrated layer by layer within the golden wave. The spirit ball passed beyond where Kalike 2 had vanished, ascending further and plunging into the very center of the black vortex above. Boom. The world turned white for an instant. Golden light blossomed inside the vortex. The black fissure, as if being stitched together, contracted rapidly from the edges. The rift that had torn across the sky closed completely within 3 seconds. The blue sky emerged once more. Sunlight bathed the devastated arena. A profound silence fell over the entire scene, lasting a full 5 seconds. Then is it over? Someone shouted first. In the next moment, the entire Mugwa Island seemed to have a switch flipped. Cheers, cries, and laughter mingled together, overwhelming the air. Yamcha withdrew his right hand and let out a long sigh. Kellen sat down on the ground, lying on his back, looking up. It's good to be alive. Sun Wukong rubbed his sore belly, glanced at the spot where Kalike 2 had disappeared, then turned his gaze to Bike in the corner of the ruins. Bike, thank you. Bike ignored him, propping himself up on the ground and staggering toward the exit of the arena. After 2 steps he paused. He didn't look back. Next time we meet, I'll kill every last one of you. With that, the green figure disappeared into the distance. Yamcha watched that silhouette, the corner of his mouth twitching. That was just like Bike. He turned and walked toward Buer Ma's direction. The god stood at the entrance of the corridor watching Bike leave. Then he turned his head and looked at the distant horizon, his brow faintly furrowed. The dead zone had dissipated, but a method capable of opening such a spatial rift should not exist on Earth. Where had Kalike II learned it? A breeze blew in from the sea. Yamcha stepped down from the ruined arena. The setting sun pressed against the sea, coating the mess with a warm hue. Bulma leaned against the toppled seat, with Puer clutching her arm, his little face buried in her sleeve. The purple-red strangulation marks on her neck were still visible. Her hair was a mess, and half her makeup was smeared from crying. Yamcha walked up to her and stopped. Less than half a meter separated them. Bulma raised her head, her lips trembling. She wanted to say something. Something like, "Why did you come so late?" or "You scared me to death, you jerk," but not a single word came out. Yamcha reached out, his thumb gently brushing across the bruises on her neck. The moment his fingertip touched the circles of marks, his hand paused. "Does it hurt?" Bulma's tears began to fall with those two words. She crashed into Yamcha's chest, grabbing the burnt front of his martial arts uniform with both hands, her forehead pressing against his collarbone, her whole body trembling violently. Yamcha wrapped his arms around her, holding her completely in his embrace, his chin resting on top of her head. Puer was sobbing uncontrollably nearby, blowing snot bubbles, but he was sensible enough not to crowd in. He just hovered in the air, covering his face with his little paws peeking through the gaps. On the other side, Sun Wukong sat on a pile of broken bricks. Chi-Chi had already crouched in front of him. "Wukong, there's blood on your face. And here, your elbow is bruised too." Chi-Chi pulled at his sleeve, inspecting him over and over. "How many injuries do you have?" "They're just scratches," Sun Wukong said with a grin, stopping her hand from turning his clothes. "But Chi-Chi, that guy twisted your wrist, didn't he?" "Let me see." He lifted Chi-Chi's right wrist. A ring of purple-blue fingerprints remained on her skin. Sun Wukong's smile vanished for a moment. "I'm sorry, Chi-Chi." Chi-Chi looked up at him. "I should have been faster." Sun Wukong looked down at her wrist. "You got hurt. I failed to protect you." Chi-Chi's eyes reddened. She didn't cry out loud, just buried her face in Sun Wukong's chest and muttered, "Idiot." Sun Wukong placed his hand on the back of her head and patted it gently twice. Not far away among the ruins, Kellen stood beside a pillar, one hand on the pillar, the other on his hip, a blade of grass picked from the rubble dangling from his mouth. His gaze shifted from Yamcha and Bulma to Wukong, and Chi-Chi, then back. Embracing on the left, embracing on the right. Kellen switched the grass to the other side of his mouth. Sigh. Tianjin Fan stood beside Kellen, arms crossed, eyes closed. Jiaozi floated above his shoulder, his little head tilted, watching the silhouettes of the two couples in the distance. Then he looked down at Tianjin Fan, then at Kellen. Goku Ren walked over and stood between the two. The three of them stood in a row in the shadow of the passageway. After 3 seconds of silence, Goku Ren spoke. "First, have you noticed?" Kellen turned, "Huh? Those with hair all have girlfriends." Kellen's mouth twitched, and Tianjin Fan's third eye trembled almost imperceptibly. Jiaozi raised his little hand and touched his own bald head, not daring to say a word. In the midst of this awkward atmosphere, Lan Shi appeared. Her gaze swept across the ruins and finally settled on Tianjin Fan. "Tianjin Fan, are you all right?" Lan Shi ran up to him, panting. "I thought you..." Tianjin Fan opened his eyes and looked at the breathless girl before him. "I'm fine." Lan Shi stared at the scrapes on his chest that were still oozing blood. Her brow furrowed, and she reached out to press on his wounds. Tianjin Fan's face reddened considerably. "You? Take your hand off." "It's nothing. Nothing. It's bleeding." Lan Shi glared at him. "You're always acting tough." Tianjin Fan's third eye slid to the side, meeting Kellen's gaze. Kellen wore an indescribable expression. "Great," Kellen said, spitting out the grass and brushing the dust off his hands. "Another one leaves the bald club." He turned and walked toward the exit, his steps heavy. After 2 steps, he looked back at Goku Ren. "Master Wutian, do you think I'll ever find a girlfriend in this life?" Goku Ren pondered for a moment. "What with your height?" "Don't say it." A sea breeze blew. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the bald heads long. On the eastern side of the stadium ruins, the old man, known as Immortal, began to transform. The celestial being withdrew from his possession, revealing his true form. Green skin, white robes, and deep wrinkles etched across his forehead. Beside him lay the mortal vessel he had borrowed. Mr. Shun softly collapsed on the ground, breathing steadily, nearly fallen into a deep slumber. The onlookers witnessed this spectacle with surprisingly little reaction. By now, identities had already been laid bare. Having witnessed the 3-meter-tall Garlic Jr. and the 30-meter colossal Piccolo earlier that day, the appearance of a green-skinned elder before them had long since pushed their psychological thresholds to their limit. The deity made his way toward Yamcha. As he approached, Bulma stepped back half a pace from Yamcha's embrace, wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, and took her position at his right side. The celestial being fixed his gaze upon Yamcha. "Yamcha," he said, "today you not only vanquished the Demon King Piccolo, but also eradicated Garlic Jr. and his remaining demonic forces, liberating Earth from the threat they posed. You have saved every innocent person present here today." The deity inclined his head slightly toward Yamcha. "Such an achievement would be remembered throughout the annals of heaven itself. And your strength has earned you the undisputed title of the greatest martial artist on this planet." The words "world's #1" spoken by a deity carried a weight that no mortal could bestow. Son Goku nodded in acceptance, while Krillin and Tenshinhan closed their eyes, some measure of relief mingled with reluctant defiance. Yamcha remained where he stood, neither bowing nor offering false modesty. "Heavenly Lord," Yamcha replied. This was simply what any martial artist would have done. Yet without Goku's ability to hold back garlic, without the timely intervention of Tenshinhan Krillin and Master Roshi at critical moments, today would have ended quite differently. He cast a sideways glance toward Bulma. "I must also acknowledge Bulma's crucial role in helping me reach my current strength." She responded with a dismissive hum, turning away though the tips of her ears betrayed a faint blush. The deity observed him with careful scrutiny. This young man possessed a calm disposition, unmatched power, and genuine humility. He was certainly no villain, yet his heart lacked the absolute purity that defined Goku. He bore the weight of worldly concerns, understood human relationships and their complexities, maintained proper boundaries, and wielded lethal intent when necessary. Such a person could become an exceptional guardian. Yet he was not suited to become a deity himself. The celestial being offered no invitation beyond what the original tale described, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed," he said, "having a youth like you gives me confidence. Please guard this world well." Yamcha returned the gesture with a nod of his own. A sea breeze swept in from the south, stirring dust from the rubble into the sky, while the setting sun cast golden light across the scattered stones. Spectators at the stadium's periphery gradually began returning. With the sky's rift sealed shut and the monsters gone, the young fighters in their martial arts uniforms still stood their ground. Curiosity, it seemed, outlasted fear. Several bold spectators had already raised their cameras from a distance, the flashes crackling like thunder. "There, over there, it's the one in orange. That's who closed the giant hole in the sky." A familiar figure stumbled out through the stadium's side entrance. The announcer, while Garlic Jr. had unleashed his power surge, this man had fled into the equipment room and cowered beneath a desk. Now he clutched a spare microphone, his hair disheveled and tie crooked. Professionalism, it turned out, served him well when it mattered most. He sprinted toward Yamcha in 3 quick strides and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Athlete Yamcha." "No, Mr. Yamcha." Rising to his feet, he pressed the microphone to his lips, his voice echoing across the entire venue. "Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee for the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, I extend my highest regards to every martial artist present. It was they who stepped forward in our time of crisis, safeguarding the lives of tens of thousands of spectators." The applause started as scattered claps, then synchronized and finally erupted like rolling thunder. The announcer drew a deep breath and raised his voice further. "At this moment, I officially declare the champion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Yamcha." Cheers erupted like a tidal wave. Crowds surged back from every direction, some clapping, others whistling, a few children perched on adults' shoulders waving enthusiastically. The announcer held out the microphone toward Yamcha. "Mr. Yamcha, do you have any words for everyone?" Yamcha regarded the microphone before him. He took it and weighed it in his hand. Bulma tugged at his sleeve beside him and whispered, "What are you planning?" Yamcha offered no response. He climbed onto the ruined platform, specifically onto the single relatively intact stone slab amidst the rubble, and came to a stand. The setting sun illuminated him from behind, casting a long shadow across the stones. Yamcha raised the microphone. "Everyone, I am Yamcha, a disciple of the Kame School. You have all witnessed what just transpired. Those flying green-skinned monsters, the martial artists who fire energy blasts, the gaping black hole torn in the sky, and the arena shattered by a single punch." Yamcha scanned the crowd, his gaze sweeping across every face. This was no illusion, no stage trick, and certainly not magic. He, the life energy within us, is a genuine force, and martial artists are real warriors. The grotesque demonic beings we face today also exist in this world. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Garlic Jr. was the threat today, but what comes tomorrow? Yamcha's question sent a chill through everyone present. The next enemy may prove far stronger than today's foe, possibly an entire army, or perhaps a monstrous entity from distant reaches of the cosmos. Yamcha continued. "Therefore, as this year's World Martial Arts Tournament champion, I have decided to take action. I will establish an alliance to unite all martial artists worldwide willing to stand ready, forming a defensive organization dedicated to protecting Earth from threats." The crowd fell so silent that the sound of waves could be heard. "I call it the Z Alliance. The Z represents our final line of defense. No matter who the enemy is or where the threat originates, as long as even one member of the Z Alliance stands ready, Earth will never fall." Silence held for 3 seconds before someone began to applaud. One person, then 2, 10, 100. The applause swelled like a rising tide from the crowd. Yamcha did not pause. "However, this alliance will not be limited to martial artists alone." He gestured with the microphone toward the stands. "Anyone who cherishes the martial way, regardless of age, gender, or background, is welcome to join, provided they are willing to learn and grow stronger. Because the protection of this planet should not rest solely on the shoulders of a few individuals." As these words settled over the crowd, several young people rose to their feet, their eyes alight with anticipation. They had been moved. Burma stood beneath the arena, looking up at the man's back on the pile of rubble. Suddenly she remembered the first time she had seen Yamcha, that bandit youth who would blush and stammer the moment he saw a woman in the desert. When had he become like this? Moreover, Burma had never expected her boyfriend to harbor such grand ambitions. Truly remarkable. Master Roshi was equally silent, but the curve of his lips betrayed everything. This lad, having practiced martial arts for centuries and taught disciples throughout his life, he had taught Sun Wukong Kellen and Yamcha the fundamentals of the turtle school. But there was one thing he had never deliberately taught. Vision. That was something that could not be taught. Sun Wukong was a natural combat genius. Give him an opponent, and he would fight until the end of time. Kellen, though limited in ability, never shrank back at critical moments. But what Yamcha had spoken atop those ruins now transcended the very notion of a martial artist. On the other side, after hearing Yamcha's words, Sun Wukong blinked. What's the Z Alliance? Chi-Chi explained from beside him. It means organizing everyone to protect Earth together, Wukong. Oh, that sounds really interesting. Sun Wukong clapped his hands. Does that mean I can spar with everyone more often? Chi-Chi pressed her hand to her forehead. She was beginning to realize that her future husband's way of thinking seemed quite different from ordinary people. Tianjin Fan remained silent for a long while watching Yamcha on the arena. Count me in. Jiaozi floated in the air and asked softly, Brother Tian, you want to join? MHM. The crowd's applause continued on the arena. Yamcha handed the megaphone back to the announcer and descended from the rubble. The announcer's voice picked up again, hoarse, yet overflowing with emotion. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just witnessed history. Champion Yamcha of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament has announced the formation of the Z Alliance amidst these ruins. This will be a watershed moment in the history of human martial arts. Yamcha walked over to Bulma's side. Bulma tilted her chin and said in a tone pretending indifference, yet clearly carrying Z Alliance. The name's rather cheesy. But where will the headquarters be located? What about funding, equipment, communication systems? What good is all that talk without substance? Yamcha looked down at her. Bulma stood with her hands on her hips, her short blue hair tousled by the sea breeze, her makeup smudged from crying. Those issues. Yamcha reached out and brushed the stray strands of hair from her forehead. Will naturally be handled by the smartest woman on earth. I'll figure something out too. Bulma glared at him. So you're just going to shout slogans while dumping all the hard work on me? Not dumping. Yamcha smiled. Delegating. You'll be the Z Alliance's Director of Technology, Financial Director, and Logistics Director, all in one. You really have thought this through, Bulma huffed. Yamcha said nothing more and walked toward Sun Wukong and the others. Wukong Tianjin Fan Kellen Jiaozi. Interested in gravity training. Kellen was the first to respond. Gravity? You mean? Increasing gravity multipliers within an enclosed space for cultivation. Yamcha explained simply. I trained for over half a year in the gravity room Bulma built. The results far surpassed ordinary training. Tianjin Fan showed interest. What exactly is the method? Training under 10 times normal gravity. When you return to a normal gravity environment, your speed and power will multiply several times over. All three fell silent. If they trained at 10 times gravity for half a year with their current foundation, their combat power could easily exceed 1,000, perhaps even higher. Bulma has the blueprints for the gravity room. I'll have her build one for each of you afterward. Yamcha patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder. Of course I'll have her make them all capsule models. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Sounds amazing. It's a bit like my gravity suit. Though this does remind me of the sacred world of power and time at the Heavenly King's Temple. Chi-Chi tugged at Wukong's sleeve from the side. Wukong, we should be going right. All right. Sun Wukong scratched his head. I almost forgot. I promised Chi-Chi I'd take her back to Bunbuka Mountain after the tournament. He put 2 fingers to his mouth and blew a sharp whistle. A few seconds later, a golden cloud swept in from the distant horizon, trailing a slender wake, and came to a steady halt before Wukong's feet. The Nimbus Cloud. Sun Wukong leaped aboard and turned back, extending his hand to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, let's go. Blushing, Chi-Chi took his hand and was pulled onto the Nimbus Cloud. Once seated, she wrapped her arms around Wukong's waist and buried her face against his back. Well, everyone, I'm off first. But you must come to Bunbuka Mountain for my wedding. Sun Wukong waved at the group, grinning broadly. Yamcha, let's have another match next time. Anytime. The golden cloud carried the two of them skyward, accelerating rapidly until within seconds they became a speck of light, vanishing into the sunset in the west. Bulma watched the cloud disappear and murmured softly, that Nimbus Cloud thing. That's so romantic. Master Roshi watched the fading point of light on the horizon, his mouth twitching. Youth is truly wonderful. Ahem. A rustling sound came from the bushes on the eastern side of the venue. Everyone alertly turned their heads. A round, rotund figure emerged from the grass. Yakalulubai. He glanced left and right, confirming there were no rifts in the sky and no monsters on the ground, then strolled out boldly. Hey, is it over? Kellen's lip twitched. You've been hiding until now. What do you mean hiding? Yakalulubai retorted indignantly. This is called strategic concealment, preserving our fighting strength. Got it. No one responded. Yakalulubai didn't mind anyway. He pulled half a rice ball from his bosom, took a bite, and gave Yamcha a muffled thumbs up. However, Yamcha had already scooped Bulma into his arms. Hey, you again. Bulma's protest was swallowed by the wind. A white aura arose from Yamcha's feet as he surged into the sky with Bulma in his arms, heading toward West City. Pure hurriedly scrambled into Yamcha's embrace, her tiny wings flapping frantically. Wait for me, young master. The wind rushed into Bulma's collar, forcing her to hold Yamcha's neck tightly. Behind them, the outline of Papaya Island grew smaller and smaller. Tianjin glanced at the direction where Yamcha had vanished, then looked down at his own fists. Gravity training method. His fists clenched. The gravity room, huh? Kellen looked up at the sky. I never imagined Wukong and Yamcha would already be so far ahead. Master Roshi walked over. Gaps are never meant to be used as an excuse to give up. You need even harder training. Yes, Master Roshi. 1 month later. Year 755 of the Age of AI, June 8th. On Baozishan, in front of Sun Wukong's old residence, a huge open-air banquet stage had been set up with red silk ribbons stretching far into the distance and flowers planted all along the way. Neo Mo Wang personally cooked, slaughtering 3 cows, steaming 800 baozi, and roasting an entire wild boar. Of course, there were also many pre-prepared banquet dishes. The wedding of Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. The number of guests was not large, but their presence was significant. Goku Xianren wore a brand new black suit, his bald head polished with hair wax, and Kulin changed into a clean shirt. Tianjin Fan and Jiao Zi sat in a corner. Tianjin Fan had a cup of tea in front of him, while Jiao Zi gnawed on a chicken leg. Lan Shi sat next to Tianjin Fan, with half a seat's distance between them. Neither spoke, but neither moved away. Wulong and Pu Er were fighting over the last plate of braised pork. Yamcha and Buerma sat at the main table. Even the fortune-telling Granny Zhanbu Popo had come. Buerma wore a light purple dress today, with newly bought diamond earrings on her ears. In front of her was an exquisite gift box containing a set of platinum jewelry. Chi-Chi, this is a gift from me and Yamcha. Take a look and see if you like it. Chi-Chi opened the box, and her eyes instantly lit up. So beautiful. Thank you, Sister Buerma. Sun Wukong leaned over to take a look. That shiny thing is so pretty. Is it for me? Chi-Chi elbowed him, meaning for Wukong not to say silly things. Neo Mo Wang walked over to Yamcha with a bowl of wine. The giant, over 2 meters tall, had red-rimmed eyes, and his voice was so loud that the entire mountain trembled. He threw back the bowl of wine, tears streaming down along with the liquid. My Chi-Chi has finally married off. Yamcha raised his bowl and clinked it with his. During the feast, cups and bowls were clinked, and the atmosphere was steaming hot. Sun Wukong alone devoured 300 of the 800 baozi. The remaining were split. Neo Mo Wang took 200 Kulin, and Wulong snatched 100, and the rest were for normal people. After 3 rounds of wine, Goku Xianren picked up a piece of braised pork, glanced sideways at Yamcha and Buerma, then spoke. Speaking of which, Yamcha, Wukong is already married. When will you and Buerma be? Yamcha put down his wine bowl. He thought for a few seconds. No rush for now. I plan to give Buerma the most grand wedding in the entire universe. Kulin couldn't help it at the table. Cough, cough, cough. Kulin pounded his chest, coughing until his face was red. Teach the entire universe. Wulong put down his chopsticks, looking skeptical. Yamcha, how many bowls have you had? Even Sun Wukong, who was uncomfortable in his suit, tilted his head. The entire universe. I don't quite understand what that means. Neo Mo Wang slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. What ambition. As expected of the martial arts champion, your words truly have spirit. Everyone present thought it was just drunken boasting. Before the banquet ended, Yamcha took out a silver-white capsule from a small pouch at his waist and tossed it to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong caught it, turned it over, and looked at it twice. What is this? A gravity chamber, a tenfold gravity version. Yamcha leaned back in his chair. Just press the button on top, find an open space, and throw it. The operating instructions are attached to the inside of the hatch. The energy source is everything in nature, light, wind, thermal energy, and the like. But this technology is not yet mature. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Great. I've been wanting to try it ever since I heard you talk about it. Chi-Chi leaned over from the side, staring warily at the capsule. Mister Yamcha, is that thing dangerous? Don't worry. Yamcha smiled at Chi-Chi. The safety mechanism has triple redundancy. Once the body shows danger signals, the system will automatically reduce to normal gravity. Buerma designed it herself, so nothing can go wrong. Chi-Chi's expression softened a bit, but she still gave the capsule a few more glances. Sun Wukong tucked the capsule into his chest and patted it. Thanks, Yamcha. After I train with this for a while, I'll come find you for a fight. Yamcha raised his wine bowl. Anytime. The 2 bowls clinked together, splashing a few drops of wine onto the table. The night deepened, and the guests gradually dispersed. As Yamcha carried Buerma and flew into the night sky, he looked back at the lights of Baozishan. Sun Wukong stood at the entrance of the old residence, Chi-Chi holding his arm. The unborn child was already quietly nestled in Chi-Chi's belly. Sun Wu Fan. The ceiling of individual combat power in the entire Dragon Ball world. I hope that in this timeline Wu Fan can live a lighter life than in the original story. Yamcha withdrew his gaze and accelerated toward the Western capital. The second week after the wedding. Western Capital, Universal Capsule Corporation headquarters. Kulin, Tianjin Fan, and Jiao Zi stayed in the Western capital for 5 days. During these 5 days, they signed the Charter of the Z Alliance drawn up by Buerma. Each received a communication earpiece the size of a fingernail to be affixed behind the ear. It had global signal coverage with an emergency channel online 24 hours a day. Finally, each took away a gravity chamber capsule. Time flew, and another 2 months passed. Year 755 of the Age of AI, August. Underground Level 3 of Universal Capsule Corporation. The metal hatch of the gravity chamber was tightly sealed with indicator lights flashing red tenfold gravity in operation. Inside the chamber, Yamcha was bare-chested, sweat dripping along the lines of his muscles pooling into a small puddle on the shock-absorbing floor beneath his feet. Tenfold gravity. Over half a year ago when he first stepped into this chamber, he could barely stand steady under fivefold gravity. But now, Yamcha took a deep breath, spread his feet shoulder-width apart, drew his left fist back to his waist, and extended his right fist half an inch forward. The starting stance, New Wolf Fong Whirlwind Fist. The first punch was thrown, the fist wind under tenfold gravity was compressed into a visible white line of energy. The sonic boom of the air being pierced echoed back and forth within the sealed chamber. The second punch followed immediately, then the third, fourth, fifth. The shadows of the fists began to overlap. By the 10th punch, all the fist shadows had blurred into a continuous sheet of white light appearing from the front, like a wall built of fists. After completing the entire form, the final punch was retracted to the front of his abdomen. A wave of energy radiated from his body, and the blue indicator lights of the 8 gravity generator nodes on the chamber walls flickered twice simultaneously. Yamcha let out a long breath. The New Wolf Fong Whirlwind Fist under tenfold gravity was full of momentum, each punch carrying genuine destructive power. This set of techniques was his improvement from the original New Wolf Fong Whirlwind Fist. The attack nodes expanded from 5 to 9, the punching frequency nearly doubled, and most crucially, each punch was imbued with chi. At the martial arts tournament, even Sun Wukong had suffered quite a bit under this set of techniques. But it was not enough. Yamcha closed his eyes, and with a thought, a transparent panel appeared. Strongest Earthling System, host Yamcha Combat Power 5396 Race, Earthling Bound Skills, New Wolf Fong Whirlwind Fist, Chi Manipulation Ball, Kamehameha, Turtle School Fist Techniques, Chi Slash. Main Quest 1, Yamcha will never become a meme. 2. Universe Emperor, Yamcha. Yamcha's combat power was 5,396. From 168 a year ago to 5,396, now an increase of over 30 times. On Earth at present, this number was likely a height beyond the reach of anyone else except himself. However, facing Vegeta's power level of 1800, he was still more than 3 times weaker. But what truly troubled Yamcha was not the gap in power levels. Rather, it was the newly appeared main quest. Main Quest 2 Space Emperor Yamcha, the original Main Quest 2 champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, had already been completed. Then came this new task that made one's scalp tingle. Space Emperor. Yamcha stared at these 4 words for a full 10 seconds. System show the details of Mission 2. The panel flickered, and a new line of text unfolded. Main Quest 2, Space Emperor Yamcha quest requirement. In the vast universe there exists an evil emperor, Fu Lisa, who brutally rules over half the galaxy. And you, though merely a Yamcha, are destined to be the man who breaks everything. Quest objective: after the worst comes the best, the underdog's turnaround. In the upcoming battle on planet Namek, utter the words, Fu Lisa, I am the one you have always feared most. The Super Earthling. And in the most arrogant manner defeat the final form, 100 power of the Space Emperor Fu Lisa. Rewards 1. Combat power 50 million 2. Time Space Shuttle. Super Earthling. Yamcha looked at the extremely embarrassing line of text on the panel, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch wildly. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This strongest Earthling system really overestimates me a bit. Who is Fu Lisa? He is the most terrifying mutated being among the Frost Demon race. A cosmic overlord with a natural combat power of 120 million. A monster who, after only 4 months of training, could rival Super Saiyan Blue. Having an Earthling go against such a monster and moreover to defeat him in the most arrogant manner is practically no different from having lived long enough. A power gap of over 10,000 times lay before him. That was not something that could be erased by a sudden surge of power or shouting a few slogans. However, Yamcha closed the system panel, plopped down on the shock-absorbing floor, and casually grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat from his face. If a person has no dreams, what difference is there from a salted fish? In fact, the system's mission coincided with the ambition hidden deep in Yamcha's heart. Since he had already transmigrated into this Dragon Ball world, since he had already broken the original tragic fate, why not stand higher? How could he not become a Space Emperor? Moreover, Yamcha's mind surfaced the image of that girl with short blue hair who always worried about him. I still owe Bulma the most magnificent wedding in the entire universe. At the thought of this, Yamcha's fist clenched involuntarily. To hold a wedding in space, without the power to sweep through everything, how could he reserve the venue? And how could he intimidate those space pirates and alien monsters? He still needed to plan carefully. Yamcha leaned against the metal bulkhead, recalling the World Martial Arts Tournament over a month ago, and couldn't help but gain new insights into this timeline. He finally understood that the Dragon Ball parallel universe he was in was simply a disaster-prone level. If he were still the Yamcha from the original story who only knew Wolf Fong Fist, and whose power level was always at the bottom, then the development trajectory of this world would definitely have completely collapsed. Perhaps this world would have long been ruled by Demon King Piccolo. Even if in the worst case Sun Wukong really performed extraordinarily at the tournament and exhausted himself to defeat the second-generation Demon King Piccolo, so what? The hidden Ka Liku Air and his demonic minions in the audience seats would definitely deliver the most fatal blow. In the original timeline, Ka Liku Air was supposed to appear only a few years later, but in this world he had entered the stage early and even knew to be patient and ambush. Imagine if he hadn't intervened at that time. Yukong with all his cards revealed a severely injured Piccolo and the underpowered Tianjin Fan and Kalin. How could they oppose Ka Liku Air who had opened the dead zone? I'm afraid they wouldn't even see the shadow of the Saiyan invasion a few years later and Earth would be finished directly. Forget it. Yamcha stood up, moved his sore shoulders, and his bones issued a series of cracks. Thinking about this was useless. In this Dragon Ball world where planets could be destroyed at any moment, only continuously improving absolute power was the true way. Now, although a combat power of 5,396 already looked down upon all others on Earth in the vast universe, it was still far from enough. The tenfold gravity chamber built by Bulma had already begun to yield diminishing returns for him. Martial arts training could not rely solely on hard physical training, it also required breakthroughs in realm and broadening of vision. He needed to encounter higher-level gods and a broader cosmic perspective. It's time to go to King Kai's planet. Yamcha looked up at the dome of the gravity chamber, his gaze seeming to pierce through the thick alloy, staring into the depths of the distant starry sky. North King Kai, the highest deity governing the North Galaxy, resided on King Kai's planet. Not only did it have a natural tenfold gravity environment, but it was also the best springboard on the path to becoming Space Emperor. With this thought, Yamcha walked to the control panel and pressed the button to stop the gravity operation. The red indicator turned green, and the tenfold oppressive pressure instantly receded like a tide. He pushed open the heavy metal hatch and strode out. Next step, he should go to the lookout to visit the Guardian. Outside the gravity chamber, Yamcha called up the system's rewards. Kaioken Improved Version Spirit Tree Fruit 1. The system's rewards are indeed good. As a divine technique in the early Dragon Ball, Kaioken could multiply combat power, but it put a huge strain on the body. However, the system gave the improved version, indicating that some side effects were removed or it was more suitable for the Earthling constitution. But he did not rush to extract it. Since he had decided to go to King Kai's planet, he could completely wait until he met North King Kai to study this ultimate technique. Maybe he could also take advantage of this to get some other benefits from King Kai. As for the spirit tree fruit. In the movie The Tree of Might, when the Scion de Lyci ate one, his combat power directly soared from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Clearly the enhancement mechanism of this thing was tied to the consumer's base combat power. Eating it now would be too wasteful. A combat power of 5,396 multiplied by 10 would only be over 5,000. If he waited until his base combat power reached 1,000 or 2,000, then it would be a leap of at least 1,000,000. Good steel must be used on the blade. That old scoundrel Fu Lisa was still waiting for him to beat up. Yamcha turned and walked toward the living area. Bulma was sitting on the sofa, tapping on the keyboard with a steaming cup of coffee beside her. Hearing the footsteps, she didn't even look up. I thought you were going to make this place your home until the new year. Yamcha walked behind the sofa, bracing his hands on the backrest as he glanced down at the cascading streams of data filling the screen. He rounded the sofa and sat beside Bulma, reaching out to ruffle her short blue hair. You've worked hard. A faint blush warmed Bulma's cheeks, yet her tongue remained sharp. Save it. Just say it. What do you want now? Yamcha leaned back against the sofa cushion, his gaze drifting to the sky beyond the window. There is always something beyond the heavens, someone greater beyond the accomplished. This time I intend to seek cultivation at a higher realm. Bulma paused her typing and turned to look at him. Where? King Kai's palace. Bulma fell silent for 2 seconds, then simply reached into her pocket, pulled out a capsule corp container, and tossed it into Yamcha's arms. Yamcha gripped the capsule container, a smile touching his lips. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Stepping out of the Capsule Corporation headquarters, Yamcha spread his feet shoulder-width apart and sank his energy downward. Boom. A white aura erupted from his body, instantly scattering the clouds above West City. The shockwave sent fallen leaves swirling through the air as a deep rumble echoed through the surroundings. Bang! 2 cracked footprints branded the ground as Yamcha transformed into a white meteor shooting straight toward the heavens. His destination, the northwest. Karen Tower. At the pinnacle of the towering white spire that pierced the clouds, Lord Kaioken was dozing over the railing, half a dried fish still clenched in his hand. Suddenly his white whiskers stiffened upright. His round body shot straight, cat eyes bulging wide. That energy. Gripping his staff, he hurried to the edge of the tower and looked down. A column of white energy was rocketing upward along the tower's side at an incomprehensible speed. Sound booms layered upon sound booms, and the entire Karen Tower trembled faintly. A few seconds later, the energy column halted abruptly outside Karen Tower. The fierce wind forced Lord Kaioken to stagger back 2 steps, the dried fish dropping from his grasp. The aura dissipated. Yamcha hovered midair, arms crossed, and waved at the old cat behind the railing. Yo, Lord Kaioken. Long time no see. Lord Kaioken retrieved his staff and swallowed hard. Boy, how has your energy become so terrifying? It had only been a little over 2 years since his last training session at Karen Tower. Perhaps I am simply a martial arts prodigy born once in 10,000. Yamcha smiled. Lord Kaioken rolled his eyes, his whiskers twitching twice. That's not natural talent. That's outright mutation. Even Goku's energy isn't this exaggerated. Lord Kaioken shook his head. But you didn't come today just to ask for senzu beans, did you? I'll collect those another time. Today I'm going up. Yamcha pointed overhead. To see Lord God. Lord Kaioken nodded. Go ahead. Lord God knew this day would come. Until next time. Yamcha flared his energy again, becoming a white meteor that shattered through the clouds, heading straight for the heavenly palace. Lord Kaioken stroked his chin whiskers, watching the fading point of light. A human from Earth. Actually reaching this level. This kid is a complete monster. Passing through the thick sea of clouds. A red hemispherical structure came into view. Exotic plants lined the perimeter and white stone tiles covered the entire plaza. This was the highest point on Earth, where the air grew dangerously thin. Ordinary humans would struggle to breathe. But for Yamcha, who possessed absolute environmental adaptation, it made no difference at all from the ground below. Tap. His feet settled firmly upon the ground, his aura instantly concealed. Lord God stood at the center of the plaza, leaning on a wooden staff. Beside him stood Mr. Popo, draped in a white cape over his obsidian frame. Yamcha. Lord God's voice resonated. Lord God. Yamcha stepped forward, offering a slight bow of respect, then turned his gaze to Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo, it's an honor to make your acquaintance. Mr. Popo blinked his round eyes and pressed his palms together. Mr. Yamcha, hello. Lord God turned and gestured for Yamcha to follow him toward the edge of the temple. You handled the Garlic Jr. incident well. Lord God gazed out at the sea of clouds below. Without you, Earth might well have become a breeding ground for evil. Merely my duty. Yamcha walked beside Lord God, skipping idle pleasantries to address his purpose directly. Lord God, I have come to request a favor. My cultivation has hit a bottleneck. Yamcha looked toward the distant horizon. The training and resources available on Earth can no longer push me past this ceiling. I need guidance from a higher level. Lord God turned to study the young man. As a deity, he could naturally perceive the depths of energy stored within Yamcha's body. Such a level of power, let alone on Earth across the entire northern galaxy, it would mark one as a formidable warrior. Indeed, there is no one on Earth who can teach you further. Lord God sighed, including myself. Therefore I ask that Lord God do me this favor. Yamcha met Lord God's gaze without hesitation. Please send me to King Kai's planet. The moment those 3 words left his lips, the air grew utterly still. Mr. Popo's eyes widened sharply, his watering can tilting slightly as water spilled onto the stone tiles. Lord God's hand clenched tightly around his staff. On his deeply lined green face, only astonishment remained. You? How do you know of Lord King Kai's existence? King Kai. He was the supreme deity presiding over the entire northern galaxy. Even Lord God had only heard that name whispered by his predecessor upon assuming the role of Earth's guardian. He was a being above even the divine hierarchy. A mere mortal, or indeed any lower deity, would never be granted such knowledge. Yet Yamcha's expression remained serene. The universe is vast, Lord God. Rather than answering directly, he presented an even greater rationale. When Garlic Jr. tore open the Death Worm's domain last time, I caught fragmented glimpses of what lies ahead. Enemies in the distant starry expanse, far more terrifying than any demon. I have a presentiment that in a few years Earth will face annihilation. The me of today could never stand against such a threat. Lord God fell silent. He studied Yamcha's eyes. There was no trace of deception within them. Only an intense hunger for strength and a profound wariness of the unknown crisis awaiting. As Earth's guardian deity, Lord God himself harbored a vague premonition, a lurking evil force stirring restlessly in the depths of the starry cosmos. King Kai's planet. Lord God drew a deep breath, steadying the turbulence within. I can arrange for you to contact King Yama and take the route through the dead zone. I am grateful, Lord God. But Tianshan shifted his tone, striking his staff heavily on the ground. There is only one way to go to the Jiwang planet. You must survive the snake path, a road spanning 1,000,000 kilometers. One misstep, and you will fall into hell, doomed for eternity. Yamcha's lips curled into a faint smile. A mere 1,000,000 kilometers. When do we leave? Tianshan's face turned green. He was already green-skinned, but now his complexion was even greener. 1,000,000 kilometers. This young man spoke of it so lightly. Ah, the youth of today, so impatient. Tianshan grumbled inwardly. Among the generations of Tianshan, only a rare few had been qualified to enter the underworld, let alone bring a living person there. In the present Earth, the only ones capable of crossing the boundary between life and death were himself and the fortune-teller Baba. But bringing a living person into the netherworld was an absolute taboo. If anything went wrong, even he, the Tianshan, could be dismissed from his post. Tianshan's hand gripping his staff tightened. He looked at Yamcha's resolute eyes. This young man had just saved the Earth, and even foreseen future crises. Yamcha's strength had long surpassed all past Earth martial artists, and his determination to protect the Earth could not be ignored. For the survival of Earth, what harm was there in bending the rules once? Grasp my arm. Tianshan extended his withered left hand. Yamcha stepped forward and took hold. Space twisted instantly. Light returned. Yamcha opened his eyes. Before him lay a dim yellow sky, beneath his feet a sea of white clouds. In the distance the yellow spring road stretched endlessly, with thousands of souls lined up in a long queue. These souls bore white halos above their heads, drifting forward aimlessly. The underworld. Yamcha looked around. The air was thick with a strange energy fluctuation. The laws here were utterly different from those of Earth. An ordinary person would find it extremely difficult to even take a step here. Yamcha merely adjusted his breath slightly and fully adapted to the environment. Ahead of the queue, two underworld employees, one with red skin, one with blue skin, both sporting ox horns, held registers and loudly maintained order. The red demon turned his gaze, sweeping over Tianshan, then landing on Yamcha. His eyes lingered on Yamcha's feet for 2 seconds, then slowly moved upward to his head. No halo. A physical body breathing a heartbeat. The red demon's mind blanked. The blue demon followed his gaze, and the registers slipped from his hands onto the clouds. A living person. The blue demon shrieked. The sound exploded across the yellow spring road. Countless souls turned their heads, hollow eyes fixed on Yamcha, and gasps rippled through the queue. Tianshan ignored it, pulling Yamcha straight through the long line of souls. The grand hall was majestic and solemn, its huge vermilion doors wide open. The two disregarded the queued souls and cut in line to enter the hall. In the center of the hall stood an enormous desk. Behind the desk sat an immensely huge man with purple-red skin, a full beard, and a hat adorned with 2 horns. Yanma Dawang, King Yanma. He was holding a massive stamp, mechanically stamping documents. Thump, thump. Suddenly Yanma Dawang's hand paused. Tianshan, how dare you bring a living person into my Huangquan realm? Do you take the rules of the netherworld for nothing? Tianshan's forehead beaded with cold sweat. He hastily stepped forward 2 paces, forcing a flattering smile. Please calm your anger, Yanma Dawang. This Yamcha is no ordinary mortal. Not long ago he stepped forward, defeated the great demon king Bike, and saved the entire Earth. Not only that, he also crushed the ambition of the demon Kalike II to rule the world, protecting countless lives. Yanma Dawang snorted coldly. His enormous hand reached out and pulled over an extremely thick book of life and death. His thick fingers quickly swept across the pages, the flipping pages stirring up a gale that fluttered Yamcha's clothes. Yamcha stood still, hands at his sides, meeting Yanma Dawang's gaze without flinching. Yamcha. Yanma Dawang's eye stopped on a certain line in the book. He lowered his head and re-examined this human. The book of life and death recorded this human's achievements. No wonder. Yanma Dawang stroked his thick beard. A while ago a soul named Kalike II came to my hall. That fellow was arrogant, declaring he would rule the underworld, and I slapped him into hell. So it was you who sent him down. Yanma Dawang's gaze toward Yamcha changed. To defeat a demon with a mortal body, such an achievement was extremely rare in the records of the underworld. The underworld valued rules, but also respected true powerhouses and heroes. Yanma Dawang was well aware of Kalike II's strength. A human who could kill Kalike II was no ordinary being. Very well. Yanma Dawang leaned back in his enormous chair. Considering your great contributions to Earth, I will reluctantly make an exception this time, but remember, never again. Tianshan let out a long breath, repeatedly thanking him. With permission granted, the blue demon led the two out of the hall and toward the starting point of the snake path. At the end of the yellow spring cloud, see a massive dragon head statue opened its huge mouth. A yellow road covered in scales extended from the dragon's mouth, winding and twisting into the endless yellow mist, its end nowhere in sight. The snake path. Tianshan stopped and turned to Yamcha. I'll see you off, only up to here. Leaning on his staff, he said, Lord Jiawang's residence is at the end of the snake path. When your training is complete, I will come to fetch you. Thank you, Lord Tianshan. Yamcha nodded. Tianshan turned his body, dissolving into a phantom, vanishing from the underworld. Yamcha walked to the start of the snake path. He looked down at the space beneath the snake path. Beneath the churning yellow clouds, faint spine-chilling wails could be heard. That was hell. Falling meant eternal damnation. Moreover, 1,000,000 kilometers. An ordinary person couldn't finish it even if they walked for years without eating or drinking. But Yamcha flexed his wrists, took a deep breath, parted his feet, and lowered his center of gravity. Boom. Pure white aura erupted from his body, releasing all his inner energy without reserve. A violent wave of air swept outward from him, instantly tearing a massive vacuum zone in the surrounding yellow clouds. The guiding blue demon was knocked to the ground by the pressure, rolling a dozen times before regaining his footing, staring ahead in shock. 1,000,000 kilometers. A smile tugged at Yamcha's lips. Just a warm-up. Bang. A sonic boom cloud exploded from the ground. Yamcha shot forward with a white light soaring up the winding snake path. His speed was so immense that only a straight white line remained on the retina. The gale stirred up the underworld's clouds, which did not settle for a long time. The blue demon sat on the ground, watching the white light vanish at the end of his vision, swallowing hard. Is this guy really from Earth? Over the snake way, Yamcha's figure accelerated continuously, his aura pushing aside all surrounding resistance. The yellow sea of clouds below receded wildly. The 1,000,000-kilometer snake way for ordinary souls was an endless journey of despair, but for Yamcha, As he was now, it was merely a slightly longer runway. A white aura enveloped his body. Sonic boom, clouds bursting in rings behind him. Yamcha compressed his energy to the extreme, minimizing external leakage, and flew at full speed. The airflow sliced through the dim yellow air of the other world, drawing straight white lines above the snake way. Along the way he passed several isolated buildings. Outside one particularly luxurious palace, several beautiful snake demons dressed as maids had just poked their heads out, when before they could even see Yamcha's afterimage they were knocked over by the fierce wind. Yamcha did not slow down, nor did he pause. Mere feminine allure was nothing. It would only affect the speed of his punches. He was in a hurry. 3 hours later, the winding snake way finally came to an end. Ahead was no longer an endless sea of clouds, instead a tiny sphere floated in the void of the Yellow Springs. King Kai's planet. Yamcha retracted his aura, his body tracing a parabola as he landed steadily toward the small planet. The moment his feet touched the grass, a heavy pull came from the ground. 10 times gravity. Yamcha didn't even bend his knees. Having spent over half a year in Bulma's gravity chamber, he had long grown accustomed to such gravity. This natural tenfold gravity felt even softer than the machine-made kind. He looked around. The layout was extremely simple. Green grass, a few trees, a hemispherical hut, and a miniature road encircling the entire planet. The roar of an engine came from the other end of the road. A red vintage convertible was slowly approaching. In the driver's seat sat a small, plump old man with sunglasses, 2 antennae, and blue skin. North King Kai. He was steering with one hand, humming an unknown tune, clearly in a good mood. Yamcha did not conceal his energy. With a single flash he crossed half the planet and appeared directly in front of the red convertible. "Hello, Lord King Kai." The screech of brakes echoed across King Kai's planet. King Kai slammed the brakes, leaving 2 long black marks on the road and emitting acrid white smoke. The front of the car was less than 10 centimeters from Yamcha's knees. "You scared me." King Kai adjusted his sunglasses on his nose and stood up from the car. "Don't you make any noise when you walk." "Oh, it's a human." As soon as King Kai finished speaking, 2 figures dashed out from behind the hut. A brown-haired ape and an upright insect wearing white gloves. Bubbles and Gregory. The ape and the insect hid behind King Kai's car, peeking curiously at the uninvited guest. King Kai stared at Yamcha, and his 2 antennae suddenly twitched. He took off his sunglasses, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. "Huh. Alive. Live person." King Kai's jaw nearly dropped onto the steering wheel. His finger trembled as he pointed at Yamcha. Why you a living person? How did you get to my planet?" Yamcha remained calm, cupping his hands in salute. "Lord King Kai, my name is Yamcha. I'm from Earth. King Yama specially permitted me to cross the snake way to come here and learn from you." King Kai put his sunglasses back on, jumped out of the car, and circled Yamcha twice. "That stubborn King Yama actually let a living person use the snake way, eh?" King Kai stroked his chin. "Wait, Yamcha. That name sounds familiar." The antennae on his head glowed, faintly connecting to the other world's information network. After a moment, King Kai realized. "I see." He nodded. "A few months ago, a demon named Garlic Jr. caused trouble at King Yama's place and was slapped into hell. So it was you who saved Earth and eliminated the demon. No wonder King Yama gave you the green light." Yamcha smiled. "Just luck." King Kai put his hands behind his back, assuming the air of a master, and was about to offer some teachings when he suddenly realized something. "Hey, that's not right." He pointed at the grass beneath Yamcha's feet. "The gravity on my planet is 10 times that of Earth. Even a powerful martial artist would be overwhelmed. How are you completely fine?" King Kai leaned in for a closer look. Yamcha wasn't even breathing heavily, let alone sweating. 10 times gravity. Yamcha rolled his shoulders. "Before coming here, I happened to train in a similar environment for a while. I've gotten used to this gravity." King Kai didn't believe it. A human from Earth can get used to 10 times gravity. He put his hands on his hips. "Young man, bragging is not a good habit. Show me your energy." Yamcha didn't refuse. He needed an opportunity to demonstrate his strength. "Since Lord King Kai wants to see, I'll oblige." Yamcha spread his feet slightly and lowered his center of gravity. Boom. A white aura erupted skyward. The previously calm King Kai's planet was instantly swept by a fierce gale. The grass was torn up and King Kai's red convertible slid backward for over 10 meters from the blast. Bubbles and Gregory, terrified, clung to a tree disheveled in the wind. A battle power of 5396 was released without reserve. King Kai's 2 antennae trembled violently, and his sunglasses were blown askew to the tip of his nose. "That's such incredible energy." King Kai's voice distorted in the storm. The intensity of this power far exceeded his understanding of Earthlings. Yamcha retracted his energy, and the aura vanished instantly. King Kai's planet returned to calm, with only the swirling grass clippings attesting to what had just happened. King Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and pushed his sunglasses back into place. He stared at Yamcha, silent for a full 10 seconds. King Kai's own battle power was 3500. That number was considered above average in the North Galaxy, but facing this Earthling, he felt a sense of powerlessness, as if he could not possibly match him. "To be honest," King Kai sighed, "your strength already surpasses mine." Yamcha thought to himself, "Of course, I know you only have a battle power of 3500. But his face showed no pride. Instead, he stepped forward with an extremely respectful demeanor. "Lord King Kai is too modest." Yamcha's tone was sincere. The magnitude of energy is only one way to measure destructive power. In terms of martial arts mastery and understanding of universal laws, I am not even 1/10,000th of you. King Kai clearly hadn't expected such words from Yamcha. Yamcha continued, before I came the guardian of Earth mentioned you many times. Lord North King Kai is the supreme deity governing the North Galaxy with unparalleled martial arts mastery. More importantly, you are humorous, approachable, and the wisest god in the entire universe. With a masterfully delivered compliment, the corners of KO's mouth began to rise involuntarily. He cleared his throat twice, attempting to conceal his inner euphoria, yet his hands clasped behind his back had already begun to rub together in delight. Is that so? Does everyone outside truly speak of me thus? KO tilted his head back, his laughter swelling. Oh, that Kami fellow truly should know better, blurting out such inconvenient truths. What torment you've put me through. Ha ha. Yamcha, sensing the moment was ripe, flipped his palm and produced a compact capsule container. Your Majesty KO, it is an honor to make your acquaintance. This humble gift is but a token of my respect. Yamcha pressed the capsule button and tossed it onto the ground. With a sharp report, a cloud of white smoke dissipated. Upon the grass stood a towering bookshelf, its shelves lined with countless leather-bound volumes. Beside it rested several large refrigeration cases. What's this? KO leaned in curiously. These are all the cold joke compilations from Earth that I specially gathered for you. 10,000 volumes in total, each one unique. Yamcha casually pulled out a book. Let me read one to you. A bread roll and a steamed bun get into a fight. Who emerges victorious? KO perked his ears forward. Who won? The steamed bun. Because the steamed bun has meat within it. KO froze for 2 seconds. Then, ha! KO clutched his stomach, rolling across the grass in uncontrollable laughter. The steamed bun has meat. Ha! That's hilarious. Ha! That joke was incredibly funny. Yamcha casually opened the nearby refrigeration case. Inside were the finest bananas, apples, and an assortment of fruits from Earth. He tossed a bunch of bananas to Babbles, who was hiding behind a tree, and offered a jar of specially crafted honey to Grubby. The ape and the insect, caught by the alluring aroma, immediately cast aside their wariness toward the stranger and rushed forward to devour the offerings. KO barely managed to compose himself, rising from the ground to survey the bookshelves brimming with jokes, and his pets feasting eagerly. His gaze toward Yamcha had transformed entirely. Young man. KO patted Yamcha's arm. You are remarkably thoughtful. The customs of social grace transcended all universes. KO peeled a banana and took a bite, asking between chews, though Yamcha, your strength on Earth is already unmatched, and even across the northern galaxy few could stand against you. What exactly do you seek to learn by coming to me, eh? Yamcha's expression grew serious, his gaze deepening. Lord KO, I have heard of your legendary techniques, the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Yamcha did not mince words. But I have not come solely to learn techniques. I have recently established an Earth defense organization, the Z Alliance, designed to counter all known and unknown threats. Because I am aware that the cosmos harbors terrors far beyond my imagination, such as Frisia. The banana slipped from KO's grasp and fell onto the grass. The antennas atop his head stiffened instantly, his face draining of all color. You? How could you possibly know that name? Frisia. That name was an absolute taboo across the northern galaxy, and indeed throughout the entire 7th universe. Ordinary inhabitants of mundane planets possessed no right whatsoever to know of him. The races who had learned that name had for the most part been utterly annihilated by that cosmic sovereign. Cha's expression remained composed, showing no retreat. The reason lies in a catastrophe that befell Earth several months ago. A demon sorcerer named Self forcibly tore open a spatial rift connecting to the dead zone. KO nodded. At the precise moment that rift opened, the spatial turbulence revealed to me fragments not of this present. Yamcha spun an earnest fabrication. Some visions of the future. KO drew in a sharp breath. I witnessed a green planet obliterated by a colossal sphere of energy. Yamcha met KO's gaze, his cadence slowing. I saw countless grotesque alien warriors rampaging across the cosmos, killing, burning, and pillaging. But most critically, I beheld a figure seated upon a hovering throne bearing a tail, who claimed the title of Cosmic Emperor. Frisia. Yamcha uttered the 3 syllables. KO fell silent. Pacing back and forth across the grass with his hands clasped behind his back, his footsteps crunched softly against the ground. Foreseeing the future. KO halted and gazed upward at the profound cosmic expanse. While such a phenomenon defies comprehension, the temporal turbulence unleashed by a spatial rift could indeed project future information into an individual's mind. KO turned back to examine Yamcha more closely. Frisia, the nightmare of the entire universe. He was born with terrifying combat prowess, a sadistic nature, and rule over nearly half the galaxy. If you glimpsed him in visions of the future, it means Earth will inevitably fall within his sights sooner or later. Yamcha nodded. Your current strength renders you invincible on Earth, undoubtedly. Yet against Frisia, or even his elite warriors, you would not survive a single exchange. That is precisely why I have come. Yamcha crossed his arms. I require greater power to protect Earth. I see. KO planted his hands on his hips, once again assuming the air of a wise master. As the greatest deity across all universes, I naturally cannot stand idle. After all, Earth's welfare falls squarely within my jurisdiction as Northern KO. You wish to learn my signature techniques, is that correct? Yes. KO approached Yamcha and held up 2 fingers. In my lifetime, I have devised 2 martial arts techniques of which I am most proud. The Kaioken, a technique that allows you to exponentially amplify your combat power, speed, and defensive capabilities within a brief window. He raised his 2nd finger. The Spirit Bomb, gathering the tiny fragments of energy from every living being across an entire planet, or even the cosmos itself, condensing them into the most destructive energy sphere capable of vanquishing evil itself. Yamcha's eyes flickered with interest. These 2 techniques, particularly the Spirit Bomb, were indeed the core divine arts spanning the entire Dragon Ball saga. Your Majesty, KO is truly profound and unfathomable, Yamcha remarked. Do not celebrate prematurely. KO lowered his hand with a cold sneer. Though these techniques wield immense power, to this day no one across the entire universe has ever mastered them. KO added, myself included. Yamcha's eyebrow arched. He was well aware that KO himself struggled to wield these techniques effectively, yet hearing it spoken aloud still made him question whether this so-called deity was entirely reliable. No matter how difficult, I shall give it my all, Yamcha stated resolutely. Have spirit. KO nodded, stepping back several meters. Since you are so determined, I will demonstrate the Kaioken for you first. Observe carefully. The principle behind this technique lies in absolute mastery over ki and pushing your physical limits to the breaking point. KO spread his legs slightly and lowered his center of gravity. The airflow around KO stars suddenly stilled. The essence of the Kaioken is not merely releasing ki. It is forcing ki through your body under extreme compression. With every beat of your heart, you must drive that ki deep into your cells, forcing them to operate at the razor's edge between destruction and rebirth. Huh. King Kai let out a low growl. Boom. A crimson aura erupted from the surface of the King Kai's rotund body. This was not the ordinary white aura. The red light exuded an intensely savage pressure, instantly carbonizing the surrounding grass blades. Yamcha narrowed his eyes. He could sense that King Kai's battle power had surged directly from 3500 to 7000 in that instant. Double Kaioken. Speed, strength, perception, all doubled across the board. Such an amplification was an utterly unjustifiable cheat. Yet it lasted only 3 seconds of true manliness. Huff. Huff. The crimson aura abruptly dissipated. King Kai's legs gave way, and he plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. Dense beads of sweat oozed from his blue skin, and his antennae drooped lifelessly. See that? He said, wiping his sweat and waving a hand. That's the price of the Kaioken. The burden is too great. Yamcha stepped forward and looked at the collapsed King Kai. Doubling the ki means the body must endure double the pressure. King Kai caught his breath and stood up. If your body isn't strong enough, using the Kaioken forcefully will have only one result: your muscles will tear and your bones will shatter. Yamcha nodded. This was something he knew well. In the original story, when Goku fought Vegeta, he forced the 4 times Kaioken, and afterward, even moving a finger was excruciatingly painful. But the physical burden isn't the hardest part of the Kaioken, King Kai said, adjusting his sunglasses with a grave expression. What is the hardest? Asked Yamcha. The heart. King Kai pointed at his chest. The Kaioken demands that the user must achieve absolute single-mindedness in the moment of eruption. King Kai's voice echoed across the empty grassland, controlling that wild ki as it circulates through the body. If you slip even slightly, it will backfire and devour you. Your mind must be free of any distracting thoughts. No fear, no greed, no selfish desires. King Kai looked into Yamcha's eyes. There are only 2 kinds of people who can perfectly master the Kaioken. Either a complete idiot whose brain is utterly devoid of any thought, a pure fool, or someone with a completely untainted pure heart. King Kai sighed. Unfortunately, mortals are all bound by the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Even I, a god, sometimes indulge in eating tasty food or listening to bad puns. With too many distractions, the Kaioken becomes unusable in actual combat. That's why for so many years this technique has remained merely theoretical. Yamcha stood frozen after hearing this. A pure heart. A brain missing a screw. Instantly the image of Son Goku, dressed in an orange martial arts gi, his mind filled only with fighting and eating, unable to distinguish between men and women, flashed through his mind. No wonder. Yamcha suddenly understood. No wonder in the long story of the original work so many people had visited King Kai's planet. Tien, Krillin, Piccolo, Kaiatsu, even Yamcha himself later. They had all trained there, but not one of them had learned the Kaioken. It wasn't that King Kai was hiding it and refusing to teach. It was that the threshold for this technique was simply not meant for normal people. Piccolo was always thinking about surpassing Goku. Tien was obsessed with the pinnacle of martial arts. Krillin was clever, but always had concerns. As for himself, Yamcha cursed inwardly. He knew exactly what kind of person he was. Before the transmigration, he was an ordinary man. After arriving, though, he had changed his fate. His selfish desires and distractions had not diminished. He wanted to become the emperor of the universe, to pursue the highest peak of martial arts, and to give Bulma the most magnificent wedding in the entire cosmos. To achieve single-mindedness. To possess a pure heart. It was more absurd than asking him to challenge Frieza alone right now. So Yamcha, King Kai said, looking at his fluctuating expression, your talent is undeniable, but your mind is too burdened. Though you are not a bad person, I can sense that you carry many things in your heart. Ambition, attachments, calculations. Such a person, even if you barely learn the key circulation path of the Kaioken, will never be able to use it in combat. Forcing it will result in your body exploding. King Kai patted Yamcha on the shoulder. Give up on the Kaioken. I can teach you the spirit bomb instead. That technique also requires a pure heart, but as long as you don't harbor evil thoughts, you might still have a chance of mastering it. Yamcha lowered his head and said nothing. King Kai's conclusion was objective. According to normal martial arts logic, he would never be able to use the Kaioken in this lifetime. But he was a transmigrator with a cheat. Yamcha closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into his mind. A translucent system panel materialized in the darkness, glowing with a faint blue light. Kaioken improved version item description, a system customized version that removes the pure heart mental requirement and slightly optimizes the burden on the body. As long as the body's strength meets the threshold, the corresponding multiplier can be activated. Note the physical burden still exists, and this technique is for the host's personal use only, others cannot learn it. Yamcha gazed at this description, and an uncontrollable smile curled at the corners of his mouth. No mental restriction. As long as the body could withstand it, he could double it infinitely. And his body, the strongest earthling body modified by Shinran's wish, possessing absolute environmental adaptability and supercellular load-bearing capacity, was the perfect vessel tailor-made for this improved Kaioken. Yamcha opened his eyes. He looked at King Kai, and all the gloom on his face vanished. Lord King Kai, you said you remember the key circulation path of the Kaioken, right? Yamcha asked. King Kai was taken aback. I do remember, but didn't I just tell you that you can't practice it? Whether I can or not, I'll only know after trying. Yamcha stepped back half a pace, clenched his fists, and his bones cracked. Please teach me the circulation path. Leave the rest to me. King Kai looked at the stubborn earthling and shook his head helplessly. A young man who won't be convinced until he's dead. He sighed. Fine, since you insist on suffering, I'll pass you the incantation. But don't blame me if something goes wrong. Yamcha smiled. He would not only practice it. He would use this very technique created by King Kai to completely overturn the god's perception of martial arts. 1 month later, on King Kai's planet, on the green turf, King Kai, wearing sunglasses, lounged contentedly on a red beach chair. He held a thick book titled The Complete Collection of Earth-Bad Puns, and a glass of lemonade sat on a small round table beside him. Why are penguins' bellies white? King Kai read the question from the book, paused for 2 seconds, and gave the answer himself. Because their arms are too short to wash their backs. That kills me. What kind of genius ideas do earthlings have in their brains? The King of Worlds rolled on his chair, laughing uncontrollably, his two antennae trembling wildly. Bubbles sat on a nearby branch, nibbling on a banana, while Gregory circled the tree trunk, occasionally chirping. Not far from this place, Yamcha stood on the grass, bare-chested, legs slightly apart. His chest heaved heavily, and sweat trickled down the defined lines of his muscular body. 1 month. A full 30 days he had spent every day attempting the chi circulation technique taught by the King of Worlds. Again, Yamcha took a deep breath and abruptly opened his eyes. Boom. White aura erupted from his body. The turf was swept up by an invisible wave of energy, and the surrounding air emitted a low hum. Under the tenfold gravity, the air was now churned by this pressure, becoming almost tangible. Chi high-pressure circulation, press it into the limbs. Yamcha forcibly altered the flow of chi within his body, following the King of Worlds' oral instructions. He tightened every muscle, his heart pounding like a war drum. Chi surged against the current rampaging within. Kaioken. Yamcha let out a roar. The white aura enveloping his entire body instantly took on a layer of blood-red hue. A crimson light burst forth, and a pressure several times more violent than before descended. Power. Doubled power swelled within his muscles. Yamcha felt he could punch through this planet with a single blow. He stepped forward with his right foot, ready to throw a punch, but the raging red energy within him suddenly spiraled out of control. Ugh! Yamcha grunted. The red aura shattered, abruptly dissolving into specks of light. He stumbled forward a few steps, his knees weakened, and dropped to one knee on the grass, gasping for air. A faint metallic taste rose in his throat. He had failed. Give up, Yamcha. The King of Worlds put down his joke book, ambled over, and clasped his hands behind his back. I've told you before, the Kaioken demands absolute single-mindedness. The King of Worlds pushed up his sunglasses. Forcibly executing this circulation method will only break your body. That you lasted an entire month without exploding is already a testament to your physical resilience. The King of Worlds shook his head. You can't master this technique. Yamcha knelt on the ground, calming his chaotic breath. He did not refute the King of Worlds. Because the King of Worlds was right. The original Kaioken was in essence a skill that defied human nature. That extremely violent energy coursing through the body. If even a single thought like I must control this energy flickered through the mind, it would cause the chi to run amok. Indeed, it's still impossible. Yamcha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. The original Kaioken could only be wielded with effortless mastery by someone like Son Goku, who was born with a simple mind and a pure, innocent heart. Yamcha was an ordinary man. He couldn't do it. The King of Worlds, seeing Yamcha's silence, believed he had finally accepted reality and nodded approvingly. Don't be discouraged. You're already very strong. Next, I'll teach you the spirit bomb. Lord King of Worlds. Yamcha interrupted the King of Worlds, pushing himself up from his knees with his hands. Now please watch closely. The moment I Yamcha succeed. You want to try again? The King of Worlds frowned as he watched Yamcha resume his stance. Young man, stubbornness is not a virtue. If you try again, you might not be able to handle it. Yamcha ignored the King of Worlds. He clenched his fists, spread his legs slightly, closed his eyes. He felt the new circulation route from the system. Opened his eyes. Kaioken. Boom. A thick pillar of red energy shot into the sky. This time it was pure, the most violent crimson aura. The energy wave turned into a tangible shockwave sweeping outward from Yamcha as the center. The King of Worlds, caught off guard, was blown back 5 or 6 steps and fell to the ground. What is this? The King of Worlds didn't bother to brush the grass off his backside. He stared at the figure enveloped in red light. That violent crimson aura pulsed steadily around Yamcha's body. Standing in the center of the red glow, he clenched his fists. He felt better than ever. He raised his head and looked at the open space ahead. Bang! A deep crater exploded in the ground and Yamcha's figure vanished instantly. The next second he appeared midair. His right fist shot out. The air burst with a sonic boom. Then came the left fist, the right leg, and an elbow strike. Bang! 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 Yamcha unleashed a flurry of punches in midair, moving at an inconceivable speed. The air was completely torn apart by the rapid fist winds, and a series of white sonic boom clouds exploded in the sky one after another. Each punch possessed enough power to level a mountain. The King of Worlds sat on the ground, his mouth wide enough to fit an apple. Plop! His sunglasses slid off his nose and fell onto the grass. This is impossible. The King of Worlds' voice trembled. He knew the Kaioken he had created better than anyone. It required an absolutely pure and unblemished state of mind to control. And this earthling had actually succeeded. Moreover, judging by his fluid movements, the chi circulation was flawless, even smoother than the theoretical model he had derived. Could it be? He is truly a once-in-a-millennium martial arts prodigy. The King of Worlds swallowed. Beneath that seemingly complicated face, is there a pure, innocent heart hidden? The King of Worlds fell into deep self-doubt. Midair. Yamcha stopped his barrage and hovered in place. A twofold boost in combat power. His current base power level was 5411. Under the twofold Kaioken, his power level directly broke through the 10,000 mark. But this was still not enough. The upper limit of the improved Kaioken depended solely on the body's endurance. Yamcha took a deep breath, feeling the strain on his cells. The cellular super-endurance trait granted by Shenron played a huge role at this moment. Twofold, still not the limit. Again, Yamcha's eyes sharpened. Threefold Kaioken. Boom. The planet of the King of Worlds shuddered violently. The originally 2-meter-high crimson aura instantly swelled to 3 meters. The red light dyed half the sky of the planet in a blood-red hue. A violent pressure descended from the heavens. The planet's natural tenfold gravity seemed to lose its effect against this pressure. Large patches of turf were torn up and cracks appeared on the walls of the hemispherical hut. Bubbles and Gregory clung to each other in terror, shivering. The King of Worlds clung desperately to the grass roots beside him, barely managing not to be blown away. Threefold. The King of Worlds' voice cracked completely. At that moment, he could clearly sense the amount of chi within Yamcha. 16,000. By the measurement of those space beings, that was nearly a power level of 16,000. The King of Worlds' own power level was only 3,500. Facing Yamcha at this moment, he felt like a rabbit before a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The overwhelming sense of absolute dominance suffocated even the supreme deity of the North Galaxy. Monster. How could a monster like this be born on Earth? King Kai muttered to himself. Midair, Yamcha closed his eyes, carefully experiencing the changes brought by the triple Kaioken. 16,233. That was his current peak combat power. He could feel his muscles protesting, blood vessels throbbing dangerously on the verge of extreme dilation. With the triple Kaioken, his body could still perfectly control it without noticeable adverse reactions. If he forcibly pushed to 4 times his combat power, would reach over 21,600, enough to suppress Vegeta's normal state of 18,000. But given Yamcha's current physical strength, forcing the quadruple would likely cause muscle tears. Enough. Yamcha willed it. The red aura receded like a tide. The fierce wind ceased and King Kai's planet returned to calm, leaving only the scarred turf and a few bare tree trunks. Yamcha slowly descended from midair, landing on the ground. His breathing was steady, his aura calm. He walked over to King Kai, bent down to pick up the sunglasses, and handed them over. King Kai took the sunglasses dazedly and put them on. Yamcha looked at the deity of the North Galaxy, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lord King Kai, I did it. King Kai sat on the ground looking up at this earthling, unable to speak for a long time. Show off. Too much of a show off. But King Kai had no rebuttal because the man had truly mastered it. Not only that, but he had skipped the double and achieved the terrifying power of triple. You? King Kai stood up, coughed twice, trying to salvage some divine dignity. Ahem, your talent indeed. Has a touch of my own style back in the day. Yamcha didn't call out King Kai's stubbornness. He looked up at the hazy yellow clouds of the afterlife above the planet. Now that the path of Kaioken was set, the trump card against the Saiyans was in hand, but to complete the system's absurd task of Universal Emperor and face a monster like Frieza with combat power in the hundreds of millions. This level of power couldn't even scratch Frieza's fingernail. Yamcha withdrew his gaze and looked at King Kai. Lord King Kai, since I've mastered the Kaioken. Then teach me the spirit bomb. 2 months later, King Kai's planet. Under the yellow sky, Yamcha stood with legs slightly apart, his right arm raised high, holding a blue-white sphere about 20 centimeters in diameter. The surface of the sphere rippled with pure energy, the surrounding air pushed away by its gentle aura. The spirit bomb. Yamcha clenched his fist. The blue-white sphere instantly dissolved into countless motes of light, returning to the grass and trees of King Kai's planet. Yamcha lowered his arm and let out a long breath. Not far away, King Kai sat on a beach chair sipping lemonade, watching through his sunglasses as his two antennae gently swayed. Not bad. King Kai took a sip of lemonade. In just 2 months, you've controlled the spirit bomb to this extent. Your insight is indeed rare. Compared to the utterly inhuman strictness of the Kaioken, the threshold of the spirit bomb seemed more accessible. It didn't require an absolutely pure heart. Only that the caster lacked extreme evil thoughts and could communicate with nature and borrow its energy barely enough to perform it. Although Yamcha harbored many thoughts, he was essentially a decent person without any world-destroying antisocial tendencies, so learning this technique went relatively smoothly. Yamcha walked over and sat on the grass beside King Kai, casually grabbing an apple from the round table and taking a bite. Over these 2 months, he had thoroughly bonded with King Kai. Every day besides training, he would tell King Kai jokes from Earth and occasionally play chef, grilling a few sea fish brought from Earth. Even gods needed to eat and, more importantly, relieve loneliness. Yamcha knew well that King Kai was the information hub of the entire North Galaxy. Getting on good terms with him was more valuable than learning a few martial arts. Lord King Kai. Yamcha swallowed the apple and casually looked around the tiny planet. I've always had a question. As the supreme deity of the North Galaxy, isn't your office space a bit cramped? King Kai's planet was indeed too small, barely 100 meters in diameter, taking less than a minute to run around. King Kai, who had been sipping his drink, comfortably stiffened at the question. He set down the cup and coughed dryly, his expression turning awkward. Well, it's because concentration is the essence. King Kai straightened his back. The planet may be small, but it has all the daily necessities. Yamcha bit into the apple, said nothing, and just stared at him silently. King Kai, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, waved his hand irritably. Fine, I'll tell you. King Kai lowered his voice, his antennae drooping. Actually, King Kai's planet used to be big, very big, with a much better gravity environment. How did it become like this? Yamcha asked knowingly. King Kai swallowed, lowering his voice even further, as if afraid of being heard. Because of one person, no, a true god. The god of destruction, Lord Beerus. Beerus. Yes, the supreme deity governing destruction and ruin in the entire 7th universe. King Kai sighed. A long time ago, Lord Beerus came to visit me. I accidentally made him angry, and with a casual strike, he blasted King Kai's planet into what you see now. King Kai patted his chest with lingering fear. Leaving a core fragment was already his mercy. Yamcha quickly sorted through the information in his mind. The existence of Beerus meant that this Dragon Ball universe was undoubtedly connected to the world of Dragon Ball Super. Gods of destruction, angels, Grand Zeno. And the ultimate martial realm beyond, even the gods, Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct. Yamcha silently repeated the word. It was the supreme state where every part of the body automatically performed reflexive attacks and defenses without conscious thought. But Yamcha was well aware of his limits. Entering Ultra Instinct was as difficult as ascending to heaven, a realm even gods of destruction couldn't fully master. He hadn't even broken 100 million in combat power. Thinking about the ethereal divine realm was pure overreaching. One must eat bite by bite, walk step by step. For now, the core task was to build up basic combat power to deal with the upcoming Saiyan invasion and the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe, Frisia. Lord King Kai, don't worry. Yamcha tossed the apple core accurately into the distant trash bin. When I'm strong enough, I'll build you a King Kai's planet 10 times bigger than the original. King Kai rolled his eyes, but couldn't help the corners of his mouth twitching upward. You have a good heart. Yamcha stood up, brushing the grass clippings off his pants. Over the past 3 months, he had gained immensely. Not only had he mastered the improved Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, but his base combat power had also risen to 600 under the subtle influence of tenfold gravity. Lord King Kai, thank you for your guidance during this time. Yamcha bowed solemnly. King Kai seemed to understand Yamcha's thoughts, clasping his hands behind his back and reverting to his aloof divine demeanor. I've already contacted Earth's Guardian for you. After you return, remember not to misuse the Kaioken. King Kai cautioned. Furthermore, the evil forces in the universe are far beyond your imagination. If you ever encounter an enemy you cannot defeat, remember to use the Spirit Bomb. I understand. Yamcha took out a capsule and placed it on the table. Inside are delicacies from various regions of Earth. Although the taste has diminished somewhat being pre-made, they are still rare delights. King Kai's eyes instantly lit up, but he still forced a calm nod. The next second, Yamcha's entire body erupted with energy, a white aura surging upward. Farewell, Lord King Kai. With a flash of light, Yamcha's figure vanished from King Kai's planet. Not long after, on Earth in the square of the Temple of the Guardian, Yamcha landed steadily. Kami, leaning on his staff, stood with Mr. Popo by his side. Yamcha opened his eyes, feeling the weightless gravity of Earth. Lord Kami, I apologize for troubling you. Cammy examined Yamcha, a hint of surprise appearing on his green face. In just 3 months, this young man's aura had become much more restrained. It seems you have learned remarkable things from Lord King Kai. Cammy nodded with satisfaction. I have only achieved a little. Yamcha did not linger. I've been away for 3 months. There should be many matters on Earth waiting to be handled. I'll take my leave first. After bidding farewell to Cammy, Yamcha walked to the edge of the temple and leaped. Boom. A white aura exploded in midair, turning him into a meteor streaking straight toward West City. A moment later, West City. Yamcha hovered in the air, overlooking the city below. In the eastern suburbs of West City, where there had once been wasteland, a massive complex had now risen from the ground. Its footprint rivaled that of a small town. At the center stood a futuristic hemispherical main building, its exterior clad in silver-gray alloy that gleamed with metallic luster under the sun. On top of the main building, a giant blue Z logo was particularly striking. Earth Alliance headquarters. Yamcha raised an eyebrow. This scale far exceeded his expectations. This was the chemical reaction of Bulma's financial power combined with the investments from other wealthy individuals on Earth. Months ago, his speech at the World Martial Arts Tournament had not only been witnessed by tens of thousands of live spectators, but also recorded in full by television stations. The terror brought by Garlic Jr. had completely ignited a sense of crisis among all humanity, and powerful martial artists like Yamcha became the lifeline in everyone's eyes. Led by Capsule Corp, wealthy individuals and politicians from around the world generously contributed. Those with money gave money, those with strength gave strength. The square was buzzing with noise. Hundreds of young people in various training uniforms were doing basic physical exercises. The moment Yamcha descended from the sky, the entire square fell silent instantly. Everyone's gaze focused on the man in the orange martial arts uniform. It's Mr. Yamcha, the champion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. He's back. A wave of wild cheers erupted from the crowd. Several martial artists who were instructing training also stopped looking at him with awe. Yamcha ignored the surrounding uproar and walked straight toward the main entrance. The automatic doors slid open. The interior of the hall was filled with futuristic technology, with holographic projections displaying real-time surveillance footage from around the Earth in the center. You're back. A voice came from the circular corridor on the second floor. Bulma, wearing a sharp white business suit and high heels, quickly descended the stairs. Her blue hair was cut even more neatly, and she held a thick stack of documents. 3 months. 3 whole months. Bulma walked up to Yamcha, thrust the documents into his arms, and said, Do you know how I've been these 3 months? Buying land, building the base, recruiting personnel, arranging logistics, and perfecting that portable gravity room you mentioned. Bulma complained in a rapid-fire manner. I don't even have time for beauty treatments anymore. Yamcha looked at the faint dark circles under Bulma's eyes and felt a softness in his heart. He held the stack of documents with one hand and wrapped the other arm around Bulma's waist, pulling her into an embrace. You've worked hard, my dear wife. Yamcha lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Without you, the Z Alliance would be nothing but empty words. Bulma's cheeks flushed, and all the complaints she had prepared instantly died in her throat. She struggled a little but couldn't break free, so she muttered, Don't try to sweet-talk me. I'm not falling for that. Passing staff members all turned their heads, pretending to look at the ceiling or the floor, anything but this direction. Yamcha released her and flipped through the documents in his hand. Where are Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and the others? Tien and Kairatsu took the gravity room capsules and went back to the mountains to train for now. Bulma returned to work mode. Krillin is still at the base. As for Goku, his wife Chi-Chi is pregnant, so he's staying with her at Mount Pozu. Good. Yamcha nodded. Everything was progressing as planned. With the assistance of the gravity room, the strength of Tien, Shinhan, and the others would definitely be far greater than in the original timeline at the same period. Earth's defensive capabilities were visibly improving. Don't worry about the budget. With Capsule Corp backing us up, plus the investments from those conglomerates, the Z Alliance's funding chain won't have any problems. Bulma opened the tablet in her hand and pulled up several personnel lists. Over the past 3 months, the flood of enrollment letters from martial artists around the world nearly crashed the servers. Yamcha leaned on the railing, looking down at the vast open-air training ground below. The recruitment standards haven't been relaxed, have they? He asked. Of course not. Bulma snorted. Background checks, psychological evaluations, and we even used lie detectors. Those with criminal records, those who just wanted to freeload, or those with ill intentions. I've weeded them all out. Those who remain now are either people with an extreme pursuit of martial arts, or those who genuinely want to protect Earth. At the very least, they come to learn real skills because of your world's strongest reputation. Yamcha nodded. On the training ground, hundreds of students in uniform white training suits were arranged in square formations, sweating profusely. Yamcha's gaze swept across the crowd, his eyes coming to rest on a few leaders. Quite a few familiar faces. On the east side of the plaza, a gaunt, dark-skinned monk in a turban was correcting a student's posture. Nan Wu, the practitioner who had entered the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament to buy water for his drought-stricken homeland. On the west side of the plaza, a burly, dark-faced man with an afro was demonstrating a fist technique, his arms swinging with faint afterimages. Chai Ba Wang, the former master of the Eight Hands Fist. Why are they here too? Yamcha was surprised. Buerma explained. Although Nanwu's village no longer lacks water, their living conditions are still poor. So I used the large equipment from the Wanning Jianan Company to thoroughly renovate it. After that, Nanwu was deeply grateful to you and the Z Alliance and volunteered to come as a coach. As for Chai Ba Wang, he was initially too proud to come, but I offered him a salary he couldn't refuse. Plus, after watching the footage of you defeating Kali Ku II, he brought his disciples straight here. Yamcha smiled. It was excellent to bind these skilled martial artists with money and gratitude. Though they might be insignificant in later battles, they were more than adequate to lay the groundwork for ordinary people. I'll go down and take a look. Yamcha vaulted over the edge. The movements on the training ground instantly froze. This suddenly descending man, his orange martial arts uniform, his lean and formidable figure, and the oppressive aura that even when restrained could not be ignored. Mr. Yamcha. Nanwu clasped his hands together and strode forward, quickly bowing deeply. His eyes brimmed with reverence, not only for a powerful warrior, but also for a benefactor. Chai Ba Wang also stopped his movements and strode over. Though he still maintained the reserve of a proud martial artist, he lowered his head. Mr. Yamcha. Yamcha looked at the two men and nodded. I appreciate your hard work. The Z Alliance still needs your dedication. It is our duty. Nanwu spoke earnestly. If not for the Alliance's aid, my homeland would not enjoy such a prosperous life. Even if I were to lay down my life here, I would have no regrets. Chai Ba Wang grinned. These brats have terrible foundations, but with me here within half a year, I'll have them looking like proper martial artists. Yamcha stepped past the two men and walked to the central platform of the square. Everyone, I don't care what your past identities were. Yamcha's gaze slowly swept across the entire crowd. Sons of privileged street thugs or down-and-out practitioners. Since you've passed the selection stand on this training ground, and wear the Z Alliance uniform from today onward, you have only one identity. Defenders of Earth. Yamcha's voice echoed across the square. The Alliance provides the best resources, the most scientific training equipment, and even martial arts techniques far beyond your imagination. But the Z Alliance has only one rule. Never use the power you learn here to bully the weak or commit evil. If it is discovered. Boom. Yamcha's aura erupted instantly. Even in his normal state, his combat power of 6,000 was unleashed without restraint for a single moment. A white aura soared into the sky, and a violent pressure radiated from the platform in all directions, sweeping across the entire square. The trainees in the front rows were struck by this invisible wall, their legs giving way and many collapsed to the ground. Even experts of Nanwu's and Chai Ba Wang's caliber were forced back several steps, their foreheads instantly drenched in cold sweat, barely holding themselves from collapsing. A suffocating sensation enveloped everyone. Whoever commits evil, Yamcha will personally annihilate them, even if I have to chase them to the ends of the universe. I will never be lenient. The entire square fell silent. No one dared to meet Yamcha's eyes. Even the sound of swallowing saliva seemed abrupt. Good. It seems everyone understands. Yamcha's stern expression faded, returning to a calm demeanor. Yamcha looked toward the other side of the square. There, a short, bald man, wearing the same orange martial arts uniform, was grinning excitedly in their direction. Kulin. Yamcha called out. Kulin leaped in a few bounds, landing lightly on the platform. Yamcha, you're finally back. That aura just now, you've gotten stronger again. Your progress is also remarkable. Yamcha patted Kulin's shoulder, then turned to the crowd below. Physical training is only the foundation. Yamcha pointed at Kulin. The mystery of Chi is the key to becoming a true powerhouse. I believe Kulin has already explained the relevant theories to you. Kulin stepped forward, dropping his playful demeanor and adopting a serious expression. That's right. Chi is the potential within a living being. Learning to sense and control Chi is how you transcend the limits of human physical ability. In the upcoming training, I will gradually teach the basic methods of Chi circulation to those who meet the standards. The eyes of the trainees below once again blazed with fervent light. The power Yamcha had just displayed was like a divine miracle to them. Now being told that with effort they could touch the edge of such power, this temptation was enough to drive any martial artist wild. Continue training. Yamcha gave the order. Yes, sir. The unified roars soared into the sky. Yamcha stepped down from the platform, with Kulin walking beside him. Yamcha, the gravity chamber capsules you left us. Their effects are absolutely terrifying. Kulin lowered his voice. I've been training under 3 times gravity for the past 3 months. My strength now feels unbelievable even to myself. What about Tianjin Fan and the others? Yamcha asked. They're even crazier. They went straight into the mountains and set the gravity chamber to 5 times. Jiaozi couldn't handle it, but Tianjin Fan managed to endure it. Kulin shook his head. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Yamcha's mouth. With gravity chambers and a scientific training system, by the time the Saiyans descended, La DZ would not be facing a few weak martial artists with combat powers barely above 300. Yamcha raised his head, his gaze piercing through the blue sky of West City into the depths of the cosmos. Time was running out. There were about 4 years until age 761. La DZ na ba bei ji ta, and even more distant threats like Fu Li Sa and Gula. Yamcha clenched his fists. Come on, let me see where this future I have altered will lead. Age 761 March. The surface of Earth had been calm over these years, but the martial arts world had been swept by an unprecedented frenzy. The establishment of the Z Alliance had completely transformed the ecology of Earth's martial artists. The mass-produced portable gravity chambers from the Wanning Jianan Company had become standard equipment for all core members. West City Wilderness Area. Boom. A green figure smashed through 3 stone mountains embedding deep into the rock face of the fourth. Rubble rained down. Baiko braced himself against the rock wall, violently coughing up a mouthful of purple blood. His white cape was already torn to shreds. He gasped for breath, glaring intently at the man hovering in the air before him. How can this be? I've been training under 10 times gravity for 2 years. Baiko gritted his teeth, his fingers digging into the rock. Yamcha hovered in midair, his orange martial arts uniform spotless. He looked down at Baiko and said, Madamata Baiko, your chi has indeed grown stronger, but it's still far from being a match for me, Yamcha. Over the past 4 years, Baiko had come to challenge him many times. As a second-generation demon, his innate pride would not allow him to submit to anyone, but every time, he was beaten half to death by Yamcha. The gap in combat power between them not only failed to narrow but grew wider over time. Enough talk. Baiko broke free from the rock wall, gave a cold snort, turned, and flew into the distance. Next time I will definitely kill you. Yamcha watched Baiko's receding figure, shaking his head with a wry smile. Baiko's current combat power had approached 3500, over 80 times stronger than his counterpart in the original story, but he was still far from being a threat to the current Yamcha. Besides, Baiko's son Wukong had also become a frequent visitor to the Z Alliance headquarters. Although Baozi Mountain was peaceful, son Wukong was a complete martial arts fanatic. Every 10 days or half a month, he would ride his Jindo Yun to Shidu to spar with Yamcha. Their sparring sessions often reduced the Z Alliance's special training ground to rubble, and they always ended with son Wukong exhausted, lying on his back in the debris, shouting in exhilaration. Kulin, Tianjin, Fan Jiaozi, and others had even moved into the Z Alliance's gravity training area. Tianjin Fan had even begun attempting a 12-fold gravity environment, pushing his limits every day. Earth's overall defensive power was expanding at an incredible speed. Age 761, October 12th. On the outskirts of Baidu, a vast private farm. The sunlight was a bit dazzling. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and a bushy beard sat on a tractor, a cheap cigarette dangling from his mouth, idly looking at the wheat field before him. Damn, weather so hot. The farmer uncle blew out a smoke ring, wiped his sweat with a towel hanging around his neck. Suddenly the sky darkened abruptly. The farmer uncle looked up. A fireball with a long trail of flames tore through the atmosphere, whistling overhead. Boom. The fireball crashed into a wasteland less than 2 kilometers from the farm. The ground shook violently, and a visible shockwave swept across the surface, raising a cloud of dust. The tractor jolted twice and the cigarette, but in the farmer's hand, fell onto his crotch. Ouch! He frantically brushed it off and stared wide-eyed. A meteorite. If it hit the wheat field, my harvest this year would be completely ruined. The farmer uncle was hot-tempered. He grabbed the double-barreled shotgun hanging on the side of the tractor, started the old pickup truck, floored the accelerator, and sped toward the crash site. The scene was just like Li Yotian's wild ride. The pickup truck raced across the barren land, kicking up a trail of sand. A few minutes later, the farmer uncle slammed on the brakes. A huge crater appeared ahead. At the bottom of the crater, it was not a meteorite at all, but a silver-white spherical capsule about 2 meters in diameter. The surface of the capsule was covered with burn marks, and indicator lights flashed a faint red. Hiss, accompanied by the sound of gas escaping. The hatch of the spherical capsule slowly opened outward. A foot wearing a black combat boot stepped out of the hatch. Then a tall man with long hair cascading to his waist emerged. He wore a black-brown battlesuit with exaggerated shoulder armor and a furry brown tail wrapped around his waist. La DZ. He floated in midair, took a deep breath of Earth's air, and his brow immediately furrowed. As expected, the humans on this planet are still alive. That waste Kakaluote, what has he been doing? After all these years, he hasn't even cleaned up the trash on this low-level planet. La DZ raised his hand and pressed the green single-eye scouter on his left eye. Beep beep. Several sets of data flickered on the scouter's screen, quickly locking onto the nearby pickup truck. La DZ slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on the farmer uncle holding the double-barreled shotgun. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His body moved horizontally in midair, instantly appearing 10 meters in front of the farmer. The farmer uncle was startled by the sudden movement speed. He tightened his grip on the shotgun, aiming the barrel firmly at La DZ, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Omiwa. What kind of monster are you? The farmer uncle roared. La DZ ignored his question. He tapped the scouter, looked at the numbers displayed, and the disdain on his face deepened. Combat power only 5, La DZ sneered. An utter piece of trash. Although the farmer uncle didn't understand what combat power was, he understood the word trash. In recent years, due to the rise of the Z Alliance, ordinary people on Earth had become more confident. Moreover, as a law-abiding taxpayer, he paid into the Z Alliance's security fund every month. I warn you, don't come any closer. The farmer's temper flared, and he yanked the bolt. Or I'll shoot. And I'm going to notify the Z Alliance, you freak. With that, the farmer freed one hand and pulled out a special phone from his pocket. It was an emergency terminal issued globally by the Z Alliance. He pressed the red alarm button hard with his thumb. Hello, Z Alliance. A freak with a long tail crashed into my farm. Please send someone quickly, the farmer uncle shouted into the phone. La DZ watched the farmer's actions, tilting his head. What Z Alliance? Never heard of it. La DZ crossed his arms, his gaze like that of someone watching a struggling insect. In this universe, how can there be such a weak race as yours? Kaka Luote has truly brought shame to the Saiyan. Ha ha ha. La DZ threw his head back and laughed. Seeing that the newcomer was hostile and completely disregarded the Z Alliance, the farmer no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunpowder exploded, and a lead bullet shot out, heading straight for La DZ's face. La DZ's laughter didn't stop, and he casually raised his right hand. Snap! The lead bullet, which was enough to pierce a wild boar's skull, was caught firmly between La DZ's index and middle fingers. The farmer's eyes went wide instantly, and the phone slipped from his hand, falling onto the floor of the pickup truck bed. I'll return this to you. La DZ flicked his finger. Whoosh! The lead bullet flew back 10 times faster than it had been fired, directly piercing the farmer's forehead. The farmer's body stiffened for a moment, then fell rigidly backward, crashing onto the pickup truck's seat, dying on the spot. La DZ lowered his hand, not even glancing at the corpse again. He pressed the scouter to search for Kaka Luote's location. Beep, 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 beeped. The scouter suddenly emitted a rapid alarm. A furrow creased La DZ's brow as he gazed at the screen. From a direction 4,000 kilometers away, a formidable surge of combat power erupted. A power level of 1,200. La DZ's expression shifted. How could a low-level planet harbor a life form with combat power exceeding 500? Could it be Kakaluot? Without delay, La DZ transformed into a meteor, streaking toward that direction. In the pickup truck's cabin, the dropped phone remained on the call. West Capital, a bustling commercial street. Sunlight filtered through glass display windows, casting a golden glow over the dazzling array of luxury goods. Yamcha sat on a leather sofa, holding a glass of iced juice. Dressed in a casual gray jacket, he gazed at the fitting room ahead. The door opened, and Bulma emerged in a wine-red off-shoulder evening gown, pirouetting on the spot. How is it? Does this look good? Bulma asked. Perfect. My Bulma is the most beautiful in the entire universe. Yamcha gave a thumbs up. A smile tugged at Bulma's lips, clearly pleased. Just then Yamcha's gaze instantly swept past Bulma, fixing on the distant northwest. A strange aura intruded into his perception range. Calculating the time, it was October of age 760. Yamcha set down his juice. Kakaluot's elder brother, the Saiyan La DZ, the infamous Power Level 5 appraiser, had finally arrived. What's wrong? Bulma noticed the change in Yamcha's expression. An enemy has arrived. Yamcha stood up. An enemy from beyond Earth. Bulma's face turned serious. The alien threats you've been talking about. Yes. Yamcha adjusted his jacket. 10 minutes later. Z Alliance headquarters. Yamcha pushed open the door and entered. Kulin and Tianjin Fan were already waiting inside, with Zhao Z floating beside Tianjin Fan. Yamcha, why the rush to call us? Kulin's expression was grave. He too had sensed the unusual aura. An alien invasion. Yamcha got straight to the point. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Kulin sucked in a sharp breath, and Tianjin Fan's fist clenched tightly. They looked at Yamcha, a deeper layer of awe in their eyes. For years. Over these 4 years, Yamcha had built a base, set up a gravity chamber, and pushed everyone to break their limits. Sometimes they wondered Earth was already at peace and Baiku had been subdued by Yamcha to the point of docility. Was it still necessary to work so hard? Now the answer had arrived. If not for Yamcha's foresight, facing this sudden alien life form, Earth would have fallen into enormous panic. What's the situation? Tianjin Fan asked. Only one landed in the northwest wilderness. Yamcha pulled up a holographic projection showing the coordinates of La DZ's landing. Yamcha glanced at the two men's states. Kulin's true combat power was approximately 16000. Tianjin Fan's was around 18000. Under the constant training in the tenfold gravity chamber, the strength of these two had undergone earth-shattering transformations. However, they usually suppressed their aura to around 1000. Zhaozi, you stay and guard the headquarters, Yamcha commanded. Zhaozi nodded obediently. Yamcha turned and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. Kulin and Tianjin Fan followed. Boom. 3 streams of white aura erupted simultaneously, tearing through the clouds, heading straight for the northwest wilderness. Northwest wilderness. Gale winds swept up sand and stones from the ground. Baiku stood on a massive weathered rock. He wore his iconic purple martial arts uniform, draped in a heavy white cape and a white turban on his head. 10 minutes ago, he had been meditating in this wilderness. Suddenly, a strange aura intruded into his territory. Baiku did not move, but stood quietly waiting for the reckless intruder. A sound of air being torn came from the sky. La DZ hovered in midair, his long hair wildly dancing in the wind, the brown tail at his waist slightly curled. He looked down, gazing at Baiku below. Green skin, pointed ears, peculiar attire. There are actually such specimens on Earth. La DZ sneered. He raised a finger and pressed the green scouter over his left eye. Beep beep. Red numbers flickered rapidly on the lens before finally settling. 1200. A cruel smirk twisted La DZ's lips. He slowly descended, landing on the rock with both feet, less than 5 meters from Baiko. Baiko crossed his arms, observing the strangely dressed man. He could sense the powerful aura within the other, but to him now it was utterly insignificant. To better temper himself, Baiko usually suppressed his aura to around 1200, but his true combat power had long since reached the 3500 mark. Who are you? Baiko spoke. How dare you come into my territory and cause trouble? La Dizzy looked at Baiko as if he were an idiot. What I am is something a lowly creature like you isn't qualified to know. La Dizzy placed his hands on his hips, his posture extremely arrogant. He extended a finger pointing at Baiko. On a low-level planet like Earth you might be considered a strong one, but unfortunately you've met me. Before me you're not even a slightly larger insect. A vein bulged on Baiko's forehead. He, the great demon king Baiko, aside from that freak, named Yamcha on Earth, who dared speak to him in such a tone. Even Sun Wukong might not be able to. Baiko uncrossed his arms, his gaze turning extremely dangerous. Earth? So you're an alien? But do you know who you're talking to? La Dizzy shrugged indifferently. No idea. The atmosphere instantly froze. The wind over the wilderness seemed to stop flowing. Baiko let out a cold laugh. In the northwest wilderness, gales howled. Baiko stood on the weathered rock, his gaze locked on La Dizzy hovering in midair. He slowly pulled off the white turban from his head and tossed it aside. The heavy fabric struck the rock with a dull thud. You've successfully angered me. Before the words faded, Baiko's figure vanished into thin air. Bang! A sonic boom exploded in the air. Baiko suddenly appeared before La Dizzy, muscles bulging in his right arm, a heavy punch aimed straight at La Dizzy's face. La Dizzy snorted, raising his left arm. Slap. A dull impact sounded. La Dizzy firmly blocked Baiko's fist, his body not even swaying. Nice speed, but your strength is too weak. A mocking curve crept onto La Dizzy's lips. Baiko's eyes darkened. Without a word, he swung his left leg toward La Dizzy's ribs. The battle erupted instantly. Only two blurred afterimages, one green, one black, remained in the sky, wildly intersecting above the wilderness. The thunderous collisions of fists and feet rang incessantly, shockwaves spreading layer by layer, shattering the weathered rocks below. In just over 10 seconds the two had clashed hundreds of times. At this moment Baiko suppressed his combat power to around 1200. Facing La Dizzy's normal combat power of 1500, he was indeed at a disadvantage in speed and strength. La Dizzy fought more and more effortlessly, toying with Baiko like a cat with a mouse. Too slow. Too weak. Raditz seized the momentary opening after Piccolo retracted his attack, shooting upward to evade the energy wave, then executed an aerial flip before driving his right fist down with tremendous force. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Piccolo's face. Piccolo was sent crashing into the dried riverbed below, excavating a massive crater as dust billowed into the air. Raditz hovered in midair, arms crossed, looking down upon the swirling dust clouds below with a smirk. Well, as I said from the start, you're no match for me. A power level of 1,200 might let you rule over a backwater planet like this, but before me, Raditz the Scion, you're nothing more than a slightly sturdier punching bag. Silence came from within the dust. Raditz shook his head, preparing to press his scouter to search for Kakarot's location. Suddenly, a low chuckle emanated from the crater. The laughter grew louder, eventually erupting into unrestrained maniacal cackling. A fierce wind swept away the dust, and Piccolo slowly rose to his feet. He spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva and wiped the purple trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. What are you laughing at? Raditz frowned. If you think you're strong. Piccolo twisted his neck, bones cracking audibly, his eyes growing wildly arrogant. I thought an alien like you might give me a surprise, but is this all you've got? Raditz's expression darkened. Still trying to talk tough with death staring you in the face. So be it. Piccolo's arms dropped sharply, fists clenched tightly. If you want to see something real, then I'll show you what I'm made of. Boom. The ground trembled. An overwhelmingly violent aura erupted from Piccolo's body, a white flame surging straight toward the heavens. The surrounding dry riverbed cracked inch by inch under the invisible pressure. Large boulders levitated into the air before being pulverized into dust within the oppressive energy field. The green scouter on Raditz's left eye suddenly emitted a series of piercing beeps. Red numbers danced frantically across the lens. 2,000. 3,000. Raditz's face changed. He slapped the edge of his scouter hard. What's going on? The readings are still rising. 5,000. 7,000. The scouter's alarm wailed, red lights flashing so rapidly they merged into a continuous glow, the entire lens growing warm to the touch. Finally, the jumping numbers locked into place. 10,050. Raditz froze in midair, staring at the number, his pupils contracting repeatedly. 10,050. Raditz's voice trembled, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He clutched his head with both hands, nails digging nearly into his scalp, and roared hysterically. How could a primitive backwater planet like this possibly have a power level of 10,000? This is 10,000. Even Nappa's power level isn't anywhere near this height. Raditz tore off his scouter, banged it against his palm several times, and then strapped it back on. The number remained 10,050. Below, Piccolo's aura was like a physical substance, that terrifying pressure making even breathing extraordinarily difficult. It's broken. It has to be a malfunction. Raditz gritted his teeth, frantically convincing himself. Yes, it must have been damaged when he landed. Piccolo stood on the ground, his power fully unleashed. He sneered, "This isn't even my full strength. If you don't believe me, come verify it yourself." Raditz' mental defenses were on the verge of collapse. He simply refused to believe a green-skinned native could surpass an elite Saiyan. Die. Rubbish. Raditz no longer hesitated. Seizing the initiative, he raised both hands above his head, concentrating a ball of blue energy in his palms. He poured all his energy into thrusting the energy sphere toward Piccolo, instantly engulfing Piccolo's position. Boom. A massive explosion echoed across the wilderness. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the ferocious shockwave flattened the entire area. Raditz panted heavily, staring at the rolling, thick smoke below. Ha ha ha. Raditz laughed unrestrainedly, trying to cover his inner fear. I knew it. No matter what 10,000 power level means, under my full power strike you're nothing but ash. The dust gradually cleared in the fierce wind. Raditz's laughter abruptly stopped. At the center of the crater, Piccolo still maintained his arms-crossed stance, unmoving as a mountain. Several holes had been blown in his heavy white cape, the edges slightly charred. But Piccolo himself was unharmed. Piccolo casually brushed off the dust from his shoulder and looked up at Raditz hovering in the air. Child's play, he said flatly, his eyes filled with mockery. You only managed to kick up some dust. Completely useless. 3 sharp sounds of breaking air came from the sky. Yamcha, Tien, and Krillin transformed into 3 streams of light, landing steadily on a cliff at the edge of the wilderness. In the dried riverbed below, the dust had just cleared. On the cliff face, Yamcha's eyelid twitched upon hearing those words. Good lord, the tables have turned completely. In the original story, it was Raditz who used this exact same line to tank Piccolo's special beam cannon and trample his pride into the mud. Now it was Piccolo who had stolen Raditz's signature line. Midair, Raditz's face turned from pale to iron gray. His proud full-power strike hadn't even scratched the green native skin. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Raditz gritted his teeth, cold sweat dripping heavily from his forehead. Out of the corner of his eye, Piccolo noticed Yamcha and the others on the cliff. He wasn't surprised. For the past 4 years, he had also trained desperately in the gravity room given by Yamcha, only to be repeatedly beaten and humiliated by Yamcha. The great demon king Piccolo, his pent-up fury long since reached the critical point. Today, some foolhardy alien had conveniently stumbled into his door. This punching bag, he had decided. Piccolo sneered, this time it's my turn. Before the words even finished, Piccolo's figure vanished from where he stood, crushing with pure speed. Raditz's pupils contracted sharply. The scouter didn't even have time to alarm. Nanny. Raditz could only manage to utter 2 words. A fist had already broken through the air, carrying devastating force, and hammered into Raditz's abdomen. Bang! Raditz's body instantly curled like a shrimp. His eyes bulged outward, eyeballs nearly popping from their sockets like a geyser erupting. Stomach acid mixed with blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. Ugh! Raditz couldn't even let out a scream. His battle armor cracked inch by inch under the pressure of the fist's wind. Piccolo withdrew his fist and kicked Raditz squarely in the chest. Boom! Raditz fell straight from the sky, his knees slamming heavily onto the rock, carving 2 deep pits. He clutched his stomach, curled up on the ground, his whole body convulsing with pain, unable to summon the strength to even get up. 1-hit kill. On the cliff, Kellen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Easy. Bai Luo really went all out, Kellen said, stroking his chin. Tianjin Fan stood with arms crossed, his expression stern as he gazed downward. That long-tailed alien doesn't seem very powerful, Tianjin Fan analyzed. Given the current strength of Great Demon King Bike, the fact that he didn't punch straight through him is already a mercy. Yamcha nodded, saying nothing. Raditz was too weak. So weak that any one of the current Tianjin Fan or Kellen could easily beat him with one hand. Just then a yellow cloud drifted over from the horizon. Nimbus. Kellen turned. Sun Wukong leaped down from the cloud, landing steadily beside Yamcha. He wore his signature orange martial arts uniform with the power pole on his back, scratching the back of his head as he walked. Sorry, I'm late. Sun Wukong greeted everyone with an apologetic face. It's fine, but Sun Wukong, why are you so late? Yamcha asked. Don't mention it, Sun Wukong sighed. Chi-Chi insisted on making a few new clothes for Gohan, which delayed me when I left. And that kid Gohan kept crying and refused to wear them, so it took a long time. I see. Gohan is 4 years old now, right? Yamcha asked casually. Yeah, that kid is too timid. Chi-Chi won't let him practice martial arts and makes him study and read all day, saying he'll become a great scholar in the future. Sun Wukong shrugged helplessly. Yamcha's lips curled slightly. A scholar. That was the future strongest individual warrior, a genius of mixed Saiyan and Earthling blood. But for now he was just a crybaby hiding behind his mother. Sun Wukong turned his head, looking down at the deep pit below. Hey, who's Bike fighting with? Sun Wukong blinked. That guy's ki is really strange. Not like any Earth martial artist. In the deep pit below, Raditz struggled to raise his head. The sharp pain in his abdomen almost made him faint and his vision blurred. But he gritted his blood-stained teeth and tremblingly raised his hand to press the scouter on his left eye. Beep, beep, beep. On the cliff, the power levels of 4 life forms appeared on the lens. 1,200, 1,300, 1,000, 1,000. Raditz was stunned. He looked at Yamcha and the others on the cliff, then at Bike, standing before him. After a brief blank, Raditz' brain finally reacted. Controlling battle power. Raditz gritted his teeth, his voice breaking. You natives can actually freely control your battle power. No wonder. No wonder the scouter had no reaction. No wonder when he landed, he only saw a trash with a power level of 5. It seemed they only showed their true power when they actually fought. Raditz felt a wave of despair. The greenskin monster in front of him had a power level of 10,000. What about the four standing up there? If they could all multiply their power by 7 or 8 times. Raditz dared not think further. Was this a low-level planet? What the hell was Kakarot doing? Had he been killed long ago? Raditz stared at the few people on the cliff, trying to find an escape route. Suddenly his gaze stopped on the man who had just jumped down from the cloud. The iconic spiky hair, the orange martial arts uniform, and the distinctive facial features of a low-class warrior. Raditz's pupils sharply contracted, even the pain in his abdomen forgotten at that moment. Kakarot. On the cliff, wind blew sand and gravel. Yamcha patted the dust off his hands. All right, the show is almost over. Let's go down. As soon as he finished, he leaped down. Kellen Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong followed. The four figures used the sky dance technique and landed steadily on the battered riverbed floor. Bike was not surprised. He had long sensed those familiar auras above. At this moment, Bike was holding Raditz by his long hair with one hand, lifting the once arrogant alien in midair. Raditz's face was covered in blood, his battle suit on his chest shattered, his eyes rolled back, barely alive. A bunch of bored spectators. Bike coldly swept his gaze over Yamcha and the others, a purple light glowing between his fingers. But it doesn't matter. Once I kill this trash, I'll deal with you. Wait, spare his life. Bike's hand stopped and he looked over with a gloomy expression. Yamcha, are you ordering me? No, not an order, a notification. Yamcha stepped closer. He's an alien. Appearing on Earth without warning, there's a high chance he has accomplices. We need to pry some information out of him. Bike's lips curled into a ferocious grin. Ridiculous. Since when does the great Demon King Bike let you boss me around? I don't care what accomplices he has. If they come, I'll kill them. The purple light at Bike's fingertips surged and he stabbed without hesitation at Raditz's heart. A claw piercing through the chest. Bang. Bike's fingers stopped less than an inch from Raditz's chest. One hand firmly grabbed Bike's wrist. Yamcha had appeared abruptly in front of Bike. Bike's pupils shrank. He hadn't even seen Yamcha's movement just now. I said spare his life. Yamcha looked at Bike, his tone calm. Bike gritted his teeth, his arm muscles bulging as he tried to break free, but the hand gripping his wrist did not move an inch. Not just an absolute difference in strength, Bike even felt that if he made any extra move, his entire arm would be twisted off instantly. Just how strong had this monster become in this time? Bike snorted coldly and released his grip on Raditz's hair. Raditz fell heavily to the ground, kicking up dust. Do as you please. Bike withdrew his hand, turned, and walked aside, crossing his arms with a dark expression. Yamcha withdrew his gaze and looked down at Raditz on the ground. Raditz struggled to turn over, lying on his back in the pile of rubble, gasping for air. Kakarot. Raditz's voice was hoarse. Sun Wukong pointed at his own nose, looking confused. Hey, are you talking to me? My name is Sun Wukong. Kakarot. Have you forgotten your mission? Raditz gnashed his teeth. Yamcha walked over to Raditz and crouched down. Don't be nervous, alien friend. A gentle smile appeared on Yamcha's face. We Earthlings are always hospitable, treat prisoners well, and are lenient. As long as you tell us everything you know, I guarantee you'll live. Raditz looked at Yamcha's harmless face, and the Saiyan pride deep within him suddenly flared. A native daring to speak to him in such a condescending tone. Raditz spat a mouthful of bloody saliva. Lowly natives. You have no idea what kind of existence you've provoked. I am a proud member of the warrior race, the Saiyans. Raditz endured the excruciating pain and forced himself to lift his head. Saiyans would rather break than bend. You think you can extract information from me? Dream on. When my companions discover what has happened to me, this low-class planet of yours will be reduced to cosmic dust. Krillin, standing behind him, scratched his bald head. Oh, this guy's got some backbone. Tien furrowed his brows. Do all aliens have such feeble minds? Yamcha's smile did not waver in the slightest. He extended his right hand and gently grasped Raditz's left wrist. Rather break than bend, huh? Yamcha's voice was soft. Crack. With a casual twist of his wrist, Raditz's left wrist was instantly contorted into a twisted shape, the stark, white bone shards exposed to the air. The blood-curdling scream tore through the sky. Raditz's face was instantly covered in tears and snot. The so-called Saiyan pride, the so-called unyielding spirit, collapsed in an instant before the excruciating pain. Yamcha released his grip, still maintaining his smile. Now shall we have a proper chat? If you're not willing, you still have your right leg, left leg, and that big head of yours. Raditz trembled all over, his gaze toward Yamcha, filled with terror. This smiling Earthling was simply more ruthless than any Frisia he had ever encountered. I'll talk. Raditz scrambled backward, desperate to avoid Yamcha, grabbing his other hand. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything. Yamcha stood up and dusted off his hands. That's better. Start from the beginning, for instance, why they call him Kakarot. Raditz glanced at Son Goku and swallowed hard. He's my younger brother. An eerie silence fell over the group. Son Goku's eyes widened. Nanny, you've got the wrong person, haven't you? My grandfather was named Son Gohan. He raised me on Payazu Island. Why, you must have knocked your head. How could you not even recognize your own older brother? Raditz panted heavily, speaking at a rapid pace. We are Saiyans, the strongest warrior race in the universe. Our homeland planet Vegeta was destroyed by a massive meteorite many years ago. Across the entire universe, only 4 Saiyans survive. Raditz pointed at Son Goku. You Kakarot are one of them. Shortly after your birth, you were sent to this low-class planet as a low-class warrior. Your mission was to eliminate all the native inhabitants on this planet, then wait for us to arrive and sell it to alien merchants. Krillin looked at Son Goku, his face filled with disbelief. Goku, you're actually an alien. Son Goku's brows furrowed deeply. No matter whether you're my brother or not, and no matter what Saiyans are, I am Son Goku, who was raised on Earth. Raditz dared not refute anything and shrank back, casting a fearful glance at Yamcha. Continue. Yamcha put his hands in his pockets. Only 4 Saiyans remain. Who are the other 2 besides you two? It's Prince Vegeta and Nappa. Raditz's voice trembled. They are true elite warriors. Nappa's battle power exceeds 4,000 while Prince Vegeta's battle power reaches a staggering 18,000. Piccolo snorted coldly from the side. Tien and Krillin's expressions grew extremely grave. 18,000. What kind of counting system is that from space aliens? Since you are the strongest warrior race in the universe, why do you still sell planets all over the place? Yamcha had come straight to the core issue. Raditz's body shuddered violently, as if recalling something extremely terrifying. Because of Lord Frieza. The Frieza Force is a colossus that dominates the entire universe. Raditz lowered his head. We Saiyans are merely soldiers under Lord Frieza. We are responsible for conquering valuable planets and selling them at high prices to other races. I came to Earth this time because Prince Vegeta targeted a high-value planet, but our 3-person team was insufficient, which is why I came to find Kakarot to regroup. Raditz looked up at Yamcha with a face full of desperation. I've told you everything I know. I beg you, let me go. I'll leave Earth immediately and never return. Yamcha looked down at Raditz from above. Frieza, Vegeta, Saiyans. The wheels of fate continued to roll forward, but this time the Earth's warriors were no longer the cannon fodder in the original story that merely delayed the inevitable. Your communication device has been on this whole time, hasn't it? Yamcha suddenly spoke, his gaze falling on the green scouter lying near Raditz. Raditz's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Yamcha walked over, picked up the partially shattered scouter, and held it to his ear. Hey, that's so-called Prince Vegeta and Nappa, can you hear me? Yamcha spoke into the scouter in a calm tone. Deep in the distant cosmos, on a barren planet, 2 Saiyans in battle armor were sitting atop a pile of alien corpses devouring roasted meat. Nappa, a bald and burly figure, stopped what he was doing and pressed his hand to the scouter at his ear. Beside him, the short-statured Vegeta with spiky hair immediately furrowed his brows. Beep. Hey, that's so-called Prince Vegeta and Nappa, can you hear me? Nappa froze. Vegeta's eyes snapped open as he scanned toward Nappa. Nappa quickly tapped a few buttons on the scouter, playing the audio channel through the speaker. Who are you? Where's Raditz? Oh, him. A chuckle came from the scouter. He's lying here bleeding out at my feet. Are you that Vegeta? Vegeta's expression darkened instantly. How dare a native of some low-class planet speak to the great Prince Vegeta like that? Have you lost your will to live? As the prince of the strongest warrior race in the universe, no one had ever dared address him in such a tone. Perhaps so. The voice on the other end carried a hint of mockery. But what makes you Saiyans so extraordinary anyway? Vegeta snorted coldly, about to cut the communication and head straight to Earth to eliminate this insolent native. But the next moment, Raditz has already spilled all your secrets. I never expected that the prince of the universe's greatest warrior race would secretly prefer wearing pink underwear. That's absolutely hilarious. The air fell suddenly silent. The campfire flickered. Nappa's eyes widened as he slowly turned his head to look at Vegeta's lower body, his gaze extremely strange. Vegeta's face went from white to red, then to purple, veins bulging on his forehead one by one. Bakayuru. Vegeta let out a furious roar, his violent energy exploding outward in an instant, shattering rocks within dozens of meters into powder. Raditz, you fool. How dare you speak such nonsense? Vegeta roared into the scouter. Are you even a noble Saiyan anymore? When I get to Earth, I will flay you alive. Back on Earth, Raditz could not respond at all, his desperate whimpers being directly ignored by Yamcha. Getting anxious. Yamcha's voice came again, his tone full of teasing. Don't rush, there's more. Nappa hadn't yet recovered from the shock of pink underwear when he heard his own name mentioned in the scouter. That's right, the one called Nappa. Yamcha continued to add fuel. La DZ said that every night when you sleep you like to suck on a pacifier. Whenever you conquer other planets, instead of plundering gold and silver, you love to collect the pacifiers of the local infants. If you don't suck one, you can't fall asleep. Is that true? La DZ also said that because you're bald, you're especially jealous of people with hair, and you're a twisted pervert. Yamcha made his final summary. Aya. Nappa completely broke down. He suddenly stood up, his fists madly pounding his chest as a violent energy burst outward. Damn it. Damn it. Nappa's eyes were bloodshot, his whole body trembling with rage. I'm going to kill him. I'll tear that native and La DZ into pieces. How dare you humiliate me, Lord Nappa, like this? He turned to look at Vegeta and roared, Vegeta, let's depart immediately. Let's go to Earth right now. I'll smash that planet to pieces. Clearly Nappa had reached his limit. He had fought across the universe for so many years, killing countless powerful enemies, but he had never seen anyone like Yamcha, who used such underhanded means to humiliate others. Vegeta was also trembling with rage. But after all, he was a prince, and his innate pride forced him to suppress the urge to go berserk. He took a deep breath, pushing all the anger back into his heart. "Good kid," Vegeta said into the scouter word by word. "I'll remember you. Earth is it? We'll be coming. Clean your necks and wait." Snap. Vegeta directly crushed the communicator in his hand, cutting off the connection. Veins bulged on Nappa's bald head, and his eyes were bloodshot. "I'll kill them. I'll pull out that native's tongue and smash Earth into pieces." Nappa roared loudly, his violent aura flinging the surrounding alien corpses into the air. Vegeta stood still, maintaining the pose of crushing the scouter, his head lowered so that no one could see his expression. After a few seconds, Vegeta suddenly let out a low chuckle, which grew louder and eventually turned into unrestrained laughter. Nappa stopped roaring and looked at Vegeta. "Vegeta, what are you laughing at? That native insulted you too." Nappa stood up, his face full of confusion. Vegeta's smile faded, and he turned around, walking toward the two spherical spacecrafts parked not far away. He opened the spacecraft hatch and took out a black backup communicator from the storage compartment. "Nappa, put away your powerless rage." Vegeta pressed the switch of the communicator and adjusted the frequency. "That native over there could easily cripple La DZ, and he has a battle power of 10,000, which means Earth's combat strength far exceeds our estimates." Nappa frowned. "Are you still going to Earth?" Nappa asked. "Of course." Vegeta's fingers quickly operated on the communicator's keys. "But not with us leading the charge." The communicator screen lit up, showing an image of an alien with green antennae. "This is the 7th Star Zone Liaison Office of the Fu-Li-Sa Corps. Lord Vegeta, what is your business?" The antennae alien's tone was somewhat respectful. Vegeta smiled at the corner of his mouth. "We discovered a planet called Earth at the edge of the Milky Way. Not only is this planet rich in resources, but the natives there possess a technique that can freely control their battle power." The antennae alien on the screen turned serious. Vegeta continued. "However, these natives are extremely arrogant. Not only did they kill La DZ, but they also openly declared that in their eyes Lord Fu-Li-Sa is nothing but a lowly reptile, not even worthy of wearing pink underwear." Nappa stood by, his eyes instantly widening. The antennae alien on the screen gasped, his face turning pale. They really said that." The antennae alien's voice trembled. "I heard it with my own ears." Vegeta sneered. "Moreover, the enemy's combat power is not low. I request that headquarters dispatch senior combatants and an elite squad to Earth to uphold Lord Fu-Li-Sa's dignity." "I'll report immediately." The antennae alien frantically cut off the communication. The call ended. Nappa rubbed his bald head, suddenly enlightened. "Vegeta, you truly are the prince of the Saiyans. Your brain is sharp." Nappa laughed loudly. "Let Fu-Li-Sa's people go to Earth as scouts. Whether Earth wins or the Fu-Li-Sa Corps wins, it's a win-win for us." Vegeta tossed the backup communicator back into the cabin. "Haha, if the Earth natives can kill a few of Fu-Li-Sa's elites, it will greatly weaken the Fu-Li-Sa Corps' strength." Vegeta stepped into the spherical spacecraft. "If Fu-Li-Sa's people win, we'll show up to clean up the mess. Then Earth's technique for controlling battle power will be ours." The hatch slowly closed. Nappa also climbed into the other spacecraft. Two streaks of fire shot into the sky, breaking through the planet's atmosphere and sailing into the deep cosmos. Earth. At the bottom of a dry riverbed in the northwestern wilderness. Yamcha listened to the busy tone from the scouter. "Can't take it anymore." Yamcha spread his hands and sighed. "I haven't even tried yet. Aliens these days have such poor mental endurance." "Yamcha, was what you said just now true?" "Of course it's fake." Yamcha shrugged. "How could I possibly know what kind of underwear aliens wear?" Sun Wukong came over, carrying the Ru-E-Bang on his shoulder. "Yamcha, does that guy named Nappa really like sucking on a pacifier? How old is he?" Sun Wukong looked puzzled. Tianjin Fan covered his forehead with one hand and closed his third eye. Baika stood by a rock 10 meters away, the wind fluttering his torn white cape. He looked at Yamcha's profile, and the corner of his eye twitched twice. This bastard is not only incredibly powerful, but his mouth is also unbearably venomous. If one day he scolds me like that. Baika's back broke out in a cold sweat. Unable to win in a fight or a war of words, Baika secretly decided in his heart that he would never provoke Yamcha unnecessarily in the future. At the bottom of the deep pit, La DZ lay slumped in a pile of rubble, his left wrist twisted at an unnatural angle, blood staining the ground. "It's over. It's all over." La DZ stared blankly, muttering ceaselessly. Yamcha walked to the edge of the pit and looked down at him. "You earthling, you have no idea what you've done." La DZ said with extreme despair. "That Vegeta is a demon. If you humiliate him like this, he won't just kill all of you, he'll flame you alive. I see you don't need to worry about that." Yamcha jumped down into the deep pit and stood in front of La DZ. "You have only one choice now: cooperate with us, or I'll cut you into pieces and throw you into the sea." La DZ trembled all over. A living dog is better than a dead lion. He was notorious for being a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. "What do you want?" La DZ lowered his head. "Surviving is not a difficult task." Yamcha looked down upon him from a height. "As long as you abandon the Saiyan way of slaughtering everywhere and cease your evil deeds, it will be fine." Raditz was stunned. He had originally expected the other party to impose extremely harsh conditions, even cripple his limbs, but he never imagined it would be so simple. Yamcha turned his head and glanced at Sun Wukong, who stood by the edge of the pit. After all, you are Sun Wukong's elder brother and Gohan's uncle. I don't want Gohan to lose his kin at such a young age either. Hearing these words, Raditz clung to them like a lifeline, nodding frantically. I swear, I will never do evil again. As long as you spare me, I promise to behave. Yamcha's smile faded, and an invisible killing intent locked onto Raditz. Remember what you just said. Of course, if you have already killed before, we will find a way to make amends this time. But if you choose to do evil again, I, Yamcha, will be the first to destroy you. By then, no god at the end of the universe can save you. I said it. Raditz's whole body trembled violently, and cold sweat instantly soaked through his tattered battle suit. He had no doubt that the man before him could tear him to shreds within a second. I dare not. Absolutely not. Raditz echoed in agreement, his body involuntarily shrinking back. Yamcha withdrew his killing intent, and his expression returned to calm. In that case, please cooperate and confess all the cosmic intelligence you know as atonement for your new life. Raditz lowered his head helplessly. Any one of the Earthlings present had a higher combat power than his. He had no room to bargain. Everyone leaped out of the deep pit. Let's go back to Shido. Yamcha gave the order. The group soared into the air. Piccolo remained silent as white, cape fluttering in the wind, closely following at the rear. Krillin looked back at Piccolo. Piccolo, why are you following us? Aren't you always a loner? Piccolo snorted coldly, his gaze shifting to Raditz, who was being carried by Sun Wukong. Don't flatter yourself. I'm just interested in the alien's intelligence. From the tone of this waste, that guy named Vegeta seems quite formidable. I want to see what kind of stuff he's made of. Yamcha flew at the front without interfering. Piccolo's willingness to come was a good sign, indicating that under the pressure of external threats, Earth's top combat power was accelerating its integration. During the flight, Sun Wukong grabbed Raditz by the collar and leaned in. By the way, are you really my elder brother? Sun Wukong stared at Raditz with curious eyes, looking him up and down. Then Gohan has an uncle. If Grandpa were still alive and knew I had a brother, he would be overjoyed. Raditz endured the sharp pain in his wrist, the corners of his mouth twitching wildly. Grandpa? What the hell is an Earthling grandpa? Raditz roared furiously in his mind. We Saiyans are the strongest warrior race in the entire universe. Our father is Bardock, the legendary low-class warrior, and our mother is Jine. You idiot, actually acknowledge a native as your grandpa? Raditz looked at Wukong's clear, undefended eyes and felt a surge of despair. He had originally planned to find an opportunity at the destination to use the Saiyan bloodline to sway Kakarot, making him turn against them. But now it seemed that his younger brother's mind was definitely not normal. Kakarot, where's your tail? Raditz asked, suppressing his anger. Oh, I pulled it out long ago. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Keeping that thing is too troublesome. It turns into a giant ape and loses control during the full moon. How do you maintain your tail? It's furry, doesn't it attract fleas? Raditz was so furious that he nearly spat blood. That was the source of Saiyan power and a symbol of pride, and it was being asked if it attracted fleas. Relying on this dim-witted brother was hopeless. Raditz completely gave up struggling. Shido Z Alliance headquarters. The huge hemispherical metal building gleamed in the sunlight. Raditz was thrown onto the floor of the high-tech hall, watching the bustling staff and various precision instruments around him. The technological level of this low-level planet did not seem as backward as he had imagined. Bulma strode over in high heels holding a tablet. She glanced down at Raditz on the floor and curled her lips in disdain. Is this the alien? He looks weird. How many years has it been since he washed his hair? Bulma nudged the green scouter that had fallen off Raditz with her toe. Yamcha, is this their communication device? Yes, although a corner is broken, the core components should still be intact. Yamcha nodded. It might contain the communication frequency of Friesia's army. I'll leave it to you to crack. Bulma picked up the scouter. Then everyone hoisted Raditz up and escorted him to the specially made prison on the third underground floor. It was a cell made of pure X alloy equipped with a gravity adjustment system. Yamcha directly had the gravity set to 13 times, which was enough for a weakling like Raditz. Inside the cell, Raditz sat on a metal chair. He had no choice but to honestly confess the troop deployment of Friesia's army, the control of various star regions, and detailed intelligence about Vegeta and Nappa. Meanwhile, an isolated island on the vast southern sea of Earth. The sea breeze rustled the coconut trees, and the red roof of Kame House looked especially leisurely under the sunlight. Master Roshi, wearing a floral shirt and shorts, had just finished a set of high-intensity physical training. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, pushed his sunglasses up his nose, and revealed his signature lecherous grin. Today's training is complete. It's time for the special aerobics program for women. Master Roshi hummed a tune, walked to the TV, and reached for the remote. Suddenly his movement froze in midair. His eyes behind the sunglasses narrowed instantly, and his originally relaxed muscles tensed in a split second. Several strange malevolent auras appeared on the beach of the island. These auras did not belong to any martial artist he knew. Master Roshi put away his smile, turned, and strode toward the door. He pushed open the wooden door. Waves crashed against the sand. Several bizarre-looking creatures stood less than 10 meters from Kame House. Their skin was a sickly ice blue, and their eyes glowed red. In the center of these biomonsters stood an old man with pale skin. He wore a loose white lab coat and held a high-tech metal cane. Finally found it. The old man looked at Master Roshi emerging from the house and laughed. Master Mutant, the world's strongest martial artist. It wasn't easy to find you. Master Roshi clasped his hands behind his back, the sea breeze stirring his white beard. He did not retreat in the face of their bizarre appearance. The aura of a master naturally emanated from him. Who are you? Master Roshi's voice was low. I am Dr. Gao-Qin, under the great command of Dr. Wei Luo, specially invited to invite Master Mutant for a conversation. A word in private. What if I refuse? That would be a pity. Dr. Gao-Qin took a half step back, his cane striking heavily on the sand. Swoosh. Several blue bioandroids moved simultaneously, incredibly fast, instantly breaking through air resistance, sealing off Gue Shinran's retreat from 3 directions. Claws whistling through the air aimed straight at Gue Shinran's vital points. Gue Shinran did not retreat, but advanced. His originally withered body instantly underwent a qualitative transformation. Muscles bulged wildly, tearing his floral shirt apart, with veins coiling like roots on his arms. Afterimage fist. The claws of the 3 bioandroids simultaneously pierced through Gue Shinran's body. It had no substance, only an afterimage. Bang! The sand collapsed violently. Gue Shinran appeared behind the left bioandroid, his hands shooting out to firmly grip its shoulders, his knee powerfully driving into its spine. Immediately Gue Shinran leveraged the force to leap into the air, his right leg carving a fierce semicircle in midair. Boom! The other bioandroids were struck on the neck by that kick, their bodies crashing into the sea, sending up a pillar of water over 10 meters high, and they did not resurface for a long time. Such was the foundation of the martial arts god. Gue Shinran landed steadily, exhaling a breath of stale air. He turned to look at Dr. Gao-Qin. Dr. Gao-Qin was not flustered. He raised his metal cane and pressed a red button at the top. Don't act rashly, Master Wu Tian. Dr. Gao-Qin sneered. A blue beam shot from the cane's tip, unfolding a holographic projection screen in the air. The screen showed the bustling streets of North City. Heavy traffic, crowds of pedestrians. Gue Shinran stopped, his brows furrowed. Your martial arts are indeed formidable, but Dr. Gao-Qin's tone was icy. The moment I loosen my finger, in an instant the entire North City will become a wasteland and tens of millions of civilians will be reduced to ashes. Gue Shinran's fist crackled. Despicable. Dr. Gao-Qin laughed, his face wrinkled. Choose, Master Wu Tian. Is your own freedom more important, or the lives of millions in North City? Gue Shinran was silent for a full 10 seconds. His bulging muscles quickly deflated, and he reverted to that thin, hunched old man. He bent down to pick up the floral shirt lying on the sand. I'll go with you. But if even a single hair on the civilians of North City is harmed, I will risk my life and never forgive you. Truly a grandmaster wise to the situation. Dr. Gao-Qin stepped aside. Please, Dr. Velo is eager to see the world's strongest body. An invisible aircraft decloaked over the sea, its hatch opening. Gue Shinran walked onto the deck without looking back. The aircraft's tail emitted blue exhaust, turning into a streak of light, speeding toward the northern frozen wasteland. West City, Z Alliance headquarters. Yamcha had just walked out of the special prison on the 3rd basement level. Raditz was extremely cooperative, not only revealing the Frisia force's territory distribution, but also spilling all of Vegeta's secrets. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded deep in his mind. With a thought, Yamcha summoned the system panel. Strongest Earthling system host Yamcha battle power, 9650 race, Earthling bound skills, New Wolf, Fong Fist Spirit Ball, Kamehameha, Turtle School, Fist Destructo Disc. Main quest 1, Yamcha will never be a meme. 2. Space Emperor, Yamcha side quest, world's strongest expert quest, background 50 years ago, the deranged scientist Dr. Velo with his genius brain was buried in the far north due to glacial movement. Now by chance the glacier broke apart, and Dr. Gao-Qin was fortunate enough to get his wish without using the Dragon Balls. To fulfill his desire to rule the world, Dr. Velo, now only a brain, urgently needs the world's strongest body to exchange. Quest objective, the world's strongest, who else? Completely crush Dr. Velo's deranged ambition and save this disaster-ridden Earth. Quest rewards 1. Battle power 5002. Senzu beans 10. Yamcha stared at the 2 lines of rewards. 5000 battle power. The system really put in some capital this time. His current base battle power through training and side quests over these 4 years had already broken through to 96000. If he got these 5000, his base power would directly skyrocket to 146000. What does 146000 mean? In the early Namek arc, Vegeta's base power was 2400. Not counting Jinyu himself, the Jinyu Force members were around 4000 to 6000. Once his base reached 14600, activating the tenfold Kaioken would bring his battle power to 1.46 million. He could directly contend with Frisia's first form and even surpass it slightly. At the same time, this meant that once he completed the quest, he would be considered one of the few strong beings in the entire universe. This didn't even account for the fact that he had a fruit from the spirit tree. If he ate it, his battle power would be extraordinary. As for the 10 Senzu beans, although the yield of Senzu beans on Karen Tower was now extremely low and the stock had long been eaten to extinction by Yajirobe's snacks. However, Yamcha was not short of such life-saving strategic supplies. Over these 4 years he had accumulated 30 senzu beans from side quests. Yamcha closed the panel and couldn't help but smile. But the plot is starting to get messy. Dr. Velo. If he remembered correctly, that was the boss from the movie, the world's strongest expert. According to the original timeline, this old fossil would only break out of the ice after Vegeta and Nappa invaded Earth. Now Raditz had just knelt down and sung surrender, and this deranged scientist with only a brain popped out. Forget it, it's just a simple matter anyway. 50,000 battle power and 10 senzu beans. Why not take advantage of this freebie? A burst of hurried footsteps interrupted Yamcha's thoughts. Bulma rushed into the hall, her face anxious. Yamcha, something's wrong. The old turtle at Kame House just called for help, saying Master Wu Tian was captured by several bioandroids that look like blue monsters. Got it. He turned to Krillin and Tien Shinhan nearby. Krillin, Tien, you two stay at Z Alliance headquarters and keep an eye on Raditz. Krillin nodded. Don't worry, that guy's wrists are broken, he can't cause any trouble. Tien and Krillin had absolute confidence in Yamcha. Yamcha turned to Goku. Goku, come with me. We're going to rescue Master Wu Tian. Yash. Goku pulled out the power pole from behind, his eyes burning with excitement. Yamcha glanced at Piccolo, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Great Demon King, want to come along? Consider it a warm-up. Piccolo snorted and lowered his arms. Boring. He turned and walked toward the door, his white cape flapping in the wind. I have no interest in saving that old man. The lives of Earthlings are none of my concern. Before he finished speaking, Piccolo shot into the sky, turning into a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon. That Piccolo, he still doesn't see us as friends. Goku scratched the back of his head. Forget it then. Bulma, send me the coordinates of the signal source. 2 streams of white aura tore through the clouds above West City, speeding north at terrifying speed. The wind howled in their ears. The temperature dropped sharply. In just over half an hour, Yamcha and Goku had crossed thousands of kilometers and reached the northernmost point of Earth. In the frozen wasteland, a blizzard raged. Endless white glaciers stretched out, and amidst the falling snow, a massive hemispherical metal fortress was embedded deep in the thick ice. The two hovered in midair. What a big house. Is Master Wu Tian inside? Goku leaned down to look. Let's go straight in. Yamcha didn't hesitate. The aura around both of them surged, and they plummeted straight toward the top of the fortress. Boom. The hard special alloy dome was as fragile as paper before their terrifying key. Amid the huge explosion, Yamcha and Goku fell into the fortress. Red alarm lights flashed frantically. The channel gate ahead rose, and dozens of bioandroids, ice blue all over with red, glowing eyes, surged out. Claws tore through the air, carrying fierce killing intent. Goku grinned, his knees slightly bent. Bang! A sonic boom erupted in the air, and Sun Wukong's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, the chests of the 3 biohumans at the forefront simultaneously caved inward, sending a horde of their kind crashing down like bowling pins. Pathetic. Sun Wukong smashed through a biohuman skull with a single punch, handling the battle with effortless grace. Yamcha stood with his hands in his pockets, making no move to assume a fighting stance. A biohuman lunged at him from a blind spot on his flank, claws aimed directly at his throat. Yamcha didn't even turn his head, casually sweeping his right leg to the side and behind him. Snap! The biohuman's cervical spine fractured with a sickening crunch, his entire body contorting 720 degrees midair, before collapsing into a blue puddle of flesh. Let's go meet that deranged doctor. Yamcha stepped over the scattered corpses of biohumans, striding confidently toward the fortress's depths. At the same time, deep in the distant cosmos, a colossal saucer-shaped spaceship cruised smoothly through the pitch-black expanse of stars. Inside the spaceship's main control room, the lighting was dim, with only the indicator lights of various instruments casting a cold glow. In the center of the hall, a short creature with a purple glass-like shell covering its head sat properly on a suspended chair. The Emperor of the Universe, Frisia. He held a glass of crimson liquid, gently swirling it, his scarlet eyes fixed on the holographic star map ahead. An alien with long green hair and handsome features hurried into the hall, kneeling on one knee before the suspended chair. Frisia-sama. Zabo bowed deeply. Speak. Frisia took a sip of the red liquid, his voice carrying a distinctive lilt. We just received news from the 7-star district liaison office. Zabo swallowed hard, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Vegeta discovered a remote planet named Earth at the edge of the galaxy. Frisia stopped swirling his wine glass. Oh. Vegeta claims the natives on Earth possess a technique to freely control their battle power. Zabo's voice grew quieter, even taking on a trembling quality. And those natives insulted you. The temperature in the main control room seemed to drop to freezing point in an instant. The surrounding operators all stopped their work, holding their breath. They insulted this king. Frisia put down his wine glass. Yes. Zabo buried his head even lower. They said you aren't even worthy of wearing pink underwear. A few seconds later. Oh ho ho. Frisia suddenly laughed, the sound echoing through the spacious control room. Mr. Zabo, this is truly interesting, very interesting indeed. The suspended chair slowly rotated, Frisia looking down at Zabo from above. Your Majesty, do you need to send someone to handle this planet? Zabo asked cautiously. Frisia didn't answer directly, but raised a finger and gently tapped the armrest of his chair. That wild monkey Vegeta has been coming up with more schemes lately. Frisia's tone was calm. He thinks he can deceive this king with a few fabricated lies. Zabo was startled. Your Majesty means Vegeta is, that foolish monkey probably doesn't know we've implanted backup monitoring channels in all the detectors we sent out. Frisia waved his hand. Play back the original recording from that time. Yes. An operator's fingers flew across the controls, quickly retrieving the detector audio records from Raditz and others. Yamcha's clear voice came through the control room speakers. Raditz has already confessed all your secrets. Who would have thought the prince of the proud warrior race of the universe actually likes wearing pink underwear in private? It's hilarious. Then followed Vegeta's raging roar. The recording finished. Zabo breathed a sigh of relief, so that Earth native had only insulted Vegeta. Your Majesty is wise. Vegeta is indeed using the knife of others to kill. Zabo said reverently. Frisia leaned back in his chair and picked up the glass of red liquid again. Although the people of this insignificant planet didn't directly insult me. Frisia gazed at the swaying liquid in his glass, his eyes gradually becoming vicious, but that Vegeta is always our Frisia force's dog. Crack. A crack appeared on the glass wall of the stemmed glass. When beating a dog, you still need to consider the master. Frisia handed the wine glass to the attendant beside him, and the suspended chair floated forward half a meter. Mr. Zabo, this subordinate is here. Go notify Mr. Cho, who is closest to there. Frisia looked at the tiny dot representing Earth on the holographic star map. Let him lead a team of warriors to follow Vegeta there. I want to see what's so special about this planet that could make Raditz suffer. Yes, Your Majesty. Zabo received the order and withdrew. Earth, the core laboratory of the extreme North Glacier Fortress. On the huge cylindrical petri dish in the center, a massively large brain was floating. Countless mechanical tubes connected to the lobes of the brain extending all the way into the supercomputer at the bottom of the petri dish. This was the main body of Dr. Wailawa, the perverted scientist from 50 years ago, now reduced to a pile of neurons and electronic components. In front of the petri dish, the alloy floor was smashed into a large pit. Master Roshi lay at the bottom of the pit, gasping for breath. His signature floral shirt had long been torn into shreds, and his body was covered with deep scratch marks that could be seen to the bone. 3 biomodified humans over 2 meters tall stood at the edge of the pit. Jiximi's body was covered with red hard armor, and his hands sparkled with high-voltage current. Misuzi's skin was ice blue, exhaling cold air of tens of degrees below zero with each breath. Abalu was the most burly, with bulging muscles all over his body and bloodthirsty red light emanating from his eyes. These 3 berserker warriors each had a battle power exceeding 2,000. Dr. Gao-Qin leaned on a metal cane, standing behind the 3 berserkers, looking at Master Roshi at the bottom of the pit with a face full of disdain. Mutant Roshi, is this the so-called strongest in the world? Dr. Gao-Qin shook his head. An electronic synthesized voice came from the speaker next to the petri dish. Too weak. Dr. Wailawa's voice was filled with disappointment. Gao-Qin, you found the wrong person. This body is severely decayed, can't even defeat my berserker warriors. What I need is the strongest body in the world, not a dying old man. Sweat formed on Dr. Gao-Qin's forehead, and he quickly bowed. Calm down, Dr. Wailawa. 50 years ago, Mutant Roshi was indeed recognized as the world's greatest martial artist, I thought. 50 years ago, Master Roshi propped himself up with one hand and barely stood up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed aloud. Your brains must have frozen in the glacier. Master Roshi straightened his back. The title of the world's greatest has long changed hands. Dr. Gao-Qin's face changed color. You're playing me, eh? Dr. Gao-Qin suddenly stepped forward. Who is the #1 martial artist now? At that moment, boom. The alloy wall of the laboratory, half a meter thick, instantly exploded. The violent shockwave swept through the entire laboratory, flipping the console where the instruments were placed. Through the thick dust and smoke, a voice came in. It's me, Dr. Gao-Qin turned his head abruptly. The 3 berserkers turned at the same time, assuming fighting stances, their red eyes staring at the hole in the wall. The smoke cleared. Yamcha wore a casual gray jacket, his hands in his pockets, stepping on the scattered alloy fragments on the ground, slowly walking into the laboratory. Sun Wukong followed behind Yamcha, carrying the Rui Bang in his hand, looking around. The temperature here is so low. Sun Wukong shivered. Yamcha paid no heed to the surrounding bioengineered warriors, his gaze fixed directly on Master Roshi, who lay at the bottom of the pit. Master Roshi, are you all right? Yamcha asked. The sight of the 2 men finally allowed Master Roshi's taut nerves to relax, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Yamcha, Goku, you arrived just in time. A moment later, and this old bones would have been finished here. Sun Wukong immediately leaped into the large pit and helped Master Roshi to his feet. He pulled a senza bean from his pocket and placed it into Master Roshi's mouth. Grandpa, swallow it quickly. Master Roshi chewed and swallowed the senza bean. His wounds healed at a visible rate, and his withered muscles filled out once more. I'm alive again. Master Roshi rolled his shoulders. Dr. Gao-Qin stared at the 2 intruders, his eyes filled with shock and uncertainty. He pointed at Yamcha. Fine, since someone is eager to court death, I'll grant your wish. Dr. Gao-Qin waved his cane. Jiximi Miswozi Abelo. Tear this insolent brat to pieces. The 3 berserk warriors received the command and instantly sprang into action. Miswozi was the fastest, kicking off the alloy floor with such force that he left 2 deep indentations. He opened his mouth wide, and a blast of absolute zero cold surged forth, hurtling straight toward Yamcha's face. This frigid stream could turn steel into powder in an instant. Yet Yamcha kept his hands in his pockets, his pace unbroken. The cold wave rushed forward, but an invisible force field stopped it half a meter from Yamcha's body, splitting it to the sides. How is this possible? Dr. Gao Qin's eyes widened. Seeing his frost breath useless, Miswozi swung his massive ice-encrusted fist toward Yamcha's head. With a combat power of 2,000 and the terrifying strength from bioenhancement, that punch carried the force to destroy a mountain. Yamcha finally drew his right hand and threw a punch of his own, meeting Miswozi's fist. The 2 fists collided. Miswozi's thick arm burst apart from the finger bones, cracking inch by inch. The immense impact traveled up his arm and through his entire body, caving in his chest and blowing a massive hole through his back. Bang! Then Miswozi's gigantic frame flew backward, crashing into the glass of a culture tank and losing all life. 1 punch. Instant kill. Dr. Gao Qin's smile froze on his face, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Jiximi and Abalu paused for a fraction of a second, but bioengineered warriors know no fear. They immediately attacked from both sides. Jiximi's body crackled with electric light, and 10 high-voltage arcs shot from his fingertips, weaving into a net of lightning that enveloped Yamcha. Abalu meanwhile leaped high, clasped his hands together, and slammed down, with tremendous kinetic energy, toward the crown of Yamcha's head. Yamcha, watch out! Master Roshi shouted from the side. Yamcha looked up at Abalu in midair, then exploded into motion, his right leg driving him away so fast that he vanished from sight. The lightning net missed, scorching the floor black. Before Jiximi could react, Yamcha was already at his side, raising his left leg for a high roundhouse kick that struck Jiximi's neck perfectly. Crack! Jiximi's head detached from his neck, flew more than 10 meters, and smashed into the wall, turning into a pulp. The headless body twitched twice and fell to the ground. Abalu, still in midair, lost his target. He twisted around, searching for Yamcha. A hand pressed against Abalu's face. Yamcha stood before him, his 5 fingers closing around Abalu's skull. Too slow. Yamcha's tone was flat. A flash of energy flickered in his palm. Boom. Abalu's head and upper torso vaporized in a burst of white light, leaving not even a trace of residue. 2 punches and 1 kick. 3 berserk warriors, each with a combat power of 2,000, wiped out in less than 10 seconds. Sun Wukong, holding his Rui staff, watched with great interest. Yamcha, you're too fast. I didn't even get a chance to warm up. Sun Wukong complained. Those guys weren't much fun to fight. Yamcha dusted off his hands. He turned his gaze to Dr. Gao Qin. Dr. Gao Qin's legs turned to jelly. Leaning on his cane, he stumbled backward until he reached the edge of the culture tank, with nowhere to retreat. And no. Impossible. Dr. Gao Qin stared at the scattered remains, his voice trembling. These 3 berserk warriors were the ultimate weapons, painstakingly cultivated by Dr. Wilo, combining the Earth's most advanced biotechnology and gene modification techniques, consuming countless efforts. Each possessed power beyond human limits, yet they were effortlessly disposed of by this young man. Yamcha walked step by step toward Dr. Gao Qin. Now show me whatever other trump cards you have. I'm in a hurry. The system panel's quest rewards were still waiting for him. 50,000 combat power and 10 sins of beans. All he had to do was eliminate the brain inside that culture tank. Dr. Gao Qin's face turned pale. He couldn't utter a single word. Just then Dr. Wilo's voice came through the laboratory speakers again. Superlax. This speed, this power. This is true world domination. The surface of the brain inside the culture tank flickered with dense red light, and the nutrient solution boiled violently. Young man, what is your name? Dr. Wilo demanded. Yamcha. Yamcha, give me your body. Once my brain merges with your flesh, we will become the supreme god ruling the entire world. Yamcha raised an eyebrow. Just a brain left, and still so restless. He lifted his right hand, a brilliant white energy gathering at the tip of his index finger. Your ambition ends here. Without hesitation, he fired the energy orb toward the culture tank. The orb sliced through the air, heading straight for the massive glass container. Just as it was about to strike, the entire laboratory floor trembled violently. A black alloy shield 2 meters thick rose from the ground, blocking the path in front of the culture tank. Boom. The energy orb exploded, leaving a deep crater in the alloy shield, but it did not penetrate. Huh. Yamcha, did you think Dr. Wilo would be unprepared? A colossal mechanical body, 10 meters tall, slowly rose into view. It was forged entirely from an unknown black and gray metal with massive arms and a red energy core embedded in its chest. The huge culture tank containing Dr. Wilo's brain fitted perfectly into the neck area of the mechanical body. Countless data cables connected at that moment. A brilliant red light flared. The mechanical body radiated a terrifying glow. Dr. Gao Qin, leaning on his metal cane, looked up at this perfect combat weapon. His whole body trembled, his face flushed, and he fell into extreme ecstasy. Do you see? Dr. Gao Qin turned, spreading his arms and howling at Yamcha and the others. 50 years ago, those ignorant people ostracized us, mocked our scientific theories. Dr. Gao-Qin waved his cane, spittle flying. A bright white energy beam pierced through Dr. Gao-Qin's head. His voice cut off abruptly, his mouth hung open, a charred hole in the center of his forehead. Dr. Gao-Qin fell straight backward. Inside his shattered skull, dense electronic circuits were exposed and clusters of blue electric sparks danced across the short-circuiting chips. Yamcha slowly lowered his raised right index finger. The villain dies from talking too much. Gao-Qin. From the petri dish, Dr. Wei Luo issued an electronically synthesized roar. You dare destroy my assistant. I will crush you all into meat paste. Boom. The giant robot's right arm rose violently. Its palm split open and a red high-energy laser beam over 2 meters in diameter shot forth, aiming directly at Yamcha. Yamcha sidestepped. The laser beam grazed his afterimage and blasted into the wall behind him, instantly melting a massive hole through which snow and wind poured in. What a devastating attack. Sun Wukong's eyes sharpened instantly. He yanked the Rui Jingu Bang from his back, kicked hard against the floor, and transformed into an orange bolt of lightning charging straight for the giant robot's face. Take this. The Rui Jingu Bang elongated midair and smashed down onto the reinforced glass cover of the petri dish with immense force. Clang. The giant robot's left hand seized one end of the Rui Jingu Bang. Sun Wukong felt an insurmountable force surging through him. His current combat power of approximately 4000 was absolutely top tier on Earth, but this robot's strength far exceeded his limits. 45000. That was the combat power Yamcha calculated through comparison. With Earth-level technology capable of producing a monster with 45000 combat power, Dr. Wei Luo was indeed an unquestionable genius. Unfortunately, his mind wasn't entirely sound. He could join Dr. Gailuo at the same table. The robot's left arm swung fiercely. Sun Wukong was flung backward along with his staff, crashing through 3 load-bearing columns before landing in the ruins. Wukong. Master Roshi called out. I'm fine. A burst of white aura exploded from the rubble as Sun Wukong emerged and scathed the fighting spirit in his eyes, burning even stronger. Stop wasting your effort. Dr. Wei Luo laughed maniacally. Both mechanical arms rose simultaneously as launch ports on his palms, shoulders, and chest all opened. Before absolute power, you martial artists are nothing but insects. Dense beams of laser fire and tracking missiles rained down, covering the entire laboratory. Master Roshi took a deep breath. His emaciated body swelled again as muscles bulged and a pure white aura rose from within him. 1000. Yamcha watched the aura erupting from Master Roshi. Over these years, under the intense cultivation atmosphere of the Z Alliance, Master Wu Tian had clearly not neglected his martial arts. A combat power of 1000 far exceeded his counterparts in the original storyline. Though he couldn't confront the 45000 combat power monster head-on, evading was well within his capability. Master Roshi's figure flashed repeatedly. Afterimage Fist was activated. 7 or 8 afterimages of Master Roshi appeared simultaneously throughout the laboratory. Lasers and missiles pierced through the phantom images, exploding massive craters into the ground. Relying on centuries of accumulated martial intuition, he searched for blind spots amidst the hail of gunfire, each dodge executed with pinpoint precision and not a single superfluous movement. Sun Wukong, meanwhile, chose to clash directly. He weaved through the exploding flames, his fists coated in high-intensity aura, relentlessly hammering the robot's mechanical legs. Deep dents formed in the metallic armor, though the core remained unharmed. Too slow. Too weak. Dr. Wei Luo controlled the mechanical leg, delivering a fierce horizontal sweep. Sun Wukong crossed his arms to block. Bang! His entire body skidded across the floor for over 10 meters, his feet carving twin-deep grooves into the alloy flooring. Yamcha stood firm in the battlefield. Several tracking missiles flew toward him, but they were all neutralized by his natural energy aura. The missiles detonated automatically half a meter away, barely stirring the hem of his clothes. A base combat power of 96000 against a robot with 45000 was nothing short of a dimensional strike. Yamcha, this ironclad shell is too tough. Sun Wukong rubbed his numb arms. Master Roshi retreated to Sun Wukong's side, breathing heavily. The high-intensity evasion had severely drained his stamina. We can't fight separately anymore. Master Roshi tore away his tattered cloth strips, his gaze locking onto the pulsating energy core on the giant robot's chest. Its armor is too thick. Ordinary attacks cannot penetrate it. We must concentrate all of our energy on a single point. Master Roshi turned to face Yamcha. Wukong Yamcha. Master Roshi sank into a low stance, bringing both hands to his waist. Use that technique. Sun Wukong grinned broadly. Understood. Yamcha flashed forward and took position beside the two, forming a triangle. How nostalgic. Yamcha chuckled softly. Since leaving Master Roshi's hermitage, the 3 disciples had rarely had the opportunity to fight side by side. The giant robot ceased its indiscriminate bombardment. Dr. Wei Luo observed the 3 figures below, holding identical stances, his electronic eyes flickering uncertainly. No matter what you do, it will be futile. The robot brought both arms together as the energy core on its chest erupted in blinding red light. All energy converged at a single point, preparing to unleash an earth-shattering ultimate beam. Below, the master and disciples simultaneously sank into their stances as blue-white light gathered in their palms. Came. The three's auras began to resonate. Within Sun Wukong's body, his full 4-0 combat power was output at maximum capacity, with white flames soaring skyward. Master Roshi extracted every last drop of his potential. His combat power of 1,000 erupted with radiance that transcended all limits in this moment. Yamcha, however, did not unleash his full strength. Nevertheless, his terrifying pressure descended instantaneously, causing the entire Arctic Glacier fortress to tremble violently. Cracks appeared in the alloy walls as icicles from the ceiling broke and fell. The blue-white energy sphere expanded in their hands, its blinding radiance illuminating the entire dark underground space. Dr. Wei Luo's electronic eyes captured the energy readings. The numbers on the detector flickered frantically. Still rising. Impossible. How can humans possess energy on this level? Dr. Wei Luo's voice was filled with sheer terror. Ken. The red beam from the robot's chest erupted with a thunderous roar. A 5-meter diameter pillar of destruction descended with overwhelming momentum. Gun. The master and disciples simultaneously thrust their hands forward. 3 blue-white energy waves launched instantly. Mid-air, the 3 forces merged flawlessly into an immensely thick, practically solid, massive blue beam. The terrifying combined combat power, coupled with the inherent technique amplification of the Kamehameha, made this strike powerful enough to pierce through the Earth's core. Boom. The blue beam collided with the red beam mid-air. With an overwhelming force, the blue beam instantly tore through the red beam, countercurrenting upward and striking the giant robot's chest with devastating impact. Crack. The black and gray unknown metallic armor melted instantly as the energy core at the chest exploded directly. The tremendous shockwave lifted the giant robot off the ground, its 10-meter towering frame sent flying backward. Bang, bang, bang. The robot successively smashed through 3 layers of reinforced alloy walls at the rear of the laboratory before crashing deep into the million-year layer permafrost of the Arctic Glacier. The entire fortress shook as if earthquakes had shattered mountains. Hundreds of bottomless fissures cracked open across the glacier surface. As the dust settled, the 3 masters withdrew their Kamehameha stances. Goku panted heavily, his face brimming with excitement, while Master Roshi wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled a long breath of relief. Yamcha's breathing was steady. Amid the ruins deep within the glacier, the giant robot had been reduced to a pile of scrap metal, its limbs severed and a massive hole pierced through its chest. The culture flask embedded in its neck had also suffered a fatal blow. Crack. A fissure appeared on the specially made bulletproof glass cover and then rapidly spread, turning into a dense web of cracks. Bang. The glass cover shattered completely, spilling green nutrient fluid onto the metal wreckage. That massive brain was now exposed to the freezing wind tens of degrees below zero. Most of the neural lines connecting the surface had snapped, flickering with faint red light. My body. My perfect body. Dr. Vilo's desperate roar echoed through the speakers. He had planned for decades, created countless bioandroids, and even captured the world's strongest Master Roshi. Yet all his ambitions were shattered by 3 people. One of them, a young man, hadn't even revealed his true power. Why? Why do you possess such power? The red light on the brain's surface began to flicker violently. The frequency grew faster and faster. Since I cannot rule this world, then you shall die with me. Dr. Vilo let out a final maniacal laugh. Main computer, initiate final protocol. Overload the geothermal nuclear reactor at the fortress's base. The alarm instantly blared throughout the North Pole fortress, red emergency lights spinning wildly. A deep rumble came from the depths. The ice beneath their feet began to collapse over a wide area, and a scorching aura of destruction surged from underground. Not good. Master Roshi's face turned pale. This guy is going to blow up the entire glacier. If the geothermal nuclear reactor exploded, not only would the entire North Pole vanish, but the resulting tsunamis and climate disasters would claim half of Earth's life. Goku clenched his fists and looked at Yamcha. Yamcha, what do we do? The ground was shaking so violently that it was impossible to stand, and the countdown to destruction flickered on the lab's shattered screen. Only 20 seconds remained. Goku, take Master Roshi and go first. Goku gripped his power pole and glanced at the fissure below where magma continuously spewed. Yamcha, this thing is about to explode. Let's go together. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Yamcha turned his head and glanced at him, clearly radiating absolute confidence. Goku didn't waste words. He knew Yamcha. If he said he'd handle it, he was certain. Goku helped Master Roshi up, and white aura exploded around him. Boom. The two transformed into a streak of light and shot into the sky. The countdown reached 5 seconds. The rumble from the depths was deafening. Magma mixed with the red glow of nuclear energy seeped out, and the fortress's support pillars snapped one after another. You think you can stop the geothermal nuclear reactor from overloading? Dream on. Dr. Vilo's brain inside the shattered glass cover laughed maniacally with impotence. Die together. This is my final gift to the world. Yamcha ignored him. He spread his arms and legs, lowered his center of gravity, and pulled his fists to his waist. Kaioken. Times 10. Boom. A violent red aura erupted from Yamcha's body. The red light shot into the sky, and the fierce wind pressure instantly pulverized the lab wreckage into dust. A battle power of 96000. This power surpassed the understanding of Earth's martial artists and transcended the limits of ordinary space beings. The red pillar of energy pierced through heaven and earth, illuminating the polar night sky like daylight. At the same time, at the West City Z Alliance headquarters, the teacup in Krillin's hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Hot water splashed on his pants leg, but he ddn't notice. He stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably. What kind of key is this? Krillin's teeth chattered. Tien Shinhan broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. He hurried to the window, staring at the northern sky. Even from thousands of kilometers away, the suffocating pressure still reached them. Yamcha. Tien's voice was hoarse. What level has he reached? In the northwestern wilderness. Piccolo, who had recently returned, was meditating cross-legged, hovering in midair. Suddenly his eyes snapped open, and he fell straight down his feet, slamming into the dry riverbed. What a joke. Piccolo looked up, his gaze piercing through the clouds toward the north. This key. Is this really Yamcha? He had thought that with his rigorous training in the gravity chamber, the gap between him and Yamcha was slowly narrowing. Now it seemed that when Yamcha had fought him before, it was like playing with a child. The world's strongest. Those 4 words surfaced in Piccolo's mind. For the first time, he felt a sense of insurmountable helplessness. He clenched his fists, his nails piercing his palms. Impossible. Yamcha, one day I will catch up with you. At the North Pole Glacier, the countdown reached 0. The geothermal nuclear reactor fully detonated. A white light burst from the depths, and energy capable of destroying half the Earth began to expand. Yamcha stood within the red Kaioken aura, pressing his hands down sharply. Get back in there. The red key instantly expanded into a hemispherical barrier 100 meters in diameter, tightly sealing off the entire explosion area of the nuclear reactor. The white light dashed left and right within the barrier, madly crashing against the key wall, trying to break free. Yamcha's arm muscles bulged and veins pulsed beneath his skin. Full power output of 96000 battle power. The red barrier remained motionless. The terrifying energy from the explosion was forcibly compressed within that 100-meter space. After just a few dozen seconds, the white light exhausted its energy and gradually dimmed. The explosion was forcibly extinguished. In midair, Goku hovered below the clouds, carrying Master Roshi on his shoulder. They looked down at the glacier below. What terrifying key, Grandpa Roshi, did you feel it? Goku stared downward, also breaking into a cold sweat. Yeah. Master Roshi swallowed hard. Suffocating. That boy Yamcha has already reached a level we can't even comprehend. Outside the ruins, Yamcha's red aura slowly faded. He walked to the shattered culture flask. Dr. Vilo's brain had lost its luster, with only a few cables still flickering with weak electrical sparks. Impossible. The electronic voice was intermittent, filled with despair. Farewell, old fossil. Swoosh. A key blast pierced through the massive brain. Dr. Vilo was reduced to ashes. Yamcha closed his eyes, feeling the vast energy welling up within him. His bones, muscles, and cells underwent another transformation under the surge of this power. His base battle power broke through the 100 mark, reaching 146000. If he now activated the tenfold Kaioken, his battle power would directly exceed 1 million, more than enough to deal with Frisia's first form. He opened his eyes and exhaled a long, stale breath. Immediately afterward, a tearing pain spread through his muscles. Yamcha frowned. Although the Shinran had granted him cellular superload endurance as a safety net, this body was still fundamentally that of an earthling. The tenfold power increase placed immense strain on his muscles and meridians. It seems tenfold is the limit for now. Yamcha clenched his fist. Luckily, his cells were rapidly adapting to the load, and the soreness began to subside. The Shinran's wish was indeed worth every bit. 3 days later, in the western capital, on the 3rd level underground of the Z Alliance headquarters, Raditz sat on a metal chair, his left arm in a cast. 1 year. Raditz's tone was as deflated as a wilted eggplant, tinged with a deep flush of humiliation. At most 1 more year, and Vegeta and Nappa's individual spacecraft will reach Earth. Krillin leaned against the doorframe, a cup of hot tea in hand, blowing on the floating leaves. Only 1 year, huh? He took a sip. That prince named Vegeta has a power level of 18,000, right? Raditz jerked his head up, his voice sharpening. 18,000. That's a terror you cannot fathom. He alone could annihilate your entire planet. Alright, enough with the bragging. Tien Shinhan was doing high-intensity push-ups on one hand, sweat dripping from the tip of his nose onto the floor. That day on the northern glacier, the ki Yamcha unleashed made the whole earth tremble. What's your prince compared to that? Raditz was at a loss for words. He couldn't grasp what these earthlings meant by ki. Still, we can't afford to slack off. Tien flipped up and wiped the sweat from his body. Though Yamcha is ahead as martial artist, we can't just watch from behind. We must catch up. Krillin set down his cup, his gaze resolute. Right? Today I'm setting the gravity room to 12 times. At Mount Pozu, Yamcha, dressed in casual clothes, stood outside Son Goku's house. Chi-Chi opened the door, still holding a spatula, and looked at Yamcha. Oh, it's Mr. Yamcha. Goku just went to the back mountain to chop wood. Alright, Yamcha said, handing over a luxury fruit basket. I'm here today about Gohan's future. Chi-Chi hesitated for a moment before taking the basket. Gohan. Yamcha stepped inside, looking at 4-year-old son Gohan, who was drawing at the table. That's right. Gohan is 4 now, and he's about to face the issue of preschool education. Yamcha pulled out a chair and sat down, his tone earnest. Mount Paozu has a nice environment, but educational resources are too scarce. You want him to become a great scholar someday, don't you? Chi-Chi nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. Yes. Our Gohan must attend the best school and earn the highest degree. Exactly. Yamcha produced a gilded document. Bulma, backed by Capsule Corporation, has access to the world's top technology and teaching staff. She plans to personally design an elite preschool curriculum for Gohan. Yamcha pointed to the schedule on the document. Mornings will be taught by the brilliant Dr. Brief himself, covering math, physics, and chemistry fundamentals. Afternoons will be handled by top nutritionists and fitness coaches for physical development. Weekends have foreign languages and art appreciation, all free of charge. Chi-Chi's hands trembled as she held the document. This was a godsend. Go. He must go. She scooped up Gohan, who was still chewing on a pencil, and dashed into the bedroom to pack. We have to win at the starting line. Gohan, you're going to make it. Half an hour later, Son Goku returned home carrying a bundle of firewood, only to find Yamcha standing at the door with Gohan's suitcase. Goku, I'm taking Gohan to the Western capital for school. Yamcha patted Son Goku on the shoulder. Son Goku scratched the back of his head and grinned. Great. Thank you, Yamcha. This way I can come to the Western capital more often to train with you. The backyard of the Z Alliance in the Western capital. Son Gohan was doing basic training on the artificial turf. Yamcha hadn't completely lied to Chi-Chi about the preschool education. In the mornings, Gohan indeed followed Dr. Brief in the lab, looking at blueprints and learning basic science. But come afternoon, the curriculum changed. Krillin and Tien Shinhan took turns giving Gohan a scientific martial arts workout. Feel the ki inside you and guide it outward, they instructed. Gohan's eyes were red, tears streaming as he gritted his teeth and persisted. Yamcha stood under the eaves watching the training on the lawn. He knew well what terrifying potential lay within this crybaby. The hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling with power surges during emotional outbursts was something even Vegeta couldn't match. With a little guidance, Gohan would be the main force against external threats. Then Yamcha stepped in personally, but he didn't teach Gohan any complex techniques. Feel the power inside you. Don't be afraid of it. Guide it to flow through every limb and bone. Yamcha placed one hand on Gohan's back, using his own ki to guide the turbulent energy within Gohan. Days passed one by one. Half a year later, in the third underground training ground, 4-year-old Son Gohan stood in the center of the arena wearing a custom turtle school GI, looking as adorable as Son Goku did in his childhood. He wiped the sweat from his face, his eyes now less timid and more sharp, the gleam of a warrior. Gohan, try unleashing all your ki. Yamcha called from the front of the training ground. Yes, Uncle Yamcha. Son Gohan clenched his fists, sinking his hips. Boom. A white aura erupted from his small body, surging skyward. The powerful wind pressure sent the surrounding equipment tumbling. In the adjacent alloy cell, Raditz was utterly dumbfounded. Such incredible ki. His legs gave way and he dropped to his knees. Over the past 6 months, Raditz had learned to sense ki on his own. His proud Saiyan bloodline and years of battle experience across the cosmos were shattered in an instant. A 4-year-old half-breed brat, after only 6 months of training, had a power level over 10,000. Raditz lowered his head, covering his face with both hands. He had completely abandoned any thought of escape. These people outside were all monsters. Any one of them could crush him with ease. Staying in the cell at least guaranteed room and board. Yamcha watched Gohan panting heavily and nodded in satisfaction. In half a year, Yamcha's base power level had also risen to 17000. However, he had not yet taught the Kaioken to Son Goku, because the copyright of that technique belonged to King Kai of the North. Likewise, the system-enhanced Kaioken was exclusive to Yamcha himself and could not be passed on. But Yamcha planned, after the Saiyan crisis was resolved, to let Son Goku, Krillin, and the others go to King Kai's planet with the merit of saving Earth, so they could train there legitimately. With that connection, the path for Earth's martial artists would only broaden. Uncle Yamcha, can I eat 50 bowls of rice today? Gohan, having retracted his aura, ran over, patting his stomach. 100 bowls, no problem. Yamcha ruffled his hair. At the same time, in the vast cosmos, a massive spindle-shaped Frisia Force battleship was cruising through the stars. In the main control room, a spaceman with purple scales and several antennae on his head stood before a holographic screen. He wore the standard combat armor of the Frisia Force, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze cold. Shui, an elite warrior of the Frisia Force. Power level 18,000. Lord Shui, an operator, turned to report. The estimated time to the target planet Earth is 6 months. Shui sneered, his purple scales glinting coldly in the dim light. That worthless Vegeta, he said, his voice dripping with mockery. Can't even handle a bunch of savages on a remote planet, gets publicly humiliated in the communication channel, and now Lord Frisia has to send me to clean up his mess. He walked to the star map and pointed his finger at the tiny blue point of light. Issue the order, he said. Chio-E turned around, his eyes filled with cruelty. After arriving on Earth, kill half of the natives to establish authority. I want to let Vegeta see who is truly the capable subordinate under Lord Frisia. The operator immediately bowed his head and executed the order. Chio-E looked at the stars rushing past the window, a grin spreading across his lips. He had no idea what kind of terrifying planet he was about to face. Meanwhile, on another much more distant route, two spherical spacecraft were dragging long plumes of flame, accelerating at full speed toward the same target. Earth was about to face an unprecedented storm. All right, Lord Jia Wang, that's enough. Yamcha sat cross-legged on the floor of the gravity room, one hand on his forehead, interrupting the melodious broadcasting voice in his mind. I already know. So it turned out that the preceding narration was all a retelling by Lord Jia Wang. On Jia Wang Xing, the blue chubby little Jia Wang wearing sunglasses stopped waving his arms and coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. Ever since Yamcha demonstrated the power of Jia Wang, Quan Jia Wang had become completely focused on Earth. With nothing else to do, he even started giving live commentary to Yamcha via telepathy. Ahem, I'm just trying to make you more immersed. Jia Wang's voice echoed in Yamcha's mind, then his tone turned serious. But seriously, Yamcha, the Frisia Corps have also arrived. Two groups, the single-person spacecraft of two Saiyans and a shuttle-shaped warship of the Frisia Corps. Their courses are identical and their target is Earth. That purple-skinned guy's strength is not inferior to that Saiyan prince. You need to prepare in advance. Yamcha opened his eyes, his gaze calm. Thank you for the warning, Lord Jia Wang. Yamcha stood up. It's convenient that they all come together, saves me from dealing with them one batch at a time. Having ended the cross-realm communication with Jia Wang, Yamcha walked to the control panel and increased the gravity room's multiplier. The red warning light flashed, and the heavy pressure instantly filled the entire room. Time flew by. 6 months later. Age 762. Dongdu, the largest city. The streets were deserted with only traffic lights mechanically blinking at the intersections. The wind picked up discarded newspapers from the roadside, rolling them across the asphalt into the distance. 3 days earlier, the Z Alliance had activated the highest authority. The Capsule Corporation, in coordination with the Global Defense Force, had safely evacuated millions of residents from the entire city under the pretext of repelling an alien invasion. This was the city where in the original story Vegeta and Nappa had landed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For streaks of white aura tore through the clouds, plummeting straight down from the sky. Bang! The air currents surged as 4 figures landed steadily at the central intersection. Yamcha walked at the front. He had changed into a brand new custom-made orange martial arts uniform. A blue belt was tightly fastened and his wrist guards and boots were all made of the latest lightweight high-strength materials from Capsule Corporation. The most eye-catching detail was the black Z emblem on his left chest. Following behind him were 5-year-old Sun Wufan Kulin and Tianjin Fan. Sun Wufan and Kulin were also wearing the same martial arts uniform with the Z emblem, while Tianjin Fan wore his green martial arts uniform, though its material had been upgraded. Finally, as always, Jiao Zi, whose strength was insufficient, stayed behind at the headquarters. Sun Wufan stood beside Yamcha. After a year of hellish training, this originally crybaby kid had grown a lot taller. His eyes held a determination far beyond his peers. He clenched his small fists, sensing the flow of chi around him. Kulin looked around left and right. The city is so empty it feels a bit strange, he said. He twisted his neck. But it's fine this way. No need to worry about hurting civilians when we fight. Tianjin Fan crossed his arms, breathing steadily and deeply. As soon as he finished speaking, another sound of tearing air came from the sky. A white streak of light cut through the horizon, and Sun Wukong leaped down from midair, landing steadily beside Yamcha. Yo, everyone's here. Sun Wukong grinned. He was also wearing the martial arts uniform with the Z emblem. He jumped twice on the spot, his eyes full of excitement. I've been waiting so long, finally I can stretch my muscles. Yamcha, are these Saiyans really that strong? How to put it? For us now, Yamcha looked at him, they are nothing to fear. After all, our strength has undergone earth-shattering changes. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Awesome. As they were talking, another aura came from the top of a distant abandoned building. Air currents surged. Bai Kuda Mo Wang descended from the sky, his feet heavily smashing onto a lamppost 10 meters away. He still wore his iconic purple martial arts uniform with a heavy white cloak and a thick white turban on his head. Baiku crossed his arms, looking down at the group in their matching uniforms. A bunch of guys who like to wear ridiculous martial arts uniforms. Baiku sneered and turned his head away. Don't misunderstand. I have no interest in joining your boring alliance. I'm only here to kill the Saiyans and to show you all the results of my Baikuda Mo Wang's training this year. Kulin pursed his lips. Sundara, he muttered under his breath. Baiku's eyes sharpened and his killing intent locked onto Kulin. Kulin quickly shut up and looked up at the sky. Yamcha paid no attention to whether Baiku was truly stubborn or not. He was well aware that Baiku showing up here on time at this moment already spoke for itself. Soon after, the sky suddenly darkened. The thick clouds were forcibly torn apart to both sides. They're here, Yamcha said. Everyone looked up at the same time. 3 huge fireballs trailing long black smoke broke through the clouds and plummeted toward the ground. The foremost was a massive shuttle-shaped warship, its rear thrusters spewing blue-purple high-energy exhaust. Following closely were 2 spherical spacecraft. Boom. The shuttle-shaped warship crashed first. The immense kinetic energy directly snapped the department store in the city center in two. Steel and concrete collapsed. The warship embedded itself deep into the ground. A violent shockwave swept across the surface, overturning all vehicles in its path. Boom. Boom. The 2 spherical spacecraft then crashed onto the streets on either side of the warship, creating 2 craters dozens of meters in diameter. Debris shot into the sky mixed with billowing smoke obscuring the entire intersection. A fierce wind laden with dust rushed toward them. Yamcha and the others stood still, naturally releasing their aura, which blocked all the flying debris and dust within a meter in front of them. The thick smoke gradually dissipated. The hatch of the shuttle-shaped warship let out a hiss of pressure release as it slowly opened. Footsteps echoed from within. Chio-E, wearing the standard battle suit of the Frisia Corps, strode out of the hatch. The purple antennae on his head twitched slightly in the air, his eyes scanning the surrounding collapsed buildings. This is Earth. Chio-E's tone was full of disdain. The gravity is pitifully low and the air is filled with the stench of weaklings. That waste La DZ actually stumbled in this garbage heap. Chio-E raised his hand and pressed the red scanner on his left eye. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers on the lens rapidly flickered, ultimately locking onto the intersection 100 meters ahead. 1,000, 1,200, 1,000. Chio-E stared at the numbers on the detector, first stunned, then burst into frenzied, mocking laughter. Hee. I thought you Earthlings were something special, but you're only a little over 1,000 in battle power. With the Z warriors deliberately suppressing their energy, the detector couldn't read their true combat strength. From the hatch behind Chio-E, dozens of fully armed low-level Frisia army soldiers filed out, carrying energy rifles, quickly spreading out and surrounding the intersection. At that moment, sounds came from the two nearby craters. The hatches of the spherical spacecraft popped open. Nappa was the first to crawl out, twisting his thick neck, veins bulging on his bald head. Damn it, the standard battleships of the Frisia army are faster than our individual spacecraft. Vegeta floated up from the spherical spacecraft, arms crossed, his gaze passing over the ruins and landing on Chio-E standing at the hatch of the spindle-shaped warship ahead. It's fine, Nappa. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. But I didn't expect Lord Frisia to send that bastard Chio-E. This suits me just fine. Nappa followed Vegeta's gaze, his eyes turning fierce. The two soared over the ruins and landed at the intersection. When Chio-E saw Vegeta, the flesh around his eyes twitched, and he let out a sarcastic laugh. Yo, 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 if it isn't our great Saiyan Prince Vegeta. Chio-E extended a purple finger, pointing at the empty streets around. What's the matter? Can't even take over this small planet in a remote galaxy. And you even need Lord Frisia to send me to clean up your mess. Nappa was enraged, his violent aura spilling outward. Vegeta raised his hand to stop Nappa's suicidal move. He looked at Chio-E without any anger on his face, only a sarcastic smile that didn't reach his eyes. Indeed, no wonder Lord Frisia sent you Chio-E here. Vegeta's tone turned sarcastic, each word piercing like a dagger. But doesn't this just prove that you Chio-E are only fit to conquer such worthless garbage planets? The smile on Chio-E's face instantly vanished, his purple skin turning dark red from congestion. He hadn't expected Vegeta not only not to be provoked, but to strike back with a sharp counter. What? Bastard. Chio-E clenched his fists, muscles bulging under his battle suit. You want to fight me, eh? Vegeta spread his hands, his posture relaxed. No, don't misunderstand. I don't want Lord Frisia to accuse me of neglecting duty for personal reasons. Vegeta stared into Chio-E's eyes. I think we should finish Lord Frisia's mission first. What do you think? Chio-E snorted coldly and unclenched his fists. His battle power was 18000, and Vegeta's was also 18000. The two were evenly matched, although they had minor conflicts before neither could overpower the other. If not for this concern, he would have long killed this arrogant and annoying Saiyan prince. You know what's good for you. Chio-E turned his head, looking at the few Earthlings in uniform 100 meters ahead. The two temporarily reached an agreement. At the same time, at the Heavenly God's temple, high above, cold winds swept. The old Heavenly God stood at the edge of the temple, gripping his wooden staff tightly, his gaze piercing through the thick clouds, watching the eastern capital below. Saiyans. The Frisia army. Cold sweat beaded on the Heavenly God's forehead, his voice hoarse. Unbelievable. Is this the cosmic threat Yamcha has been talking about all along? Mr. Bobo stood nearby, his round eyes filled with worry, softly calling, Lord Heavenly God. The Heavenly God sighed, his face heavy and bitter. Come to think of it, I am truly a failure as a Heavenly God. Faced with a threat of this level, I can't even lend a hand. The gap in power is too great. The Heavenly God turned, looking down at the several concealed, yet potent auras. Yamcha, you were right. The Heavenly God tightened his grip on his staff, his gaze gradually firming. At this moment, the fate of the entire Earth rests on you, the Z Alliance. City center of Eastern Capital. The fierce wind scattered the last of the dust. Yamcha and the others remained on high alert, coldly watching the internal quarrel among the enemies ahead. Kulin sidled up to Yamcha. Aren't these two groups together? They seem to have a grudge against each other. Tianjin Fan crossed his arms, his three eyes fixed on Vegeta and Chio-E in the distance. Indeed, but I feel their strength isn't as impressive as I imagined. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Yamcha's mouth. He said nothing, for he understood the situation all too well. After a year of hellish training and the boost from the high-gravity chamber, the Z-Warrior's power had undergone a complete transformation. Tianjin Fan's battle power had reached 2900, and Kulin's had reached 2700. These two Earthling martial artists, who in the original story couldn't even beat Nappa, now had base combat power surpassing Vegeta and Chio-E. Sun Wu Fan was even more remarkable. The hybrid potential of Saiyan and Earthling had been unlocked, and with Yamcha's scientific guidance his battle power had soared directly to 4600. Sun Wukong and Baiku were not idle either. Sun Wukong, often coming to the western capital to spar with Yamcha, had reached a battle power of 7500. Although the great demon king Baiku was tsundere in words, he trained harder than anyone in secret, reaching a battle power of 5800. As for Yamcha himself, with the help of a system temporary mission, his base combat power had broken through again, reaching the milestone of 2000. What did that mean? In Yamcha's eyes, the arrogant Saiyan Prince Vegeta and that purple-skinned monster Chio, who was a bully under the protection of a powerful figure, were nothing but two clowns. Their threat had become a joke at this moment. Even if they brought more Frieza army grunts, they were far from a concern. Yamcha even felt that even if the entire elite Ginyu task force under Frieza were brought here, they would still be a freebie. Unless Frieza himself descended upon this remote and strategically worthless planet Earth, would face no threat for now. Everyone, don't be nervous. Yamcha's gaze swept over the enemies ahead. Control your energy and act carefully. Sun Wukong grinned, bumping his fists together. I can't wait. Baiku snorted, coldly unfastened his white cloak, and casually threw it to the ground. The heavy cloak shattered the asphalt, emitting a dull thud. Don't you dare steal this from me, the great demon king. That short guy with the tail is mine. Chio watched the Earthlings chatting as if no one else was around, his face darkening to the extreme. The fierce wind swept through the vacant crossroad, lifting discarded newspapers and rustling them against the asphalt. The antennae at the corners of Chui's mouth twitched twice. He advanced with dozens of fully armed low-rank Frieza Force soldiers, his gaze sweeping over Yamcha and the others. These Earth aborigines, far from panicking at the massive display of the Frieza Force, were even murmuring among themselves, their postures utterly relaxed. Chui halted, his eyes turning cold. He looked around. The entire city was empty, only the echo of wind through the gaps between buildings. Evacuated in advance. Chui snorted, his mind racing. It seemed that before Raditz died, that fool had indeed leaked all the intelligence. The Earthlings not only knew they were coming, but had also cleared the battlefield in advance. This methodical response stirred a flicker of caution in Chui. He raised his hand again, pressing the button on the red scouter over his left eye. Beep, beep, beep. The red numbers on the lens jumped rapidly, scanning Yamcha's son, Goku, Piccolo, and the others. 1,000, 1,200, 1,000, 1,300. The numbers finally settled. Chui's uneasy heart settled back into his chest, his vigilance vanishing. He lowered his hand, the fleshy creases on his face bunching as he burst into mocking laughter. So this is the great expert I was expecting. Chui pointed at Yamcha, his tone dripping with contempt. A battle power of just over 1,000. And that's the audacity you have to stand here. Ridiculous. Alas, he completely forgot that Earthlings could suppress their battle power. The Frieza Force soldiers behind him joined in the jeering, raising their energy guns and aiming at the Z-fighters. Chui stepped forward, looking down at them. Hey, you Earth aborigines. Are you the ones who provoked the Frieza Force on the communicator? Quite the nerve. Who gave you the courage? Yamcha stood at the front of the group, his tone flat. Liang Jingru gave it to us. Besides, your Frieza Force plunders planets and slaughters natives. You're nothing but a notorious space pirate gang. The air froze for a moment. Krillin couldn't help but let out a snicker, and Tien Shinen's lips curled into a smile. Chui's face instantly flushed, purple veins bulging on his forehead. Shut up. He swung his arm violently, pointing at Yamcha. You insolent lower life form. How dare you use a lowly term like pirate to slander us? He puffed out his chest, his eyes burning with zeal. Listen up. The Frieza Force is the universe's largest real estate developer. We clear out worthless natives to conduct high-end development and repackaging, then sell the planets to deserving higher races. This is a glorious business. Yamcha raised an eyebrow. A ruthless client who forces sales with a fancy name. That's all it is. Yamcha commented. Son Goku scratched his head. Yamcha, what does real estate developer mean? Are houses that valuable? They're housing developers, Krillin explained. But they're selling the whole Earth. Piccolo snorted, arms crossed. Enough chatter with these dead men. Seeing that the Earthlings completely disregarded him, Chui's fury shattered his reason. Forget it. Chui ground his teeth. Since you dared to provoke the Frieza Force today, is your death sentence. Since the city's already empty, there's no need to hold back. He turned to the soldiers behind him, ready to issue the order for indiscriminate annihilation. First squad, blast them into meat paste. Second squad, search for fleeing civilians. Leave none alive. Wait. A voice cut in from the side. Vegeta, arms crossed, stepped in front of Chui, blocking the path of the Frieza Force grunts. Vegeta, what are you doing? Chui glared at him. Are you planning to defy Lord Frieza's orders and protect these natives? Fool. Vegeta didn't even glance at Chui. Killing them like that would be far too dull. Vegeta's gaze locked onto Yamcha. He hadn't forgotten the mocking voice on the communicator, nor the fact that Raditz had been easily crippled. The battle power reading of 1,000 on the scouter was definitely fake. These Earthlings had mastered the method of suppressing and concealing their power. He needed to probe their true strength first. We've crossed half the galaxy to get here. Vegeta's lips curled into a cruel smile. Let's not end it so quickly. How about we play a game with these Earthlings? Chui frowned, but the prospect of entertainment tempered his anger. What games? Chui asked. Vegeta turned to Nappa behind him. Nappa, bring that out. Nappa rubbed his bald head, grinning wide to reveal white teeth. He reached into the belt pouch of his battle suit, fumbled a moment, and pulled out a small transparent glass bottle. Inside the bottle were several brown seeds and some viscous green liquid. Cyberman. Chui's eyes lit up when he saw the bottle. These bioweapons, though low intelligence, had a stable battle power of around 1/0, perfect for dealing with these natives whose scouter readings showed only 1,000. A one-on-one game. Vegeta pointed at the open ground ahead. Let's see just how skilled these earthlings who killed Raditz really are. Nappa strode to the empty space between the two forces. He pulled out the stopper of the glass bottle, crouched down, and dug 6 small holes in the hard asphalt with his fingers, dropping the 6 brown seeds into them one by one. Then he poured the green viscous liquid evenly over the seeds. Enjoy yourselves, natives. Nappa stood up and retreated to Vegeta's side. The green liquid quickly seeped into the ground. Within seconds, the flat road began to heave violently. Dirt and broken asphalt chunks rolled outward with cracking sounds. Squish. 6 pale green claws burst through the soil, simultaneously gripping the edges of the pavement. Then 6 monsters less than a meter tall, covered in green wrinkles, crawled out of the earth. Their heads were covered in disgusting ridges, their eyes bulging, and a highly corrosive acid dripped from their mouths. The acid droplets hit the road, instantly burning small smoking pits. Kee 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 kee. The 6 Cybermen let out shrill, piercing cries, flexing their limbs, and assuming attack stances, glaring at the Z-fighters ahead. Chui watched these ferocious bioweapons with great satisfaction. He thought Vegeta's proposal was perfect. It would torture the natives while showcasing the Frisia Force's majesty. He walked behind the Cyberman, spread his arms, and announced loudly, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Now whoever among you can defeat our fighters or these Cybermen, I will graciously bestow upon them the honor of joining the Frisia Force. This is your only chance to survive. Accept it with gratitude." Chiu Yi's voice echoed through the empty streets. Within the Z-fighters' camp, an eerie silence reigned. 5-year-old son Gohan blinked his eyes, gazing at those grotesque vegetable humans, then looked up and asked Yamcha, "Uncle Yamcha, can those green things really be used for fighting?" Yamcha reached out and ruffled Gohan's hair. "Gohan, you must understand. We are far stronger than we were a year ago. These monsters will not be our match." Krillin cracked his neck and stepped forward, casting his gaze upon Chiu Yi and Vegeta across the way, his eyes brimming with pity for the clowns they faced. "I thought aliens would wield far more formidable techniques," Krillin sighed. "Yet here they are embarrassing themselves by hurling rotten cabbages." Piccolo, the great demon king, was even more blunt. He turned his head, gazing past the vegetable humans toward Vegeta behind them. "Does this trash deserve to block our path? Hey, you little shorty with the long tail, didn't you say you wanted a one-on-one duel? Come roll over here yourself, and I'll grant you a swift death." Vegeta's eye twitched violently, veins bulging upon his forehead. He, the proud Saiyan prince, was being called a little shorty with a long tail by a green-skinned native. The veins on Vegeta's forehead pulsed as a maelstrom of ki surged around his body. "Hold on." A purple arm suddenly interposed itself, standing before Vegeta. "Vegeta, rein in your temper." Chiu Yi narrowed his eyes, his antennae twitching slightly. "Strange, this green-skinned native. There is something familiar about his appearance." Vegeta snorted coldly. Though he too harbored a vague sense of recognition, he was already scheming how to tear this green fool to shreds later. Behind Chiu Yi, a Frieza Force grunt with a thick beard hurried forward. "Lord Chiu Yi." The bearded grunt pointed at Piccolo. Green skin, 2 antennae atop his head, muscle tissue displaying distinctive ring-like patterns. "This must be a Namekian." Chiu Yi raised an eyebrow. "A Namekian? That race nearly driven to extinction by climate shifts long ago." "Indeed," the bearded grunt nodded eagerly. "It is said that Namekians not only possess wondrous magic, but can also craft a miraculous set of glass spheres. Gather them all, and you may summon a deity to grant any wish." At these words, the atmosphere shifted instantly. Chiu Yi's eyes flashed with sudden intensity, greed spreading across his purple visage. A wish-granting sphere. Grant any wish. If he could obtain such an artifact to present to Lord Frieza, or perhaps keep it for himself to wish for the greatest power in the universe. Vegeta's gaze likewise sharpened. He had come to Earth merely to uncover the secrets of battle power control and vent his fury, never expecting such an unexpected prize. Across the road within the Z-fighters' camp, Piccolo stood frozen. "Alien." Piccolo's eyes widened, his hands falling to his sides in utter disbelief. He had always prided himself as a noble demon clan member, the fearsome, great demon king born upon Earth. Yet now these beings from the cosmos pointed at him and claimed he was some Namekian. "Piccolo, you're an alien too." Son Goku leaned over to Piccolo and slapped him squarely on the broad shoulder. "That's wonderful. I thought I was the only alien on the entire planet." Goku grinned innocently. "Now that I think about it, we might actually be neighbors in the cosmos." Piccolo's mouth twitched uncontrollably. What on earth was running through that fool's head? Neighbors? He swatted Goku's hand away, forcing down his shock. He had no intention of dwelling on questions of origin at such a moment. The enemies before him were already grating upon his nerves. "Cut the crap." Piccolo stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. "Regardless of what kind of alien I am today, I will slaughter every last one of you." Just as he was about to unleash his ki and charge at the 6 screeching vegetable creatures, a hand landed upon his shoulder. Yamcha appeared beside Piccolo, and shook his head. Yamcha, what are you doing? Piccolo frowned. This is merely an appetizer. You're not needed yet. Yamcha's gaze swept over the 6 acid-dripping vegetable humans before turning toward the rear of their ranks. Gohan, Yamcha called out. Clad in a custom-fitted turtle school GI, Son Gohan stood tall and responded loudly, yes, sir. You're up first. Yamcha pointed toward the vegetable creatures ahead. Defeat that monster. It will serve as your graduation examination for this year's intensive training. Hearing this, Piccolo's brows knitted even tighter. He glanced at the waist-high Son Gohan and sneered, sending this brat up. Have you lost your mind? Nevertheless, though his tongue was sharp, Piccolo knew the truth well. Throughout the year, he had secretly observed the training in West City on more than one occasion. The power dormant within Son Gohan's body was astonishing. At merely 5 years of age, the ki he could unleash was enough to unsettle a great demon king like himself. His potential was simply absurd. Son Goku scratched his head. Yamcha, those green monsters look vicious. Do you think Gohan can handle them alone? Shall I take point? Son Goku, you must trust your own son. Yamcha placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. He is no longer that crying child from a year ago. Son Gohan drew a deep breath, then strode forward with determined steps, positioning himself at the very front of the line. Across the way, Chio-E witnessed this and burst into raucous laughter. Kekekekekek. Have you runs out of people on Earth? Actually sending an unweaned cub out to die. Chio-E laughed until tears gathered at the corners of his eyes. He waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. Let the brat witness the cruelty of the cosmos. At the command of vegetable creature became a blur and lunged toward Son Gohan, moving at blinding speed and reeking of putrid rot. Mid-air, the vegetable human spread its massive head wide and spewed a torrent of highly corrosive green acid drenching toward Son Gohan in a merciless barrage. Son Gohan did not retreat. In the instant before the acid descended, he tapped one foot upon the ground and slid sideways. The creature missed, and upon landing immediately rebounded, its razor-sharp claws slashing straight for Gohan's throat. Too slow. Gohan's youthful voice rang through the air. He lowered his stance, channeling his ki through his legs. Then with a powerful drive from his right leg, he charged straight toward the creature's claws. The moment the two clashed, Gohan arched his upper body sharply backward, evading the trajectory of the razor claws, while simultaneously unleashing a savage right punch from his hip. Bang! Gohan's small fist smashed into the vegetable creature's abdomen. In the next instant, its eyeballs bulged outward, and its wrinkled face contorted into a grotesque distortion. Boom! The creature's back exploded open, its entire body splitting cleanly in two. The wreckage tumbled through the air for several rotations before crashing at Chio-Yi's feet, utterly motionless. One punch. Instant kill. The wind ceased. The remaining 5 vegetable-like creatures halted their eerie cries. They seemed to sense an instinctual dread and retreated in unison. The Frisia Force grunts gaped in shock, their energy blasters trembling in their hands. Chio-E looked down at the pool of green gore at his feet, then up at Son Gohan, who stood unmoving and breathing steadily. A bioweapon with a combat power of 1200 destroyed by a single punch from a mere child. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chio-E, overcome with shock and fury, raised his hand and activated the scouter on his left eye. Beep, 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 beep. The red numbers on the lens flickered rapidly before settling. Chio-E stared fixedly at the reading, his eyes pressing nearly against the scouter's surface. 1000. Son Gohan's combat power remained steady at 1000. Kore wa Ichido o Kuroda Toshika. Chio-E screamed at the top of his lungs, slamming his fists against the scouter's casing. Is my scouter malfunctioning? How could someone with a power level of just 1000 instantly obliterate a vegetable man at 1200? Mine reads 1000 as well. Nappa's bald head broke into a cold sweat. Vegeta's expression darkened to its worst. He stared at the young boy, Raditz screams through the communication device flashing through his mind. Concealed power levels. These earthlings had truly mastered the ability to control their combat strength at will. They suppressed their power to minimal levels in daily life, only unleashing it at the moment of attack. I see. Yamcha advanced slowly, taking 2 deliberate steps forward. He looked at Chio-E, whose formation had collapsed, and Vegeta, whose face was ashen and a faint smile played on his lips. You worthless pests who rely too heavily on machines. Do you truly believe the numbers on those scouts represent everything? Chio-Yi's thick facial features twitched violently. A proud elite of the Frisia Force being publicly humiliated by a primitive. Kill them. The remaining 5 vegetable creatures received the command and emitted sinister cries. Their hind legs pushed off with tremendous force, transforming into 5 ghastly green afterimages as they lunged toward Yamcha's son Goku, Piccolo, Tenshinhan, and Krillin respectively. Sharp claws sliced through the air. Pathetic trick. 3 breaths later. Total annihilation. The empty intersection fell silent once more, only the acrid scent of blood drifting through the wind. Beep, 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 beep. The scouters on Chio-E and Vegeta's left eyes blared their alarms. The red numbers on their lenses scrambled frantically. It's true. Chio-Yi's voice trembled. The intelligence was correct. These locals can indeed boost their combat power instantaneously. Vegeta clenched both fists so tightly his nails nearly pierced his palms. He stared at Yamcha and the others across from him, the proud Saiyan's sense of superiority facing an unprecedented blow. He had witnessed it. The bald short one had just unleashed combat power exceeding 27000. The three-eyed man hit 29000. The green-skinned Namekian surpassed 5000. And the low-class warrior Kakarot approached 75000. But what terrified Vegeta most was Yamcha, who stood at the forefront. Monster. Nappa's head was drenched in cold sweat, and his legs shook uncontrollably despite the fact he wasn't even growing hair. Yamcha watched the spectacular expressions on the three opponents. He had delayed his strike, even allowing them to chatter precisely for this moment. Certain information, certain things couldn't all come from his own lips. He was merely an earthling, an ordinary Yamcha. If he acted omniscient, displaying complete knowledge of the Frisia Force's Operation Saiyans secrets, and even future events, it would inevitably raise unwarranted suspicions. Though he could offer other explanations, it was far safer to let these aliens themselves confirm the existence of Namek and the cosmic landscape. Having achieved his objective, Yamcha twisted his neck. Well, it's time to end your dull game, don't you think? He turned his gaze over the Z warriors behind him. Everyone move in together. Let's clear out those grunts first. Upon hearing this, Son Goku paused, scratching the back of his head in confusion as he looked at Yamcha. Yamcha, shouldn't we fight fair one-on-one? Goku pointed across at the dozens of Frisia Force grunts brandishing energy blasters. There are many of them, but they don't appear particularly strong. Yamcha studied Goku, his gaze gradually hardening. Goku, abandon that naive thinking of yours. They're not warriors seeking honorable combat. They're remorseless killers. If they scatter and flee into the city, tens of thousands of civilians will perish. Yamcha gestured toward Chio-E across the way. Against such wicked scum, there's no need for warrior honor. Eliminate the grunts first, then interrogate their leaders. Krillin nodded vigorously beside him. Yamcha's right. Goku, what's the point of fair duels against these alien bastards? Fighting together is the way. Tenshinhan had already lowered his stance, ready for combat. Hey, Piccolo licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Perfect. I've grown weary of these weapon-wielding pests long ago. Yamcha barked directly, everyone now. Boom, 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 boom. 5 white aura columns erupted simultaneously from Yamcha's son, Goku, Piccolo, Tenshinhan, and Krillin. The violent pressure caused the already crumbling ruins around them to collapse entirely. Oh, open fire. Quick fire. The Frisia Force grunts crushed beneath this terrifying aura could barely breathe. A squad leader screamed hoarsely, raising his energy blaster and frantically pulling the trigger. Dozens of red high-energy laser beams wove into a dense barrage raining down upon the Z warriors. However, the laser beams struck the rising white auras and were instantly deflected and refracted, unable to so much as stir the Z warriors' clothing. Monsters. They're monsters. The grunts' psychological defenses shattered instantly. These henchmen, who flourished across the cosmos, slaughtering weaker planets with superior technology, finally experienced the terror of being dominated by a higher dimensional power. Whoosh. 5 figures vanished from their positions simultaneously. This was high-speed movement using ki. The slaughter began. Krillin crashed directly into the grunt formation on the left. Bang. His fist slammed into one grunt's chest. The grunt, with a combat power of around 1500, didn't even manage to scream before his ribcage collapsed inward and a spray of blood erupted from his back. Destructo disc. Krillin raised one hand, launching a rapidly spinning golden disc. It sliced through the grunt ranks, severing both blasters and bodies in its path. Tenshinhan hovered mid-air, pressing his index fingers together to form a triangle. New Kamehameha. Rumble. A massive square-shaped pressure crater formed in the street to the right. Over a dozen grunts attempting to flee were crushed into paste by the overwhelming force, leaving no intact bodies behind. Son Goku may have been naive, but in the bloody heat of battle his warrior instincts drove him forward without hesitation. He became an orange streak of lightning weaving through the crowd. But the most striking figure on the battlefield was Piccolo. This version of Piccolo had never spent the year training with young Gohan, as in the original story. The kind-hearted boy hadn't softened him, and though not entirely without conscience, he remained the great demon King Piccolo. Baika charged into the crowd, completely abandoning his defense. He seized a grunt by the throat and hoisted him into the air with one hand. Ha 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 ha, is this the Frisia army? Baika gazed at the struggling grunt in his grip. Snap! The grunt's neck was crushed, his head lolling lifelessly. Tossing the corpse aside, Baika suddenly elongated both arms, which instantly pierced through the chests of 2 distant grunts. Blood streamed down his arms as he released a deeply satisfying manic laughter. Too weak. Too weak. You scum aren't worthy to rule Earth. Baika yanked his arms outward violently. The 2 grunts' bodies were torn apart, their entrails and limbs scattered across the ground. One grunt dropped his weapon in terror and crawled toward the spindle-shaped warship on hands and knees. Wanna run? A blinding electrical glow erupted between Baiku's brows. Major light annihilation cannon. A spiral yellow beam shot forth, piercing through the fleeing grunt's back, instantly continuing its momentum to melt a massive hole through the warship's thick alloy armor. Massacre. This was an unambiguous one-sided slaughter. The grunts of the Frisia army, whose battle power ranged from merely 1,000 to 1,500, were more fragile than paper before the Z warriors, whose base power exceeded 10,000. Within dozens of breaths, the screams fell silent. The entire intersection in the city center had become a slaughterhouse. The ground was littered with corpses, severed limbs, and melted energy weapon debris of the Frisia army grunts. Baiko flicked the blood from his hands and greedily licked his lips, thoroughly satisfied. Kulin and Tianjin Fan retracted their auras and landed smoothly, while Sun Wukong rejoined the group. The entire field fell silent. Yamcha stepped on a grunt's corpse. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the devastation below, locking onto Chiu Yi and Bei Jiata, who stood petrified at the warship's entrance. However, the Red Scouter on Chiu Yi's left eye had long since exploded. The moment those Earthlings had unleashed their power, it far exceeded the Scouter's measurement limits. Chiu Yi's psychological defenses shattered. Who was he? A mid-level commander and elite warrior of the Frisia army, with a battle power of 18,000 across the entire universe. Aside from the Jinyu Force and Lord Duo Liya and Lord Sabo, he was already among the ranked elite. How could mere stragglers on this backwater planet possess battle power far exceeding his own? This made no sense. Hey, Bei Jiata. Chiu Yi whirled around, panic evident in his voice. What's going on here? Think of something quick. Bei Jiata crossed his arms, his face ashen. He gazed at the scattered remains of the Frisia army grunts, cursing inwardly. He'd been reckless, miscalculating entirely. His original plan had been to let these Earthlings weaken Chiu Yi's forces only to reap the benefits himself. But now he'd lost both the hunt and the rice. These natives were absurdly powerful. If he mishandled this, the proud Scion Prince could truly perish on this backwater planet. Yet outwardly Bei Jiata maintained his arrogant composure. Lord Chiu Yi, why are you drenched in sweat? A derisive sneer curled Bei Jiata's lips. It seems you're destined to meet your end on this insignificant little earth. You, Chiu Yi gritted his teeth, pointing at Bei Jiata. We're in this together. If I die, do you think you'll survive? Find a solution now. Nappa beside him was equally panicked. Cold sweat coated his bald head as his legs trembled involuntarily. His normal battle power was only 4,000. Even pushing himself to the limit, he could briefly reach 8,000. Any single opponent from across the way could crush him into paste. Bei Jiata. Nappa swallowed hard. Bei Jiata ignored them entirely. His right hand clenched into a fist. Fortunately, he still had one trump card left. Once he created that device, his battle power would multiply tenfold, and these Earthlings would remain nothing but scum. No need to waste words with dead men like them. Baiku's voice rang out. Having lost patience with the aliens infighting, the asphalt beneath him shattered instantly, as he became a purple flash, closing the distance to Chiu Yi in an instant. Chiu Yi's pupils constricted sharply, his body instinctively attempting to retreat, but it was far too late. Baiku raised his right leg and delivered a devastating flying knee that slammed into Chiu Yi's jaw. Crack! Chiu Yi's entire body was launched backward. He crashed through 3 load-bearing walls of buildings behind him before finally slamming into a pile of reinforced concrete rubble, sending dust billowing everywhere. Is that all you've got? Baiku floated in the air, shaking dust from his knee with a scornful gaze. At this point, Baiku the Great Demon King had no intention of waiting any longer. Suddenly, a burst of purple ki erupted from the rubble. Chiu Yi shoved aside the stone slab, crushing him, and struggled to his feet, his jaw dislocated, purple blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Insolence. Unforgivable. You lowly green-skinned brat. Chiu Yi roared, his hands moving rapidly before him. Over a dozen high-energy purple ki blasts screamed outward, sealing off all of Baiku's escape routes. Baiku snorted, refusing to dodge or evade. He charged straight through the ki blasts, using both hands to deflect the energy spheres that could have destroyed mountains, swatting them away carelessly. The energy spheres plunged into the distant city ruins, igniting bursts of flame. The two collided violently on the ground, fists and feet exchanging blows as shockwaves churned through the air. Chiu Yi grew increasingly alarmed with each exchange. He discovered that his prized speed and strength were being matched and countered, yet strangely his opponent seemed to have no intention of delivering a killing blow. Baiku deliberately suppressed his aura, keeping his battle power around 20,000. He punched Chiu Yi in the face and taunted with a grin. Ha, what's wrong? Is this all the strength the Frisia army's elite can muster? Chiu Yi attempted a sweeping kick, but Baiku caught his ankle with one hand. Pathetic. With a powerful toss, Baiku hurled Chiu Yi high into the sky. It seems your so-called Lord Frisia is just as much a show of empty prestige. Shut up. Chiu Yi was utterly enraged, his reason abandoned. Stabilizing himself mid-air, he unleashed a furious barrage of energy downward. Die, die, die. Countless energy bombs rained down like hail. A classic royal prince assault with overwhelming momentum that darkened the sky with dust and smoke. Chiu Yi panted heavily, surveying the flattened district below. Had he eliminated him? Who are you looking at? Baiku's voice whispered right against Chiu Yi's ear from behind. Every hair on Chiu Yi's body stood on end as he spun around. Baiku had somehow darted behind him at tremendous speed, his hands interlaced and raised high above his head. This great demon king has been playing with you this whole time. Thud. A gravity-enhanced palm strike slammed into the back of Chiu Yi's neck. Chiu Yi's eyes rolled back as his cervical vertebrae cracked audibly. Stripped of consciousness, his body plummeted straight down, crashing into the center of the intersection and gouging a deep crater into the earth. On the other side, Tianjin Fan strode forward and approached Nappa. Nappa watched the three-eyed bald man walking slowly toward him, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had clearly sensed the combat power unleashed by that group earlier. This man's battle power was definitely over 20,000. And Nappa only had 4,000. Don't underestimate a distinguished warrior from a renowned clan. Nappa bit his tongue, the sharp pain jolting his nerves. He planted his legs wide, his muscles swelling once more. Veins crisscrossed his bald head, and a white aura erupted skyward. 8,000. That was the peak combat power Nappa could briefly achieve with full concentration. A little trick he had figured out for himself. Now his massive frame created an overwhelming visual pressure. Nappa roared, his enormous feet crushing the ground as he charged toward Tianjin Fan like a heavy war chariot. Die! Nappa swung a fist the size of a sandbag, bringing a gust of wind as he aimed for Tianjin Fan's head. Tianjin Fan's expression remained unchanged. Because in the Dragon Ball world, size never determined victory, though only the level of chi and realm mattered. Nappa's fist came down. Tianjin Fan merely tilted his upper body slightly, the fist grazing his shoulder and missing. Nappa refused to accept it. He swung his fists alternately and lashed out with a series of kicks, each heavy attack producing a sonic boom in the air. But it was all useless. Tianjin Fan didn't even raise his hands. He dodged Nappa's storm of attacks with only footwork and subtle twists of his body. Nappa couldn't even touch his body. Damn it. If you've got guts, stop dodging. I'll kill you with one punch. Nappa grew frantic, his breathing ragged, and the intense exertion began to distort his movements. He suddenly opened his mouth wide, a high-intensity energy gathering within. Mouth cannon blast. A thick white beam shot from Nappa's mouth extremely close and incredibly fast. Boom. The beam struck Tianjin Fan directly in the chest. The massive explosion sent rolling smoke billowing, completely engulfing Tianjin Fan's position. Nappa closed his mouth, panting heavily. A hint of a smile finally appeared on his sweating bald head. Hit him. No matter how high your combat power, taking that hit head-on would leave you crippled at best. A breeze blew and the smoke gradually cleared. The smile on Nappa's face froze bit by bit, his eyes widening until they nearly popped out. Amid the rubble, Tianjin Fan stood still. He was not dead, nor even injured. Nappa's proudest full-power attack had only burned the upper part of Tianjin Fan's martial arts uniform. Tianjin Fan glanced down at his tattered clothes, frowned slightly, then tore off the remaining shreds. His solid, well-proportioned, sharply defined muscles were exposed to the air. Tianjin Fan had always been the most physically robust among the Z warriors. Long-term training in the gravity chamber had brought his body to an astonishing level. Is this your full power? Tianjin Fan raised his head, his three eyes locking onto Nappa. That's nothing special. Nappa took a step back, his psychological defenses completely shattered. On a broken wall not far away, Vegeta watched everything. He had been felled with one blow, and Nappa's ultimate technique hadn't even scratched the opponent's skin. These Earthlings were all monsters. In his base form, he had no chance of winning. It seems I have no choice but to use that. Vegeta opened his right hand, and a white light gathered in his palm. Nappa stood at the edge of the rubble, veins bulging on his bald head, his eyes bloodshot. His proud full-force attack hadn't even completely burned the clothes of that three-eyed man. His sanity crumbled entirely. Nappa let out a beastly roar, his massive body charging at Tianjin Fan. He concentrated all his combat power into his right fist, the punch tearing through the air with a sonic boom. Die, you lowly native. Facing a punch that could shatter mountains. Slap. A dull sound. Nappa's sandbag-sized fist was caught steadily by Tianjin Fan's single hand. Nappa's pupils contracted. He struggled to pull his arm back, but found the other's grip immovable. I guess I overestimated you. Tianjin Fan raised his eyelids, his three eyes gleaming coldly. He formed his left hand into a blade, a layer of white aura concentrating at the edge. Hand rose, hand fell. Swish. A flash of white light. Ugh, The blade god Nappa let out a piercing scream. His thick right arm was severed cleanly, blood gushing like a fountain. The severed arm hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This once almighty, cruel Saiyan warrior of noble lineage now clutched the stump of his arm in agony, his knees giving way as he knelt heavily before Tianjin Fan. Sweat dripped from Nappa's contorted face as he gasped for breath, unable to fight any longer. Kulin, watching from behind, did not find it cruel. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Having been through the trials of Demon King Bik Daima and Kalike too, they had long learned a lesson: mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. If they had been the ones lying here today, these aliens would have killed every last Earthling without hesitation. Tianjin Fan kicked Nappa in the chest. Bang! Nappa's massive body slid across the ground for over 10 meters, crashing into a wrecked hovercar, and fell completely unconscious. The battle was over. Only one person remained at the intersection. Vegeta stood with arms crossed atop a tilted streetlight pole. He cast a cold glance at the fallen Shio-E, and Nappa, his expression one of pure disgust. What a bunch of useless trash. Vegeta snorted. Finally, he stopped pretending. The arrogant facade was torn away, leaving only the madness ingrained in the Saiyan Prince's bones. You rabble of Earth do have some skill. Vegeta looked down on the Z warriors from above, his gaze eventually locking onto Sun Wukong. And you Kakaloot, you disgrace to the Saiyans, traitor. How dare you mingle with these natives? Sun Wukong clenched his fists and stepped forward. My name is Sun Wukong. I was raised on Earth and I am an Earthling. You came to destroy my home, and I will never forgive you. Forgive me. Vegeta laughed as if hearing the greatest joke, throwing his head back with a wild laugh. Ha ha ha. Don't think that beating a few weaklings lets you challenge me, the Saiyan Prince. Today I'll show you why the Saiyans are called the mightiest warrior race in the universe. As he spoke, Vegeta's right hand suddenly opened a white sphere of light, gathering in his palm. He did not hurl the sphere at the group, but instead tossed it high into the sky. The white orb flew into the clouds, instantly mixing with the oxygen in the atmosphere, emitting a strange frequency of light waves. The light was not as blinding as the sun, but carried an unsettling feeling. Bolt's light. What is this? Kulin looked up at the sphere in the sky, frowning. Sun Wukong stared at the sphere, and in his somewhat sharper mind a vague memory flickered. When he was little, Grandpa Sun Wufan had warned him never to look at the full moon. Later at a martial arts tournament, he had lost control after seeing it. Although the Celestial God had told him during his training at the Temple of the Celestial God that his tail would turn him into a giant ape and cause great trouble, he hadn't understood what that meant at the time. But now seeing Vegeta, Sun Wukong understood. It's a giant ape, he blurted out. It's the full moon, the light that turns Saiyans into giant apes. Could it be that Grandpa was? Mike's eyes darkened. But what is he doing? There's no moon now. Ha ha ha. Vegeta's manic laughter echoed from midair. He stared at the artificial moon in the sky, his eyes slowly filling with bloodshot veins, pupils dilating. You think destroying the moon can stop me from transforming? How naive. Vegeta's body began to tremble violently. We high-level Saiyans can use our chi to create a miniature moon emitting over 17 million Buertzi light waves. Hoochie. Vegeta's mouth thrust outward, sharp fangs sprouting. His muscles swelled at a visible rate, bursting the lower hem of his battle suit, but the specially made Felisa army suit had extraordinary elasticity, expanding along with his body. Thick brown coarse hair burst from his skin, covering his entire body. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. In mere breaths, a gigantic ape wearing an oversized battle suit landed with a thunderous crash at the intersection. Boom. The ground quaked, and the surrounding ruins were flattened by the shockwave of the great ape's landing. Violent winds kicked up a dust storm that blotted out the sky. The giant ape Vegeta roared to the heavens, his voice like rolling thunder shattering glass curtain walls in the distance. Although creating the artificial moon had consumed some of his chi, lowering his base battle power from 18000 to about 16000. Under the tenfold boost of the great ape transformation, his battle power now reached a despairing number 16000. In the raging wind, the Z fighters steadied themselves, their faces turning pale. What kind of monster is this? Kellen's legs trembled, and even breathing became difficult. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes were fixed on the giant ape before him, large beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Such an overwhelming aura. It's like a moving volcano. Bike clenched his teeth, his hands cracking audibly. With his own battle power of 5800 facing this immense pressure of 16000, he felt like a tiny boat adrift in a vast ocean. Damn it. So this is the Saiyans' trump card. Mike's voice was hoarse. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, realizing that his grandfather had been crushed by him. Though he still had fighting spirit, he was also filled with solemnity. However, after a moment, Sun Wukong let go. Everyone, this chi is too immense. If we attack together and coordinate well, maybe. Just as they were suffocating and preparing to fight to the death, a hand gently pushed aside Sun Wukong's shoulder. Yamcha stepped to the front of the group. Dressed in his orange martial arts uniform with the Z emblem, he looked utterly insignificant before the 30-meter-tall giant ape. But as he stood there, the raging wind pressure around him could not touch him. Yamcha looked up, meeting the fanged monkey face. Everyone. His hands hung naturally at his sides, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Leave the rest to me, Yamcha. What a relief. Yamcha exhaled a long breath of stale air, a sense of ineffable clarity permeating his entire being. He had held back for so long, trained hard for so long, all for this moment. The giant ape Vegeta lowered his head, glaring at the arrogant earthling beneath him, and let out a deafening roar. Little insect. Die. The enormous foot came down like Mount Tai, crushing down on Yamcha. Yamcha's eyes sharpened. Huh. Boom. A white pillar of light erupted from Yamcha's body, piercing through the clouds above. An extremely violent chi pressure burst outward from Yamcha in a circular ring. The descending giant foot, upon contact with Yamcha's released aura, seemed to step on an indestructible spike. Oh. The giant ape Vegeta let out a pained cry, his massive body knocked backward 2 steps by the force, crashing down into the ruins. The entire eastern capital, no, the entire earth, seemed to tremble violently at that moment. The white aura around Yamcha continued to surge. 10015001800. His chi climbed madly, eventually settling on a number that made everyone present feel despair. 200000. This was Yamcha's pure base battle power without activating the Realm King's fist. The Z fighters behind him were completely stunned. Kellen's mouth hung open, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Tianjin Fan closed his 3 eyes and let out a bitter laugh. He knew he would never catch up to this man's shadow in this lifetime. Sun Wukong's eyes widened as he felt the vast abyssal aura ahead, trembling with excitement. Amazing. Yamcha, what level have you reached? Is this the Realm King's fist you spoke of? Cold sweat dripped from Bike, the great demon king's forehead. He gritted his teeth, but eventually unclenched his fists. He had no choice but to admit it. Yamcha was simply that powerful. The giant ape Vegeta sat on the ground, his crimson eyes fixed on Yamcha. Impossible. This is impossible. Vegeta roared, his massive hands pounding the ground in fury. How can a mere earthling possess power surpassing mine? Yamcha slowly floated up, stopping at eye level with the giant ape arms crossed. Vegeta, your game is over. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I want to play one last round with you. Vegeta's crimson eyes gazed at the tiny figure in the air, his reason evaporating under the terrifying pressure of 2-0 battle power. The Saiyans were the strongest warrior race in the universe, and he, Vegeta, was the prince of Saiyans. How could he lose to an earthling? Die. The giant ape roared, its enormous hands sweeping out like swatting a fly. Boosted by 1/6 battle power, the giant ape's speed was not diminished by its size. The strike tore through the air, leaving a trail of sonic boom clouds. Yamcha hovered in midair. Shwa. With a flicker he vanished. The enormous hand hit nothing, and the violent palm wind snapped several remaining tall buildings in the distance. Too slow. Yamcha's voice came from above the giant ape's head. Vegeta jerked his head up, seeing the man in the orange martial arts uniform looking down at him. Roar. Vegeta's arms flailed wildly, a storm of fist shadows like dense meteor rain sealing off the space around Yamcha. But Yamcha was like a leaf dancing in a gale. With only subtle shifts in his position, he effortlessly weaved through the torrential assault. Left dodge, right evade, lean back. A gap of 4-0 in battle power was an insurmountable chasm in the Dragon Ball world, one that could not be bridged by size, rage, or lineage. Tethys. What an absurd battle. Behind the rubble in the distance, Kellen shielded himself with his arms, unable to open his eyes in the raging wind. Tianjin Fan's wide eyes swept across the battlefield, his breathing slightly ragged. Such terrifying control. Yamcha not only dominates in raw power, but his mastery of chi has reached the pinnacle of perfection. Vegeta's attacks can't even touch a corner of his clothing. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his entire body trembling. The emotion of encountering a supreme master. Yes, too strong. Yamcha's current realm is completely beyond my comprehension. Suddenly Sun Wukong seemed to think of something and quickly covered his son Sun Wufan's eyes. After all, his son's tail was still there. Beside him, Baiku gritted his teeth, remaining silent. His once proud power seemed utterly pale and feeble before these two. In a battle of this caliber, they didn't even qualify to intervene as cannon fodder. At the center of the battlefield. Are you just flailing your fists like a wild beast? Yamcha suddenly halted midair after dodging a heavy punch. The white aura around him suddenly contracted, then erupted violently. My turn. Whoosh. Yamcha transformed into a streak of white lightning, meeting the giant ape's enormous fist head-on, without dodging, and threw a punch. Two fists, one huge, one small, utterly disproportionate, collided in midair with a thunderous impact. Boom. A visible ring of white shockwave radiated from the two, the ground instantly caving in, debris floating skyward as if defying gravity. Crack. Ow. The giant ape Vegeta let out a miserable howl. His mountain-like right arm was actually knocked backward by Yamcha's seemingly casual punch, the bone piercing with excruciating pain. Fall down. Boom. A solid heavy punch struck the giant ape's chin directly. The concentrated burst of 2-0 battle power. The giant ape Vegeta's 30-meter-tall colossal body was actually lifted off the ground, forcibly knocked backward by this punch. Crimson blood mixed with large globs of saliva gushed from the giant ape's fang-filled mouth, turning into a rain of blood that fell upon the ruins. Rumble. The giant ape crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a massive crater, the entire city trembling violently once more. Vegeta struggled to get up his head, wringing his jawbone, seemingly shattered into powder. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. He was being ground into the ground like a punching bag by an earthling. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Vegeta's pride was utterly trampled. He suddenly flipped over and sat up, his massive mouth opening wide, purple light crazily gathering deep within his throat. The violent energy began to distort the surrounding air. Vegeta roared, squeezing out every ounce of chi from his entire body. A purple high-energy beam over 10 meters in diameter shot forth from his mouth, with a world-destroying momentum straight toward Yamcha in midair. Energy beam clash. Yamcha's lips curled slightly. In the Dragon Ball world, the one on the left always loses in a beam struggle, and he was now standing on the right. Yamcha drew his hands to his waist, a blue-white light instantly glowing in his palms. Turtle School energy waved. He thrust his hands forward violently, a blue beam thicker and more dazzling than the mouth beam howling out. Boom. A purple and a blue beam collided fiercely in midair. The blue Turtle School energy wave tore through the purple mouth beam like a storm. 2-0 against 1-6-0-0. Absolute power suppression was vividly demonstrated at this moment. What a... Vegeta watched helplessly as his own mouth beam was pushed back, the blue light instantly filling his entire field of vision. Bang! The Turtle School energy wave struck the giant ape's chest fiercely. Ah! Vegeta's enormous body was once again sent flying. The highly elastic special battlesuit on his chest was largely torn apart under the terrifying energy impact, revealing large patches of charred fur. He crashed heavily onto the wilderness several kilometers away, carving a long trench. Vegeta gasped for breath, his entire body racked with excruciating pain. Cannot win. Truly cannot win. This Earthling is an outright monster. If he continued fighting, he would not only die, but the pride of the Saiyans would be trampled to nothing. Since I can't win, then all of you will die with me. A glint of madness flashed in Vegeta's eyes. Since there was a monster of this level on Earth, he would erase the entire planet along with this monster. The giant ape kicked off the ground violently, his colossal body shooting up into the clouds. He ascended to a high altitude, looking down at the azure planet below. Turn into cosmic dust along with this garbage planet. This time I will hold nothing back. Vegeta brought his palms together, purple light glowing once more. Clearly his signature technique, the Gallic Cannon. This time not only did he squeeze out all his battle power, but he also aimed at the Earth itself. If the core was pierced, the planet would explode instantly. On the ground, Kellen was greatly alarmed. Not good. That guy wants to destroy Earth. Sun Wukong also panicked, about to burst with chi and rush up to stop him, but Tianjin Fan grabbed him. Wait, Sun Wukong, watch Yamcha. Tianjin Fan pointed at the sky. Yamcha looked up at the purple orb in the sky, not panicked at all, but instead shook his head. The villain's routine never changes. Yamcha flicked his hands in front of him. Shwa shwa shwa. In an instant, a dozen afterimages of Yamcha appeared in the sky surrounding the giant ape Vegeta. Afterimage fist. Vegeta, high in the sky, was stunned for a moment by the dozen Yamchas suddenly appearing around him. A cheap trick. Do you think these false illusions can fool me? Vegeta couldn't sense chi at all, he could only rely on his eyes. He turned his massive head, trying to locate Yamcha's real body. Suddenly, Vegeta's heart plummeted, a foreboding feeling surging within him. Where are you looking? Vegeta turned his head in terror. Yamcha's real body had somehow appeared above Vegeta's back. He raised his right hand high, and above his palm a rapidly spinning golden energy disc emitted a piercing, cutting sound. Energy disc. Goodbye, your big tail. Yamcha swung his arm. The golden disc transformed into a streak of light, slicing toward the giant ape's tail at an extremely tricky angle. That thick tail, the source of the Saiyans' great ape power, was severed cleanly by the energy disc. Blood spurted out. Vegeta let out a piercing scream. The moment his tail was cut, the violent 1/6 of his zero battle power within him drained away like a deflating balloon. The massive giant ape body began to shrink rapidly, brown fur receding, fangs retracting. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta returned to his normal form. Due to the forced transformation and the severed tail, his chi was now depleted to the extreme. He was struck by Yamcha's fist. Bang! Vegeta fell from the high altitude, crashing heavily into the center of a crossroad ruins. The dust cleared. Vegeta lay disheveled among the rubble, his torn battle suit hanging on his body. But upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably a Yamcha-style lying pose. He was covered in blood, gasping heavily without even the strength to move a finger. Despair, utter despair. Tap tap. Footsteps sounded. Yamcha descended slowly from midair and walked up to Vegeta. He looked down at the arrogant Saiyan prince. So this is the strength of the Saiyan prince. Yamcha's tone was calm. Nothing more than this. Vegeta gritted his teeth, tears of humiliation welling in his eyes. He opened his mouth to retort, but couldn't utter a single word. Yamcha didn't mock him further. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed at the ground not far from Vegeta's side. By the way, a reminder for you. Vegeta laboriously turned his eyes, following the direction of Yamcha's finger. Less than 5 meters away, there was a huge, deeply sunken footprint in the ground. That was the mark left by his frantic stomping during the battle. And at the bottom of that huge footprint pit, a vague mass of flesh and several broken pieces of black battle suit could be seen. That bald head had been crushed flat, a gruesome death. It was Nappa. Nappa, who had his arm severed and was kicked unconscious by Tianjin Fan. Yamcha, during your fight just now, you accidentally stepped on your bald companion and killed him. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply. Nappa did not die at the hands of the Earthlings, but was stomped to death by his own prince Vegeta in his great ape form. How could you die, Nappa? Vegeta opened his mouth, letting out a meaningless hoarse sound from his throat. His mental defenses at this moment completely collapsed along with Nappa's pathetic mess of flesh. The wind whistled through the fractured steel beams, creating an echo. Piccolo, holding Shui in one hand, descended rapidly from midair and hurled the man into a pile of rubble. Shui tumbled across the ground, his purple body leaving a trail of blood until he came to a stop at Vegeta's feet. His jaw was askew, his face drenched in blood, and he had long lost consciousness. Yamcha stood at the edge of the deep crater, looking down at its bottom. Do you submit? O Prince of something. Vegeta's hands clawed at the broken stone, struggling to lift his battered body. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. 200,000 battle power. The number spun wildly in his mind, shattering his understanding of the world. For even the strongest member of Frisia's elite Ginyu Force, Captain Ginyu, had a battle power of only 120,000. Zarbon and Dodoria barely reached 20,000. This Earthling in orange robes possessed a battle power of 200,000. It was utterly absurd. In the entire Frisia force aside from Frisia himself, there was likely no one who could rival this Earthling. Of course, Vegeta had no knowledge of the immense power of King Cold and Cooler in the depths of the cosmos. The man before him, Yamcha, had demonstrated absolute dominance. Yet despair did not consume Vegeta's heart. He lowered his head, his eyes flickering with intense calculation. The Saiyans were a warrior race that grew stronger with each battle. As long as their body and spirit truly survived the brink of death, their power would undergo a qualitative leap. If he could finally transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, then 200,000 battle power, and Frieza himself, would be nothing, utterly insignificant. After all, the Super Saiyan was invincible across the entire universe. Therefore he had to survive. His mind racing, Vegeta made a decision instantly. He released his grip on the rubble, wiped the arrogance from his face, and replaced it with an expression of utmost sincerity. Ahaha, this prince submits. Oh, esteemed earthling warrior. Vegeta's voice was hoarse. Krillin and Tien Shinhan, who had just reached the edge of the crater, found it unbelievable. Vegeta looked up, his eyes filled with helplessness as he pointed at his torn battle suit. It's all a misunderstanding. I have no ill intentions toward Earth. You know, our Saiyan homeworld planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteor impact many years ago. Few of our Saiyan brethren remain in the universe. My arrival on Earth was solely to find the lower-class warrior Kakarot, the one you call Son Goku. I wanted to bring him back to our race to continue the Saiyan bloodline. Vegeta pointed at Chui lying unconscious on the ground. As for attacking Earth and slaughtering civilians, that was all ordered by the Frieza Force. It was that wretched Chui who acted on his own accord. We Saiyans have been enslaved by Frieza, stripped of our freedom, forced to obey his commands. His words were incredibly deceptive. Krillin rubbed his bald head and Tien frowned. They recalled Raditz' earlier mention of the Saiyans' near extinction. The logic of this story seemed to hold together. Piccolo stepped forward and planted a foot on Chui's back. Is that so? Do you take us for fools? Vegeta's expression stiffened, but he maintained his feigned distress. Piccolo snorted. Who was it that created an artificial moon, transformed into a giant ape, and vowed to destroy Earth? Now that you've been beaten down, you play the victim and shift the blame. You're just trying to show weakness, save your skin, and later escape to grow stronger in return for revenge. Son Goku peered out from behind Yamcha, looking at the battered Vegeta. No way. Son Goku scratched the back of his head. This short guy seems pretty beat up, and he sounds sincere. I don't think he's full of mischief. Besides, he said he wants to bring me back to the Saiyans. That doesn't sound like a lie. Piccolo whirled around and barked. Shut up, Son Goku. Your naive nature will one day bring disaster to everyone around you. Son Goku shrank his shoulders and offered no rebuttal. Piccolo turned back to Vegeta, raising his right hand, fingers pressed together in a blade, a yellow energy glow flickering at his fingertips. Leaving such a menace alive brings only harm. Piccolo's killing intent surged. Let this demon king finish you off now, lest we face trouble later. Vegeta's muscles tensed, his heart pounding wildly. He tried to muster his power to defend himself, but the extreme weakness made it impossible even to stand. Just as the yellow energy blade was about to descend. Hold on a moment. Yamcha raised his arm, blocking Piccolo. Piccolo paused, the energy blade still glowing. Yamcha, what are you doing? Surely you don't believe his lies. Yamcha met Vegeta's eyes from the bottom of the crater. He naturally didn't believe a single word from Vegeta. However, regarding Vegeta, opinions from his past life were mixed. From the Z-Fighter's standpoint, obliterating this Saiyan prince with a single energy blast was the optimal choice. But Yamcha had a longer-term calculation. Vegeta might have his own way of going offline. Moreover, even if Vegeta had to die, he must never be allowed to reincarnate. Future crises would come one after another. Android Cell, Majin Buu, and even the God of Destruction. Relying solely on himself or Son Goku left Earth's defenses far too thin. Though Vegeta was arrogant and often worsened situations with his pride, he possessed remarkable training talent and growth driven by his own ego. Furthermore, Yamcha genuinely wanted to witness the legendary invincible fused warrior Vegito. That ultimate fusion being created by the Patera earrings, whose power was immeasurably immense. Despite Vegito often failing to land the final blow due to various accidents, his status as the strongest fusion in Dragon Ball Z was unshakable. To meet future challenges and add a strategic guarantee, Vegeta still held some material value. Yamcha lowered his arm and looked at Piccolo. Killing him would be convenient, but keeping him for now is more useful. Useful? Piccolo frowned. The Saiyan race is nearly extinct. Yamcha followed Vegeta's line of reasoning. Since this prince is also a Saiyan, let him serve as a fellow clansman and a rival for Goku to chase after. Son Goku nodded vigorously. Yes. Yamcha makes perfect sense. That's exactly what I meant. Piccolo snorted again. Ridiculous. You're digging your own graves. Yamcha turned his gaze, locking onto Vegeta's eyes. He poses no threat. Today I crushed him with absolute power. Even if he trains to his limits, he will forever gaze at my back. At those words, Vegeta's eyes turned bloodshot, a searing humiliation threatening to consume his reason. But he clenched his jaw, forcing back any retort. Finally, he managed only. Haha, sir, you see right through me, and your words are quite pleasant. Yamcha turned his back to the crater. Hey, Prince of the Pink Underpants. Take your spacecraft and get back to space. Never come to Earth again, understood? Otherwise your daddy Yamcha is going to spank you. Piccolo gave Yamcha a long, deep look, then finally dispelled the yellow energy at his fingertips. Since Yamcha, the strongest in the room, had made his decision, he would no longer insist. Vegeta struggled to his feet. Dragging his half-severed tail behind him, he limped toward the spherical spaceship parked in the distance. He did not spare a glance at Nap's corpse, ignored Churi beneath Piccolo's foot, and paid no mind to whether Raditz lived or died. He quickly climbed into the spacecraft, and the hatch sealed shut. Through the transparent glass, Vegeta fixed his gaze on Yamcha's retreating figure, an earthling with 200,000 combat power. Vegeta pressed the launch button. Just you wait. When I become a Super Saiyan, I will make you pay 100-fold for every humiliation I endure today, including Frieza. You will all die at my hands. The spherical spacecraft erupted with blazing exhaust, shooting skyward and vanishing beyond the atmosphere in the blink of an eye. Krillin approached Yamcha and looked up at the sky. Letting him go like that, he'll definitely report what happened on Earth to that Frieza when he returns. Well, that kid won't be gloating for long anyway. Yamcha turned around, his gaze falling upon Churi lying on the ground. Besides, even if he doesn't report back, Frieza will eventually trace this back to Earth. Come with me first and bring that purple-skinned one along. The wind continued to howl through the ruins. Piccolo understood and hoisted Churi by the back of his battle suit with one hand. Everyone, let's go see our prize. Yamcha pointed ahead to the shuttle-shaped warship embedded deep within the Earth. The group followed Yamcha inside the warship. At the edge of the hatch was a charred puncture wound, still wisping tendrils of white smoke. That was Piccolo's masterpiece from his Mechanicus. He really went hard on it. Yamcha patted the overheated alloy hull. But the core reactor is intact. If we get Bulma to fix it later, it should still fly. Past the airlock, the interior of the warship unfolded before them. Silver-gray metallic corridors interlaced, in every direction, breathing lights tracing along the walls. There was no superfluous decoration. Every design element exuded pragmatism and industrial grit. Whoa! Goku's eyes lit up as he touched and tapped everything in sight. This is an alien spaceship. Sugoi, it's way bigger than Bulma's car. Krillin swallowed hard, pressing his face against a transparent viewport and craning his neck to peer in both directions. Tien kept his composure, but all three of his eyes kept scanning the energy conduits overhead. They looked like nothing short of country bumpkins who had just arrived in the city. Gohan was the most excited of them all. The 5-year-old boy had zero resistance to such sci-fi marvels. He darted to a row of control panels, standing on his tiptoes to watch the flickering virtual buttons, his face brimming with curiosity. Only Piccolo stood apart, arms crossed against the corridor wall, utterly bored by these metal objects. In his view, personal strength was the only truth. Relying on external tools was the mark of the weak. Just as Yamcha watched everyone explore, a long-familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Main quest 1, Yamcha will never become a meme. Completed. Rewards distributed 1. Combat power increased by 500,000 2. Instant transmission Yardrat version. An indescribably massive surge of heat erupted from the depths of Yamcha's heart. He closed his eyes, his breath catching for just a fleeting moment. The ki within him exploded like a breached dam, skyrocketing by geometric multiples. 200,000. 400,000. 600,000. 700,000. His base combat power had reached a full 700,000. If Vegeta stood before him now, Yamcha wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The sheer pressure of his aura alone would render him immobile. This base value had firmly surpassed Frieza's first form at 530,000 combat power. At the same moment, a flood of complex information poured into his mind. Spatial perception of key coordinate locking, dimensional transcendence. The Yardrat's secret art of instant transmission laid bare before him in its entirety. Yamcha opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. This was solid. Uncle Yamcha, what's this? Gohan's voice called from ahead. Hearing this, Yamcha led the group into the spacious command chamber. At its center stood a massive ring-shaped console with a star map hologram suspended above it. Beep, beep, beep. The red communication indicator on the main console screen suddenly began flashing. Everyone fell silent at once, and Piccolo straightened his posture. Yamcha approached the console and scanned the bizarre alien script across its surface. He couldn't read it, but that didn't matter. He simply pressed the largest green answer button. The communication channel opened. Lord Churi, this is the 7th communication station of the Frieza Force headquarters. An impatient alien voice came through the speaker. Please report the Earth cleanup progress. Also, why has your detector signal disappeared? The command chamber was deathly quiet. Yamcha rested both hands on the console, his tone mocking. I'm sorry, your Lord Churi failed to complete the mission. There was a clear, stunned pause on the other end. It took a full 5 seconds before the voice finally reacted, spiking in pitch with barely concealed fury. Nanny, you're not Churi. You have some nerve. A tiny planet in some backwater galaxy, uncivilized natives daring to provoke the mighty Frieza Force. Do you have any idea what crime this constitutes? Silence. Yamcha cut him off. Cut the crap. Patch me through. I want to speak with your Frieza who sits in a baby carriage. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the comm channel. You dare speak Frieza-sama's name so casually, and insult the Lord's flying throne. The grunt's voice trembled violently. You're dead. Your entire planet is dead. Then came a burst of noisy static. as if someone on the other end had fallen over in terror. Krillin leaned close to Yamcha and lowered his voice. Yamcha, this has to be that space pirate's base. Wouldn't confronting them directly be too hasty? Inevitable. About a minute passed. The static from the speaker dissipated, replaced by a calm, almost elegant laughter. Oya oya. The moment those 4 words rang out, the temperature in the command chamber seemed to plummet by dozens of degrees. Piccolo looked up. His instincts told him that whoever was on the other end of that communicator was extremely dangerous. Hello there, friends from a distant galaxy. Frisia's distinctive, almost musical voice echoed throughout the command chamber. His tone employed polite honorifics, sounding as though a noble were hosting an afternoon tea party. May I ask what brings you to seek out Lord Frisia? Goku scratched the back of his head and turned to Krillin. Huh, this guy sounds pretty polite. Doesn't seem like a bad person. Flynn was also dumbfounded. Just now that Shio-E kept calling them natives and lowly creatures, but why was this legendary great leader so polite instead? Yamcha let out a cold laugh. He knew Frieza's nature all too well. Beneath this extreme politeness lay a ruthlessness that regarded all beings as mere ants. So Yamcha spoke into the microphone. Hey Mr. Frieza, was it you who sent someone to attack our Earth? What the hell, you're a cosmic real estate developer, don't you want to stay in business? The communication channel went silent for 2 seconds. Then, oh ho 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 ho. Frieza's signature laughter came through. Not only did he not get angry at Yamcha's impertinence, he seemed to have heard an extremely amusing joke. So that's what this is about. Frieza's voice remained elegant. It seems that the Chio-E I sent has been eliminated by you. Impressive. He seemed to turn his head to speak to those beside him. Dodoria Zarbin, did you hear that? Frieza spoke with a hint of mockery. I never expected that on a remote little planet in a distant galaxy someone could defeat Chio-E, whose battle power is 18,000. In the background, 2 sycophantic voices chimed in. Great King, it must be luck, or they used some despicable trap. A rough voice shouted. Don't speak nonsense, Dodoria. Frieza interrupted softly, then turned back to the communicator. Friends of Earth. Frieza slowed his speech. Now I have taken a bit of interest in you. Although I deeply regret losing Chio-E, if you are willing to replace him and join my army, I can forgive your rudeness. Even I can leave the Milky Way for you to manage yourselves, how about that? The terms were generous, fully displaying the demeanor of an emperor. But Son Goku frowned. No, I won't. I'm not going to be with bad guys. Piccolo snorted coldly, boring trick. But Frieza on the other end of the communication channel was not angered by these rude interruptions. Oh ho 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 ho. What a pity. I had intended to give you a chance to pledge loyalty to me. However, I, Frieza, must still thank you properly, especially the deceased Chio-E. Yamcha, leaning on the console with both hands, knew exactly what Frieza was about to say. Thanks to Chio-E, who left the Scouts communication channel open before his death, I was able to hear a most wonderful conversation. So in this universe there is a place called Planet Namek. And on that planet there are even glass balls that can grant any wish. Frieza sighed, his tone full of enchantment. Subarashi, this is truly the best gift the universe has bestowed upon me, Frieza. Clint and Tenshinhan both swallowed hard, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. Damn, that bearded grunt earlier trying to curry favor with Chio, he had publicly revealed Piccolo's identity and spilled the Dragon Ball secret completely. So to thank you for providing such valuable intelligence. Once I have fulfilled my wish on Namek, I will personally visit your planet and grind you along with your entire star system into cosmic dust bit by bit. Oh ho ho ho, no need to thank me. Please thoroughly enjoy the mercy of your great King Frieza. Clint and Tenshinhan exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. What was this? Using the most polite and courteous honorifics to utter genocidal, planet-destroying brutality. This extreme dissonance was more terrifying than Nappa's raw savagery. Was this the great leader of the space pirates? A complete madman. Bang! Piccolo punched the metal bulkhead, leaving a deep dent. He walked to the console and shoved Clint aside. Who the hell do you think you are, Frieza, to spew such nonsense here? Piccolo's forehead veins bulged and his sharp fangs ground audibly. He had been provoked enough today. First a bunch of alien grunts called him a native to his face, then he was told that his proud demon lineage was actually alien. Now this never-met cosmic king not only had his eyes on the homeland he had just learned about, but also threatened to destroy Earth while he was at it. Who was the great demon king? When did it become some alien's turn to mess with Piccolo Daimyo's territory? I don't care if you're some king or emperor. Piccolo roared into the microphone. If you dare set foot on Namek, I swear I'll personally wring your neck and stomp your hypocritical face into the mud. Son Goku blinked beside him and muttered, that guy Piccolo just a moment ago, he didn't admit he was a Namekian, now he's quick to claim it. The communication channel went silent for 2 seconds. Oh dear, it seems we've encountered an extremely ill-mannered little insect. Dodoria, make a note of that voice. When the time comes I will personally tear out his tongue. Yes, great king. A rough voice replied in the background. Piccolo was about to continue his tirade when a hand pressed on his shoulder. Yamcha pulled Piccolo aside and stood directly in front of the microphone. He was not furious like Piccolo, nor did he follow Frieza's rhythm. Against a degenerate like Frieza who was arrogant and craved control, insults were meaningless. Only by striking at the deepest, most hidden fear in his heart could one deliver a real critical hit. Frieza, since you're so confident, let's just wait and see who ends up crushing whom into dust. And remember this, I am the one you have always feared, even in your dreams, the super. Before he could finish, slap. Yamcha raised his hand and slammed it onto the red cutoff button on the console, deliberately ending the call. The communication indicator light went out instantly. The whole world fell silent. Meanwhile, deep in the distant cosmos, a massive disc-shaped mothership was sailing through the dark starry sea. Inside the mothership's main control room, Frieza sat on a floating baby carriage-like throne holding a glass of crimson wine. The moment the communication was unilaterally cut, the atmosphere in the entire control room became heavy. Zarbin and Dodoria stood on either side of the throne, not daring to breathe. Having followed Frieza for many years, they knew his temper all too well. Someone had dared to hang up on Frieza. This was an unprecedented first in the entire universe. Frieza lowered his head, his purple lips pressed into a thin line. Crack. The wine glass in his hand shattered. G Great King. Dodoria swallowed, trying to break the stalemate. Shut up. Frieza had lost all traces of his earlier pretentious elegance. He lifted his head, his crimson eyes brimming with savagery, his chest heaving violently, and his tail thrashing against the edge of the throne in a frenzy. Kyuso. Kyuso. Boom. A terrifying aura of purple energy erupted from within Frieza, reducing the control console beside him to scrap metal. Zarbin and Dodoria were sent staggering backward by the shockwave, staring in terror at Frieza as he descended into a rampage. Earlier, when Yamcha had mocked him for riding a baby carriage and called him a corrupt developer, Frieza had managed to contain himself. That was because after learning about the Dragon Balls, the barking of those natives seemed to him nothing more than the death throes of the doomed. But the last half of Yamcha's sentence had struck a nerve deep within Frieza's most sensitive core. Could it be? He's a Super Saiyan. Those words echoed endlessly in Frieza's mind. Super Saiyan. Although the Frost Demon race was the undisputed ruler of the universe, his father King Cold had warned him since childhood about two things. First, never provoke the god of destruction Beerus. Second, be wary of Majin Buu. Beyond that, an ancient legend circulated throughout the cosmos. Among the Saiyan race, once every 1,000 years a warrior would be born who was the strongest in the entire universe, the Super Saiyan. That warrior possessed golden hair and limitless power. Frieza always publicly dismissed it as nonsense, but deep inside, he harbored an extreme dread of this legend. This was precisely why, upon receiving the order from the god of destruction back, then he had unhesitatingly destroyed planet Vegeta, nearly wiping out the Saiyan race. He wanted to crush every potential threat in its cradle. But now a native from a remote galaxy had not only killed his elite troops, but also uttered that very word. I never imagined that legend was real. That native. He must be a Super Saiyan. Frieza's eyes were bloodshot, his nails digging deep into his palms. No. Absolutely impossible. I am the mightiest in the universe. What Super Saiyans? They're all trash. Frieza rose, floating in midair, looking down upon everyone in the main control room with an air of superiority. Give my orders. Change course immediately. Full speed ahead to Namek. I will obtain those glass balls as fast as possible. Frieza turned to Zarbin, his gaze malevolent and venomous. And contact the Ginyu Force immediately. Tell them to drop all current tasks and rendezvous with me on Namek at once. Zarbin shuddered, hastily dropping to one knee. Yes, Lord Frieza. Demo. Is it necessary to deploy the Ginyu Force against those Namekians? Are you questioning my decision? Frieza roared. No, I'll see to it immediately. Frieza settled back onto his throne, the heaving of his chest gradually calming, but the murderous intent in his eyes grew ever thicker. He gazed out at the cosmos, a cold smirk curling his purple lips. Super Saiyan, huh? Then bring it on, whether you're golden-haired or a stray Saiyan monkey. Once I gain eternal life, I'll crush your bones inch by inch and make you understand through your screams who is the one true ruler beneath this starry sky. Earth. The eastern capital lay in ruins, devastation everywhere. The wind once again whistled through the fractured concrete and steel. The group emerged one by one from the spindle-shaped warship embedded deep underground. Piccolo walked at the rear, holding the blood-soaked Chui in one hand like a limp chicken. Bang! With a flick of his arm, Piccolo tossed Chui onto the asphalt road. Chui collapsed like a heap of mud, motionless, barely breathing, clearly feigning death. Hey Yamcha. Piccolo crossed his arms, looking down at the purple-skinned alien on the ground, his tone harsh. What do we do with this leftover scum? Blast him to bits or keep him for torture? Son Goku scratched the back of his head, looking at the pitiful Chui on the ground, and stepped forward to speak. He seems to be. Yamcha didn't give Goku a chance to unleash his bleeding heart, raising his hand to cut him off. Leave this to me, easy. Yamcha strode up to Chui, said nothing, and relying solely on physical strength, swung his arm in a wide arc. Slap, slap. Two resounding slaps front and back echoed across the empty ruins. The force was immense. Chui's previously crooked jaw was knocked straight, and several teeth flew out of his mouth. Ugh. Chui let out a muffled groan, unable to keep up the act. He snapped his eyes open, and the first sight made his heart skip a beat. He found himself surrounded. To his left stood a short man in an orange martial arts uniform, bald. To his right stood a muscular, bare-chested man, also bald, with a third eye on his forehead. Directly in front stood the green-skinned man who had nearly shattered his jaw with a knee strike earlier, also bald. Chui trembled all over, cold sweat pouring from his forehead like a waterfall. Did these Earth natives have some peculiar fetish? Or did going bald grant a power boost? Dear alien friend, don't be afraid. Yamcha looked down at him, a warm smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What's your name? Hearing this, Chui's eyes darted frantically, his brain working overtime on the brink of death. Back in the ship, though he had been semi-conscious, he had vaguely overheard part of the communication in the main control room. Lord Frisia already knew that Chui had fallen in battle. If he admitted to being Chui now, these Earthlings would realize he was just an insignificant advanced cannon fodder and would kill him without hesitation. So he had to assume an identity of weight 1 that would make them hesitate. Chui took a deep breath, suppressing the excruciating pain, and forced a look of composure. I'm Zarbit. Chui raised his voice, trying to sound convincing. Yes, that's right. I'm Zarbit. I'm Lord Frisia's most trusted right-hand man. You can't kill me. If you do, Lord Frisia will never forgive you. And so on the empty street, an indescribable absurdity took hold. The Z-fighters exchanged glances, then collectively displayed expressions of utter contempt. Krillin's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he pointed at Chui on the ground and cursed. You bastard, do you take us all for idiots? Just now Frisia was calling you Chui over and over, and now you're denying your own name to save your skin. Utterly shameless. Tien Shinhan snorted coldly, his 3 eyes filled with disgust. Is this the Frisia Force's elite? Bullying the weak and lacking even the slightest shred of backbone. Piccolo was even more direct. He lifted his foot and slammed it onto Chui's chest, making the ribs crack audibly. You fool, you can't even lie properly. Chiu, his lie exposed on the spot, suffered a complete psychological collapse. Ignoring the searing pain in his chest, he scrambled to his feet, threw his arms around Yamcha's leg, and his face was instantly drenched with tears and snot. Please don't kill me. Chiu wailed. It was all that Lord Frisia. No, it was that damned Frisia. That perverted freak. That dwarf who always sits in a baby carriage forced me to do it. Desperate to survive Chiu, he had completely abandoned all shame, hurling every venomous epithet he could think of at Frisia. I never wanted to come to Earth. But I had no choice. I have an 80-year-old mother at home, and a 3-year-old child crying for milk. If I die, how will they survive? Chiu kowtowed and howled. Behind him, Sun Wukong, who had been clenching his fists, slowly relaxed them. He scratched the back of his head, a flicker of pity crossing his face. Yamcha, he's got an old mother and a little kid waiting for him back home. That's so sad. Maybe we could just beat him half to death and let him go. The moment Sun Wukong finished speaking, Yamcha's expression turned icy cold. Seeing Sun Wukong's soft heart, Chiu, he thought he had found a lifeline. His eyes brightened, and he immediately seized the opportunity. Yes. The Saiyan is reasonable. Chiu, he looked up, his face smeared with fawning sycophancy as he stared at Yamcha. Great sir, if you spare my worthless life, I will serve you like a loyal dog. Growing more excited, he even began to paint a rosy picture. I know all of Frisia's army deployments and routes. I can lead the way. Let's go together and take down that bastard Frisia. Yes, exactly. With your strength, sirs, and my intelligence together, we can definitely kill him. Then you will be the new overlord of the universe. I'll be your most loyal subordinate. Chiu, he looked at Yamcha with eager anticipation, waiting for him to take the bait. Yamcha looked down at the purple face, grotesquely twisted with sycophancy. Are you done? Chiu, he nodded instinctively. Oh, why, yes, I'm done. Then it's time to go. Without giving Chiu a moment to react, Yamcha's hand shot out, like lightning, clamping onto Chiu's throat. Chiu's pupils constricted, a gurgling sound escaping his throat as he frantically clawed at Yamcha's arm, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly immovable. Yamcha's eyes were cold, his wrist suddenly twisted. Crack! Chiu's head was wrenched 180 degrees, his eyes bulging violently, turning into a gushing spring. He didn't even have time to scream, his body went limp instantly, completely lifeless. Yamcha released his grip. Chiu's corpse thudded heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He had gone to meet King Yama. It all happened too fast, so fast that even Sun Wukong didn't react. Yamcha, what the? Sun Wukong's eyes widened as he stared at the corpse on the ground. He had already begged for mercy and agreed to help us fight Frisia. Why did you have to kill him? Sun Wukong did not understand this sudden lethal action. After all, in his way of thinking, he rarely ever truly took a life. Yamcha turned around, wiping the purple blood from his fingers. Put away that naive compassion and sympathy, Sun Wukong. You think he's pitiful? You think he has an old mother and a young child? Yamcha pointed at the scattered bodies of the grunts at the leveled city blocks in the distance. It's all bullshit. The real pity is for the countless natives of the planets they've slaughtered. If it were us lying on the ground today, do you think that bastard Chiu would have shown mercy just because Gohan is only 5 years old? Sun Wukong shuddered, his mouth opening and closing, but no words came out. The image of the Cyberman lunging at Gohan flashed through his mind, followed by the madness of the giant ape Vegeta vowing to destroy Earth. Sun Wukong's fists slowly clenched again. Yamcha continued, the law of survival in the universe is the strong devouring the weak. There is no reasoning. Showing mercy to butchers stained with the blood of countless lives is an irresponsibility to the billions of lives on Earth. If you strike a snake but don't kill it, you will suffer its bite. Yamcha looked into Sun Wukong's eyes. We are not saints, we don't need to be so virtuous. And remember, some people can turn back, but others are forever irredeemable scum. These words struck everyone's hearts like a hammer. Kiririn nodded vigorously. Yamcha is right. If we weren't strong enough just now, Earth would have turned into hell. Tenshinhan also expressed agreement. Finally, you said something that sounds like human speech. Piccolo looked at Yamcha with a hint of newfound appreciation in his eyes. He had originally thought these Earthlings were all indecisive weaklings, but at this moment Yamcha's style of action was extremely to his liking. Amid the ruins, the wind stirred up dust from the ground. Chiyoyi's corpse lay among the rubble. Yamcha turned around facing Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Tenshinhan, and Kiririn, while the 5-year-old Gohan stood by Sun Wukong's leg. Everyone, I've said what needed to be said. Now 2 new problems lie before us, and we must make decisions immediately. First, Frieza has set his sights on Earth. That cosmic emperor is ruthless. For the Dragon Balls, and to avenge the men we killed, he will definitely erase Earth, without any room for negotiation. Kiririn swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. Second, Yamcha lowered his middle finger and looked at Piccolo. Piccolo's home planet Namek has become the eye of the storm. Frieza is already heading there at full speed. If he gets his hands on the Dragon Balls first, and makes some outrageous wish, the entire universe will know no peace. Even if Earth hides in a remote galaxy, it's just a matter of dying sooner or later. Therefore I propose, we strike first. At these words, everyone's expression shifted. Before Frieza reaches Namek, we arrive first. Yamcha continued. Set up the battlefield, catch him off guard, and contain the war on an alien world, minimizing Earth's losses and casualties. That's the way to break this deadlock. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately clenched his fists. Yash, that guy named Frieza sounds even stronger than that Vegeta from earlier. If I can tussle with the strongest in the universe, I couldn't ask for more. Yamcha, I want to go to Namek and chase all those bad guys away. The Saiyan bloodlust boiled wildly within Sun Wukong. Piccolo crossed his arms, a vein throbbing on his forehead. His emotions were equally stirred. Although he had always refused to admit his alien heritage, the word home planet had clearly touched a deep chord within him. Coupled with the humiliation of being called natives by those Frieza Force grunts, his killing intent was now almost tangible. Yamcha nodded, then turned his gaze to Krillin and Tien Shinhan beside him. But there was no enthusiastic agreement as expected. Krillin's eyes were evasive. He looked at the alien flesh scattered on the ground, then raised his head to gaze at the enormous spindle-shaped battleship, swallowing hard with a gulp. Tien Shinhan, on the other hand, furrowed his brows tightly, his arms crossed unconsciously over his chest, his body tense. They were hesitating, and it was a very obvious hesitation. Krillin forced a dry laugh, his voice a little raspy. Well, Yamcha taking the initiative to attack sounds good, but that's another planet. He pointed at the sky above his head. We don't even know where that Namek is, and that guy named Vegeta earlier was just a lackey under Frieza. When he turned into a giant ape, he nearly wiped us all out. How strong must that Lord Frieza be? Krillin's voice grew quieter as he continued. Tien Shinhan took a deep breath, raised his head, and looked straight at Yamcha. Yamcha, I know your current strength is unfathomable, but we are not you. Tien Shinhan's tone was sincere without hiding his inadequacy. If it's to protect Earth, even if I have to die, I, Tien Shinhan, will never retreat an inch. But leaving Earth to actively provoke a vast empire ruling a galaxy in the depths of the universe. This is beyond the scope of us martial artists. If we are annihilated on Namek, Earth will truly have no hope left. After they finished, silence fell again. Piccolo watched them coldly, letting out a mocking laugh. What cowards! Earthlings are indeed all spineless. When faced with a true enemy, your true colors show. What did you say? Krillin flushed red, clenching his fists. Piccolo, save your sarcasm. Yamcha glanced at Piccolo lightly, stopping the impending quarrel. Yamcha looked at Krillin and Tien Shinhan not with disappointment, but with a hint of a smile. In truth, he understood their thoughts very well. They were not saints, nor were they saviors burdened with the fate of the universe. At their core, Krillin and Tien Shinhan were just ordinary Earth martial artists who pursued martial arts and possessed a sense of justice. They would risk their lives to protect the world. But asking them to fight to the death against the legendary emperor of the universe for a planet they had never even seen was indeed asking too much. Moreover, Yamcha was well aware of the deeper reason. In this parallel universe, he had interfered with the storyline, had already deviated from the original. When dealing with the great demon king Piccolo, the turtle hermit successfully performed the demon sealing wave, sealing him with his life. Kaiatsu was not killed by the old Piccolo. Then in facing Junior Piccolo and Raditz, everyone had trained intensely, becoming far stronger than their counterparts. The recent battle had also crushed Frieza's advance force with overwhelming superiority. In other words, aside from the turtle hermit, Krillin, Tien Shin, and Kaiatsu, and even Goku had never experienced true death in this timeline. Never having died, they had never felt the despair of life being stripped away. Their understanding of battle remained at a superficial level, never ascending to the heights of life and death. Never having grasped, how could they let go? They temporarily lacked the awareness to disregard life and death. Facing the vast unknown universe and unimaginable enemies, it was only human nature to feel fear and hesitation. I understand. Yamcha nodded. Your concerns are reasonable. Going to Namek is indeed a gamble with a slim chance of survival. I won't force anyone to come with me. Krillin rubbed his forehead, seeming surprised that Yamcha accepted it so easily, and instead felt a surge of guilt. Yamcha, I didn't mean that. It's okay, Krillin. Yamcha patted his shoulder, cutting him off. Earth also needs someone to guard it. If Frieza sends other fighters, you'll need to protect the people here. Tien Shinhan closed his third eye and nodded silently, knowing that Yamcha was giving them a way out. Good. Goku approached, breaking the somewhat somber atmosphere. So it's decided, me, Yamcha, and Piccolo, we three will go to that Namek. But, he scratched his head, looking at the spindle-shaped battleship embedded in the ground. This ship has a huge hole punched through by Piccolo. Can it still fly? How are we supposed to get to space? Goku circled the battleship twice among the ruins. He touched the scorched metal edge and peered into the large hole. Yamcha watched Goku clown around. That guy usually only had fighting on his mind, handling complex matters mostly by instinct. Today he had unexpectedly raised such a constructive and practical question. Not bad. This kid's brain could occasionally keep up. A smug smile curled at the corner of Yamcha's mouth. Don't worry about the spaceship. Yamcha folded his arms, standing firm. I've recently mastered a technique that can perfectly solve the problem of space travel. Even if Namek is at the other end of the galaxy, I can take you there instantly. Piccolo's eyes narrowed, scanning Yamcha. Goku immediately ran over, eyes wide, leaning in close to Yamcha. Amazing. What technique? Teach me. Instant transmission. Yamcha teased, but seriously, it's a very practical skill. If you want to learn, I'll teach you once we get there. The wind blew through the empty street, lifting a few scraps of paper. Tien Shinhan and Krillin both seemed uneasy. Yamcha's words were not only for Goku and Piccolo, but also for them. Facing the unknown universe and powerful enemies, Yamcha did not blame them for their hesitation. Instead, he openly revealed his solution to the transportation problem and even offered to teach his technique. Tien Shinhan took a deep breath. He recalled how at the World Martial Arts Tournament, he had once betrayed the Crane School in pursuit of the peak of martial arts. The path of a martial artist was to go against the current, yet now facing a true challenge, he had retreated out of fear of the unknown. Tien Shinhan unclenched his jaw, his knuckles cracking. He abruptly raised his head, staring straight at Yamcha. Damn it, I'm in. Tien Shinhan strode forward, stepping to Yamcha's side. Yamcha, I want to go to Namek too and fight alongside you. Tien Shinhan's face flushed red. As a friend, I'm ashamed of my cowardice earlier. A true martial artist would rather die on the battlefield than hide on Earth waiting for death. Krillin suddenly looked up and ran over. Yeah, if Yamcha can risk his life for another planet's safety, how can we back down? We are brothers who advance and retreat together. Krillin clenched his fists, his eyes no longer wavered, staring straight ahead. Even if that Frieza is strong, worst case we die? Anyway, with the Dragon Balls, as long as we aren't wiped out, we might be revived. Goku looked at the two, his expression shifting from surprise to a bright smile. He walked over, draped an arm around Krillin and Tien Shinhan's shoulders, and shook them vigorously. Everyone, you're great. Bowsy Mountain. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, illuminating the clearing before the courtyard. Boom. A stegosaurus, its massive frame comparable to a 3-story building, crashed heavily into the muddy ground, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Sun Wukong brushed the dust from his hands, circled around to the stegosaurus head, seized one of its thick horns, and dragged the enormous creature to the corner of the courtyard. Chi-Chi, I'm back, he shouted at the top of his lungs. The wooden cabin door creaked open. Chi-Chi, her belly heavily swollen with pregnancy, one hand supporting her lower back, and the other holding an unfinished baby belly band, stepped out onto the corridor. She glanced at the stegosaurus that nearly filled half the courtyard, her brows immediately knitting together. Wukong. Huh. Chi-Chi descended the steps. I just wanted some light wild chicken soup. How am I supposed to fit this tough-skinned beast in our pot? Wukong scratched the back of his head and burst out laughing. I was actually looking for wild chicken when this thing came charging out of the forest trying to stomp me. I figured it had plenty of meat that would last us several days, so I just brought it along. Fine. Standing for so long makes my waist ache anyway. Sun Wukong pressed two fingers together into a palm shape, and white energy condensed along the edge of his hand, forming a gleaming blade of light. His arms swept through the air in rapid succession, leaving afterimages in their wake. The massive stegosaurus was instantly separated flesh from bone, the meat neatly stacked into perfectly square blocks. Watching this, Chi-Chi sighed. You've got all these martial arts skills, but you only use them for chopping vegetables and firewood. Once the baby is born, you really need to find a proper job. You can't keep hunting in the mountains forever. I know, Sun Wukong replied, hauling a pile of meat blocks toward the kitchen. That night the mountain wind howled fiercely, rattling the wooden window panes relentlessly. Sun Wukong lay prone on the floor, performing one-finger push-ups. Sweat dripped from the tip of his nose onto the wooden boards. Ugh! A cry of pain came from the bed. Sun Wukong immediately flipped to his feet and rushed to the bedside. Chi-Chi lay on her side, both hands clutching the edge of the blanket, her forehead glistening with large beads of sweat. Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Sun Wukong crouched beside her. My stomach hurts. The due date seems to have come early. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in shock. Fighting was his specialty. No matter how formidable the opponent, he always found a way. But delivering a baby, he had absolutely no idea what to do. He reached out to help Chi-Chi up, but paused midair, afraid his immense strength might injure her. Then what do we do? Should I fly you to Shidu and find Bulma? You idiot. Chi-Chi angrily tapped his forehead. Her blow was feeble. You want to blow me into a cold up in the sky? Go call your father. Have him contact the hospital. Oh right, I'm calling now. Wukong sprinted toward the living room. He mashed the phone buttons so hard they clicked furiously, and with one final forceful press cracked the base of the phone entirely. Fortunately, the call went through. On the other end, Ox Demon King roared, "I'm coming right now," and hung up. The next 2 hours felt to Sun Wukong infinitely longer than fighting Piccolo Daimo for 3 days and nights. Ox Demon King arrived with hospital staff in a hovercar and promptly ushered Sun Wukong out of the bedroom. The door closed. Basins of hot water were carried inside one after another. Chi-Chi's intermittent cries echoed from within. Sun Wukong stood in the corridor wiping his hands nervously against his pants, pacing back and forth. Wukong, stop spinning around. You're making me dizzy. But Chi-Chi is screaming so loud. Is childbirth really this painful? Sun Wukong stopped in his tracks and turned his gaze toward the door. Wow! A cry pierced through the wooden door, rippling across the night sky of Baozi Mountain. The shouting inside ceased. Then came the nurse's voice, "Congratulations, congratulations. It's a boy." Bull Demon King shot to his feet, the teacup in his hand shattering completely. Sun Wukong pushed open the wooden door and rushed in. Chi-Chi lay on the bed, her hair soaked with sweat and plastered to her cheeks. Her face was pale, but a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. The nurse handed over the swaddled baby. Sun Wukong extended his arms. His arm muscles tensed involuntarily as he carefully took the tiny body, cradling it in his palms. So light. The baby's eyes were closed, its mouth moving slightly with a small tail covered in brown fuzz trailing behind. Sun Wukong looked at the tail and recalled that he too had such a tail when he was young. He lowered his head, leaning in to look. "He is so tiny," Sun Wukong whispered, afraid that a loud voice might startle the baby into crying. Chi-Chi turned her head, looking at the father and son. "Think of a name for him." Sun Wukong, holding the baby, walked to the bedside and sat down cross-legged. "A name?" He looked at the baby's face. The little one's features were still indistinct, but the aura about him stirred an inexplicable warmth in Sun Wukong. This was the bond of blood. "When I was a child, I was adopted by Grandpa. He taught me many things and gave me a home." Sun Wukong looked up, gazing at the 4-star Dragon Ball enshrined in the corner of the room. He turned his eyes back to the baby in his arms. "Let's call him Wufan, Sun Wufan." "Wufan." Chi-Chi repeated the name twice, her brows relaxing. "That name sounds like it means good eater and fast grower." "Fine, let's call him Sun Wufan." The swaddled baby seemed to understand, waving its little fist and yawning. Sun Wukong grinned and laughed. He extended a finger and poked Wufan's chubby cheek. "Little one, there is an incredible power hidden within you." The morning mist over Baozi Mountain gradually dissipated. Sun Wukong pushed open the door and stepped into the yard. He took a deep breath of the cold mountain air, feeling utterly refreshed. He turned his head to look at the wooden house. In the past, he had only known cultivation, getting stronger and seeking out powerful opponents. But now there were 2 more people in this house who needed his protection. He clenched his fists and threw 2 punches into the air. The wind of his fists howled, rustling an old tree at the edge of the yard. "I must become even stronger," Sun Wukong admonished himself silently. From inside the wooden house came Chi-Chi's shout, "Sun Wukong." Wufan wet himself. "Come change his diaper." "Coming." Sun Wukong dropped his stance and ran back into the house. A few months later, early summer on Baozi Mountain with lush vegetation. On the open ground in front of the yard, a large soft mat was laid out. Little Wufan, dressed in a bright yellow onesie, was crawling swiftly on the mat using his hands and feet. His fluffy brown tail swished back and forth with his movements. Less than 5 meters away from the mat, Sun Wukong was practicing handstands. He supported his entire body weight on a single index finger. Sweat dripped from his upside-down cheeks, gathered at his chin, and finally fell into the dirt. 9,998. 9,999. Little Wufan crawled to the edge of the mat and stopped. He looked curiously at his upside-down father, his dark eyes rolling twice. Then he stuck out his bottom, crawled off the mat, and inched closer to Sun Wukong. He reached out his chubby little hands and grabbed hold of Sun Wukong's index finger, the one supporting him on the ground. Sun Wukong paused, looking down at his son, clutching his finger. "Wufan, don't be naughty. Daddy is training." Little Wufan giggled, opened his mouth, revealing a few baby teeth, and bent down to bite Sun Wukong's finger. Ouch! At this moment, the young Sun Wukong could not articulate any grand philosophy, yet his eyes were remarkably bright and expressive. After all, being able to embark on an adventure and fight alongside his best friends in an unknown world was to him the most wonderful thing of all. Bike snorted coldly and turned his head away. Humans were truly tiresome. A few words could move them to tears. However, the arms he had folded across his chest unconsciously loosened a little. Though these people were foolish, they did possess some backbone, so Bike did not dislike them. In fact, he even felt a hint of. Yamcha watched the team finally united in spirit and nodded. With the addition of Tianjin Fan and Kellen, the arrangements for the trip to Namek became much more flexible. The Frisia force was vast in numbers. Relying on him alone, though possible, would still leave him stretched thin at times. In that case, the plan is settled. Yamcha put away his smile, his expression turning serious. But our current strength is far from enough to fight Frisia. Kellen found it strange, pointing at the distant crater. "Hey, that incredibly powerful aura you released earlier, wasn't that enough?" Yamcha shook his head. "Frisia's power is unfathomable. To ensure absolute certainty, we must, as much as possible, enhance our abilities during this time. Sun Wukong grew excited and rushed in front of Yamcha. Special training. Where will we train? Is there anyone stronger than you on Earth? No, but I happen to know a good place. Yamcha looked up at the sky. That is the realm of the great Lord Kai who resides in the other world. The other world? Tianjin Fan frowned. Lord Kai. Bike's eyes sharpened. As a reincarnation of the Guardian, he naturally knew of the higher-level deities. That's right, Lord Kai is an immensely remarkable deity in the entire universe, far above the Guardian. Yamcha explained, there the gravity is 10 times that of Earth, and more importantly, Lord Kai possesses profound martial arts techniques. Yamcha briefly recounted his previous experience. To prepare for a potential crisis, I once followed the guidance of the Temple of the Guardian, traversed the million-kilometer Serpent Road, and trained under Lord Kai for 3 months. Sun Wukong suddenly realized, clapping his hands together. So that's it. Yamcha, the Kaioken you used to beat that giant ape was taught by Lord Kai, wasn't it? Sun Wukong's large eyes sparkled. No wonder it's so powerful. It allowed you to unleash such terrifying energy. Tianjin Fan and Kellen were also stunned. Just 3 months of training had enabled Yamcha to reach the level of the aura he had unleashed during the glacier incident. That planet of Lord Kai was truly a sacred ground of martial arts. The principle of the Kaioken is to instantly multiply one's internal energy, strength, speed, and destructive power. Yamcha added, but it places immense strain on the body, and the training conditions are harsh. I want to learn it. I absolutely must learn it. Sun Wukong rubbed his hands in excitement. But, he scratched his head. To go to the other world, don't you have to die first? We are still alive now. Do we have to commit suicide? In the rubble, Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head earnestly, discussing ways to quickly die and reach the other world. Yamcha raised a hand to stop this dangerous topic. I'll handle the arrangements for going to Lord Kai's planet. His tone was firm. He swept his gaze across the devastated streets, finally stopping at Sun Wufan. For now, the most important thing is, Wufan, you tell them. Sun Wufan, who had been staring at the huge hole in the ground, immediately looked up when he heard his name. The boy's eyes lit up. Uncle Yamcha. Sun Wufan ran to Yamcha and looked up. You promised before, taking me to the amusement park. Is it true? Yamcha reached out to ruffle Wufan's hair, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Of course it's true. You performed excellently today, taking down that Cyberman in one blow. You didn't disgrace the Earth martial artists. Sun Wukong stood nearby, watching his son's joyful expression, then suddenly stepped forward. He bent down, slipped his hands under Wufan's armpits, and lifted the little boy over his head, placing him securely on his shoulders. Well then, Sun Wukong grinned. Wufan wants to go to the amusement park, so Dad will come along too and have a good time with you. Sun Wufan clutched his father's head, laughing happily. Kellen's eyes widened. Had this martial arts fanatic finally had an epiphany? Usually all he thought about was training and fighting, yet today, he had voluntarily offered to take his son to the amusement park. Yamcha turned to Kellen and Tianjin Fan. You two come along too. A bow that's always taught is prone to break. Let's relax a bit and keep Wufan company. Kellen rubbed his bald head and chuckled. No problem. I've been craving the ice cream from the amusement park anyway. Tianjin Fan closed his 3 eyes and nodded silently. After the intense pressure of life and death, he truly needed to calm his mind. Yamcha's gaze shifted, locking onto the green figure that was about to sneak away. Oh, by the way, Bike, you're coming too. Bike's body came to an abrupt halt. He turned around, his face darkening, the green skin tinged with black. What did you say? Bike folded his arms, his voice rising. You expect me, the great Demon King Bike, to go to an amusement park and accompany this brat? Yamcha put his hands on his waist. Hey, mandatory team building. No absences allowed. Are you joking? Bike's forehead veins bulged. I don't have time to play these childish games. I need to train. Sun Wufan leaned out from behind, Wukong, his big eyes watery as he looked at Bike. Uncle Bike, please come with us, okay? Bike met that clear gaze, the corners of his eyes twitching. He snorted coldly and turned his head away. This is utterly ridiculous. Fine, I'll reluctantly accompany you and keep an eye on this brat so he doesn't cause trouble. Kellen was stifling his laughter. This Demon King was quite obviously Tsundra. Meanwhile, on the other side of the universe on planet Tyria, countless civilians fled among the ruins. These people looked almost identical to Earthlings, 2 eyes, 1 mouth. The only difference being the dark purple natural patterns on their bare arms. Boom. A thick beam of energy descended from the sky, directly piercing through the main road, where the fleeing crowd was densest. The intense heat instantly vaporized hundreds of lives. The screams were completely drowned out by the ensuing explosions. Hovering in midair were 4 figures in matching battle armor. The Frisia Force insignia was emblazoned on their chests, their shoulder guards high, and scouters attached to their ears. The red-skinned, white-haired Geese crossed his arms, looking down upon the hell below. Beep, beep, beep. Geese raised his hand and pressed the green scouter on his left eye. On the lens, red numbers rapidly jumped before settling on a value. 30,000. Geese raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his tone, but his eyes were full of contempt. My, how impressive. In such a remote star system to encounter a native with a combat power of 30,000. That's an extremely rare occurrence.